After thinking for a moment, Luo Li turned to Wen Yunan and asked,
"Yes,"
he replied, then pulled out photos he had secretly saved from his phone. It was ironic, really. They were family, yet they had never taken a photo together. Even the photos he was showing were ones he had saved from their social media or other sources. No, to be precise, they simply didn't want to take photos with him. They seemed like a happy and harmonious family, but in reality, their relationship was as cold as that of strangers. In his memory, they always used being busy as an excuse to stay away from home and avoid contact with him. They had never attended any of his parent-teacher conferences throughout his life. He always thought they were genuinely busy and didn't have time. So he gradually learned to be sensible, to handle his own affairs, not to bother them too much, and to try not to cause them trouble. But unexpectedly, ask your friends to help look. Taking his phone, Luo Li called out, and a group of ghosts rushed in to identify the picture, then quickly flew out again. They just aren't very good-looking, but they're all very well-behaved. Seeing him staring at their retreating figures, Luo Li smiled and said to him, "As for the company, if you want to investigate, you should have a way, right?" Hearing Luo Li's words, he shook his head slightly. "I know about the company. There are indeed problems with the accounts." It was precisely because he knew this clearly that his heart felt even colder. Hearing this, Luo Li fell silent. Following Luo Li's instructions, Wen Yunan also took a few days off from school. Soon Ye and the others brought back news. The person had been found. They were indeed alive, and in a neighboring city. "Let's go." Hearing Ye's words, Luo Li turned to look at Wen Yunan. The two immediately set off on their journey to the neighboring city. A few hours later, following the directions given by Ye, Luo Li and her companion arrived at a luxurious villa. They saw the couple getting out of a luxury car, followed by a young man about Wen Yunan's age. The couple looked at the young man with delight, even a hint of ingratiation, while the young man's eyes held a hint of impatience. Seeing this, Wen Yunan lowered his head and gave a self-deprecating smile. So they really are still alive. And their clothes and accessories exuded wealth, their jewelry and watches all incredibly expensive. Just two of those items could easily offset the debt that was suffocating him. "That boy is related to you by blood. You seem to be related to them.
And you two look somewhat alike."
Looking at the situation, Luo Li suddenly spoke. Just looking at Wen Yunan and relying on the birth date information, she couldn't piece together many details. But now, seeing her in person, she saw more. Wen Yunan was taken aback, glanced at the boy's face, and paused again. Her expression became even more complex. "Yaya and the others have found where your biological parents are. Should we go check on them?" Luo Li didn't say much, turning to him to make a suggestion. "Okay." Wen Yunan paused for a moment, then nodded. "Since we're already here, we'll have to meet sooner or later." Now that she understood the situation, Luo Li could see that the deathly aura on his forehead had dissipated somewhat, but it hadn't completely disappeared. When they saw the face that was almost identical to Wen Yunan's, Luo Li and the others paused. She turned to look at Wen Yunan, then at the refined man in the well-tailored suit in front of them. There was no doubt, no need for a paternity test. It was immediately clear that they were father and son. Aside from the refined air of the gold-rimmed glasses and a touch more mature composure in their faces, the two looked almost identical. "Should we go over there?" Luo Li asked, turning her head after glancing over there. Wen Yunan shook his head. Wait a bit. Having witnessed everything with his own eyes, he had already made his decision. But he still needed to find out the truth and gather evidence. Even if they had already guessed the general outline, a hasty recognition might not necessarily bring any benefits. A child raised for 19 years compared to a newly arrived child who could guarantee they would favor whom? What if they, like those parents, also sided with the other one? Then what would he do? Moreover, the other party knew the truth before him and might already be on guard against him. He could only strike with confidence if he had everything under control. All right. Luo Li nodded in agreement, but the complexities involved would require considerable effort and expense to uncover. Thinking this, she handed him a card and a small gold nugget.
Here, take this.
Just ask if you need funds. Your sister is very wealthy. The sudden placement of a gold nugget weighing over a pound caught Wen Yunan off guard, nearly causing him to drop it. Turning to face her confident declaration, he chuckled. Sister, why do you always carry this around? After laughing, he looked at the item in his hand and became serious. I'll repay you double. He really needed money right now. Hearing his words, Luo Li patted her small backpack. My magic bag, here, take some more of this. It's good for dealing with people. Luo Li pulled out a handful of talismans, all drawn by herself. Among them were some unorthodox talismans she had learned in talisman drawing techniques, specifically designed to attract unlucky spirits to one's body. A person who comes into contact with this talisman will inevitably be afflicted by unlucky spirits, ranging from minor bumps and bruises to major misfortune. The severity depends mainly on the person's character. If they have good character, they might only attract ordinary unlucky spirits, which is considered mild. If they have done many bad things and have poor character, then it's considered severe. That's right. To be honest, her initial intention in learning these talismans was to let more people share in the joyful misfortune she had experienced. Good people don't cause trouble. Bad people can create it freely. Thank you, Wen Yunan said softly, listening to Luo Li's tutorial. After their investigation, they confirmed that the car accident was intentional. The bodies burned inside the car were merely specimens. They had bought them at a high price from the medical building. Their sole purpose was to stage a fake car accident, fake their death, escape, and seek refuge with their own son. Then they would put Wen Yunan in debt and find an opportunity for the debt collectors to drive him to his death, eliminating any future trouble. In this way, they would avoid legal responsibility and successfully eliminate Wen Yunan. Some might wonder if it was so troublesome, why not resolve the issue with Wen Yunan sooner? The reason is that they only discovered the babies had been switched at birth during a routine checkup when Wen Yunan was 12 years old. The two families were indeed related. Wen's father and his adoptive parents were cousins. One had built his fortune from scratch, becoming a multimillionaire early on, while the other was just an ordinary person, inheriting a small fortune and living off his family's wealth. Coincidentally, their wives became pregnant and gave birth around the same time, and coincidentally, in the same hospital. The two children were born only one day apart. Because the two families were cousins and happened to be in the same hospital, they frequently visited each other, even bathing the two children together. This is how the nurses mistakenly switched the two babies. Upon discovering the mix-up and thinking about the multi-million-dollar fortune Wen's father had amassed, Wen Yunan's adoptive parents began to harbor wicked intentions. They had already considered this back then. Their biological son was being raised by someone else and was already destined to inherit billions. So, they decided to go all the way and eliminate Wen Yunan to prevent future trouble. However, because they had neglected their child since childhood, and Wen Yunan was not close to them, able to provide for himself, they had no opportunity to act. At the same time, they were also somewhat timid and hesitant to take action. It wasn't until later, after they recognized their biological son, that they finally devised what they considered a perfect plan. Indeed, it was quite perfect. If Luo Li hadn't possessed fortune-telling skills and could have seen through it, who would have suspected that her biological parents had deliberately faked their deaths? If she hadn't seen through it, kept in the dark, she might have truly died from their hatred. #shocking. Company's junior executive faked his death to evade bankruptcy debts. **** company went bankrupt because its junior executive embezzled company funds, leading to a cash shortage. After uncovering the truth and gathering concrete evidence, Wen Yunan didn't hesitate to expose everything to the media. Since they had wanted him dead all along, what was there for him to hesitate about? Furthermore, they anonymously sent several paternity test reports to the chairman of the Wen Group. One was between Wen's father and the fake young master. The other two were between the fake young master and his adoptive parents. They also included compelling evidence of the fake young master and his adoptive parents' secret contacts over the years, including their plan to kill Wen Yunan and seize his position. Shortly afterward, the news broke again. Hashtag Wen's group announces, the eldest son of the Wen family is not Chairman Wen's biological son. His inheritance rights are revoked. Hashtag the biological parents of the Wen group's young master are actually a young CEO and his wife, imprisoned for embezzlement. The police acted swiftly. The first 2 pieces of news were only released the day afterward. The adoptive parents were already in jail. It said they had a fight with their biological son before being taken in. It seemed to be their own son, trying to sever ties with them, but they refused, so things fell apart. They returned everything they'd taken from their son. Before being arrested, he emptied his remaining savings and paid off a large debt. Shortly afterward, news spread about the Wen family. Watching the news, Luo Li turned to look at his forehead. Seeing the deathly aura finally dissipate, she breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing the lucky red mist gathering there, she wrinkled her nose again. Young Master Wen, now that you're a wealthy young master, you probably won't care about your cheap older sister anymore, will you? Hearing her words, Wen Yunan shook his head helplessly, then rolled over and covered her with his lips, sealing her alluring cherry lips. Sister, is it because I didn't try hard enough just now that you're overthinking things? The next day, Luo Li rubbed her aching lower back, her legs trembling, inwardly regretting her loose tongue. But she really had been fooled by this big bad wolf. At first, he was incredibly obedient, and many times, she had to take the initiative to flirt with him. Later, it was all fake.
Fake.
What obedient little puppy. A cunning big bad wolf. That was his true nature all along. Sister, are you awake? Just as she was thinking this, his soft call came from outside the door, and Luo Li reflexively pulled her legs back. The door opened in the next instant, and was quickly closed again. He was still wearing a bare apron, as if he had just cooked. Lu Chuan is here. We have class in a bit, so you stay home and behave. As he spoke, he found clothes to put on her, his movements gentle and practiced, treating her like a little idiot. Okay, Luo Li responded in a muffled voice. She was already used to Lu Chuan coming over for a meal. Lu Chuan had been running around helping them a lot during their search for clues. The two of them were already very close friends, and this was just him getting a free meal. Besides, Wen Yunan's genius-level cooking skills were just too tempting. Luo Li felt like she'd gained quite a bit of weight from him lately. Good morning, sister-in-law. Seeing Luo Li come out, Lu Chuan grinned sweetly, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the food on the table. Good morning. Luo Li glanced at the Taimite was already Tup and replied awkwardly. When Yunnan placed the freshly made soup in front of Lu Chuan. Drink more. Less talk. Thanks, Brother Nan. His brother Nan is so kind. He takes back his earlier comment about being heartless when it comes to women. His brother Nan is the best in the universe. After dinner, they went to class. Luo Li stayed home, bored, watching dramas and live streaming her daily life. Seriously, the ghost viewers in the underworld actually enjoyed watching the dramas with her. And the comments were quite heated. Underworld. Ugh, isn't this guy stupid? Underworld. That woman is so slutty. She's just with that pretty boy trying to steal his money, and he can't even see it? Earth. My goodness. Willing to wear a straw hat, raise someone else's child, and be a sucker? Is this guy crazy? Human. You guys upstairs don't understand. There's a new term for this kind of person now. Love-struck. Earth. Shaw. That's too polite. He's a suck-up, knowing the child isn't his own, yet he raises the woman and the child for free and even takes care of the gigolo along with him. This is love-struck? Let's just call him a complete idiot. Isn't that better? Earth. Streamer. Change the show. Change the show. I can't watch another second. The underworld ghosts grumbled, and Luo Li, disgusted, changed the show. But unfortunately, the shows here were all incredibly melodramatic, and the live stream was filled with complaints. But the number of viewers actually increased because of this. Because there's nothing like this to watch in the underworld. Even though they keep complaining, they can't bear not to watch it. The boring ghost life. Besides live streams, the only other thing they can do is come here to watch some shows. Knock, knock, knock. The live stream was in the middle of a heated discussion when there was a knock on the door. Luo Li glanced over. Host, his parents are here. Little Cabbage suddenly popped up. Luo Li promptly shut down the live stream. Online. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That slap hadn't even landed yet. Streamer, couldn't you wait a second before shutting it down? I really wanted to see it. So impatient. Just then, a news notification popped up on Luo Li's phone. Hashtag the fake young master of the Wen family has been found to have deliberately hired someone to commit murder and has been taken away by the police. Hashtag the fake young master's desperate act has been discovered. I must say, the Wen family's efficiency in handling this is quite swift. Thinking this, she opened the door. Standing outside were a middle-aged couple. The man was Wen's father, whom Luo Li and the others had secretly visited before. The young woman beside him exuded the same refined elegance as before. She was a gentle and graceful couple, a perfectly matched pair. Both were strikingly beautiful, still attracting attention even in middle age. Besides them, several other people followed behind, carrying gifts. What can I do for you? The middle-aged couple outside the door paused, startled by the pretty young woman opening the door. Luo Li pretended not to recognize them and spoke first, then casually glanced at the man's face and hesitated. Would like to see Wen Yunan. Does he live here? Hearing Luo Li's words, they quickly recovered and smiled warmly at her. Hearing their words, Luo Li glanced at the man's face again, pursed her lips, and opened the door slightly. Yes, he lives here, but he just went to class. If you want to see him, you might have to wait a while. Please come in and sit down, Luo Li said, pouring a few glasses of water on the table.
Sigh.
These two business-savvy individuals, who could calmly handle any deal in the business world, even the biggest ones, were facing an ordinary young woman. But now they were reserved. Turning to look at the small apartment, their hearts clenched, a suppressed pain gripping them. Seeing that they sat down without speaking, Luo Li didn't force a conversation. Instead, she sent a message to Wen Yunan, informing him of the situation. Wen Yunan had kept his phone on, afraid of missing Luo Li's message. Now that he saw it, he replied instantly. Maida Nan, I just finished class, I'll be back soon. Seeing his reply, Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief. He's finished class, he'll be back soon. Although she seemed quite calm, these were her future son's biological parents, her future in-laws. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous at all. However, seeing that they didn't seem much better off than herself, she felt a little more at ease.
Yes.
Hearing her words, the couple nodded, their expressions growing even more tense, glancing cautiously at the door every now and then. It was a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, a kind of homesickness mixed with apprehension.
Click.
When Yunan didn't linger, soon the sound of the lock opening came from the door. The couple, who had been sitting hunched over the sofa, stood up and looked towards the door. When they met the man's gaze and saw his face clearly, their eyes instantly welled up with tears. Meeting their gazes, Wen Yunan pursed his lips slightly, walked over, and stood beside Luo Li, habitually prioritizing her needs. You go back to your room and rest first. I'll talk to them, he said gently, holding her hand.
Okay.
Luo Li nodded. The people who had come with Wen's father had somehow left, leaving only the three of them. The fake young master was related to the Wen family by blood and bore a striking resemblance to Wen's father. Therefore, it's understandable that Wen's parents didn't discover the mix-up sooner. Wen Yunan didn't blame Wen's parents, who were also kept in the dark but remained rational, decisive, and discerning. However, he still stated his demands. I agree to go back, but I want freedom in marriage, because I already have someone I want to spend the rest of my life with. Although he knew her words last night were just a joke, he remembered them and didn't want her to feel uneasy. Okay. Hearing Wen Yunan's words, Wen's parents paused, glanced instinctively at Luo Li's room, and then nodded immediately without hesitation. When Luo Li came out, they had already left, leaving only the gifts they had brought in the room. The next day, the Wen family then announced that the real young master had been found, his paternity confirmed through a DNA test, and he was officially designated as the Wen family heir. Furthermore, the Wen family clarified previous rumors of a marriage alliance with the group. Before the fake young master was sent to prison, there were indeed some ambiguous rumors about him and the group's heiress, and some talk of a potential marriage alliance. The Wen family has always prioritized respecting the children's wishes, so given the fake young master situation, they didn't immediately clarify the matter. This is why when Yunnan brought this up so specifically, he didn't want his sister to misunderstand. These past 2 days, when Yunnan and his classmates had classes and went out early in the morning, after waking up, Luo Li stayed home and did her usual lazy live stream. Earth, streamer, you're finally here. Earth, hurry. Pick up where you left off yesterday. That part. I want to watch it. Ding. Earth 999, 500 coins reward. He even rewarded her to urge Luo Li to start the show quickly. Luo Li didn't hesitate, pulling up the drama she hadn't finished watching yesterday and putting it in front of the camera. Today, I'll still be doing 3 divinations. Connect if needed. Sister, what did you say? When Yunnan had just opened the door with the groceries he bought when he heard her say this, looking somewhat puzzled. Then, turning around and seeing her live streaming actions, he understood and took it for granted, tidying up his things and putting on his bare apron. Sister, would you like corn and pork rib soup today? Okay. Luo Li looked up and answered him, then glanced behind him, noticing that Lu Chuan hadn't followed, which was a bit strange. Is Chuan not coming today? Yeah. He went to ask that senior he's been talking about lately for some advice. He won't be coming over for the next couple of days. When Yunnan said, his eyebrows slightly raised in amusement. No one was disturbing their private time, so of course he was happy. Seeing him like this, Luo Li found it somewhat amusing. Ding, 999, initiating a connection. Because he was always with Luo Li, when Yunnan could also see the live streams on this strange platform. Hearing the notification sound, he tied his apron straps. Sister, you go ahead and do your work. I'll call you when the food is ready. Okay, Luo Li replied, clicking the connection button. After finishing an episode of a TV drama, Luo Li had completed all 3 of her divinations for the day. However, one of them required her to go out to resolve. Do you have class this afternoon? She asked, thinking to herself. No, but I need to go to the neighboring city this afternoon. Want to come along, sister?
Sure.
The divination she needed to handle was also in the neighboring city. That afternoon, they went to the neighboring city together. Coincidentally, the divination Luo Li needed to handle was also near the Wen family's residence. After arriving at the Wen family's house, they had lunch with Mr. and Mrs. Wen. After lunch, the father and son went to the study on the 2nd floor, while Luo Li and Mrs. Wen sat downstairs. Looking at Luo Li, Mrs. Wen took out some things she had prepared beforehand. Good child, may I call you Xiao Li? Of course, Aunt Wen. Luo Li smiled and nodded, her smile as always comforting and pleasant. Seeing Luo Li's expression, Madame Wen smiled gently, her eyes filled with affection. She took something out of the box and pulled Luo Li's glove onto her hand. It was a jade bracelet of vibrant green, clearly very valuable. This bracelet was passed down from Yunnan's grandmother. Today, Aunt Wen is passing it on to you. Aunt Wen knows we've wronged you, Nan, all these years, blaming us for not discovering their malicious intentions sooner, causing you, Nan, to suffer. Aunt Wen can see that you two have a good relationship. Your Uncle Wen and I are genuinely happy for you both. We only hope you can live happily ever after. Hearing this, Luo Li didn't refuse, obediently smiling and nodding. Don't worry, Aunt Wen, we will. Hearing her words, Madame Wen smiled and gently patted her hand. Shortly after they finished talking, the father and son came out of the study. It's unclear what they discussed in the study, but the father and son's relationship visibly became much closer and more natural. Seeing this, Luo Li was happy for them. After saying goodbye to Wen's parents, Luo Li took Wen Yunnan to her fortune-teller's house. They spent several hours dealing with matters and capturing the 2 large ghosts. By the time they returned to Sea City, it was already past midnight. Although it's unknown what the father and son discussed in the Wen family study that day, Wen Yunnan became quite busy afterward, taking on more responsibilities at the Wen group. Wen Yunnan also bought their 2-bedroom apartment. Before completing his studies, he would spend more time in Sea City, and having a place to stay was convenient. On weekends, when he had free time, he would take Luo Li back to the Wen family home. Mr. Wen had originally planned for them to move to a neighboring city, but the faculty and resources at Nanjing University were truly among the best in the country, unmatched by many places, so he didn't insist. As a second choice, Mr. Wen bought them several residences in City C, including villas and large apartments, but Luo Li and the others were used to living in small apartments and didn't move. For Wen Yunan, this was also a place that witnessed the growth of his relationship with Luo Li. He cherished it and didn't want to move. Not long afterward, when Yunan proposed to Luo Li, the proposal was grand, with Mr. Wen, MS. Wen, and Lu Chuan as witnesses. Furthermore, the Wen family immediately announced the matter, making their relationship public. The two, a handsome couple, were showered with praise. However, from then on, when Yunan became a little nag, he constantly counted the days, wondering when he would reach the age where he could get married. Why are there still more than 2 years left, sister? Time is passing so slowly. Sometimes, he couldn't help but complain to Luo Li, but it seems like it's better when it's slow. Life is too short. He wanted to spend more time with her. Luo Li listened patiently to his grumbling with a smile. After the new year, Lu Chuan finally found an opportunity to invite his senior classmate out. The group had dinner together, and while his senior was on the phone, Lu Chuan kept winking at Luo Li and the others. "It's your destiny. Good luck. Seize the opportunity," Luo Li said, amused.
Yay.
"I knew it." Hearing Luo Li's words, Lu Chuan cheered, but when Yunan gave him a disdainful look, promising, "Hey, brother Nan, how can you say that to me? You weren't much better than me back then. When you first got together with Sister Li, you were—" Lu Chuan couldn't finish his sentence before when Yunan manually muted him. Luo Li's curiosity was piqued. Was what? Lu Chuan pulled Wen Yunan's hand away and began to expose her shortcomings. He's always showing off. Before anyone even asks him, he's already asking, "How did you know I have a girlfriend? How did you know my girlfriend?"
It's always about you.
He's constantly bragging. I can still recite his lines by heart.
Puffed.
Hearing Lu Chuan's words, Luo Li imagined it and couldn't help but laugh. Looking around, she saw Wen Yunan's face was already bright red. But he quickly recovered, looking completely composed. "I didn't say anything wrong." Looking at his worthless attitude, as if his girlfriend was the best in the world, Lu Chuan gave him a disdainful look. However, he wasn't wrong. Sister Li was indeed outstanding. Brother Nan was lucky to be with her. After receiving Luo Li's affirmation, Lu Chuan gained more confidence and finally, 3 months later, successfully won over his senior. Their relationship was a celebrated story at school. 2.5 years later, on Wen Yunan's 22nd birthday, Luo Li and Wen Yunan held their wedding. That wedding night, he held the 2 bright red marriage certificates, beaming like a silly goose. "Wife!" he shouted, without hesitation, pouncing on Luo Li like a wolf. Luo Li reached out and stopped him, silently taking out her pregnancy test report. "We're about to be fathers, be a little more reserved. Don't be silly for now." Hearing Luo Li's words and looking at the contents of the report, Wen Yunan was stunned again. His lips curled into a wide grin, so excited he wanted to burst out laughing, but then he realized something, composed himself, carefully climbed to the side, and gently embraced Luo Li wife. "I'm so happy." He buried his head in the back of Luo Li's neck, speaking with a smile, his hand gently touching her lower abdomen. Luo Li nodded. "Me too." Ding. Favorability plus 15, current favorability 100%. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. As she finished speaking, the familiar notification sound rang out. Favorability points that hadn't progressed for years were suddenly full. The next day, Wen's parents were overjoyed to learn of Luo Li's pregnancy. Having nothing to give her, they showered Luo Li with a pile of jewelry and property deeds. "If you're feeling unwell or want to eat anything, just tell Mom. Don't be afraid of the trouble. Mom, don't take my place." Hearing Wen's mother's words, when Yunnan quickly interjected. He had always taken meticulous care of his wife, and he had always been in charge of her appetite. Even though he's now in charge of the company, he never misses a meal for Luo Li, no matter how busy he is. Watching Luo Li's eyes crinkle with joy as she eats fills him with a sense of accomplishment and pride. Okay. Seeing his expression, Mr. and Mrs., when exchanged a helpless smile, Mrs., when readily agreeing. The vast manor was filled with the family's happy laughter. But in the prison, the situation was quite different. Because of their transgressions, the family of 3 had their sentences extended, and they might never get out. 6 months later, Luo Li's baby was born safely, a boy. On the day of delivery, when Yunnan was in the delivery room with Luo Li, witnessing her pain firsthand, he immediately opted for tubal ligation. 2 months later, Lu Chuan, who had also cried uncontrollably while accompanying his wife during childbirth, followed suit. Over the past few years, Luo Li has achieved considerable success in the world of supernatural arts, shining brightly as the original owner had wished. Thus, the original owner's mission was finally completed. However, Luo Li had truly endured the television dramas of this world for a very long time. Earth. Ugh. This drama is so infuriating. Earth. Which screenwriter came up with this awful plot? Earth. 3 years. A full 3 years. My ghost life is almost killed by these terrible dramas. Can't you humans produce some good dramas? Earth. No way. I want to go up to these screenwriters' bedsides. Earth. Upstairs. When are you going?
Take me with you.
Honey, how about our company tries venturing into the film and television industry? Looking at the live stream comments, she finally couldn't hold back anymore and turned to Yunnan to suggest it. Okay. He never refused Luo Li's ideas. I'll have Lu Chuan organize the data. The Wen family's previous businesses hadn't ventured into film and television, so they needed to thoroughly research it before starting. After graduation, Lu Chuan joined the company to help Wen Yunnan. The two had a great working relationship since childhood, and now Lu Chuan had become Wen Yunnan's right-hand man. Okay, I'll write the script. She was determined to change these melodramatic TV dramas. You write it, I'll write it. Don't overwork yourself, Wen Yunnan said softly, ruffling her hair. Okay,
blah.
Just as they finished speaking, the little one beside them woke up and started crying loudly. Wen Yunnan skillfully went over, picked up the little one, and gently soothed him. The little one, who usually calmed down quickly, didn't stop crying this time. He must be hungry. Give him to me. Looking at the little one, Luo Li reached out her hand, casually ending the live stream. Watching his soft, fragrant wife patiently feeding their son, when Yunnan's ears burned slightly, his throat bobbed, and he reached up to loosen his tie. But remembering his mother's and the doctor's instructions, he restrained himself, turning his head away with difficulty. I'm going to take a shower first, he told Luo Li, then went into the bathroom to soak in cold water. For some reason, watching his back, Luo Li felt a strange tremor in her legs. However, her feeling was correct. And indeed, a month later, the little one had passed his 100-day celebration, and Luo Li had fully recovered. That night, she almost lost her voice and couldn't get out of bed for several days. Wife, I've been holding back for so long. Have some pity on me. That one sentence completely captivated her. But a man who's been holding back his anger is truly hard to bear. 2 years later, with the help of the Wen family, Luo Li successfully rewrote the landscape of terrible dramas in the film and television industry. The ghosts of the underworld gave it a thumbs up. World 4. The End. A small, thin, white tiger cub, as thin as a kitten, stumbled through the forest, followed by a wolf with gleaming green eyes. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and the wolf was sliced in half at the waist, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The white tiger cub escaped, covered in wounds, and staggered forward. After an unknown amount of time, it finally emerged from the dangerous forest and collapsed beside a large tree. Host, the system indicates he's nearby. Before she fainted, Xiaobei Kai's voice rang in her ears. Having just overused her system energy to protect the white tiger cub and kill the wolf, her voice was somewhat weak. What's that? It's an injured tiger cub. It's so fragile, like it's about to die. It's a female and so beautiful, but it's just an ordinary beast. Several lion cubs nearby, not yet fully grown, heard the commotion and ran over. Looking at the dying white tiger cub on the ground, they communicated in their animal language. Suddenly, one of the slightly smaller black lion cubs extended its tongue and gently licked the white tiger's wound, as if cleaning it. Under the puzzled gazes of the other cubs, it picked up the unconscious white tiger. Chi, what are you doing? Are you taking it back? It's almost dead. It can't be saved. Ignoring their words, the black lion cub carried the white tiger back to its den. Gently placing the white tiger on the grassy nest, it carefully licked its wound. As if remembering something, it suddenly turned and left the cave, returning shortly with a green medicinal fruit. It crushed the fruit and dripped it onto the white tiger's wound. After doing all this, it lay down beside the white tiger, quietly watching it. Unseen by it, Little White Cabbage was also using the system's pills to help Luo Li repair her body. Looking at the lion cub beside it, it looked puzzled. Host, you haven't even started your conquest yet, and your favorability is already 30%? This is a beast world with an extremely low transformation rate. Here, beasts are divided into 3 types. First, there are beast men with innate talents who can transform into humans and possess unique skills. Second, there are beasts born from beast men, but lacking innate talents, they cannot transform. They are abandoned by the beast men, but because they possess beast man blood, they are also ostracized by ordinary beast men, collectively known as abandoned beasts. The third type is ordinary wild beasts, also called ordinary beasts. As mentioned above, beast men are at the top of the food chain here, while abandoned beasts, although possessing intelligence superior to wild beasts, still have the same physical characteristics as wild beasts, so they may still become food. Luo Li is a cub of an abandoned beast. After her birth, her mother died, devoured by the companion of the wolf she just encountered. Luo Li herself almost became their food, but with Kai Kai's help, she desperately escaped. This time, Luo Li was reincarnated. There was no original owner of this body. Because this is a newly conceived world, its structure is not yet complete, so she needs to play the role of a supporting female character to help construct the plot. After completing this task, she will still receive merit points. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Li groggily regained consciousness, feeling something licking her head. Opening her eyes, she saw a small black lion cub, and then her face was licked a few more times. As she opened her eyes, the cub seemed to sense something, stopping its movements and looking at her with surprise. Little female, you're finally awake. She clearly heard the cub's awo cries, but Luo Li understood them. You slept for 3 days. I thought you really were going to see the beast god like they said, like my beast father, and the others. Wait a moment, I'll go get the witch. He suddenly remembered something and quickly told Luo Li, then ran outside. Awo, witch, the little female is awake. Even outside, Luo Li could still hear his shouts. Soon, an old woman draped in an animal skin followed him. A small lion with glossy black fur led the way. The cub's small cave was a bit cramped for the old woman, but her gaze towards Luo Li was gentle and kind. It's all right now that it's awake. Chi, take good care of it. Luo Li was a beast man, but her talent was the most useless skill hiding her true nature. Moreover, unlike other females, she wasn't born in human form. Therefore, like other beast men, the old woman didn't realize Luo Li was actually a beast man, assuming she was just an ordinary beast. Seeing Chi's earnestness, the old woman showed more kindness and diligently helped him heal Luo Li. Yes. Hearing the old woman's words, Chi nodded very seriously. He knew, because his father had said, the female he finds beautiful and lovable at first sight is the partner he will protect and care for life. Just like his father and mother. The moment he saw the little female, he thought she was beautiful, more beautiful than any other female in the tribe. He liked her very much. Therefore, he would definitely take good care of his little female. Watching the little lion nod earnestly, Luo Li tilted her head.
Ah.
She tried to speak, but only a soft, kitten-like cry came out. Well, okay, she was only a cub just a few days old. A little clumsy, perfectly normal. Beside her, Kai, hearing its host's voice, couldn't resist secretly patting her head. Then, secretly patting it again. Its host was so cute. Little female, are you hungry? Wait for me a moment. Hearing her voice, the little lion didn't seem to understand her animal language, but hearing her cry, it assumed she was hungry. It turned and ran out, returning shortly with a milky white fruit, carefully biting a small opening in front of Luo Li. A rich, milky aroma wafted out. Eat up. Even though the little lion himself couldn't resist licking his paws where the milk had touched them, he still gave the fruit to the little white tiger. Under his gaze, the little white tiger propped himself up and carefully licked the cut surface of the fruit. The little lion didn't stop either, mimicking how his father had cared for him, licking the little white tiger's fur. Watching the two little cubs interact, Granny Witch smiled kindly, turned around and walked out. The others quickly received the news and, knowing that the little tiger beast she had brought back had woken up, they all came to see it. It really survived. It's so beautiful. I want to raise such a beautiful little tiger beast too. The cubs who had found Luo Li with Chi gathered around, discussing it. Chi protectively shielded Luo Li behind him, saying, "Don't disturb the little female's rest. It's clearly just an ordinary beast." The other cubs were puzzled, not understanding why Chi always called it a little female when it was clearly just an ordinary beast. Hearing their words, Chi looked at Luo Li seriously. She is a little female. He could smell it. It was the scent of a little female, so sweet and fragrant. It's an ordinary beast. The other cubs were just as stubborn. They could smell it too. It was an ordinary beast. It's a little female. An ordinary beast. It's a female. Listening to their childish bickering, Luo Li felt helpless, but her words flowed naturally, childishly defending herself. However, they couldn't understand Luo Li's animal language at all. Her cries only melted their hearts. Wow, its cry is so sweet. It cries much sweeter than my newborn brother. Chi, I really want to hug it. Can I hug it? It really loved this little tiger beast.
No.
Chi protectively shielded. Luo Li behind it. So young, yet its possessiveness was already overflowing. No wonder it played the villain. Why not? My brother is cute too, and about the same size. Can I bring it over and trade with you? Faced with Chi's possessiveness, the little lion cub was confused and tried to negotiate. I don't want to, Chi said with obvious disgust. You should leave now. You've disturbed the little female's rest, the witch had said, adding that the little female needed more rest to recover. After several attempts by Chi to shoo them away, the cubs finally left the cave reluctantly. After they left, Chi gently nuzzled the little white tiger's head, coaxing it softly. Good girl, little female, rest now. Later, brother will get you some milk fruit. Hearing the words of the lion cub, Chi realized it was older than the little female, so it also addressed the little white tiger as brother. Each cub received 2 milk fruits a day, the tribe's ration for cubs, but to the tribe, Luo Li was just an ordinary beast kept by Chi. So she didn't receive any. Chi had given her his share. Luo Li obediently meowed, mimicking Chi's actions, rubbing against it and patting its small paws on the grass, indicating that it should rest too. Kai said that this silly lion had been guarding her for 3 days without much rest. Are you asking me to rest with you? Seeing the little white tiger's response, Chi was pleasantly surprised, looking at it as if it understood what it meant.
Awwa.
Luo Li nodded its head. That wobbly little head made Chi laugh, and it chuckled foolishly. Okay, brother will rest with the little tiger. The little tiger isn't afraid. The little black lion gently nuzzled Luo Li's head, then nestled down beside her, its body slightly bent as if to encircle and protect her. He was learning from his father, caring for the little female he had taken in.
Sleep.
It whispered, closing its eyes as well. Luo Li closed her eyes as well, calling the little cabbage that had also been watching over her for several days to rest as well. She couldn't buy energy balls from the system to replenish her energy. It could only recover on its own over time. However, she spent her points to buy a pretty little dress for her beloved Kai Kai, which Xiao Tongtong loved very much. Host, Kai Kai loves you the most. Wearing its new dress, Xiao Kai Kai jumped for joy, declaring that its host was absolutely the best in the world. It wanted to show off to the other hosts. No one else had a dress their host bought. Only it had one. Good girl. Luo Li's body was indeed weak at the moment, and soon after saying that, she fell into a deep sleep. When she awoke again, Qi was applying medicine to Luo Li with the medicinal fruit he'd brought back from the witch. Beside her was a milky white fruit, which he had prepared for Luo Li. Little tiger is awake. Is it still in pain? The witch said this medicinal fruit will be better after a few more days of use. Little tiger, be good, and wait a few more days. Soon it won't hurt anymore, and then brother will take you out to play. The little black lion softly whimpered, comforting the little white tiger. One black, one white, one slightly larger, one small figure, relied on each other in the cramped cave. 5 days later, Luo Li was finally able to leave the cave. Newborn cubs grow quickly. The little white tiger, whom she had raised for a few days, was already a little bigger than when she arrived. Little tiger, slow down, don't be afraid. Without the life force that surged when her life was threatened, Luo Li reverted to her cub-like nature. She followed behind the little black lion, swaying unsteadily with each step. Qi patiently comforted her, explaining that cubs needed exercise to stay healthy, and the witch had also said that the little white tiger needed to move around more after it recovered. That's why he refrained from offering any help, but he always stopped to wait for her. Qi had licked the little tiger's fur clean, leaving it snow white and fluffy. Its light blue eyes were round, clear, and bright, making it look just like a little kitten, very endearing. Qi, you finally brought the little tiger cub out. Look, this is my little brother, the cub said, putting down the little lion it had been holding in its mouth. It eagerly approached Qi and the others, its eyes shining as it looked at the little white tiger. Wow, this little tiger cub is even prettier than before. Hello, little tiger cub, I'm Blue. Before Qi could stop it, it had already started introducing itself to Luo Li, taking it a step further. It even tried to rub against the little white tiger, completely ignoring its younger brother, who was left on the ground looking completely bewildered. What? Luo Li was disgusted by the dirty lion. She tried to back away, but her clumsy body swayed. Qi quickly came over and stopped her, steadying Luo Li. Blue, you're too dirty, it doesn't like it. For some reason, even though it couldn't understand the little white tiger's language, it could understand her meaning. Dirty? I'm not dirty. My father just licked my fur this morning. Hearing Qi's words, Brew was unconvinced. But in fact, its father had only recently cleaned it, and it had just been playing and rolling in the mud with the other cubs, getting quite dirty. What? A baby cry, somewhat similar to Luo Li's, rang out. It was Brew's younger brother, a tiny cub, the same size as Luo Li. Moreover, it was a little lion cub with snow-white fur, just like Luo Li, except its eyes were azure blue. What? Seemingly seeing that Luo Li ignored it, the little lion waddled over again, looking at Luo Li expectantly, just like its brother. Host.
What?
Hearing Kai Kai's voice, Luo Li finally responded. The little lion's eyes brightened, looking at its only companion with the same fur color as itself, its eyes full of curiosity. Luo Li was momentarily stunned because she had received her character design. The plot of this world was still in its early stages and needed their help to complete. But Luo Li's identity was that of a supporting female character, and her character design was already established. The tribe they currently belonged to was the Golden Lion tribe, a tribe entirely composed of lion beastmen, as its name suggested. It was also a villainous tribe, and Qi was the main antagonist. He would become the chieftain when he grew up. She, on the other hand, was raised by the main villain, spoiled and arrogant, possessing unparalleled beauty, but also extremely proud. The two blue brothers beside her would also be villains in the future. In any case, none of them were good characters. The entire tribe was undoubtedly villainous. Without a plot, she only needed to maintain her character design. Putting everything else aside, Luo Li quite liked her character design. Spoiled and arrogant wasn't that a perfect translation? Unparalleled beauty, extremely proud, that was also quite nice. She's already incredibly beautiful. Isn't it normal for her to be a little arrogant? In short, isn't this a role where she can live comfortably, do whatever she wants, and not have to compromise herself at all?
What?
Seeing Luo Li freeze again, the little white lion let out another cry. Awah! Luo Li responded perfunctorily. Although they could tell Luo Li was a tiger beast, these two cubs, about the same size and with the same white fur, actually looked quite alike. But the little lion always seemed a bit dull, and not very bright, not very endearing. Chi, don't you think my little brother is handsome too? They look alike anyway. Why don't we switch? Bruce was one of those who disliked the little brother, and seeing this scene, he suggested again.
No.
Chi refused without hesitation, turning around and picking up the little white tiger. Little tiger, you did great today. We should go back now. Bruce, seeing this, picked up his younger brother and said, let's switch. Just one dark night.
No.
The little female was his. He wouldn't switch with anyone, not even one dark night.
Bruce.
Where are you taking your brother? Just as Bro was about to say something, a tall male beast man approached. Bruce immediately shrank back and put his brother down. Father. Chieftain. Seeing the newcomer, Chi carefully placed the little white tiger on the ground and called out.
Awah. Awah.
Luo Li and the little white lion also let out a cry, one after the other. Their tribe didn't have an hereditary chieftainship. The strongest held the position. The previous chieftain was Chi's father, but he died protecting his people during the beast tide a few months ago, as did Chi's mother. So, the tribe was now led by Brue, the strongest remaining member.
Chi.
The orc bent down and ruffled Chi's hair. This was the cub left behind by his most respected and beloved brother. He had always taken good care of Chi in the tribe. Is this the little tiger beast you raised? He looked down at Luo Li, his eyes filled with curiosity. Turning his head to look at his little cub. Well, there's no harm without comparison. It's a little female. Chi had already told Brew and the others that he was tired and didn't want to talk about it anymore these past few days. But since he rarely saw the chieftain, he emphasized it again. He thought the witch might not be able to tell, but the powerful third-tier beast chieftain should be able to. The chieftain had been very busy preparing food for the tribe, and now that they finally had a chance to meet, Chi didn't want to miss it. His little female wasn't an ordinary beast.
Awah. Yes.
Luo Li also let out a cry, trying to release her aura. Female beastmen were extremely rare in this world and would be treated preferentially in any tribe. They were still cubs and needed to be fed by the tribe, and because food was scarce, each cub's food ration was fixed. If she continued to be treated like an ordinary beast, she would be a burden to Chi. Energy-rich milk fruits were very precious food, only available to beastman cubs. Once they grew older, they wouldn't be able to get any either. Of course, Luo Li could be fed with anything edible, but Chi didn't want it to suffer. The little female deserved the best care. Even if Luo Li refused, he would leave the things behind for her. Hearing Chi's words, the chieftain also looked at Luo Li seriously. When he heard the little white tiger cry out, he seemed to have truly smelled a scent. Little cub, cry out again. To confirm if he was imagining things, he picked up Luo Li and tapped its head. The orcs were tall and strong. This small cub was no bigger than his palm. Awah. Luo Li struggled for a long time before finally succeeding in controlling its useless hidden talent and revealing its scent. The scent of a female? Before the chieftain could speak, Brew was stunned. It really is a little female. As Brew spoke, other orcs approached from afar. The orc's sense of smell was extremely keen. Almost the instant Luo Li's scent was revealed, they detected the scent of an unfamiliar female cub. So, it's a hidden talent. No wonder you couldn't smell it. The chieftain's eyes lit up with surprise as he smiled, and the other cubs gathered around. Seeing this, Chi grabbed the chieftain's leg. Seeing his reaction, the chieftain bent down and put Luo Li down. Chi immediately shielded the little white tiger behind him. "It's my little female." Seeing his reaction, the chieftain laughed. Chi's personality was truly very much like his father's. "All right, then you'll take care of it from now on." He then added so that when Chi grew up, it would have priority in choosing a mate for the female cub.
Ah,
"I should have taken the little female home first." Blue cried out. They had found the tiger cub together. The little tiger cub was so beautiful, it would definitely grow up to be a very, very beautiful female. Humph. Chi huffed in dissatisfaction at Blue's words. Haha. The other orcs who had gathered around laughed heartily at the interaction between the cubs. At the same time, they were all very excited and happy. The addition of a female cub to their tribe was an extremely exciting event. Because their tribe had over 400 members but fewer than 10 cubs, and even including the witch, there were only a dozen or so females. This clearly demonstrated how precious this female was. Seeing Chi's reaction, the chieftain's eyes lit up. "Chi, females are fragile and need careful care. The burrow your father left behind isn't suitable for it to rest in. How about the chieftain takes you to the tribal square?" Chi's personality was exactly like his father, stubborn. The burrow Chi currently lived in was left by his father. It was an old, dilapidated burrow, located on the edge of the tribe, making it very unsafe. The chieftain had wanted Chi to move for a long time, but Chi had always refused. Now that the little female had appeared, the chieftain had a better reason. "There are other cubs to play with over there. The little female will definitely be very happy." Seeing Chi seem hesitant, the chieftain added. Hearing this, Chi turned to look at the little white tiger and nodded. Okay. He didn't particularly enjoy playing with the cubs, but he couldn't restrict the little female. The chieftain was indeed right. That place was more suitable for the little female. He was fine with himself, but he couldn't let the little female suffer.
all right.
Seeing him agree, the chieftain smiled and responded. Afterwards, once Chi had packed what he wanted to take, the chieftain picked up the cubs and carried them back to the tribe center.
Awa.
Unlike his older brother, who carried him around, the little white lion seemed very excited being held high by his father, looking around the tribe. Luo Li also glanced at the tribe, but the cubs had limited energy, and she needed rest too. After a short while, she became drowsy. Leaning against Chi, she fell asleep almost immediately. Seeing her fall asleep so easily, the chieftain and the other beastmen chuckled. It seemed their tribe's only little female cub wouldn't be difficult to care for. However, seeing that Luo Li remained in her cub state, they were still somewhat worried. After settling them in, the chieftain invited the witch to examine the little white tiger. So, it's a hidden talent. Hearing the chieftain's words, the witch showed an expression of understanding. Yes, witch, but why hasn't this little cub been able to transform like the other females? Normally, female beast men transform at birth, able to switch between human and beast forms. Male beast men are slower. They begin transforming after the age of 3, at the latest 7. Abandoned beasts are born unable to transform. Their aura is different from that of beast men, and they lack any talent markings. Furthermore, their nature is bloodthirsty like wild beasts, and they will harm the beast men in the tribe just like wild beasts, so the tribe cannot keep abandoned beasts. They can only wait until they are a little older before releasing them into the forest to grow up on their own. They had just found the talent mark under the white tiger cub's chest fur, but they were very worried because the little female cub hadn't transformed. It's probably because its mother didn't eat the transformation fruit before giving birth. This cub doesn't have the energy of the transformation fruit in it. I heard from Chi that you found it at the edge of the forest. Perhaps it's the cub of an abandoned beast. Because abandoned beasts don't know how to consume the transformation fruit, that's why it's like this. Grandma Witch examined Luo Li with her talent skill before speaking, recalling what she had asked Chi and the others, and then shared her guess. Cubs are very precious, especially female cubs. It's unlikely that the white tiger cub is a lost cub from another tribe. Which tribe would release a cub that's only a few days old and can't even move independently? Therefore, the only guess is that it's an abandoned beast. There's a very low probability that abandoned beasts could give birth to beast men. And the transformation fruit is a fruit that beast men consume to help their cubs transform. Eating the transformation fruit before giving birth replenishes the cub's strength, aiding in its transformation after birth. Without the transformation fruit, the cub's transformation will be significantly delayed, and it will be weaker and less healthy. Will that affect this little tiger cub? The other beast men understood the witch's meaning and asked worriedly. Its transformation will be slower, possibly like a normal male cub, but it's very healthy. She has taken good care of it. Its previous injuries have largely healed. Aside from the slow transformation, there are no other problems. Hearing the witch's words, they were finally relieved. Chi also breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, Chi, when will my sister wake up? Chi, my sister's fur is dirty, Their new home was a place specifically for cubs in the tribe. When Luo Li woke up, she was surrounded by the chirping of cubs. They all knew Luo Li was a young female, but because her mother was an abandoned beast and hadn't eaten the transformation fruit, the young female, like them, couldn't yet transform. Moreover, she was currently the only female cub in their tribe and even smaller than all of them. So they all followed Chi's example and called themselves older brother. Little tiger wants to sleep a little longer, so don't talk. You'll disturb him. Faced with these chattering companions, Chi lowered his voice and howled. The little white tiger's head was still resting on its belly. It dared not move, afraid of waking the little white tiger. These beasts around, impossible to shoo away, were really getting a bit annoying. This was also one of the reasons he hadn't wanted to move before.
Awwa.
Older brother. As Chi finished speaking, the little white tiger, which he had encircled with his body, raised its head and let out a soft, childish howl. Chi's body stiffened. It seemed to have understood the little white tiger's animal language. It was calling for its older brother.
Awwa.
Older brother. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, Luo Li called out again. It's the little female. She's calling for her brother. She called us brother. The other cubs nearby reacted faster than Chi, jumping up and down excitedly. A group of fluffy, adorable little cubs jumping around happily was indeed quite cute. But it was also really noisy, and she couldn't stand it anymore. Little tiger didn't call you. You woke him up. Get out of here. The little white tiger had just called out. It was clearly Chi who had done it. Seeing Luo Li awake, it also stood up, shook its slightly numb body, and groomed Luo Li's fur. Is little tiger hungry? Brother will go get some milk fruit. Its tone was completely different when facing Luo Li. It responded seriously to Luo Li's earlier howl. With a blank lion face, it led the other cubs, who were still chattering, out as well. When it returned, only it was left. The food it brought back today was enough for 2 cubs, including 2 milk fruits. After putting the food down, he picked up Luo Li and carried her to the stream in the tribe. The little female was very clean and would come here every day before eating. He had remembered this.
Chi.
The familiar yellow-haired lion cub came running over, carrying a familiar little white object. Chi froze, wanting to leave. But turning his head to look at the little white tiger cub still licking the stream water, carefully wiping its face with its little paws, he didn't move.
Awwa.
Sister. Today, they could understand the little white lion cub's roars. Chi, what are you doing? What is little tiger doing? Chi, teach my little brother too. He thought little tiger was so cute. Chi. He couldn't shake off these 2 clingy little devils. After little white tiger was settled, Chi could only carry him around, letting them follow him. When the tribespeople arrived, they saw the 4 little cubs huddled together in the cave, playing. Actually, Chi was just watching from the sidelines. It was Blue who was playing with the 2 smaller ones. Seeing Blue carrying a twig that looked like a cat toy, with a few bird feathers attached, Luo Li, deeply influenced by her animalistic instincts, couldn't refuse. She simply couldn't refuse. Ha ha ha. Little tiger, over here, come quick. Hearing Blue's voice, Luo Li, gripping the twig, uncontrollably pounced. She stumbled and missed, instead rolling around on the grassy spot. Seeing her reaction, Chi, standing beside her, smiled, a rare occurrence. The chieftain, watching the scene, also smiled. Indeed, it was better to move here. Although he had previously sent Bruto to play with Chi, Chi's personality hadn't become more lively. And the fact that Chi's parents had died protecting the tribe in the beast tide had deeply affected Chi. Since then, the chieftain had witnessed the little cub change. It started often hiding alone in its burrow, no longer enjoying playing with the other cubs. In the burrow left by its father, Chi would often stay for days at a time. If Bruto hadn't taken the initiative to find it, it might still be holed up in its burrow. The chieftain was afraid that Chi would remain like this until it grew up. Now, seeing this scene, he finally felt a little relieved. Looking at the white tiger cub, the chieftain's eyes softened. These were all good cubs of their tribe.
Chief.
Hearing the shouts from the tribe's people behind him, the chief didn't linger long. They were going out to hunt and gather food for the tribe. Bru, take good care of your younger siblings and Chi. He told Bru, and then left. Yes, father. Little tiger, come play. It was Li, not little tiger. Hearing his address, the little white tiger suddenly paused, sitting on its grass nest and howling. It patted Chi beside it with its pink paws, as if emphasizing something. Little tiger, are you hungry? But for some reason, they seemed unable to understand her animal language. Chi's first reaction to her actions was that she was hungry. It seemed that only short phrases could they understand. Normal hosts, cubs need to be at least 6 months old before they can communicate normally with beast men in beast language. In the early stages, they can only communicate briefly about family members. Just like human children don't start speaking until around 1 year old, it's all normal.
Oh.
Hearing Kai's words, Luo Li understood. Seeing that Luo Li didn't move, Chi brought her a milk fruit and placed it beside her.
Ah.
Suddenly, she patted Chi with her little paw. Chi seemed to understand, turned around, and brought over a milk fruit herself, eating it with Luo Li in small bites. Seeing this, Bru returned to their den, retrieved the milk fruit from his brothers, and the cubs huddled together to eat, looking incredibly adorable. After the white tiger cub had finished eating, Bru picked up the twig again. Little tiger, want to play again? This was something Bru had specially found for them. It was the tribe's cubs' favorite thing, made for them by their father.
Luo
Li let out a soft "awo," wanting to move, but then felt a little tired and let out another muffled "awo" before lying down on Chi's belly. Chi could tell she wanted to sleep, so it lay down as well, allowing the white tiger cub to rest more comfortably against its belly.
Luo.
The white lion cub also roared, opened its mouth as if to yawn, then found a spot nearby to curl up and close its eyes. Bru, seeing this, imitated Chi, using its body to encircle its younger brother, and they rested together. Outside, the sounds of other tribe cubs playing could be heard, and tribesmen occasionally strolled around. Inside the cave, several cubs rested quietly. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the scene inside the cave remained familiar. However, the cubs in the cave had grown considerably. 2 of the larger cubs had begun to transform, their bodies draped in animal skins, already taking on the form of humanoid children. However, they still wore animal ears, and their tails hadn't completely disappeared. The little boy with black ears held a fluffy, white tiger cub in his arms. The little boy with yellow ears held a white lion cub.
Luo.
Suddenly, the white tiger cub's ears twitched, and it let out a soft howl, opening its beautiful light blue animal eyes. Hearing the noise, the black-eared boy also woke up, his deep green eyes, illuminated by the light, now shone like dazzling emeralds. No matter how many times she looked, Luo Li was still captivated by those eyes. The little boy, so young, already possessed a remarkable maturity. Black hair, green eyes, skin as white as snow, a delicate, doll-like face, 2 fluffy ears perked up from his short hair, and black animal skin wrapped around his arms. Even at such a young age, One could already imagine how stunningly handsome he would be when he grew up. "Little tiger, you're awake." Meeting her gaze, the little boy smiled. His childish voice was gentle. Beside him, the slightly darker-skinned boy with yellow ears also woke up. His wheat-colored skin looked healthy, and his face, too, showed early signs of handsome youth.
Awa.
The little white lion, upon waking, immediately looked around, searching for its companion. "Brother, it's me." Li, hearing Chi's address, Luo Li emphasized again. Ever since she turned 6 months old, she'd occasionally tested them to see if they understood her animal language. But so far, they hadn't understood at all. However, today, she saw Chi and Blue both pause for a moment, looking at her with surprise. Could it be that they understood? "Okay, Li." Chi was the first to recover, smiling at Luo Li in response. "Little tiger can speak animal language." This was her first step in growth, and she was overjoyed to witness it. "Little tiger can speak animal language. Blue, you should try too." Blue excitedly shook his younger brother. Beulah was the name the chief gave to the little white lion. Judging by the time, little tiger should have been born a few days later than Beulah. She's younger. Now that little tiger can speak animal language, Beulah should be able to too, right?
Awa.
Shall we try? Hearing the little white lion's roar, Beulah jumped up and ran outside. "Father, mother, Beulah can speak animal language." From afar, Luo Li and the others could still hear Beulah's shouts. Looking at their silly expressions, Luo Li grinned. The little white tiger squinted its eyes and grinned, looking rather adorable with its tiger-like head. Chi smiled, got up, picked up Luo Li, and led her out of the cave. Looking over there and pulling at the chieftain and their mother's incessant chatter, Bru turned around with Luo Li in his arms. They headed towards their usual stream. "Li, do we eat spiky beasts again today?" Children without parents always grow up earlier than their peers, and it was the same here. Since transforming into human form, his strength had increased, and she had been constantly pushing himself to grow. The chieftain and the others didn't allow the cubs to leave the tribe, but Chi still wanted to train himself, so he chose the spiky beasts in the stream. The spiky beasts in the water were very agile, and catching them required a certain skill. Through constant catching, Chi could also hone his hunting skills and sharpen his reflexes. "We'll eat jetting beasts too." Luo Li expressed her meaning simply, like a child's innocent animal language. Chi had transformed into human form 2 months ago. At first, it was all right. He lacked experience and couldn't catch many. But as it grew, the number of spiky beasts it caught increased, and Luo Li was almost sick of eating them. Although Chi couldn't go hunting with the tribe yet, the spiky beasts it caught in the stream had already provided the tribe with food. Although no one liked to eat them and was afraid of choking, the tribe appreciated the little cub's thoughtfulness. Luo Li couldn't speak animal language before and couldn't teach it the correct way to eat them, but now she had the opportunity. Okay. The jumping beasts were shrimp, smaller and harder to catch than spiky beasts, and would better train Chi's hunting skills. So, he immediately agreed. Placing the little white tiger on the soft grass by the stream, Chi immediately pounced into the water. Splash. Soon, a fish was tossed up, splashing around next to Luo Li, smelling fishy. Luo Li silently shifted her position, but before she could sit down for long, Beulah was picked up and placed next to her. Blue jumped in right after Chi. Being a tag-along, Blue and his brother were serious about it, and Luo Li and the others were already used to it. Seeing Chi catching spiky beasts and training in the stream, Blue, as if struck by inspiration, joined in. Now he had indeed grown a bit. Splash. A whoop. A splash rang out, followed by the cry of a cub. The little white lion, looking aggrieved, swatted away the spiky beast that had hit him and moved closer to Luo Li beside him. Oops, Brother Blue was wrong. Hearing the noise, Blue looked up from the water, apologetic, still as goofy as ever. Facing the approaching Blue, Luo Li shifted her position again. Her supporting character persona had to be maintained from a young age. Except for Chi, she was a haughty, aloof tiger to everyone else. Besides, She really couldn't bear to look at these two brothers who were just plain goofy and deliberately held everyone back. She'd better stay away to avoid catching their goofiness. Bruce. Seeing the situation, Chi's face hardened, and she quickly came over and moved Luo Li to a safer spot to avoid her being accidentally hurt by Bruce.
Ah.
I'll go too. Brah. Seeing this, quickly called out to Chi, but Bruce held her foot down. Brah, you have to believe your brother. It won't happen again next time. It was just an accident. Brah. Ah. Are you sure? You have to believe your brother. Bruce emphasized.
Sigh.
Looking at the two brothers, Luo Li and Chi shook their heads simultaneously, sighing with childlike confidence. In the end, Bra was still surrounded by spiky beasts. Although it wasn't hit anymore, it still didn't fare well. The little lion who arrived clean and white was now a drenched mess. I told you so, Blue said cheerfully, observing the scene. Whoa. Bra ran off, dejectedly going to find his father, but soon his fur was clean again. However, he still didn't want to pay attention to his brother. Blue, who had followed, was also scolded by the chieftain. Chi, carrying Luo Li, brought over all the spiky beasts they had caught, along with a few jumping beasts. Chieftain, this is the food I caught. Seeing Chi, the chieftain's expression softened. He looked at the spiky beasts and ruffled Chi's hair. Chi, that's great. After you turn 6, the clan leader will take you out. The clan leader knew what she was thinking, and seeing his insistence, he promised. Sure enough, Chi was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yes, clan leader. Chi actually wanted to go out sooner, but he knew he was still too young, and he still had Li to take care of. Li was still very young and needed him a lot. Luo Li munched on a milk fruit, watching Chi skewer the jumping beast with wooden sticks and roast it over a fire. In no time, the jumping beast's meat turned red. Eat, Luo Li said quickly. Okay, Li, wait a moment. It was Chi's first time eating roasted jumping beast, and he wasn't sure if it was cooked. Hearing her call, he took a bite first. Only after confirming it was cooked did he give it to her. His little white tiger was picky. He only liked his meat fully cooked. To avoid trouble, many beasts in the tribe ate raw. Brah, here. Seeing this, Brew imitated him and roasted the hopping beast he had caught for his younger brother. However, it was burnt, and Bra was disgusted. Brew, it's fine like this. Li said, overcooked ones don't taste good. Seeing this, Chi repeated what Luo Li had said.
Oh.
After hearing this, Brew tried the second one, and it was indeed a success. Bra ate it with relish.
Wow, Li is so smart.
Seeing this, Brew praised Luo Li with a hearty laugh. Chi, hearing this, showed agreement on her face. Luo Li maintained a proud expression. The beast men nearby, who were distributing food, also laughed at this scene. The tribespeople all liked these cubs very much because they were very well behaved. They were more sensible than the other cubs and didn't cause any trouble. Open it. Seeing Chi preparing to grill the fish, Luo Li quickly spoke, her pink tiger paw pointing to the fish's belly. The reason they didn't like eating the spiky beast before was because they didn't know how to prepare it. It wasn't tasty and could easily get stuck in their throats. Luo Li knew that an unprepared fish, with its scales and innards, definitely wouldn't taste good. Open it here? Chi paused upon hearing Luo Li's words. But he always obeyed Luo Li, so he stopped what he was doing and asked.
Yes.
The little white tiger nodded repeatedly, then got up and, biting his animal skin, led him back to the water's edge. Chi, following her instructions, used a stone knife to open the spiky beast's belly and then removed its innards. Be careful, Luo Li cautioned. Okay. Hearing the little white tiger's tender voice, Chi smiled and clumsily followed Luo Li's instructions, cleaning the spiky beast before taking it back, skewering it, and starting to roast it. When the meat began to turn golden brown, Luo Li called for it to eat. Chi stopped roasting at the appropriate time. He tried it first and was surprised to find that roasting it this way actually made it taste better. The bitterness was gone. Li, you're amazing. Watching the little white tiger earnestly munching on a small piece of fish, he praised it. Really? It tastes even better this way. The blue brothers beside him, having also been given a piece of fish to try, were filled with delight. Hearing the commotion, the other beast men also looked over. She thought for a moment and then distributed the other fish, which had also been processed and roasted, to them. "Chieftain, you should try some." Watching her skillfully grill meat, she could already take care of herself and even look after the cubs that were even smaller than herself. The clan leader felt a pang of sadness. Looking at his two cubs again, though they had been learning from Chi, they still exuded a carefree and joyful innocence. This bittersweet feeling intensified. If his good brother were still alive, Chi would probably be as simple and happy as Brew and the others. Instead, he's still a tiny cub, yet he's already as sensible as an adult orc.
All right.
Suppressing his turbulent thoughts, the chieftain ruffled Chi's hair and took the grilled fish. Then, a flicker of surprise appeared in his bright black eyes. The other orcs who also received the grilled spiky beast had similar reactions. Their eyes lit up with delight after tasting it. "Chi, that's amazing. It really tastes better this way. Chi, how did you do it?" They had shared their method with the tribe, wanting them to try it themselves. Hearing this, Chi didn't hide anything and directly told them the method Luo Li had taught him. "But this wasn't my idea," Li told me. He emphasized this after speaking. "Li?" Hearing this unfamiliar name, the tribe members were taken aback. Chi nodded, looking at the little white tiger cub that was happily eating. "Its name is Li." The tribe members looked over as well, and the chieftain smiled. "Li, it sounds nice, and Li is a very clever little cub." Hearing that it was Luo Li's idea, the tribe members didn't think much of it, simply acknowledging that the little cub was quite clever. The chieftain, along with Chi, hoisted the 4 cubs onto his shoulders, playing a game of lifting them high in the air.
Hello?
Luo Li cheered like a real cub. "Awa!" Beulah cried even louder. The 2 older cubs were clearly happy too, but they restrained their shyness. Watching this scene, Luo Li understood the chieftain's thoughts. Chi was too repressed and precocious, and the chieftain was doing his best to make up for what Chi lacked. This was evident from the fact that the chieftain, despite his busy schedule, frequently sent Beulah and the others over, even bringing his females to visit Chi and the cubs. Why did they have to arrange a villainous tribe? Everyone here is clearly a very good person. Thinking to herself, Luo Li couldn't help but shout inwardly, "Chi, your spiky beast was really great. This rabbit beast meat is also delicious. The little female loves it the most. Here, take it." The other tribesmen also roasted meat and brought it to Chi and the cubs. Everyone was delighted that Chi and the others had just taught the tribe a new way to cook the spiky beasts. This meant the tribe would have one more dish to eat, making it easier to fill their stomachs. They also felt a little embarrassed about having just eaten the cubs' roasted meat. Seeing Chi's precocious nature, they thoughtfully offered to exchange food, using Luo Li as an excuse. "Thank you, Uncle Ashui," Chi said politely. Then he left the roasted meat for Luo Li, waiting until she had eaten her fill before he began to eat. He truly cared for the little female he had unexpectedly taken in, just as his father had taught him. After they finished eating, he took the little white tiger to the stream as usual. "Slow down. Only stay at the edge." Watching the small white figure playing in the water, Chi called out worriedly,
"Awa!"
"I know." The little white tiger responded, then submerged its head, the next bubble appearing at Chi's legs. It shook its wet fur, splashing water all over Chi. The little white tiger grinned mischievously, clearly being playful, but Chi didn't seem angry at all. "Are you done? It's time to go back."
"Awa!"
Let's go, let's go." The night was pitch black, the moon hung high, exceptionally bright. In the cave, the little black lion transformed into its true form and lay on the ground, letting the playful little white tiger sleep against its belly. "Brother, hurry up." In the blink of an eye, the little white tiger had transformed into a beautiful girl of 12 or 13 years old. She wore a white animal skin dress, her dark hair adorned with 2 fluffy white tiger ears, and her pinkish white skin was strikingly beautiful. Her light blue eyes were filled with joy as she rode atop a black lion, galloping through the forest. "Brother, Blue and the others are catching up quickly. Turning her head, Luo Li hurriedly said. Behind them, a yellow lion also carried a small boy with black hair and white ears. I know. Hearing her voice, Chi smiled helplessly, responded, and quickened his pace. Brother, sister, and the others have gone far ahead. Seeing the situation ahead, Blue quickly patted the yellow lion's head and said anxiously, Brother, are we going to lose again? The boy's voice was somewhat aggrieved. They were going to lose. Again? Why did they always lose? For so many years. How come they had never won? You still know that? You're such a big beast now. You should get down and run by yourself. Blue gritted his teeth. Brah, he's been a beast in human form for 10 years, and he still always makes him carry him. But isn't she carrying Li? Li is a little female. Blue was speechless. Why did his silly brother always have to compare himself to a little female? You're male, you're a beast man, brah. How could you compare yourself to a little female? Hearing Blue's reminder, Brah paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he transformed into his beast form and chased after him. Li, my brother praised me for being male, a beast man. Can we become mates? Hearing his silly brother's words, Blue stumbled and almost fell. Oh, you said you wanted to become mates with Li in front of Chi. Brah, is it because you've never been beaten by Chi that you're so brave? Sure enough, Chi's aura ahead noticeably turned cold. No, I don't like beasts the same color as me. The girl's sweet voice echoed through the forest. The black lion seemed somewhat appeased, his expression softening slightly.
Ah, okay.
Brah wasn't too upset. Then, Li, do you know where I can find a pretty little female like you? I want to find a mate as pretty as Li. He was 13 now, and in 5 years he would be an adult beast, old enough to start thinking about mates. Li disagreed. So he had to seize these 5 years to find a female mate as pretty as Li Brute. That's a good question. He wanted to know too. Having known each other for so many years, Luo Li seemed to know almost everything to them, which was why they wanted to ask her. Then probably not. Luo Li paused, then shook her head. After all, her character was portrayed as incomparably beautiful, unique, and even more attractive than the protagonist. However, you can't judge a partner solely by their looks, you silly brah. You have to look at their heart. A kind and beautiful heart is more important than looks. But thinking of Brah, that idiot, love-struck character, Luo Li couldn't help but remind him. Although she didn't know how the plot would unfold, the female lead had an aura of irresistible charm, and she was worried that if this guy developed a love-struck mind, things would get messy. After all, they had grown up together, and considering how much he had given her food and shelter for so many years, she decided to offer a reminder. Although she didn't know what would happen later, it was still necessary to teach him not to judge people solely by their appearance. After all, they had been cast as villains, natural enemies of the protagonist. Falling in love with the protagonist will never end well.
Oh.
Hearing her words, the two brothers behind seemed to understand. They reached the finish line, and she stopped, carefully placing Luo Li on the ground before transforming into human form. Blue and the others followed closely behind, also transforming into human form. Standing beside Luo Li, the boy was tall and imposing, with long black hair tied back with a single straw rope. His skin was snow white, his features deep and delicate, and his emerald green eyes always seemed to bewitch those who looked at him. Beside him, a tanned boy exuded a rugged, masculine handsomeness. The four of them standing together formed a striking and unique sight. Li, is this what you're looking for? Looking at the lush forest before them, Beulah spoke with practiced ease. They often ran through the mountains like this, racing to see who could run the fastest, but Li was always out searching for something. Because of Li, they brought back many novel and useful items, or delicious and filling foods. This was Li's second innate skill, so they thought Li was incredibly powerful and knew everything. Let's look around first. See if you see any of those white, clustered flowers I mentioned. Luo Li agreed, letting Chi pull her along. She had grown up being led like this by him, and was used to it. The plot didn't dictate it, so she certainly wouldn't deprive herself. In this backward beast world, lacking food and clothing, the tribe needed many things, and she wanted to improve their lives. However, after years of hard work, the tribe was now quite good. It was just a pity that after searching for so long, she hadn't found any chili peppers or cotton. These two things were truly important. And in this world, the system shop could only offer books, materials, and a few of her personal items. There were no seeds. She hadn't tasted spicy food for over a decade, and her mouth was practically bland from the lack of flavor. I smell something new up ahead. Let's go check it out. Noticing her low spirits, Chi spoke up. Perhaps due to his innate skill, his sense of smell was extremely keen. Even as a child, he could immediately tell that Luo Li was a beast man. His sense of smell could detect newly planted species he had never seen before. This was why he provided significant assistance to Luo Li in her search for supplies. Okay. Hearing Luo Li's words, the two blue brothers also began searching, disappearing from sight in their beast forms in a few moments. Chi, however, took Luo Li with him. Host, the female lead has transmigrated. The main plot is about to begin. Feeling rather useless in this world, the little white cabbage, who hadn't spoken up for a long time, suddenly popped up to say something. She and the male lead are also searching for supplies in this forest. Luo Li, okay. Li, look at this. Suddenly, Blue's excited voice rang out, and in a few moments, the yellow lion, carrying a white pom-pom flower, ran to Luo Li and the others. Is this the kind of flower you wanted, Li? Brew asked happily. He had heard Li mention the flower's uses and knew that with it, the tribe's people wouldn't freeze to death during the cold season. And the cubs, with its warmth, would grow up healthier.
Yes.
After he approached, Luo Li confirmed with a smile and nodded. She was overjoyed. The cotton had been found, and her big quilt was secured. Li, take a look at this. As Luo Li finished speaking, Chi picked something nearby. It was chili peppers. These are what Eve's been looking for too. Let's dig them up and take them back to the tribe to plant. Sure enough, the places where the protagonist searches always have plenty of good stuff. What they'd been searching for over a decade without success now appeared in the forest the moment the protagonist logged in. Okay. Chi nodded, dug up the chili pepper trees they found, and stored them in his talent space. Because he dug so often, his skills were extremely refined, and he finished in no time. Brew, where did you find these flowers? Are they far from here? Judging from how Brew had run over in his beast form, it must have been quite a distance. Not far, just ahead. I told Brew to keep watch over there. Alright, let's hurry then. With that, Chi transformed back into his beast form, took Luo Li with him, and the group ran together in the direction Brew had indicated. This is it. This is cotton. Xuanma, let's pick it quickly. What are you doing? Don't move. We found it first. Before they even got close, they heard a woman's voice, along with Beulah's somewhat annoyed voice. At the same time, there were several cold, serpentine auras. Xuanma? Hearing this name, Chi and Beulah's expressions simultaneously turned cold, unnoticed by Luo Li. Is this your tribe's territory? If not, then this is unclaimed property. Whoever finds it gets a share. As they approached, they finally saw the scene before them. Several serpentine beast men, accompanied by a female, were confronting Beulah. It was less a confrontation and more a one-sided domination. The other side outnumbered them, and being just a young boy, and with Beulah in his half-beast form, he appeared quite vulnerable. The leader of the opposing group, a red-eyed orc, was exceptionally handsome, and the female he embraced was also remarkably fair-skinned, with a pure and lovely face that evoked pity. Unfortunately, this is indeed our tribe's territory. Chi retorted coldly to the woman's voice. He then landed, transforming into human form, and caught Luo Li with one arm, steadily supporting her on his shoulder, keeping her feet off the ground. Luo Li was already used to this position, and casually swung her legs. The striking appearances of the young boy and girl attracted everyone's attention almost instantly upon their appearance. Lu Duo was definitely fairer than most of the females, but compared to the stunningly beautiful girl clad in white animal skin with exposed animal ears, she paled considerably. With just one glance, Luo inexplicably felt a dislike for the girl with animal ears. "Please leave this forest immediately." Facing these unfamiliar orcs, Chi's lips curled into a polite, slight smile, but those who knew him well knew it was a sign of his extreme displeasure. "How can you prove this is truly your tribe's territory? Words alone are not enough." Luo was momentarily speechless at Chi's words, but she was still unwilling to give up. Since transmigrating here, she had made Xian Mo and the others search for so long before finally finding cotton here. She didn't want to miss out.
Ha.
Hearing her words, Bru laughed even more sarcastically. He had just felt something was strange. The female opposite him, while not bad-looking and quite fair-skinned, was clearly nowhere near as beautiful as Li. But suddenly, he felt she was incredibly beautiful, so stunningly beautiful a beauty he had never seen before. Even his beastly heart skipped a beat. However, after hearing her words, he quickly regained his composure. Li was right after all. A kind and beautiful heart is more important than appearance. This female, though not bad-looking, had such an unsightly way of eating that he suddenly felt she was uglier than anyone else. Every tribe's territory has an aura marker. This forest, including the surrounding mountain range, belongs to our Golden Lion tribe. When you stepped into the forest, you could sense our territorial aura. Aren't you snake beasts the most sensitive to this? They knew perfectly well that they had trespassed on another tribe's territory, yet this female still had the nerve to ask them for proof. Unauthorized trespassing on another tribe's territory can be considered a challenge. Are you challenging the Golden Lion tribe? Bru's tone turned serious, and the aura emanating from him conveyed a sense of danger. Although he appeared simple-minded in front of his companions, he was his father's son, the son of a tribal chief. How could he truly be so foolish? Hearing Bro's words, Luo was taken aback, suddenly recalling the subtle, hesitant warning they had given the orcs earlier. But because of a strong intuition, she stubbornly wanted to come this way, which was why Xian Mo hadn't listened to his tribesmen and brought her here. But why didn't they just tell her directly? If they had known, she wouldn't have said that. Thinking this, she felt somewhat embarrassed, her eyes suddenly reddening slightly as she looked up at the man beside her. Her pitiful, vulnerable, and aggrieved appearance stirred a protective instinct in him. The snake tribe orc, who had initially felt somewhat ashamed upon hearing Bro's words, suddenly couldn't bear to blame her upon seeing her like this. Xuanma pulled her behind him as well. "Our females can't detect your presence, causing this misunderstanding." "I'm sorry. We're from the Tianyuan tribe, and we only recently moved back. We didn't intentionally trespass on your territory. We just wanted to make a deal." This guy's quite the smooth talker, emphasizing that they just moved back. The implication is that they're unfamiliar with the area, using their intrusion as an excuse. But is he hard of hearing? Didn't he hear what Bruce said? Which beast doesn't know how sensitive the snake race is to presence? You're a blatant snake, making up this lame excuse. Do you think everyone's stupid? Besides, they all heard that he just wanted to steal, and now he's making it sound so nice, offering a deal.
TCA.
We're not making a deal. Please leave immediately. Bru was also impatient, not wanting to deal with these people at all. He pulled Bru back as well, protecting her behind him. Don't rush to refuse. Perhaps our offer is quite good? Hearing Blue's words, Xian Mo maintained his smiling face as before. But no matter how he smiled, he still gave off a chilling feeling. Those serpentine eyes swept over them, and Luo Li suddenly felt goosebumps rise all over her body, like the feeling of being stared at by a venomous snake. Chi sensed something, gave Xian Mo a cold glance, and slightly turned away. The inexplicable discomfort Luo Li felt instantly dissipated. So tell me, what are your terms in exchange? Beulah also felt inexplicably uncomfortable, but still spoke up.
He
wanted to see what these vile snakes were going to sell. Hiss. What did Li say last time? I've heard that the Golden Lion tribe has several salt mines. Our Tianyuan has the method of salt refining, which we can teach you. The exchange is this flour and a small portion of the salt mine. Xian Mo spoke with confidence in his eyes. He already knew the value of cotton from Luo Duo. If their tribe could grow cotton, the benefits they could bring back to the tribe would far outweigh the salt refining method. After all, they only possessed the method, not the salt mine, so the salt refining method wasn't very useful. But if they could grow cotton, it would be a different story. Like Xuanma, Luo Duo smiled confidently after speaking, eager to see the surprised, country bumpkin-like reactions of Bru and the others. Heh, ha ha. But to Bru and the others, it was like hearing a huge joke. Years ago, they had found the salt mine with Li. The method of processing salt was already part of Li's innate skills. She had already taught them. The reason they only traded ore in their salt mines was simply to avoid revealing too much about their operations. Just like Li said, what you harbor is your own sin. Anyway, these few stinking snakes actually wanted to trade this for cotton? They were dreaming. It's ridiculous. We don't need to make a deal with you. Please leave this forest immediately, or we'll have to drive you away. As Bru's impatient words fell, the scent of many of his tribesmen filled the forest. Sensing the intrusion of foreign scents into their territory, the chieftain led his men over. Seeing Bru and his group's reaction, Xuanma was puzzled, his confident smile vanishing. But soon, he also sensed the presence of the forest's intruders and immediately embraced Luo Duo. Refined salt can bring you greater profits. Don't rush to refuse. After careful consideration, you can come to the Tianyuan tribe. After leaving these words, he departed with the few Snake Clan beast men. Unfortunately, he was a step too early. Otherwise, seeing the chieftain and his men's equipment might have been even more surprising. What's going on? The tribesmen behind the chieftain, still carrying vine baskets from their gathering trips, had clearly rushed over after sensing something amiss. Looking at these men, the chieftain's eyes were filled with worry. It's nothing, chieftain uncle. A few stinky snakes just wandered in, but we've chased them away now. Luo Li spoke only after seeing the chieftain and the others arrive. She had been feeling really uncomfortable and didn't want to talk. That's right, father. You've come at the right time. Li has found cotton. We'll take it back to the tribe to plant and come back in a few months during the cold season, then we won't be afraid of the cold. Beulah also spoke up, looking at the vast cotton field with great joy. Li, is this really cotton? The chieftain had heard Luo Li mention cotton before. He knew its benefits. Besides Luo Li and her group, the other members of the tribe had been searching for cotton as well. Yes, Luo Li nodded with a smile, swinging her toes. However, this time, Beulah and Beulah were the ones who found it first. The proud girl disdained to steal credit from others. Hearing her words, the chieftain patted the two brothers on the shoulders with satisfaction. But the tribespeople were even more grateful to Luo Li because she was the one who taught them about cotton and its uses. To the Golden Lion tribe, Li was a rare cub with dual innate skills, their tribe's lucky cub, and a little sacred beast respected and cherished by the entire tribe. Let's hurry and take all the cotton with us, and bring the black seeds back too, to plant in the tribe. Okay. Hearing Luo Li's words, the tribespeople quickly began to act. On the collarbone of the girl in Chi's arms were two faint marks. They resembled peach blossoms, but the surface mark was a darker color, and the inner mark was almost invisible without close inspection. One was a hidden talent, the other an intelligence talent. The hidden talent had initially covered up the mark of the other talent, so the chieftain hadn't noticed it. But actually, it was fake. The inner mark was added to Luo Li later by Kai, just to find a better excuse to bring out what she knew. Luo Li's dual talents were fake, but she truly possessed two talents, though he concealed one, revealing only his personal space talent. This was still an extremely rare and precious talent, as it allowed him to store items and food. In tribes without methods of food preservation, this talent was incredibly valuable. If the space was large enough, the stored food could greatly benefit the tribe. However, the Golden Lion tribe didn't need this yet, as they had already learned to store food long ago. The tribe's people worked quickly, and soon the cotton was all harvested. With time to spare, they gathered some edible wild fruits. Then they returned to the tribe. Chief, Chili, you're back. Bru, Beulah? Because a few young cubs had found a salt mine for the tribe years ago, the tribe had grown considerably. From a tribe of a few hundred people, it had grown into a large tribe of over 1,000. Everyone adored Li and her friends, greeting them warmly upon their return. "Hey, you're back." "Chi," and the others responded politely. If Lu Duo were to see this place, she would be utterly astonished. Tall, sturdy stone walls, spears, hunting bows, and the tribe's numerous attic-style wooden houses. Cured meat hanging from the rooftops, vegetable gardens in front of the doors, practical farming tools. Every member of the tribe radiated happiness. While it couldn't compare to a prosperous era, it was undoubtedly a well-off little village. "Chieftain, what's this? Is it cotton?" "Li, you really found it?" A young beast man, about the same age as Brew, noticed what they had brought back and asked excitedly. "Yes, we found it. We also found chili peppers." Brew and the others nodded repeatedly, beaming with joy.
Wow.
The tribe's people cheered upon hearing this. "Then I'll go plant the seeds, Li. Should we plant them the same way as the other seeds?" "Yes, the same." Luo Li nodded, standing beside Chi. "Okay, well go now." Hearing Luo Li's words, the tribe's people picked up their ancient farming tools and happily ran towards the open space in the tribe's area. Many things were planted there. They could plant them themselves without much instruction. And these chili pepper trees, plant them together too. Later, when they bear more fruit and produce more seeds, we can plant more. Seeing this, Chi also took out the chili pepper trees. Okay. Carefully taking the chilies from Chi, the tribe's people immediately got to work. This life of having enough to eat gave them a lot to look forward to, and they lived each day fulfillingly and happily. The chili pepper trees were taken away by the tribe's people, but they kept some chilies for themselves. They shared some with the chief and Brew, keeping some for themselves. "Brother, I want to eat chili boiled humming beast today." Back in their small wooden house at the center of their tribe, Luo Li spoke lazily. Okay. Their house was also a 2-story wooden house, but Luo Li lived in the attic and resided downstairs. The area in front of the small wooden house, enclosed by stones, was where they prepared their food. Brubla, they live next door. "Just 2 or 3 chilies will do," Luo Li reminded Chi, seeing her actions. On the way back, Brubla had eaten one out of greed, and her lips immediately swelled up. It was clear this variety of chili was extremely spicy. Li. A whoop Li, bah, they had only been back a short while when the tribe's cubs came running at the sound. As the tribe's population grew, so did the number of cubs in the tribe over the years, representing various species. Because some of these tribes people were recruited voluntarily and others were acquired through trade, not all of them were lions, hence the diversity. However, lions remained the majority of the tribe, with other species being in the minority. A group of fluffy little cuties came running over on their short legs. Lion cubs, tiger cubs, bear cubs, wolf cubs, and lambs. After sniffing around to confirm Luo Li was indeed there, they huffed and puffed as they tried to climb up to the attic, but she stopped them. "Go back to your father quickly. Li went out to find something today. She's very tired. Don't disturb her." Females are the most precious in the tribe, and the cubs are usually cared for by their fathers. If their fathers are busy, these little ones will play together, as the tribe has built walls and has patrols, making it quite safe. But ever since Luo Li had some free time that day and casually shared some milk fruit with these little furry creatures, things have gotten out of control. Every few days, this large group of cubs would come to find her. The tribe's people all say they love Li more than they love their parents. Kai says she's disturbed the cub's nest. Luo Li feels both happy and pained about this. A bunch of little cubs, it's a paradise for plush lovers. Who wouldn't love them? But too much happiness can also be a problem. We brought some treats. Ooh, they won't make a sound. Looking at the tall, handsome older brother, the little cubs tilted their heads back, waving the food they'd brought. "Thank you for the treats, but Li can't eat them." Chi was much more patient with the cubs, but they should keep the cubs' food for themselves. "She is right, you should go back now." Luo Li also brought down a small wooden plate and shared some of the candies Chi had made for her with Beats. She gave the fluffy little cubs a good rub before waving goodbye. The cubs looked at each other, but still left the fruit behind. Ah, okay. Baba, we'll come again next time. Awa? These fruits were for Li in exchange. Unformed cubs all make these sounds, but they can communicate in animal language. Okay, but I only want these few. You can take the rest. They brought a lot of fruit, but Luo Li only picked 2 or 3.
Awa?
Next time, we'll bring this kind of fruit. Thank you, my good little ones. Host, aren't you afraid that the heroine will find out that we are wrong when she sees the situation here? Eating and drinking cabbage, sitting on Luo Li's shoulder, shaking his feet like its host. Why be afraid? There is no rule in the plot. Only she can do this. Life is in the world, and you can enjoy it. Her personality, including her true heart, does not allow her to wrong herself when she can. That's right, I still want meat as a host. Ah, the meat grilled in chi is so delicious. No wonder its host is raised so well. Luo Li looked at Xiaoqi when she heard this, and secretly gave it some. Where did you go before? Why did you go for so long? This time they came early, and it was okay for the main line to start the dishes, so they simply asked her for leave and opened a mall for her, and she could buy it herself if needed. Now that I count, it seems that I haven't seen Kai Kai for almost 3 years. There is something going on in the bureau. I went to other worlds to watch the excitement. Chatter. Luo Li pricked up her ears and listened carefully to the gossip, and the chi next to her saw that she had eaten more today, and she had a smile on her face. It seems that Li really likes what he has cooked with this chili pepper, and he eats more boiled meat and grilled meat than before. However, now that the light day is about to pass and it is dark night, it is time for her to wash and rest. Today, Li wants to go to the river, or do you want to boil water? It's hot.
Okay.
Luo Li listened intently to the gossip brought back by Xiao Cabbage, and when she came over again, she turned into a little tiger and jumped into his arms. Held by him and put in warm water. I don't know why the beast shape of Sue and Blue is already similar to that of an adult beast, and Bura is not small. But Luo Li still looks similar to a cub, only a little bigger than a 3-year-old cub. The rooster can be easily held. Snort. Soaking in the warm water of the large wooden barrel, the little white tiger made a comfortable purr, and Shi Xian retreated. More than 10 minutes later, waiting outside in his arms, he pounced on a washed and wet little white tiger. He skillfully took the animal's skin and dried its hair, and when the hair on his body was almost dry, Luo Li turned back into a human body and rested on his lap, letting him comb his black hair. Brother, if you have a partner in the future, will you take care of her like this? I don't know what I thought, but the girl, who was originally quiet, suddenly spoke. Chisho paused for a moment, and then continued to gently comb her. Why did you suddenly ask that? You orcs take care of females like this, and my brother will definitely be the same as them. The girl's tone was a little pampered. But brother, you can't treat her exactly the same as me. I will be unhappy. She just needs to be unique.
His
fingertips trembled when her words fell, and after understanding what she meant, he raised his lips and smiled slightly. No, no one can compare to Li. There will be no she appearing. The girl didn't know what he meant, but she was quite satisfied with what he said, and her little face raised slightly in satisfaction. That's what you said, brother. Chi responded seriously. Suddenly his ears moved, and he turned his head to look at the orcs who were talking downstairs. Those snake beasts really hated it, but fortunately we rushed over, otherwise we almost let them steal our potatoes. But fortunately, another batch of potatoes was found, and tomorrow we will plant the potatoes like Li taught, then we will have more food for the cold season. Yes. The sound of their conversation reached their ears, accompanied by laughter of joy over the increase in food. It is impossible to go out to find supplies with an aura of luck without gain. It turned out that those snake orcs did not pick cotton today, and they were still unwilling to leave their hearts. And on the way back, they continued to look for them, and they were really lucky to find potatoes. But before he could pick it, he was met by the golden lion people who rushed over and drove them away. Little Cabbage. Huh? The heroine and the others are quite lucky. Listening to Xiao Cabbage's words, Luo Li was silent. Think about how long it took them to find potatoes before. I looked for it seriously. There's a year younger, right? I remember that Xiao Cabbage said that this heroine was met on the way back from the Tianyuan tribe, and it has not been half a month. People are more popular than people. However, she likes this kind of good luck Luo Li quite a bit. After all, these are all things in their Golden Lion tribe's territory, and in their territory, they are all theirs. No matter how lucky they are cheaper. Luo Li is not disappointed at all. She has never robbed or stolen. She has grown up in their own territory. However, remembering that Kai said move back, Luo Li was still quite curious about this detail. But the system has no relevant plot. She thought about it and looked at Qi. Brother, have you heard of the Tianyuan tribe before? I don't know if it was an illusion, but at the moment she asked, Qi's expression seemed to sink for a moment and then quickly returned to normal. But Luo Li captured that. It seemed to be a moment of hatred. Luo Li was slightly startled. Could it be that there is something she doesn't know in this? Well, 13 years ago, they were a tribe adjacent to us. But after the beast tide occurred, they moved away. He spoke softly, trying to be as gentle as possible for fear of disturbing her. But remembering today, he saw the face that was extremely similar to that orc, and the red eyes were exactly the same. In his calm and uneventful eyes, a strong hatred still surged uncontrollably, and his fingertips quietly clenched and wrapped around her hair. Brother, my hair is ready. Sensing that his emotions were out of control, Luo Li did not continue to ask, pulled her hair out of his hand, and immediately changed the topic. But she already had a guess about it, and planned to ask Bruxy again tomorrow. Hearing her words, Su also came back to his senses, and gently let her go. Rest early. After nightfall, the young man quietly left the door and came to the top of the mountain alone, looking at the tribe burning with dim lighting from a distance. Father, they're finally back. The soft murmur dispersed with the wind. The next day, Luo Li seized an opportunity to question Bru, and it was from Bru that she learned the truth behind the tribe's ordeal with the beast tide. Qi's father wouldn't have died, but those despicable red-eyed snake-like beast men pushed Qi's mother into the tide for their own cubs. They let the beasts devour the females first to delay them, allowing them to escape. Qi's father did it to save his mother. They didn't have to die. If the Tianyuan tribe hadn't insisted on capturing the red fox beasts, they wouldn't have startled the rutting beasts, and the beast tide wouldn't have occurred. Qi could have grown up lovingly with his parents, just like them. He would have been the happiest child in the tribe. More members of their tribe should have been able to experience the happy life they have now. They shouldn't have died. Bru's eyes reddened as he finished speaking, the usually strong and masculine boy choking back tears. His fists clenched, his eyes filled with rage. Luo Li remained silent for a long time. She had always wondered why such a kind tribe would be the villains. It turned out they had already etched a blood feud into their hearts, destined to be enemies. If that's the case, then we don't need to be polite, we'll just go all out. After gathering the information, Luo Li returned to their family's small wooden house, where Qi was sharpening his bone knife. Brother, let's set some traps in the mountains of our territory, otherwise some mindless wild beasts will keep wandering around. That's a good idea. The two brothers, Bru and Bru, who had followed her eagerly, lit up at the suggestion and nodded repeatedly. But Bru had already composed himself, revealing nothing to Qi. This was a very painful wound for Qi, and he couldn't bear to touch it. Okay, we'll go talk to the chieftain later and bring the tribesmen along. Qi nodded and put away his bone knife. Under Luo Li's guidance, the Golden Lion tribe set up numerous hidden traps along the edges of their territory to prevent unsuspecting beasts from trespassing. Of course, to avoid harming innocent bystanders, they also left ample territorial markings along the edges. This warning was clear enough. Anyone who dared to venture in would be courting death. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Tianyuan tribe. Xianmo, are you sure they'll come? The cold season was less than 3 months away. If it was truly as cold as they said, how could she survive without cotton? They will. Duo is a goddess bestowed upon us by the beast god, the most intelligent female. They'll definitely be very interested in Duo's methods. Hearing the handsome man's words, Duo blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed by such direct praise. But inwardly, she was extremely pleased. However, remembering something, her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. But they were far too cold-hearted yesterday. They politely asked to exchange, but those orcs simply drove them away. Later, all they wanted was to dig up some potatoes, and those orcs were just as stingy. Although it was indeed the Golden Lion tribe's territory, they didn't understand what those things were, let alone their purpose. Keeping them there was a complete waste for their tribe. It would be better to give them to her first, and she might even be kind enough to teach them. They look young and probably don't understand, but Eve already sent someone to deliver a message to their chief. They'll be here soon. Once they come, Tianyuan will bring up the exchange terms again. This is a small punishment for their attitude yesterday. Then, when they arrive, we'll suggest we visit their territory for a couple of days.
Okay.
Hearing Xianmo's words, Lu Duo felt much more at ease. She shared his thoughts. If the Golden Lion tribe comes willingly, it means they need something from them, so they can naturally make some demands. The Tianyuan tribe has just returned here, and only has a small portion of their old territory left. The rest belongs to other tribes. For some reason, she felt they could find even more in the Golden Lion tribe's territory. They're overthinking it. A murmur rang out from within the Golden Lion tribe. Beulah spoke loudly after hearing the chief's message. They had just returned from their territory. On their way back, they had seen a snake beastman leave outside the tribe, which they found strange. Upon inquiring, they learned that the Tianyuan tribe had sent someone to discuss a trade with the chieftain. They wanted to trade their salt refining method and were quite confident, offering rather high terms. I heard their tribe has a goddess brought by the beast god. This method must have been taught to them by that goddess. At that moment, the chieftain and the tribe's warriors were present. Hearing Beulah's words, one of the warriors shared what he had overheard. They're quite lucky then. Another warrior, upon hearing this, immediately responded with a cold laugh. Aside from the newborn cubs of recent years, everyone else in their tribe had either experienced or heard of the beast tide. They knew better than anyone what the Tianyuan tribe had done back then, and they harbored extreme hatred for those snake beasts. How could they possibly trade with them? If the Tianyuan tribe hadn't fled quickly, they would have already gone to avenge their fallen comrades. And now the Tianyuan tribe dared to return. Instead of staying put, they dared to come and negotiate. They were practically courting death. However, no matter what, they're definitely not as clever as Li, exactly. The remaining warriors chimed in. After all these years, their tribesmen had absolute trust and pride in Luo Li. That was a cub born with innate intelligence, their little sacred beast. Luo Li, who had been sitting peacefully eating fruit and merely eavesdropping, paused and smiled. Thank you for your kind words and praise. I didn't let them in. I heard the news and had them sent back. But be careful when you're patrolling and hunting in the territory later. The snake tribe is treacherous. The chieftain added his own warning. Although he hadn't let them in, the snake beastmen outside had seen their walls. 5 years ago, when the witch passed away, she had made a prophecy through communication between the tribe and the beast god. The Tianyuan tribe has a grudge against them and will be their eternal enemy. The goddess who appeared in the Tianyuan tribe was indeed a clever one. She knew many things and would help the tribe. They needed to protect Li, for Li was also a variable for them. Yes, don't worry, chieftain. We've already warned them once. If they dare to trespass again, I'll kill them. Right. If they dare to trespass again, kill them directly. This way, even if Tianyuan broke the rules first, their retaliation wouldn't violate the beast god's rule against indiscriminately killing beast men left behind because of the dwindling number of beast men. They wouldn't fear punishment from the beast god. Hearing their words, the chieftain nodded. After the other tribesmen left, the chieftain called out to Bru and the others. He glanced at Luo Li, who was carefree and earnestly eating fruit, then at Chi, who was patiently caring for her, and at his 2 cubs. The chieftain smiled, his eyes full of affection. Chi, Bru, the tribe's warrior competition is in 5 light days. You can both participate this time, based on your ages. But you must win the titles of the tribe's first and second warrior before you can challenge me. Only the 2 strongest warriors in the tribe are qualified to challenge the chief and compete for the chief's position. You 2 absolutely cannot slack off these days. Hearing the chief's words, Bru grinned broadly. Don't worry. Father will definitely beat you. Even if he couldn't, Chi certainly could. Because in private, Chi had already surpassed the tribe's first warrior. It's just that they weren't old enough to participate before. Uncle Chief, please rest assured, Chi replied earnestly. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Hearing their words, the chief smiled. Witnessing the growth of these 2 youngsters made him happy. Even if they were gone in the future, the tribe would still have Chi and Bru, and the legacy would continue. The next few days were peaceful. The tribe was busy preparing for this year's warrior competition. All the young orcs over 16 years old were giving it their all. Securing a spot on the warrior ranking not only meant a better chance of choosing a mate, but also priority in being chosen by females. They would also receive preferential treatment within the tribe. Of course, with great power comes great responsibility. They would repay the tribe in return for the corresponding benefits. Of a tribe of over 1,000 people, only 100 orcs could serve as warriors. And they, the tribe, had to compete from the very beginning. The day of the warrior competition finally arrived.
Whoa. Whoa.
Go! Attack him! In the central square of the tribe, a bonfire was lit, and the tribe's people gathered around, shouting and cheering, while on the platform, a group of orcs were engaged in combat. The first match was a free-for-all. A considerable number of orcs participated, aged 16 to 40, totaling 364 eligible fighters. Because of the large number of participants, the first round will be divided into 2 competitions. Once half the participants remain, they will enter the next free-for-all. After each participant is eliminated in the 2 free-for-alls, they will then begin one-on-one battles. Only those remaining are eligible to compete against the warriors. The one-on-one battles will also be conducted simultaneously, with the order of victory determining the ranking. That is, the fastest to defeat their opponent will take position number 1, making them number 101 among the 100 warriors, and they can immediately challenge other warriors. Starting from warrior number 100, each victory will secure a place in the rankings. To move up, they must continue challenging. If they choose not to continue and simply occupy a position they deem suitable, they must accept challenges from those behind them. In this round, there should be 46 people remaining, plus 1 lucky buy, a maximum of 146. Number 146 will compete for a warrior's position. Challenges will begin from number 145, and only those who make it into the top 100 will be considered warriors. This means that to claim the title of the tribe's number 1 warrior, one must first defeat hundreds of others. It's difficult, and the final result won't be determined in a single day. But for the Golden Lion tribe, now a large one with over 1,000 members, simply making it into the top 100 and becoming a warrior is already quite an achievement.
Wow.
There are so many more people this year than last year, Bra exclaimed, looking at the stage. On the stage, one can compete in human form or in beast form. But beastmen are beasts, so their beast form is much stronger than their human form. Looking up, it's a chaotic scene of beasts dancing wildly.
Li.
You're here so early. Who do you think will be the number 1 warrior this time? Xinghua jumped off her partner and quickly ran to Luo Li's side, asking with a smile. Chi and Bru were in the second round, preparing for their matches, while Bra sat with Luo Li nearby. Xinghua immediately pushed Bra aside as soon as she arrived. Luo Li replied calmly, looking at the stage. Xinghua was a new shaman trained by Granny Wu. She was 7 or 8 years older than Luo Li and came from another tribe. She was originally a sheep beast. Her innate skill is healing, the most suitable talent for a shaman. After the old witch passed away, Xinghua took over the position of shaman in the tribe. She was also the female in the tribe who got along best with Luo Li, mainly because she was the only female closest in age to Luo Li. The others were either of the same generation as Bru and the others, or were still young. There was no way around it. There were simply too few females. Even now, the tribe only had about 60 females. Each female could basically have 10 mates. Qinghua currently had 3 mates, and she usually enjoyed advising Luo Li on choosing mates. Therefore, she didn't particularly like Luo Li playing with her. I knew you'd answer like that, Qinghua said with an expression of knowing satisfaction upon hearing Luo Li's words. But our tribe's warriors are all very strong. Qi is only in his first year. Just making the list is already impressive. Taking first place will be difficult. Qinghua was quite tactful. She implied she didn't believe Qi could become the top warrior on his first try, but she phrased it tactfully. After all, many people would be lucky to even make it into the top 150 qualified to challenge the warriors. The free-for-all sounds easy, but it's actually the hardest part. One-on-one, you only need to defeat one person. But in the free-for-all, you have to defeat over 100. In the free-for-all, everyone except you is an enemy. Anyone around you could attack you. And this free-for-all has 2 rounds. Those who survive must be incredibly strong. I believe in him. Qi can definitely do it, Luo Li replied, arms crossed, listening to Qinghua. Qi seemed to have heard something and turned to look at them. Qinghua gave a perfunctory reply. All right, you're right. Qi is the best. He is the best. The girl's beautiful brows furrowed, revealing a spoiled and domineering air. In her heart, her brother was the strongest. Qinghua couldn't bear to watch, while Qi, having clearly heard Luo Li's voice, blushed. Li is so biased. I'm her brother too. Why doesn't she praise me? Bru looked aggrieved. That's true, but she's closer to me. Hearing Qi's satisfied smile, Bru fell silent, unable to refute her. Then Bru is closer to me too. After racking his brains, Bru finally thought of a sentence, trying to regain some ground.
Oh.
But Qi's indifferent reply really made him grit his teeth. Li, after this cold season, you should be 14 years old, right? Qinghua changed the subject, chatting casually with Luo Li. Luo Li calculated the time and nodded. Yes. Then why are you still looking at Qi? Do you only want him as your mate in the future? Although no one said it aloud, everyone had already accepted that Qi would be Luo Li's mate. Hearing this, Qi froze, silently perking up his ears. Bru also glanced over, then looked away, also perking up his ears. Aren't there many handsome males in the tribe? Look at that one, he's a tiger beast like you, and he's just reached adulthood. So handsome. Judging by his size, he must be very powerful. Qinghua pointed excitedly at an orc. The orc noticed their movements and looked over. Seeing the 2 prettiest females in the tribe looking at him, his ears quickly turned red. He shifted his body slightly, both awkwardly and naturally, revealing his muscular physique. It's normal for orcs of a certain age without a mate to show off their assets to attract females. Wow, look. Qinghua nuzzled against Luo Li. Luo Li quickly turned her head to look at Qi. Here it comes again. She was getting scared. Qinghua, Li said she wasn't in a hurry about this. Why don't you help me look at some females first? But Beulah was quite enthusiastic about the topic, interrupting before Luo Li could answer. Li was indeed not in a hurry. Their Li was so good. Of course, she could take her time choosing. But he was quite anxious. It's still early.
How old are you?
Qinghua waved her hand dismissively at the immature, half-beast boy. How old is he? Already in a hurry to find a mate? Let him win a warrior's title first. Brah. Li is even younger than me. Qinghua. Well, that's true. It's not the same. Li is a little female. Of course, she needs to start looking early. You're a male. Wait until someone takes a liking to you. But after thinking about it carefully, she added. Bra immediately slumped his head. How could she say that? Li, you can't go wrong listening to Sister Qinghua. Look at Bai and the others. Weren't they all chosen by me before I came of age? Isn't it great now? Besides, it's too little for Qi to take care of you now. Look at me. Even after Bai leaves, I still have. And we take turns. Qinghua leaned closer, whispering in Luo Li's ear. Luo Li felt she was about to share details of her intimate moments with her partner. Although beast men are generally quite open about mating and procreation, Luo Li had witnessed such things many times in the tribal forest long ago. but that didn't mean she had that kind of fetish. Thinking this, she quickly stopped herself. Qinghua, I'm really not in a hurry, you don't need to say anymore. Besides, Qi takes very good care of me. I think it's enough for him to take care of me alone in the future. Hearing her answer, Qinghua, Beulah, and the other males present all paused. Qi froze, while Bruce stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Li, what are you saying? How can a female only have one mate? Qinghua finally spoke. If you only have one mate, how will you survive the cold season? Even the chieftain's females don't necessarily only have him as a mate. In times of low transformation chance, females are already scarce and vulnerable. Without the care of the beast men, they wouldn't be able to withstand the cold of the cold season. Young females who haven't reached adulthood need the care of their fathers and the tribe to survive the cold season. She has always prepared enough for Luo Li during the cold season these past few years, enough firewood for warmth, and the chieftain and tribesmen regularly visit her. It's all right. We've found cotton now. Once the heated Kong, traditional heated platform, is built, we'll definitely get through the cold season smoothly. Don't worry. Having lived here for so many years, Luo Li naturally knows how terrible the cold season is. 3 consecutive months of cold weather, with temperatures rarely exceeding 0 degrees Celsius, made it truly difficult to endure. But she only intended to have one companion, so there was no need to hide it. Almost the instant Luo Li finished speaking, Qi clenched her fist. Inside the space, Little Cabbage watched as the favorability rating suddenly skyrocketed, almost reaching its maximum. Oh, dear. I take back what I said. It declared that Cheetah was the most approachable and easiest to win over. All right. Seeing Luo Li's insistence, Qinghua didn't say anything more. Bulabilu and Qinghua's other companions looked at Qi with envy. Qi was so lucky. If they could, they'd love to have a little female all to themselves. I told you, I should have snatched Li home first. Bru turned to Qi and yelled. Of course, he was just saying it casually. After all these years, he knew the difference between Li and Qi, and he only ever saw Li as a younger sister. Get lost. Qi's eyes were filled with delighted joy, her ears turning red. She frowned and replied to Bru's words, but a secret smile still played on her lips. The discussion among Luo Li and the others didn't disturb the competition on the field. As one orc after another fell from the platform, the first free-for-all was over. For the second round, Qi, Bru, and Qinghua's 3 partners were all going to fight. Unsurprisingly, they were the half left on the field. The results for today were in, and the remaining participants would continue to compete in the second free-for-all tomorrow. Compared to the disheveled state of others, Qi appeared relaxed and composed. He walked over, picked Luo Li up, and cradled her in his arms. He loved holding her like this when she was little, and he still loved it now. Brother, you were amazing today. You really are my most amazing brother. The girl sat on the handsome young man's arms, praising him proudly. Li, what about your brother Blue? Hearing the voice behind her, Luo Li turned her head and glanced at him, then continued looking at Qi. Brother Blue was great too, but my brother is even better. Ha ha. Blue paused, then burst into laughter without any restraint.
Blue.
He might as well have left me out. Li, see you tomorrow. As it turned out, Qinghua's judgment was indeed excellent. All 3 of her companions passed, and they were all among the strong individuals with few injuries. Okay, Luo Li replied, swinging her legs. Brother, I want to eat jumping beast today. The most primitive river shrimp, exceptionally sweet and delicious. She loved them. Okay. Having overheard Luo Li's conversation today, Qi was in an exceptionally good mood, especially since she had praised him so sweetly. After bringing Luo Li home, Qi went out for a while and returned with a large wooden tub of jumping beasts and several spiky beasts. Adding the meat left at home, it was enough for them for today. However, he would have to hunt tomorrow to replenish their supplies. Brother, remember to add chili. Luo Li's eyes lit up at the thought of chili with shrimp. Grilled fish with a sprinkle of chili would also be delicious. Okay, you can eat your milk fruit upstairs while you wait. Qi responded, gently pinching her slightly chubby cheek, and placed the milk fruit beside her, giving her instructions. Even now, he still treated her like a cub, and the milk fruit had never been neglected. This sweet, delicious, and highly nutritious milk tea with a strong fruity aroma is something she really finds hard to give up. Okay, Li, we brought some rabbit beasts over. Shall we eat together today? Just as Luo Li finished replying, the voices of Blue and the others came from downstairs. Besides the 7 or 8 rabbit beasts they mentioned, they had also dragged over half a humming beast's meat. However, they all have large appetites these days, so this was just enough to fill them up. The rabbit beasts were brought specifically for Luo Li, okay. Although she was a little annoyed by the 2 brothers who were always in the way, she didn't refuse. She'd gotten used to it over the years anyway. Tonight, Luo Li's stomach was satisfied. Li, you must keep your word. But as she drifted off to sleep that night, she seemed to hear him murmur very softly. The second round of the free-for-all began the next day. As expected, both Chi and Bulu remained on the field, and the one-on-one battles began in the afternoon. After 2 rounds of free-for-all, only 91 people remained. Opponents were determined by drawing lots. The tribe had prepared a pile of 1-meter-long straw ropes on the platform, stacked together, with animal hides covering the middle of the ropes, leaving only 2 ends exposed. They went up and chose one end to grab. Whoever grabbed the same straw rope became their opponent. Since there were 91 people, 1 person received a bye and did not have to compete. However, the tribe had decided the previous night to hold an additional round. That is, after this one-on-one draw, the remaining 46 people would compete one more time in one-on-one matches. Finally, 23 people remained, and their rankings were determined by the time of their victories. They would then challenge the warrior to compete for the warrior's position. Go for it. Beat him. Qinghua's 3 companions, who had also remained on the field, saw that they had all chosen their opponents, and Qinghua hurriedly shouted at the top of her lungs. And Mu, you too? The masters of impartiality. Not one was left out. Brew. You must win too. Beulah followed along like a little shadow. Brother, take first place. Luo Li wasn't to be outdone. Several people stood below the stage, shouting at the top of their lungs, as if afraid no one would hear them. Seeing this, the others followed suit, cheering for their partners or good friends from below the stage. On the stage, Chi turned his head and smiled at Luo Li. The young man's smile was warm, like a spring breeze, exceptionally handsome. Luo Li's heart skipped a beat at this stunningly handsome face, and then he also smiled broadly. The striking appearances of the 2 bewildered everyone present, leaving them stunned for a moment. All right, now everyone prepare. Get ready to begin. As the clan leader's voice fell, everyone on the stage stood at attention.
Go.
With that shout, the 2 combatants on the stage began their duel. This competition was based on defeating the opponent off the stage. Several times, Luo Li and the others saw beasts forced to the edge of the stage, teetering on the brink of falling, only to grit their teeth and struggle back to their feet. None of them wanted to be the first to fall. Li, why hasn't she transformed into human form yet? Qinghua asked in surprise, watching the scene on the stage. Beast men in their beast forms were the strongest. While some had fought in human form in the first round, it was a minority. In the second round, there were even fewer. Now, in one-on-one combat, everyone was on high alert, and no one was easily choosing human form anymore. But Qi remained unchanged. However, it seemed his physical body was also incredibly strong. Qi was facing a bear beastman in this match. Bears possessed immense strength, especially their paw power. A skilled bear could kill a ferocious beast with a single blow. But Qinghua watched in disbelief as Qi raised his hand and blocked the bear's paw attack with his bare hands, even knocking the bear back several steps with a single punch. Qinghua's eyes widened at this sight. This physical body is too powerful. Luo Li smiled, her eyes filled with pride. I told you, my brother is the strongest. Otherwise, how could he justify all those years of arduous daily training? From the age of 3, when he had just taken human form, While other cubs were still playing in the mud in the tribe, he was already training himself. The little cub had been working hard to grow, his desire for revenge accumulating over many years. Qinghua. Okay, she believed it now. However, Qi wasn't even 18 yet. Strictly speaking, he was still only a half-beastman, equivalent to a slightly older cub. This impression had influenced Qinghua's judgment. Who would have thought a cub could be so strong? While unnoticed by others, 2 horizontal lines on Qi's neck were faintly glowing, along with a faint, radiant light. He was already a beast on the verge of entering the 3rd tier. The first-tier beasts and ordinary beasts on the field were naturally no match for him. So strong. Compared to the astonishment of those below the stage, those who were Qi's opponents felt it even more deeply. Realizing the power that had just retaliated, the bear beastman spoke in surprise, simultaneously launching an attack to counter Qi's assault. Thank you. Qi smiled, still with that warm, youthful demeanor.
Sorry.
But the next instant, with Qi's polite apology, the bear beast also fell off the stage with a thud. Turning around, he saw he was the first to fall. His bare face immediately showed embarrassment, but considering Qi's abilities, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Hee. Finally, he scratched his head with his paw, and his bare face suddenly grinned, a silly, goofy smile.
Puffed.
Qi was the first to win, but that bear was so silly. Qinghua said with a laugh, then watched as the bear transformed back into human form, becoming a beast man with a silly, goofy smile, yet quite handsome. Qinghua paused, her eyes lighting up, and she suddenly grabbed Luo Li's hand. Li. I found my 4th partner. Luo Li. Qi walked towards her with a warm smile. The competition's over. Li, do you want to go out with us today? His tone was casual and relaxed, as if he'd just taken a leisurely stroll. Part of the reason he'd sped up earlier was that they needed to hunt to replenish their food supply. The tribe had organized hunting teams every day, and food was allocated to Luo Li. However, the little female, pampered and cared for by Qi, was quite picky, so Qi always hunted on his own. At the same time, it was also a chance for him to train himself. Sure, but will Uncle Chief agree? Luo Li nodded, having no objections. But the females in the tribe couldn't wander off freely. Last time she went out with them, she'd already used up her monthly opportunity to go out, and she wasn't sure if the chief would agree. It's all right. We won't go far today, just to a nearby territory. Uncle Chief will agree. Okay. Qi, where are you going? We want to come too. Bra wanted to speak when he heard Luo Li and the others' conversation, but Bru, who had just finished his competition, beat him to it. Brother, we're going hunting, Luo Li said, glancing at the chieftain who was still watching the competition. I want to go too. Can you help me talk to Uncle Chieftain?
Sure.
Hearing Luo Li's words, the 2 brothers nodded in unison. Ultimately, with Luo Li's pleading and their 3 promises, she was granted the right to leave T.
He tribe.
Chieftain, we'll be back soon. Hearing the departing voices of Luo Li and the others, the chieftain smiled and shook his head.
These little lads.
Qi is almost at tier 3, and Bru is almost at tier 2. Our tribe has a very promising future. Hearing the chieftain's words, the warriors beside him also smiled and spoke up. They had all seen Qi and Bru's performance on the stage, and they were both surprised and gratified. 16-year-old cubs already about to step into Tier 3 were absolutely unique on the Beastman continent. Similarly, those about to step into Tier 2 at this age were also exceptionally outstanding. Seeing their tribe with such excellent descendants filled them with immense excitement. They were also filled with hope for the tribe's future. Hearing the warrior's words, the chieftain smiled and nodded, continuing to watch the battle on the stage. Qi and the others were skilled and quick in their battle, but on the stage, the evenly matched opponents were still locked in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, in the Tianyuan tribe, why haven't they come yet? Looking in the direction of the Golden Lion tribe, Lu Duo grabbed Xianmo's hand and asked worriedly. Actually, Lu Duo had been extremely shocked ever since she heard from the tribe's people who returned with news that the Golden Lion tribe seemed to have built something like a city wall. But she didn't dare believe her own guess. She had also asked Xian, and he confirmed that such strange things didn't exist on their Beastman continent. All beastmen still lived in a primitive state, living in caves, wearing animal skins, and eating raw meat. At most, they had only developed fire, knew how to cook meat for women, and knew that eating salt was good for their health. But otherwise, they were completely no different from primitive people. However, the tribe's people had seen it with their own eyes, and it was true. There was no reason for them to lie. But how could two people from different worlds travel to the same place at the same time? She didn't believe it, so she thought she would wait and see if the Golden Lion tribe would come to negotiate a deal. Then she would know the outcome. But now, so many days have passed, and there's still no movement from the other side. She's starting to panic. What if they really aren't coming? This thought only intensifies her unease. She gripped Xuanma's hand even tighter. Xuanma, take me one more time.
Let's go see.
Xuanma saw his hand being held so tightly by the little female, his handsome face flushing slightly, and his heart pounding. But then he heard Luo's words. Duo, we've already been there once. We can't trespass again. Unlike Duo, Xuanma was very clear about the rules among the beastmen. The last time they went was their first time, and it was by chance. But if they went again after being warned, the beastmen could truly kill them in their territory. Although the probability of transformation is too low and beastmen are too rare, the beast god established the rule, no killing of beastmen at will. But being protected by this rule depends on not breaking it yourself. Maintaining peace. Just like back then, if his father hadn't died later, those he caused to die in the beast tide could directly retaliate against their Tianyuan tribe. But that beast tide was caused by his father's personal actions, so after his father's death, those killed by his father could only be attributed to him alone. His father's death was the end of an era. But if he were still alive, he would be a member of the Tianyuan tribe, and all of this would fall on their shoulders, implicating them. His father understood this, which is why he ultimately chose to ingest the poisonous herb himself. Thinking of this, Xuanma's eyes flickered slightly, as if he felt a pang of guilt. What no one knew was that his father's actions in provoking the beast tide were partly due to him.
Why?
Luo's excited voice interrupted Xuanma's reverie. It's just to take a look, why can't we? If it's because we can't trespass, then we can just tell them, right? Her thinking was simple, and she couldn't comprehend the danger involved. There will be danger, and they refuse to talk to us. As for the Golden Lion tribe's reason for refusing, Xian lowered his head, knowing perfectly well what they were concerned about. The main reason he dared to propose a trade with the Golden Lion tribe last time was the cotton. It was too tempting, and he didn't want to let it slip by. Moreover, he always felt that things shouldn't be this way. He had a gut feeling that the cotton and salt mines were rightfully theirs. And their return this time was also due to a prophecy. After the Tianyuan tribe moved away, they had faced constant misfortune. Their offspring were dwindling, and the tribe was declining. But a year ago, their shaman suddenly received a prophecy from the beast god. The prophecy stated that if they move back to their old tribe, they will find a turning point and become the most prosperous tribe on the continent. Thinking this, he gave Luo a deep look. Now the turning point had been found, but the path to prosperity seemed to be blocked by the suddenly powerful Golden Lion tribe.
Why?
Are they so vengeful? We only accidentally trespassed once. At worst, we can just send them some food and apologize. They're neighboring tribes after all, and we'll have to deal with each other eventually. They can't just hold a grudge against us like this, can they? Luo was truly unwilling to give up. She wanted to see for herself just once. But Xianmo's expression seemed to darken after hearing her words, and he finally let go of her hand. Duo, we don't necessarily have to go to them for our things. How about I take you out, and we look elsewhere? Xianmo, who had grown up here, couldn't understand Luo's worries and concerns. Seeing her insistence, he assumed she, like him, was unwilling to give up on the ore and cotton. Thinking it over, he spoke gently. The Golden Lion tribe's attitude was now very clear. They disdained trading with him and still harbored resentment over what happened back then. And with his current abilities, He truly couldn't afford to clash with the Golden Lion tribe. He didn't believe that the only place he could find things was the Golden Lion tribe. He would go elsewhere to look. Once he became stronger, this wouldn't be a problem anymore. But I just want to go. Like him, Luo. Duo didn't understand why it was so difficult for her to go to the Golden Lion tribe. Fine, let's go check out the mountains to the west then. But seeing Xianmo's stiff expression, she finally gave up and spoke. Okay. Xianmo's expression softened upon hearing this. He gently picked her up and headed in the direction she indicated. But once they arrived, their expressions became even more grim, because the air was thick with the aura of the Golden Lion tribe. He truly hadn't expected the Golden Lion tribe to have become so powerful. Except for a small area surrounding their own tribe, almost everything else had been occupied by the Golden Lion tribe. Golden Lion tribe. We took it by force? Is there a problem? Brother, why are they here again? Within the territory, looking at the male and female protagonists standing on the edge of the territory, Luo Li frowned. It's them. Duo, seeing the group in the woods, quickly spoke up. Let's go. Seeing the two, Qi and the others' expressions darkened slightly. They glanced at the distance the group was from the edge of their territory and spoke slowly. Why didn't they step inside?
Wait.
Seeing Qi and the others about to leave with Luo Li, Duo quickly called out. But Qi and the others seemed not to hear, continuing to walk back, ignoring her. Wait a minute. Duo paused, then quickly took a step to catch up. Hearing the commotion behind her, Luo Li, held in front of Qi, clearly saw a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Duo, there's danger. But unfortunately, just one step away, Duo was stopped by Xianmo. Are you playing on your phones or computers? Fearing Luo Li and the others would really leave, Duo hurriedly called out. Upon hearing these unfamiliar words, the several males present instinctively reacted with a moment of confusion and bewilderment, while Duo closely observed their reactions. She had a hunch that if her guess was correct, there really were other transmigrators. Then that person must be among these men. Seeing the men's reactions, she seemed to understand something as well, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Li. The girl's beautiful face subtly shifted, a slight smile playing on her lips as she coldly met her gaze. Brother, what is she saying? Her tone, slightly tilting her head, sounded bewildered, but her gaze towards Duo was icy, as if telling her, That's right, it's me. Duo suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, her face instantly turning deathly pale. It was true, but in the instant she lowered her head, a flash of resentment crossed her eyes, a hatred that seemed to be. Why wasn't she unique? Ignore her. She replied calmly to Luo Li's voice. The two beside him, Bru and the others, might not have noticed, but he saw the cunning in Luo Li's eyes. Recalling what he'd heard about the Tianyuan tribe's goddess suddenly descending from the sky, and Ludwig was seemingly probing words just now, he seemed to sense something. He glanced at Luo Li but chose to pretend he hadn't noticed anything. Since you know, why don't you help me? Shouldn't we be standing together and helping each other? Duo, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke again after Luo Li and the others had walked some distance. Although Luo Li hadn't said anything, Duo had already assumed that she was definitely a transmigrator like herself. Since they were both transmigrators, shouldn't they help each other even more in this strange world? But now, all these resources were monopolized by the Golden Lion, and their Tianyuan tribe couldn't live a better life at all. Who do you think you are? Hearing Ludwig's tone, Luo Li understood her meaning and found her inexplicable arrogance amusing. Besides, they were originally enemies, so there was no need for them to be polite, let alone offer any nonsense about mutual assistance. Luo Li knew very well that Duo was only saying this because Duo currently needed help, and the Tianyuan tribe was at a disadvantage. If they were in each other's shoes now, and Duo still sensed Luo Li's identity, she'd probably be too busy killing her to even think about helping each other. Luo Li hadn't missed the sinister look in Ludwig's eyes when she lowered her head. What did you say? Duo was stunned, completely unprepared for Luo Li's reaction, and even more surprised that Luo Li would speak like that. In her mind, they were two people in a foreign land, two lonely travelers lost in this world, and Luo Li should treat her kindly. Didn't you understand? Luo Li habitually swung her foot, her slender, white leg particularly eye-catching. Do you think my leg needs to carry an extra burden of someone with ill intentions? Do you think everyone has a problem with this as you do? Luo Li's smile widened, raising an eyebrow at the two behind her, her slender white fingers lightly tapping her head. The others, including Bru, understood Luo Li's meaning and couldn't help but laugh, looking rather silly. Xianmo's face instantly darkened, and Lu Duo looked like she'd swallowed a fly. Knowing you can't survive here, why don't you pack your things and get out of here? Do they really think their tribe is made of clay, able to tolerate their enemy constantly in front of them? Or have you finally come to your senses and decided to atone for your sins by ending your own lives? A cold gaze locked onto Xianmo. Although she still wore a beautiful smile, it sent chills down one's spine. I really don't understand how you have the nerve to live this long. Aren't you afraid when you think of those innocent beast men at night? How long do you think those rules can protect you? Hearing Luo Li's words, Xianmo's body stiffened inch by inch. Finally, he almost frantically grabbed Lu Duo and fled in a disheveled state. Ha! Watching their panicked retreating figures, Luo Li sneered, her voice filled with mockery. She clearly noticed that the three boys beside her had clenched their fists, their eyes fixed on Xianmo's retreating figure, filled with hatred. She composed herself, turned, and embraced Qi's neck, burying her face in his chest, gently comforting him. Brother, we should go home. It won't be long. Soon, very soon they will all be able to atone for their sins with their deaths. Her gentle voice reached their ears, inexplicably calming their emotions. The beast tide of that year not only affected the Golden Lion tribe, but also several surrounding tribes, causing them to lose their members. Like the Golden Lion tribe, they hated those snake beasts. The opportunities the world wanted to offer them had long been seized by Luo Li. This time, returning to Tianyuan would only be a path to certain death, not a turning point. Unless Lu Duo was truly stronger than Luo Li, unless she could offer something even more powerful to help her male protagonist. But that was clearly impossible. After nightfall, Little Cabbage thought and finally decided to ask its host. Host, did you actually know about what happened back then all along? It remembered that many years ago, one day, its host suddenly asked it about when the main storyline began and where it took place, as if it had just remembered something inexplicably. Although it lacked a plotline and didn't know the story, it still knew the approximate timeline of the main events, so it truthfully told its host. How could that be? This world doesn't have a plot. Even Kai doesn't know anything. How could I be that knowledgeable? Faced with Xiao Bai Kai's words, Luo Li paused, then looked completely innocent. She really didn't know anything. She just took what she could. Xiao Bai Kai stroked its chin, somewhat disbelieving, but what its host said did seem to make sense. Even it only learned about what happened back then after its host asked Blue that day. Beyond its sight, Luo Li turned her head to look downstairs, a gentle smile on her lips. That was the person she was meant to protect. How could she bear to let a nightmare haunt him for so many years? In those nights, when he slept holding his tiny cub, that terrible nightmare would always wake him from his sleep. His tiny body would tremble with fear, his skin ice-cold, tormented by nightmares day and night. How could his closest little cub not know? Kai never imagined that its host had decided long ago that he couldn't just obediently play the villain suppressed by the protagonist. Anyway, Kai had said that these were all small worlds with problems that needed fixing, so feel free to create them. The second day's one-on-one competition went as expected. Qi and Bru, along with Qinghua's partner Bai, remained. Everyone else was eliminated. The arena, which originally had over 300 participants, now only had 23 left. Qi was in first place. Clan leader, I choose to challenge someone above my level, starting with a 5th-ranked warrior. Glancing at Luo Li, who was smiling at her from below the stage, Chi smiled back and turned to speak.
What?
Everyone was stunned for a moment upon hearing Chi's words. They knew that the warriors on the leaderboard had all fought their way up through countless competitions over the years. Each one possessed extraordinary strength and had previously surpassed them. Although the rules did allow for challenging someone above one's level, the maximum allowed was only 10 ranks above. No one had ever challenged the top 5 on the warrior ranking on their first try. Even Chi's father only started from 10th place. Starting above one's level means there's no second chance. If one fails to advance, there's no further opportunity to compete, and they might not even make the warrior ranking. Therefore, while some might choose to advance above their level, they always try to break into the top 100 first, ensuring they're already on the warrior ranking. Chi's courage and confidence were undeniable. Have you thought it through? Compared to the other surprise, the clan leader wasn't too surprised. Because lower-level beasts can't discern the strength of those 1 or 2 levels higher, in the eyes of many clan members, Chi was still just a semi-adult, an ordinary cub just eligible to participate. But the clan leader and the top 20 warriors knew Chi possessed the strength, so they weren't surprised. Instead, they were somewhat expectant.
Yes.
Chi nodded. All right, Muta, go for it. The chieftain of the Chi tribe nodded with a smile and then called out. A very tall orc, probably around 2.1 meters, stepped forward from the crowd and stood on the platform, ready.
Chi, please begin.
The words had barely left his lips when he launched his attack, and Chi reacted swiftly. The tribespeople, who had initially kept their eyes closed, afraid of the vast difference in strength between Chi and Muta, were now surprised to see them trading blows. My brother never boasts. Amidst their surprised murmurs, the girl's firm and proud voice rang out loudly. I choose to challenge someone stronger, starting with the 30th uncle. Seeing the commotion on the platform, Brew also stepped forward and spoke. Good. Before the chieftain could say anything, the 30th warrior responded with a loud laugh. The other tribespeople were even more astonished, while the other participants were utterly helpless. These 2 little cubs, ha ha ha, looks like we can't be too far behind. I choose to be 20th, even if it's a higher level. Qinghua's companion, Bai, immediately spoke up. He was already a second-tier beast, with the strength to do so. And in every previous encounter, Bai had consistently won after Chi, always securing second place. All right, Bai, I've been waiting for you for a long time this time. The 20th warrior was one who had participated last year. Bai was supposed to participate with him last year, but Bai was unexpectedly injured and unable to compete. Otherwise, Bai would have already secured a place in the top 20. Hearing Bai's words, he readily agreed. The remaining 20 contestants exchanged bewildered glances. I challenge 45. I want 50. 51. 89. 95. Inspired by the 2 cubs, all the contestants this time chose to challenge opponents of higher levels. Filled with fighting spirit, the warriors were on high alert, just as they had done before, giving their all to defend their positions. But miraculously, this time, all the contestants who challenged opponents of higher levels in the first round truly won with sheer grit. The warrior ranking fluctuated. The warriors who were pushed off the rankings were not to be outdone, believing that they still had a chance to compete again, and launched new challenges. The rankings fluctuated several times. This was a 3-day cycle of battles. And Chi actually made steady progress, soon standing on the stage alongside the number 1 warrior on the warrior ranking, Tulu. Go, brother. Defeat Uncle Tulu. Become the number 1 warrior. Luo Li cheered him on from below the stage, jumping up and down with excitement. The others also felt a strange tension, because they had witnessed Chi's strength and seemed to understand his purpose in vying for the title of number 1 warrior. Would Chi be their next number 1 warrior? If Chief Foam could see this, he would be very happy. Suddenly, an elder of the tribe murmured. His offspring was very powerful. If Chief Foam could see this from the beast god's perspective, he would be overjoyed. By go. Qinghua also jumped up and down excitedly. We must break into the top 15. Brew. Defeat him. Brew shouted excitedly. The other tribesmen were also cheering for the warriors on the field. Chi. finally using his beast form. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Yes, Chi had fought against the previous 4 warriors with his bare hands. This is precisely why the tribespeople were even more astonished by his power. Unbeknownst to them, the little cub had already grown into a formidable warrior. The black lion clashed with the much larger yellow lion, neither showing any weakness. For a moment, the tribespeople seemed to see their former chieftain, Feng. Equally powerful, equally majestic, even stronger.
Boom.
The long contest between the 2 powerful figures finally ended with the yellow lion falling to the ground. The black lion on the platform swayed slightly, but its head was raised high, gazing at the sky. Roar. Its long roar pierced through the mountains and forests. Father, I did it. Xuanma, what are you doing? Why are you so afraid of them? Lu Duo, who had just left the forest, noticed Xuanma's unusual reaction, but unaware of what had happened inside, she didn't quite understand what Luo Li had said next. You rest first, I'll be back in a bit. But Xuanma showed no intention of explaining. Instead, he returned to the tribe, leaving her behind, and gathered the tribespeople to discuss the matter. This attitude made Lu Duo, who had been treated well during this time, slightly displeased. And the fact that Xuanma had rushed her away beforehand had prevented her from immediately retorting, leaving her feeling resentful. They were both transmigrators. That woman had only arrived first, and had a slight advantage. What was there to be so arrogant about? Thinking for a moment, Lu Duoduo's eyes lit up, and she quietly crept to the entrance of the cave next door, where they were discussing their matter to eavesdrop. They still hold a grudge about what happened back then. The people of the Tianyuan tribe were also shocked after hearing Xuanmo recount what had happened. How long do you think those rules can protect you? This question, in particular, made them feel inexplicably threatened. Why don't we go back? We've already found the goddess from the prophecy. We can take her with us. Someone suggested. Although Xuanma's father had atoned for his sins by eating poisonous herbs, the events of that year were still inextricably linked to their Tianyuan tribe. If they had sent a signal to the other tribes in time, perhaps so many wouldn't have died. But if they had, their entire tribe wouldn't have survived. If they had warned the other tribes to escape in time, their tribe would have faced the beast tide alone, and everyone would have perished. They wanted to live too. The blame lies with those other tribes for not being vigilant enough. They didn't even notice or escape such a large beast tide. It's not their fault. They simply didn't have time to send a signal. They didn't intentionally harm those tribes. But they knew better than anyone the truth. A beast tide capable of destroying a vast forest in a short time had been deliberately concealed. How could the other tribes possibly escape? Tianyuan had only intended to use them as tools to stop the beast tide. The Tianyuan tribe was the first to encounter the beast tide, yet they suffered the least losses and were suddenly forced to relocate overnight. This already proved everything. Those who harm you always know better than anyone how unjustly you died. But the cold season is almost here, and we haven't prepared enough food. We'll have to go into hibernation then. The idea of leaving was very appealing to everyone. However, some pointed out their current reality, insufficient food supplies and the approaching cold season. Leaving was simply impractical. The cave fell silent. Why must you leave and hide? I can help you. A woman's voice suddenly rang out in the silence. Lu Duo stepped forward. I can teach you how to make weapons to defeat them. I can also teach you how to keep warm. The sweet potatoes we found earlier can help us get through this difficult time. Everyone was taken aback when she suddenly entered, but their joy was palpable upon hearing her words. Xian Emo stood up and embraced her. Why did you come here? Goddess, are you telling the truth? Of course. Ignoring Xian Mo's words, Lu Duo nodded. As she spoke, she conjured a long sword out of thin air, along with several other weapons, an iron rod, a machete, an electric baton, and a crossbow. She also took out some food, including rice and noodles. She came from the apocalypse, possessing spatial abilities. That woman was just an ordinary person. How could she possibly overpower her? It was a pity that guns and gunpowder were prioritized for use by those with physical abilities. She couldn't get any. Otherwise, she could have taken down that woman with a single shot. But it didn't matter. She knew how to make gunpowder, and they had some materials from the places they had visited today. What are these? Seeing what she had taken out, everyone was even more shocked. Weapons. Luo went outside to find some for them to test. Everyone was even more astonished, and then they all knelt down. Thank you, goddess. Thank you, goddess. With a goddess, our tribe is saved. The people of the Tianyuan tribe cheered, overjoyed and regaining their confidence. Yes, they still had the goddess bestowed upon them by the beast god. Why should they fear them? The host has found out. The small world fluctuated a couple of days ago because something from another world appeared. I went to investigate. It's because Luo took out things she brought from the apocalypse. She already knows what happened to the Tianyuan tribe back then, but she still intends to help them. So she took out some things she brought from the apocalypse, intending to teach the Tianyuan tribe how to make them. Now, they are preparing to start manufacturing gunpowder. This was information that Little Cabbage had gathered after spending several days researching. It had only just learned that Luo had transmigrated from the apocalypse. Hearing Cabbage's words, Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly, but wasn't too surprised. Okay. Kai, do you still have those talismans I asked you to leave me last time?
Yes.
Little Cabbage nodded, then pulled out a box of talismans. Seeing its host sitting cross-legged on the ground, quickly drawing talismans, Little Cabbage was stunned. Host, isn't talisman drawing only useful in that supernatural world? It asked its question blankly, and Luo Li nodded. Yes, but didn't I bring my brain with me? She didn't rely on talisman drawing, but on the memories she had memorized. This world also has spiritual energy, and the talismans can work. Host, you're so cool. Little Cabbage praised in surprise, its eyes sparkling. Thank you for the compliment, Kai. Brother, come quick. After finishing drawing, she called for Chi. What is it? Hearing Luo Li's call, Chi quickly appeared beside her. Looking at the strange things before him, Chi looked on with confusion, glancing behind him and then turning to block the view. It's all right. The beast god taught me all of this. It's part of my talent, Luo Li said with a wave of her hand, smiling at his reaction. Having just returned from a challenge to become the #1 warrior, Chi was also covered in injuries. As she spoke, she placed a talisman on his body, which quickly transformed into green dots of light that merged into his body. The wounds were healing at a visible speed. Seeing this, Chi was filled with shock. Li, is this a healing talent? The effect was far stronger than the power of the azure flower which... I suppose so. Luo Li smiled. She was very grateful that Kai's system-generated products are always top-notch. This talisman drawing technique wasn't just about exorcising ghosts. It was applicable to both ancient and modern times. It must be a talisman book left over from the era of cultivation, containing all kinds of talismans, usable as long as there is spiritual energy. And the talismans related to exorcising ghosts could be used even without spiritual energy. Brother, let's go for a walk. Holding a few offensive talismans, Luo Li decided to test their power.
Okay.
Chi nodded with a smile. Just as they stepped out of the tribe, 2 bird-beast tribesmen rushed back from outside, heading hurriedly towards the chieftain's location. They were tribespeople sent to observe the Tianyuan tribe. It seemed they had received some urgent news. Chi's gaze locked onto them, and she stopped, her brows furrowed. Let's go take a look too. We'll go out later, Luo Li said, seeing this. Okay. When they arrived, the chieftain, Brubla, and the tribe's warriors were already there. There were many new faces well. Not exactly new faces, they were all tribespeople. Chi, you've arrived. Just then, the chieftain was about to call Chi and the others. Their arrival was perfectly timed. Yes, as expected, the 2 tribesmen brought back news that the Tianyuan tribe had begun preparing weapons. We observed them in the shadows for a long time and discovered that they can even make hunting bows. The goddess taught them. Moreover, they seem to have discovered something in the Qingyao tribe's territory and just want to challenge them, wanting to seize the territory. I heard them mention what they were making, something called gunpowder, like a very powerful weapon, much stronger than stone knives and hunting bows. The goddess said that if gunpowder is made, it could easily destroy a tribe. Hearing their words, the tribesmen's expressions turned serious. Luo Li sighed inwardly. It's good to be the protagonist. They've searched for supplies for so many years and have never seen any gunpowder materials. Lu Duo found it as soon as she wanted to. Chieftain, the aura of those snake beasts has reappeared near our territory. However, before they finished speaking, a tribesman rushed in to report. Where is it? Hearing her tribesman's words, Luo Li narrowed her eyes and asked. Shortly afterward, they followed their tribesman to the location. Smelling the serpentine aura emanating from the edge of the territory, Luo Li felt a little disgusted and turned to lean against the boy, whose faint woody scent was pleasant. Brother, I think they might be looking for something. Look around and see if there's anything with a strange smell. Remembering the news by Kai and the tribesmen had brought back, Luo Li spoke. The Tianyuan tribe's territory is currently very small. It's impossible for them to have all the materials. They probably went to the Qingyao tribe to find gunpowder materials, so coming here probably is too. Host, it's sulfur, an important material for making gunpowder. Just as Luo Li finished speaking, Bai Kai flew back after looking around. Such a good thing. Right on the edge of the tribe's territory near the Tianyuan tribe's border, this is clearly something prepared for the protagonist. What a pity, it's in Luo Li's territory again. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's expression shifted slightly, and the other tribespeople, following her instructions, dispersed to search for the items. Qi and Bru led Luo Li, while the chieftain led the others. After walking for a while, Qi seemed to sense something and led them in one direction. It's all the smell of snake beasts, and that female one too. Not far along, Bru wrinkled his nose and muttered. He had seen Lu Duo and the others before and remembered the smell. It's up ahead, Qi said. The others gathered around, and Qi, carrying Luo Li, walked a short distance before stopping at the foot of a mountain covered in yellow stones. Everyone sniffed, wrinkling their noses. This smell is so strange. Li, do you recognize this? Remembering Luo Li's innate skill, the tribespeople all looked over. I don't recognize it, but this place is filled with the scent of their serpent beasts. They're probably looking for this strange-smelling stone. Luo Li paused for a moment after hearing everyone's words, but then shook her head. Gunpowder is different from cold weapons. Its appearance would absolutely disrupt the current peaceful state of the continent, so it cannot appear. And she wouldn't give it the chance to appear. Kai, can we put them all into our spatial storage later? I remember the shop sells these kinds of supplies. Okay. Little White Cabbage's eyes lit up at its host's words. It could practically see the points arriving in its account. If they challenged the Bluebird tribe to find something, then they might challenge us in return, vying for territory. Qi nodded in agreement, then spoke up. Then we'll wait for them to come. For some reason, no one panicked upon hearing Qi's words. Instead, they felt a sense of anticipation. Because territorial challenges are life-or-death matters. This was a chance for revenge, and of course they were looking forward to it. Let's go, we'll talk about it back there. The chieftain's eyes flickered, his fist clenching and unclenching before finally addressing his people.
Yes.
Luo Li left Little White Cabbage behind. A little white cabbage, unseen by anyone, stood where Qi had just stood. It touched the ground with its little hand, and all the sulfur vanished instantly. Then it cheerfully waved its hand, and a bunch of fake goods appeared on the spot. After doing all that, it trotted after its host. Host, I sold all that sulfur to them all, worth 3,000 points. Let's look for more mines in the future. Kai is great, but mines? Forget it, they're hard to find. Luo Li smiled in agreement, and after thinking it over, she put away the explosive talismans she had drawn. For the next 2 days, the members of the Golden Lion tribe silently trained, sharpening their claws. From time to time, someone would linger at the tribe's entrance, as if anticipating something. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Bluebird tribe, who had endured 2 days and successfully killed 9 snake beasts on the challenge platform, finally gave up.
Stop.
We surrender. That territory is yours. If you knew this would happen, why didn't you surrender sooner? Looking at the defeated winged people, Luo smiled, seemingly quite pleased with herself. Behind her, Xian Mo and his group looked grim. They could see that the Azure Bird tribe was seizing this opportunity to avenge their past grievances. They surrendered and lost their territory. But they hadn't lost a single member of their tribe, while the Tianyuan tribe, though victorious, had lost nearly 10 members. Those were all their tribe's strongest warriors. But the Azure Bird tribe's determination to take down an opponent at all costs was something they lacked, and they had indeed been influenced by the Azure Bird tribe's aura. Moreover, the Azure Bird tribe had 3 shamans who had been healing them.
But they
had no shamans, and even their so-called goddess couldn't help them. Ha! Hearing Luo's words, the Azure Bird tribe chief suddenly laughed, looking at Xian Mo and his group with an ambiguous expression. Seeing this, the expressions of the Tianyuan tribe members became even more grim. Luo also frowned, but before she could say anything, Xian Mo grabbed her hand. Let's go. Seeing everyone's expressions, Luo frowned. We won, didn't we? Why aren't you happy? But seeing the situation, she didn't dare say anything loudly, only speaking softly. However, the orc's hearing was excellent, and the others had already heard her. Duo, have you gathered all the materials you needed? Xian Mo didn't answer her question, but instead asked her. Almost. We only need the materials from the Golden Lion tribe. Defeating an entire tribe will only be a matter of 2 packs of explosives. The sacrifices we're making now are worthwhile for the future of our tribe. Seeing his reaction, Luo seemed to understand something and began to offer a promise in a gentle voice, avoiding any resentment from her previous words. While the bluebird females were treating the bluebird orcs, she had actually noticed Xian Mo and the others' gazes. But what could she do? She wasn't a doctor, and she didn't possess wood-type abilities. Then let's discuss it in a couple of days, and then go to the Golden Lion tribe. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Xian Mo and the others' expressions softened slightly, but only slightly. Hearing this, Luo opened her mouth. She didn't want to wait any longer, but seeing Xian Mo and the others' expressions, she kept quiet and agreed. Okay. For some reason, the beast men from these nearby tribes seemed to have received some news, guarding their territory extremely tightly. They wouldn't even allow them to take a small sample for testing. When they returned to the Tianyuan tribe, the tribe's people learned of their successful conquest of the territory, but they weren't happy either. Goddess, are you really sure that what we made will be useful? Is that right? Of course. Hearing the orc's words, Luo was full of confidence and agreed without hesitation.
Good.
Upon hearing this, the expressions of the tribesmen present softened somewhat, giving Luo a deep look. They were only gambling this once. 3 days later.
Chief.
The people of the Tianyuan tribe have arrived. They brought many powerful warriors, and that goddess has come too. The tribesman who rushed to deliver the message was somewhat excited, transforming into a large lion, speaking human language, his paws unconsciously scratching and rubbing against the ground with anticipation. The others in the tribe also had their eyes light up, touching their rubbed paws. Let's go see what they want. The chief waved his hand, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Brother. Upon hearing the news, Luo Li quickly reached out and tightly grabbed Chi's arm, looking at him expectantly. Chi skillfully helped her up, and upon going outside, they saw many other beast men from various tribes also carrying their young females, all heading towards the tribe's gate. It was clear they were anticipating the arrival of the Tianyuan tribe. We've come because our tribe plans to relocate, and the Xena forest is very suitable for us. Chief Jinshi, these prey are a token of our sincerity. Besides these prey, we are willing to exchange a piece of Tianyuan tribe's forest territory for the Xena forest. When Luo Li and the others arrived, the Tianyuan tribe had already begun negotiating with their chieftain. Having suffered a loss with the Qingyao tribe, they didn't choose to directly challenge them this time, but instead planned to exchange their territory for the prey they brought. A dozen or so large prey animals were quite a sum, but the Golden Lion tribe wasn't interested. The Xena forest, was the one with the sulfur mountains. Hearing Xuanma's words, many Golden Lion members secretly showed a hint of disappointment. "Oh, we refuse to trade. The Golden Lion tribe will not exchange any territory with the Tianyuan tribe." But the chieftain gave a cool, fake smile and directly refused. Upon hearing this, the Tianyuan tribe members visibly stiffened. They only had 5 forests in their territory, and offering just one with so much prey in exchange was already quite generous. They hadn't expected the Golden Lion tribe. But Xuanma was also a flexible person. Hearing the chieftain's words, he paused, but quickly put on a smile again. "In exchange, our tribe guarantees that the forests are all untouched by prey." "Chief Golden Lion, shouldn't you discuss this with your people before deciding? It's like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken theory up to no good." Kai rolled her eyes at Luo Li on her shoulder. "Do they really think they're the only smart people in the world, and everyone else is stupid? What relationship do we have? You think you can just trade like that?" Clearly, they have ulterior motives and want to treat everyone else like fools. "No need, you can leave." The chief also waved his hand impatiently, pretending to shoo them away. Hearing his father's words, Brubla subconsciously shifted, almost unable to hold back her laughter, afraid they would really run away. "Huh?" Luo Li buried her face in Chi's arm, unable to suppress a secret laugh. Chi's expression was somewhat helpless, but she consciously blocked the view for her. But the next moment, he sensed an unsettling gaze. Following the line of sight, he saw it was the female they had met in the forest before. Chi frowned, his eyes filled with disgust. Luo Li also sensed something, looking up to meet Lu Duoduo's grim expression. "Trash." Seeing this, Luo Li paused, then smiled, silently mouthing the words to the other woman, her tone dripping with provocation. Snap. The branch Lu Duoduo was holding broke in her hand. "If Chief Jinshi feels our sincerity isn't enough, we're willing to cede another part of the forest." The Tianyuan tribe members all looked grim, but remembering their fallen comrades, Xian Mo exchanged glances with them before continuing. This offer was tempting too, for Onino tribe could refuse. But it also revealed their ill-intentioned motives. Refuse. The chieftain remained unmoved, refusing with utter disdain. The other members of the Golden Lion tribe also wore expressions of contempt. That's right, they were deliberately provoking them. How can the Tianyuan tribe be so patient? Issue a challenge already. Hurry up. Hurry up. My claws are itching. These stinking snakes are so indecisive. Are they even beasts? Can they even do it? What's going on? In reality, they were already impatient. Seeing this, Xian Mo's stiff smile finally shattered. After exchanging glances with his tribesmen, his expression turned cold. Since that's the case, then we have no choice but to challenge the Golden Lion. The Tianyuan tribe declares its intention to contest the Xeno Forest today, challenging the Golden Lion tribe. The beast god bears witness. Life or death is at stake on the battle stage. Golden Lion chieftain, do you dare accept? Of course. The chieftain immediately agreed. This was exactly what they had been waiting for. Our Golden Lion tribe accepts the Tianyuan tribe's challenge. Victory will drive the Tianyuan tribe out and seize one of their territory's forests. Defeat will result in the surrender of the Xeno Forest. The beast god bears witness. Life or death is at stake on the battle stage. As the chieftain finished speaking, 2 beams of white light descended from the sky between the 2 tribes, forming a large square battle stage in the center. This signified the beast god's approval of their challenge. On the battle stage, life or death is at stake. Seeing the Golden Lion tribe's anticipation, the Tianyuan tribe members' expressions darkened. They exchanged glances before turning to look at Lu Duoduo. Lu Duoduo nodded in response, a smile playing on her lips, as if she were confident. According to the rules, each of us will select 20 strong warriors from our tribes to challenge. The winner will be determined by the number of wins. As the tribal chief finished speaking, the top 20 warriors of the Golden Lion tribe stepped forward, including Chi, Bulu, and Bai. Each of them clenched their fists, already itching for action. Luo Li and Bu La Qinghua stood together, clenching their fists to encourage them. The Tianyuan tribe members exchanged glances. A few stepped back, but the rest, including Xian Mo and Lu Duo, stepped forward exactly 20. Seeing that a female had been chosen as a challenger, the Golden Lion tribe members frowned. What do you mean by this? Chi spoke coldly, frowning as she looked at the couple who seemed to have already secured victory. Upon hearing this, Lu Duo raised an eyebrow and smiled, her gaze sweeping over the Golden Lion tribe before finally settling on Luo Li and her group. I remember there's never been a rule on the challenge platform that females can't participate, right? What? Are you afraid of even a single female? Heh, who's afraid of you?
Brew laughed.
Who's afraid of her? Who's afraid of these ugly snakes? Sending a female to fight is just too shameless. There are rules on the continent that beast men cannot harm females, and their upbringing forbids them from attacking weaker females. If a female goes on stage, under the suppression of the rules, they'll be unable to fight back and will definitely lose. Isn't that exactly what the Tianyuan tribe is planning by sending a female to fight? The battle platform is supposed to be a place for strength to contend for. These vile snakes are truly vicious. Seeing this, Luo Li stepped forward and pulled out the last warrior standing there, taking a step forward herself. If that's the case, then I'll fight you, she said coldly to Lu Duo. No martial ethics, huh? Fine, let's go at it together. Seeing this, the people of the Tianyuan tribe visibly stiffened for a moment, but quickly regained their composure after exchanging glances, their expressions turning cold. Lu Duo's eyes lit up, a ruthless glint flashing within them. Her deliberate glance earlier was intended to provoke Luo Li into going on stage, and this suited her perfectly. Li, come back. The other Golden Lion tribe members were startled by Luo Li's action, calling out with concern. Chief Qinghua and the others frowned with worry, but Luo Li waved her hand reassuringly. Since they've chosen to fight a female, we certainly can't fall behind. Our Golden Lion tribe must win. Hearing Luo Li's words, everyone paused. They now understood Tianyuan's motives for vying for territory. Things had reached this point. If they didn't send Luo Li, they were certain to lose the challenge. Considering what they had found earlier, the consequences of ceding the Xena forest would be immeasurable. Without that female, they would have had an absolute advantage in this challenge. They had prepared for this day for many years and were fully confident. Thinking of this, they fell silent, but their eyes remained filled with worry for Luo Li. Come back. Let me go. Qinghua glanced at Lu Duo opposite her, gritted her teeth, and immediately stepped forward. Li was still a cub. How could they let a cub go? If anyone should go, it should be her. No, let me go. I'll go. Li, come back. The other females of the tribe also spoke up, stepping forward to pull Luo Li back. They were all carefully cared for females, fragile and not strong, needing protection. But now, facing the tribe's enemy, they were braver than anyone else. Looking at these older sisters and aunts, Luo Li felt a warmth in her heart. She truly loved these warm-hearted tribespeople. But she still pushed Qinghua and the others away. Believe me, don't forget, I grew up following my brothers. Her tone was filled with pride. Chi, Bulu, and the chieftain are all the most powerful people in the tribe. She was raised by them since childhood. She's very strong too. But Li, Sister Qinghua, don't argue with me. I can do it. Uncle Chieftain, please let me do it. Interrupting Qinghua, Luo Li's voice was firm as she met Lu Duo's smug smile. The chieftain looked at Luo Li, then turned to look at Chi. Chi was the closest person to Luo Li. He knew best how different Luo Li was, and he knew her strength even better. Seeing the little female's fierce fighting spirit, he opened his mouth but ultimately kept quiet. He took Luo Li's hand and confirmed with her before nodding to the chieftain. Seeing this, the chieftain finally gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, Li Zai, you must protect yourself. Okay. Luo Li smiled, her eyes crinkling. Be careful. Hearing Chi's admonition, Luo Li nodded. I know. Those snake smug looks just now really annoyed her. The challenge begins. With this announcement, the chosen challenger could not be changed. Initially, both sides did the same, choosing their strongest and most stable fighters to go first. Both sides fielded second-tier orcs, their strength evenly matched. Muta! Muta! The tribesmen below shouted in unison. That's right. The first tribesman to step up was Muta, who had fought Chi before and was now their tribe's sixth warrior. The lion's strength lay in its body and forepaws, while the snake's lay in its sharp fangs and powerful tail. The giant snake's vertical pupils were fixed on the lion, and in the next instant, it charged forward. Muta, with his ample combat experience, nimbly dodged the attack. Then, it turned and attacked the giant snake, the lion's claws leaving a deep claw mark on the snake's tough hide. This was the wooden tower's advantage. Its forepaws were extremely sharp. Hiss! The giant snake cried out in pain, quickly whipping its tail to fling the lion back. Then it opened its mouth and charged at the lion again. Its fangs were venomous. A bite would be fatal. But its attack was once again evaded by the lion. The wooden tower discerned its opponent's intentions and began to be on guard, looking for an opportunity to strike. Before long, the giant snake was covered in claw marks, and the lion bore numerous wounds from the snake's tail. The ground was covered in the venom of a large snake, its intention to spray it onto the lion's wounds. But it failed. At this moment, facing the snake whose breathing was becoming unstable, Muta was clearly in much better condition. The lion pounced again quickly, taking advantage of the snake's turn to dodge, revealing its true intention, and biting down hard on the snake's neck. The stench of blood immediately filled the air. The snake reacted quickly, almost simultaneously coiling its tail around the lion's body. The snake's tail tightened around the lion, the force squeezing the lion's body, but the lion did not loosen its grip. As the lion strained, the snake's strength decreased considerably. The lion had the snake's lifeline, but the snake had not. The snake had lost. Even now, the snake was still struggling, opening its mouth to spray venom, but the lion held its head down firmly, increasing the pressure. Snap, we lost. Seeing the giant snake's breath grow weaker and weaker, Xian Mo clenched his fists and hurriedly spoke. Just before he could finish speaking, the lion bit off the giant snake's neck. The people of the Tianyuan tribe instantly turned pale. Mu Ta also looked up, spitting the snake's severed body onto the ground. I'm sorry you're too late. Burning with hatred, they had never intended for the people of the Tianyuan tribe to leave alive from the very beginning. How could they possibly let their enemy go? Muta! 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 The Golden Lion clan's morale soared after their initial victory, and Muta was called down to receive treatment. Upon seeing Muta's injuries, Qinghua gasped. Luo Li glanced at Qinghua, and upon meeting her gaze, Qinghua quickly realized what was happening and secretly took out the talisman Luo Li had given her earlier. While covering the wound with her hand and using her innate skill to heal Muta, she applied the talisman. Others couldn't see it, but Muta clearly saw the small piece of paper. He looked up in confusion, and Qinghua raised her hand in a should gesture. Damn it! Compared to the atmosphere in the Golden Lion clan, the atmosphere in the Tianyuan clan was incredibly oppressive. Looking at their companion's corpse, they all turned to look at Lu Duo, clenching their fists. They couldn't help but wonder if staying on as Lu Duo suggested was truly the right thing to do. Now, they had already lost 10 members of their tribe. Next round, I'll go. Lu Duo was also very unhappy at this moment. How could they have lost again? To her, it just felt that the Tianyuan tribe was weak. They couldn't even beat those birds, and now they couldn't even beat a feline. What a waste.
All right.
Hearing this, Xian Mo was silent for a while, but finally agreed. Not long after, Muta's injuries had mostly healed, and he returned to the fighting team. He was quite surprised, because he had recently asked Qinghua for help with treatment, but the effect hadn't been as great as today. Remembering that Qinghua seemed to have glanced at Li earlier, Muta seemed to understand something and turned to look at Luo Li with gratitude in his eyes.
Thank you, Li Zai.
Luo Li was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Uncle Muta, you're welcome. Then the second challenge began. The warrior from the Golden Lion tribe, who had been preparing to go second, paused, looking up at Luo. I'll go. Seeing this, Luo Li released Chi's hand and stepped forward, standing on the stage with Luo. Take care of yourself, Chi quickly reminded her. The others also felt a little nervous seeing her go on stage. Seeing Luo Li, Luo's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, a sense of eagerness. I don't have a beast form. You wouldn't be unfair and fight me in your beast form, would you? Meeting Luo Li's gaze, Luo suddenly smiled and spoke. She knew that women on this continent could also fight in beast form. That wouldn't be very advantageous for her, so she deliberately spoke up. Luo Li raised an eyebrow casually. Sure. Her somewhat cute beast form wasn't exactly imposing. Then, let's begin. With that, Luo suddenly attacked Luo Li. Chi's heart tightened. Having survived the apocalypse, Luo's hands were undoubtedly stained with blood, but she preferred to play the innocent victim. Luo Li easily dodged the seemingly vicious attack, turning and delivering a heavy kick to Luo's shoulder with her slender leg. Luo staggered back several steps, her eyes filled with surprise. You've trained, yes. Luo Li maintained her relaxed smile, her bright face now radiating a cool and confident aura. We were supposed to be catching ghosts, so I needed some skill. I underestimated you. Luo sneered, launching another attack. Luo Li easily caught her incoming fist, flicked it forward, and Luo crashed to the ground. Although Luo Li looked delicate, she could easily take on 5 opponents like Luo. Again, she beckoned to Luo on the ground, like calling a puppy. One of the tribesmen watching nearby chuckled, and Luo's face darkened. Behind her were a group of snakes that looked like they'd eaten feces. Gritting her teeth, Luo attacked again, this time unleashing her full power, aiming directly for Luo Li's weaker back. But Luo Li's reactions were quick, easily deflecting each attack and retaliating. Smack! As Luo Li pulled her leg back, Luo fell to the ground again. Her carefully braided hair was now a mess, making her look like a madwoman, and she was covered in bruises and injuries. Several handprints marked her face, radiating humiliation. Duo. Xian Emo suddenly called out from below the stage. Luo's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she looked coldly at Luo Li. Don't be so smug. Tisk, weaklings always like to brag. Luo Li clicked her tongue and shook her head.
Bitch.
I'll kill you. Luo, enraged, clashed with Luo Li again. Seeing Luo's deliberate close attack, Luo Li knew she was about to strike. Taking advantage of Luo Li's momentary dodge, Luo flashed behind her once more.
Whoosh.
2 silver flashes appeared, and 2 sharp blades appeared in Luo's hands, aimed directly at Luo Li's neck and heart.
Li.
Seeing weapons suddenly appear in Luo's hands, the clansmen below were startled, and she almost rushed forward. Bang! But the next instant, Luo was sent flying to the ground, spitting blood. No one even saw how Luo Li made her move. 2 blades were already in Luo Li's hands. Before anyone could react, several flashes of silver light appeared, and Luo's eyes widened suddenly. Thud! Her hands snapped off. A long, bloody gash ran down her neck. She stared at Luo Li in astonishment. You have no chance now. 2 specks of blood stained the girl's face, her smile dangerous, yet alluring. But her eyes remained utterly pure and innocent. What a pity! Holding a blood-stained blade, smiling, her bewitching and dangerous appearance contrasted sharply with her utterly innocent gaze, creating a striking difference dangerous, yet captivating. Duo. Goddess. Coming to their senses, the people of the Tianyuan tribe stared in astonishment, shouting. Just behind Luo Li, a giant green python suddenly charged at her from below the stage. It was Xian Emo roar. A lion with entirely black fur appeared before her, swatting away the python's attack with a single paw. Hiss, the remaining dozen or so giant snakes also suddenly rushed from the Tianyuan tribe, surrounding the black lion. From below the stage, several giant lions and bears/tigers from the Golden Lion tribe also charged up. The 2 sides clashed, Luo Li crouching between them, holding a knife, while the deer duo in front of her was already lifeless, its eyes wide open. Those wide-open eyes stared at the sky, filled with disbelief and resentment, dying with unfinished business.
Boom.
Dark clouds suddenly gathered, pressing down heavily on the battle platform, lightning flashing and thunder roaring deafeningly. Luo Li clearly felt her body being squeezed, making it hard to breathe, as flashes of lightning constantly struck the platform. But this did nothing to affect the desperate battle between the two races on the platform. Roar. Hiss. Beastly roars echoed continuously. Sizzle. A bolt of lightning struck Luo Li close by, seemingly about to hit her in the next instant. The clan leaders below rushed forward, wanting to pull her off, but were held back by an invisible light.
Li.
Qinghua's voice was filled with anxiety.
Boom.
Another bolt of lightning struck Luo Li with incredible closeness. Roar. Qi and the others had reached her side, shielding her and roaring towards the sky. They didn't understand why the beast god was protecting the Tianyuan tribe while harming their cubs. This challenge was permitted by the beast god, and now that the Tianyuan tribe had failed, was he going to regret it?
Ha.
Looking at the lightning strike marks on the ground, Luo Li snorted softly, gritting her teeth as she stood up. She gritted her teeth, took out a fire talisman, threw it on Lu Duo, and raised her middle finger towards the sky. Little White Cabbage opened its protective shield and nestled on its host's shoulder, nervously biting its paw, watching its host's actions. Brave. As expected of its host. The fire talisman ignited instantly upon touching Lu Duo, igniting the large raindrops that fell upon her to no avail.
Boom.
The dark clouds in the sky thickened even more, constantly exploding, the sky devoid of light, a heavy darkness pressing down on everyone. Seemingly sensing the beast god's favoritism, the Tianyuan tribe's confidence surged, and giant snakes charged towards Luo Li and her companions. Roar. The black lion's green eyes turned cold, and it decisively attacked, biting down on the neck of a giant snake. With each powerful bite, the giant snake soon died. Tossing the dead snake aside, lightning struck his feet, which he dodged. Roar. Years of accumulated hatred and resentment at the beast god's favoritism erupted at this moment. His voice was filled with resentment. Why did their beast god help these evil snakes that had killed countless beastmen? Shouldn't they atone for their sins? Hiss, trying to save Ludwig's body but failing, Xian Emo roared angrily. You deserve to die. Turning back to meet the black lion's gaze, Xian Emo shouted, and the lion and snake instantly clashed. But now, Qi, unleashed to its full power, far surpassed its previous strength. While battling Xuanma, it also crushed any snakes that tried to rush towards Luo Li. Xuanma's green snakes were constantly being wounded, and the ground was littered with bits of giant snake flesh. Qi had gone berserk. At this moment, the black lion stood in the center of the battle platform, its body already stained with blood. Behind it stood a small, snow-white tiger. It was deliberately protected in the center by the lions and bears ferociously fighting the snakes around it. Its snow-white fur was incongruous with the blood-red battlefield, which resembled a purgatory. Seeing the Golden Lion tribe's frenzied rampage, the giant snakes felt a sense of panic. Hiss. The remaining giant snakes realized something was wrong and tried to retreat from the battle platform, but they were all blocked by an invisible force. Seeing this, the bolts of lightning struck down even more densely, all aimed at Luo Li, but Luo Li skillfully dodged them, all using her beastly form. An invisible protective layer enveloped her, rendering the suffocating pressure ineffective. Roar. With a beastly roar, the lightning halted in midair. The black lion had somehow already pinned the green python down, its claws piercing the giant's body. The next instant, the green python's body was torn apart. Just like that helpless female years ago, deliberately pushed back into the beast horde, instantly ripped apart by the beasts. Shock, pain. Roar. The black lion's forepaw slammed heavily onto the lifeless green python's head, a mournful cry. The scene of his father and mother's deaths seemed to replay before his eyes. Chi, run. The little black lion cub was hurriedly carried away, its vision a sea of blood, an endless horde of beasts, and the cry of his father before he grabbed his mother's hand and was buried and torn apart by the ferocious beasts. Xuanma, why did you run back? The snake beast's worried, angry shout echoed in his ears at his mischievous cub who had deliberately run back. But she had already picked up the little snake beast. Why did you push her back? She wouldn't die. Father had already arrived. He was just one step away.
Why?
Lost in his memories, his body cold, he suddenly felt warmth in his arms, and a soft, familiar voice sounded in his ear. The snow-white tiger cub had somehow appeared before him, gently resting its body against his chest as if to soothe him. Its snow-white fur was now stained with his own dirt. Brother. It looked up, its bright blue eyes filled with worry. Around them, all the snake beasts lay lifeless on the ground, while the surrounding tribespeople watched him with concern. It's all right. The black lion regained its senses, leaning down to gently touch its head with the tiger's, responding softly. The dark clouds in the sky churned several times before finally disappearing into the horizon. A few beams of light fell from the sky, illuminating the two figures, one black and one white. This scene was witnessed by everyone, but the awe they once felt for these lights was gone. Afterwards, peace returned to the continent. The Golden Lion tribe also returned to its former happy and joyful state. But the smiles on the faces of the tribesmen held a newfound genuineness. After learning of their defeat and the deaths of their chieftain, Xuanma, and the goddess, the Tianyuan tribe fled that very night. However, it was rumored that they were intercepted by other tribes. Whether the Tianyuan tribe could escape remained unknown. After that, the name Tianyuan tribe was never heard of again on the Beastman continent. 2 years later, Qi challenged the chieftain to the position. Qi, in the future, you must become the strongest warrior and the most powerful chieftain, just like your father, protecting the tribe and your mother, okay? Okay. The child's voice from his childhood mingled with the voice of a young man. Ultimately, as an adult, he did not disappoint his father's expectations, becoming the most outstanding chieftain his father had spoken of. In the distance, 2 lions, one yellow and one white, led a white tiger cub towards him. Qi, let's go. Brother, I must win this time. Luo Li, now in her beast form, looked up, her eyes sparkling. All right, Qi replied with a gentle smile. Just like when they were children, the 4 of them ran freely through the forest. The cub who had once huddled alone in a small, old cave's future would no longer be lonely. Years later, on the same day Luo Li came of age, she and Qi became partners. The next day, Li just came of age. They had to get together on the very day Li came of age. Couldn't it be a day later? Couldn't we all be single beasts for one more day? The envy, jealousy, and resentment of Brubla, a single beast, permeated the entire tribe. Qi smiled without saying a word, leaning against a tree, using bone needles to make a new animal skin skirt for Luo Li. Suddenly, his body stiffened abruptly, his ear tips turning bright red. I'll go back now. After grabbing his things and leaving Brubla and the others with that, he immediately headed home. Upon returning home, he indeed saw Luo Li, still a little groggy from just waking up, gently stroking her partner Mark with her fingertips. Brother, this Mark is so pretty. Hearing the sound, she looked up and smiled at him, her voice slightly hoarse and soft from just waking up. As she spoke, she looked down at the mate mark on her chest. This was a mark exchanged between mates after mating, a symbol of their partnership. On her chest was a miniature black lion, exactly like Qi when she was a cub. Besides that, her body was covered in speckled plum blossoms. Why does this mark seem to move? He grasped her restless hand, which was still curiously stroking the mark, and his throat bobbed. Well, let's take a closer look, Liam. She swallowed the rest of her words, leaving only intermittent sobs. And on his chest, there was a small white tiger, exactly like her as a cub. As her emotions changed, the little white tiger also moved, its claws clenching. 5 years as mates. Luo Li gave birth to 2 cubs. A small black lion cub that looked a lot like Qi, and a small white female lion cub with the same fur as Luo Li. Why aren't they tigers? Looking at the 2 cubs, one big and one small, holding hands, Luo Li's voice held a hint of regret. Qi smiled and hugged her tighter. How about having another one? No. Although her gestation period was currently very short, like that of ordinary lions and tigers, around 100 days. But during the early stages of trying to conceive, her lower back really couldn't take it. Her legs trembled, and she immediately refused. Okay, whatever Li says. Seeing her reaction, the smile in Qi's eyes deepened, and she obediently nodded. You can only listen to me now. He's completely uncontrollable in bed. Luo Li muttered a small complaint to himself. The next moment, she saw him lean closer. What did Li say? Nothing. You misheard. Luo Li bristled, stood up abruptly, and ran away. Ha! Came a muffled laugh from behind. Ha! The 2 little cubs, one big and one small, seeing this, were confused, but seeing their father's happy expression, they also laughed foolishly. Luo Li, who had run a short distance away, also secretly smiled. Li, Qi, we're here. Not long after, Bru and Beulah, along with Qinghua and the others, also arrived with their cubs as guests. The courtyard outside the wooden house was filled with the sounds of cubs playing, while inside the house, the adults chatted and laughed. Simple and joyful. World 5. End system space. Host, this world's fortune gift is also 40 points. 1,000 points, plus the 3,000 points from selling the mine, a total of 4,000. However, we killed the protagonist arranged in the small world, so there are no merit points. Adding the data from these 2 worlds, this is the current data table. Points: 6,000 plus 1,000 plus 4,000, currently 11,000 points. Fortune value: 90 plus 40 plus 40, 170. Merit value: 90 plus 40, 130. In the last supernatural world, both of these increased by 40. Luo Li calmly glanced at the data, then hurriedly turned to look at Xiao Baikai. Kai, what you said last time was true, right? After I finish my missions and retire in another world, can I really exchange these points for money?
Oh.
Of course, Kai wouldn't lie to her host. 1 point can be exchanged for 1,000 yuan. 1,000, so she has 11,000 points now. Luo Li's eyes lit up, 2 yellow coins appearing in them. She grabbed Kai's hand. Come on, Kai, let's continue. Making money waits for no one. Let's drive for our retirement. Okay, host.
Ding.
Just as the system was about to disappear, a familiar notification sound rang out. Immediately following was Xiao Bite-sized joyful cry. Host! The Supreme God said we helped set things right and corrected the protagonist's reversed morality setting. They rewarded us each with 2,000 points. Luo Li, tell your big radish I'm giving it a 5-star review. A crazy thumbs up. They're all such good people. She loves them so much. Crackling sounds. A small zombie dressed in a white princess dress walked forward with difficulty and stiffness. Her dress was stained with blackish red blood and tattered, her skin as white as paper. She stiffly turned her neck, her dark, clear eyes darting around, occasionally opening her mouth to make crackling sounds. As she looked up, a delicate, childlike face was revealed. Her filthy appearance made her look more like a finely broken doll. Aside from the filth, she didn't have the festering wounds of other zombies. Her exposed skin was smooth and even. If it weren't for her extremely stiff gait, it would be difficult to tell she was a zombie. Crackling sounds. Hearing her own voice, the little zombie's expression froze for a moment, a mask of pain appearing in her mind. Kai, this noise I'm making, it's driving me crazy. When am I going to be able to speak like a human? Also, can't you block out your sense of smell? The meat they're eating smells so good. Looking at the rotting flesh the zombies were gnawing on in the distance, the little zombie couldn't help but make another series of crunch sounds. That's human flesh. She felt an overwhelming, absolute and utter resistance to it. But
Her body was honest.
it was clearly rotten meat, so why did it smell so good to her? So painful. Host, actually, your sense of smell hasn't recovered yet. The original owner's body was completely rotten. We've only just started repairing the surface. The internal functions haven't recovered yet. It's all just a zombie's instinctive illusion. Host, let's just not look. Little Cabbage said honestly. If she didn't look, she wouldn't want to eat. Luo Li. Damn it, I'm losing control of myself. She raised her stiff arm, turning her head back with some difficulty, and looked away. Revenge first, revenge first. Do the mission. Do the mission. We must be resolute. Don't let passing food smoke blind you. Just like the clothes Luo Li was wearing now, before the apocalypse, the original owner was a little princess who grew up in a greenhouse, pampered and protected. As the daughter of a billionaire, the original owner grew up carefree, with her own hobbies and excellent grades. She was sweet and well-behaved, like a delicate doll. Influenced by her family's upbringing, the original owner excelled in etiquette and manners and was pure and kind-hearted. She was the typical other people's daughter, someone everyone praised. However, her purity and kindness did not bring her a good outcome. As a wealthy and powerful tycoon, the original owner's father received first-hand information about the zombie outbreak as soon as it began and immediately started preparations. He reacted instantly, gathering supplies and driving to bring his family back from elsewhere. However, the zombie outbreak progressed far faster than they could have anticipated. Before his parents even arrived, the original owner had already been pushed into the jaws of the zombies that suddenly erupted and stormed into the school by his closest and most trusted friend, Su Qingyu. When the original owner's family arrived at the school to pick her up, they only found Su Qingyu and the original owner's mangled corpse. Upon seeing the family, Su Qingyu began to twist the truth, claiming the original owner died saving her, and tearfully begged the parents to take her away. Unbeknownst to her, the original owner was on the phone with her parents when she killed her. Knowing the truth, the original owner's parents were determined to avenge their daughter, but the cunning Su Qingyu, in collusion with classmates, brutally murdered them, using them as bait to stop the zombies. In reality, Su Qingyu had already discovered the phone call. She was faking it, deliberately trying to kill the original owner's family. Because the more beautiful something is, the more jealous she becomes. The more she wants to destroy it. She and the original owner had been classmates since elementary school, and from childhood to adulthood, she had always been overshadowed and surpassed by the original owner's excellence. Academics, appearance, talent, family background, everything. She had long harbored intense jealousy and hatred towards the original owner of this body. Before the apocalypse, the original owner's family was wealthy and powerful, and she had no power to do anything but pretend to fawn over them. But in the chaotic world, she was a ruler in her own right. But she forgot about her own family, which was deeply patriarchal. Without the help of the original owner's family, she would have been a pitiful creature who couldn't even finish junior high school and was forced to drop out to work and support her family. In her parents' eyes, she was nothing but a burden, merely a tool to pave the way for her younger brother. Without the original owner's family, how could she have the opportunity to live her current life, escape her original family, attend a good university, and receive tens of thousands of yuan in monthly subsidies? She was a bitter woman who repaid her parents' kindness with bitterness and resentment. The original owner's intense regret and hatred after her death were captured by the system. Her biggest regret was not listening to her parents' advice. Bad bamboo rarely produces good shoots because their roots are all the same. Original owner's wish. Kill Su Qingyu and take revenge. Find her sister, who works in another city and isn't in this city. Clatter, clatter. The little zombie continued walking forward stiffly, making strange noises uncontrollably. This mission is a bit difficult. They arrived a little late. It's already been a month since the apocalypse broke out, and many things have changed drastically in that time. Brainless zombies, their heads are starting to grow cores. Where is Su Qingyu now?
She's really hard to find.
And the original owner's sister? Even harder to find. And their demon lord, also very hard to find. These damn legs, walking so slowly. I'm fed up.
Ah.
Horse. The little cabbage silently listened to its host's increasingly agitated voice. Host, system detection indicates they should all be to the west. West. The little zombie paused, stiffly looking up at the dark clouds overhead, obscuring the sun. North is up, south is down, west is left, east is right. Oh. The voice seemed to soften a bit. Host, you're going the wrong way.
Who taught you that?
It's completely inaccurate. The little zombie was furious and embarrassed.
Whoosh.
Luo Li, who had struggled to walk just 2 days ago, could now cover 5 meters in a single stride. She felt she could play with this whoosh 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 teleportation technique all day. Turning her head, she locked her gaze on a zombie not far away, a glint of light flashing in her dark eyes. The next instant, the zombie, like a puppet devoid of consciousness, was manipulated by her, its arms and legs flailing about in an awkward dance. Just listening to the little zombie's voice, one could tell she was extremely pleased. So zombies can have superpowers, huh? And they have both wind-based speed and mental power. Wow, that's impressive. Listening to her host's words, little cabbage nodded, flipping through the information to explain. Yes, but it's extremely rare for zombies to develop superpowers in the early stages. Basically, only zombie kings are likely to have them. Based on data, they should normally only develop superpowers gradually in the later stages. Before the zombie outbreak, there were 3 consecutive days of heavy rainfall here. The unknown energy carried by that rain was the trigger for the outbreak. Some people who got rained on mutated and became zombies. Others awakened superpowers and became superhumans, but the awakening time varies depending on individual genes and constitution. Judging from the host's current situation, the original owner should have awakened superpowers as well. However, before she could awaken them, she was killed and infected by the orally transmitted zombie virus, becoming a zombie herself. Then, after we arrived, the system repaired this body, which unexpectedly triggered her superpowers. It seems we have dual superpowers, making us one of the stronger zombies right now. Okay. Hearing Kai's words, Luo Li nodded, then suddenly frowned, turned her head to look around and sniffed. Her body had been repaired by the system, restoring her sense of smell, but her body parts were still stiff. After all, she was a zombie, which translates to a corpse devoid of humanity. Since she was a corpse, of course she would experience rigor mortis. However, Kai said that with more training and leveling up, she would gradually recover. Take it slow. But she thought she had just smelled a living person. This was a dead city overrun by zombies. Who dared to come here? Was they a superpowered individual? Thinking this, she became a little excited. She had finally found a superpowered individual. This was to the west. Could the person she was looking for be there? Let's go take a look. She teleported twice in a flash. Then, realizing what was happening, stopped and resumed her stiff, clattering gait. Her dark eyes, hidden by her long hair, were unusually bright, making her look nothing like a corpse. This scene was witnessed by a man in a black windbreaker in the distance. He seemed surprised, his brown eyes flickering slightly. The supplies here are indeed plentiful. An exclamation came from inside. Brother Wang, what are you looking at? The area ahead has been cleared. We need to hurry and collect the supplies. The person next to him, seeing him stop, looked puzzled but, remembering the mission, quickly added anxiously, "Nothing." Jiang Wang snapped out of his reverie and replied calmly. Without delay, he turned and quickly went inside to store the supplies in his spatial storage. Seeing that he could collect 3 times the supplies of other ordinary spatial ability users, the team members' eyes lit up, filled with envy for the strong. At a time when most spatial ability users were at the initial level, Jiang Wang was already a level 3 powerhouse and possessed 2 level 3 abilities. Having 2 abilities was already strong, but now he was the strongest of the strong. Such a powerhouse was indeed someone they could only look up to. We can go now. After packing up the supplies, Jiang Wang spoke again, then walked to the front of the group. In front of him, all the zombies consciously made way. The others followed him closely, carefully keeping a low profile, afraid of disturbing the controlled zombies. Brother Wang, your mental ability is amazing. Only after successfully reaching a safe distance did they dare to whisper their praise. If they hadn't teamed up with Jiang Wang this time, they would never have succeeded so smoothly. Jiang Wang smiled faintly at their praise, remaining silent. The little zombie, who was secretly hiding behind the wall not far away, heard this and moved her head, stealing a glance at the man. Is he using mental abilities? She felt it was more like a power suppression. She herself possessed a legitimate mental ability, but she clearly hadn't sensed any mental fluctuations just now. Instead, it felt like those low-level zombies cowering and avoiding her.
Kitty.
Confused, the little zombie moved her head, making a faint sound that was quickly drowned out by the howls of the zombies outside. But Jiang Wang still caught it. His peripheral vision swept over the corner where the little zombie was hiding, and sure enough, he saw the furry little head. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Why is she so dazed? She won't even know she's being captured. Seeing them walk a bit further away, the little zombie also began to move, its step stiff and slow as it followed behind them. Well, at least it knew to find something to hide from them, so it wasn't too stupid. Ding, favorability +5. Hearing this sound, the little zombie paused, its eyes lighting up as it secretly followed behind.
So, he likes this type.
In this zombie-infested city, they were constantly hiding, their speed not very fast, but the little zombie could keep up. At first, it was all right. In the city, there were walls and zombies everywhere, and she hid in a farther spot, so she was quite well concealed. But once they successfully got outside, there was only a wide-open road stretching out before them, making it harder for her to hide. The little zombie behind seemed to have clearly noticed this, and began to tiptoe around, sometimes even lying on the ground pretending to be a corpse. Jiang Wang, who had fought his way out of the city with his teammates, quietly kept an eye on her. Noticing her subtle movements, his beautiful eyes curved slightly. Her stiff, clumsy attempt to feign death was rather amusing. Small as she is, but incredibly bold. Seeing so many zombies die at their hands, she still dared to follow. Get out of the way. Superpowers are energy-consuming to control and shouldn't be overused. Jiang Wang had already stopped controlling them when they reached the edge of the city. He began using his physical strength to clear a path, just like the others. As he turned and swiftly dispatched 2 more zombies, the small zombie behind him seemed to have gotten into a conflict with other zombies. The small figure was blocked by a muscular, large zombie. This large zombie seemed to possess some intelligence, appearing to be one of the few zombies that had begun to develop a core. The small zombie's voice suddenly softened. She seemed to realize something, her steps faltering as she frantically tried to dodge. But the large zombie easily gripped her arm, immobilizing her, and reached for her head. It knew this small zombie also had a core in her Hyata core that could increase its strength after being eaten. It wanted it. Ha ha. The giant was incredibly strong. She couldn't shake him off, and the little zombie's voice grew increasingly panicked. The next instant, the giant in front of her stopped abruptly and released her hand. Suddenly, he walked stiffly a short distance away, where the surrounding zombies instantly engulfed him. He vanished in no time, leaving not a trace. One of the zombies squeezed out from the crowd, placed a green crystal core in front of her, and quickly left. Such scenes of zombies feeding on each other were commonplace in this chaotic world, so the commotion didn't alert the other ability users who had come out with Jiang Wang in the distance. The little zombie glanced at the man who had just withdrawn his gaze, as if understanding something. She obediently picked up the crystal core from the ground and then, with stiff steps, stealthily followed behind him. She really wanted to keep up, but they were driving, speeding like mad. Even with her teleportation abilities igniting, she couldn't keep up. She was just exhausted and only managed a short rest before losing track of them. The little zombie clutched the crystal core head, bowed, looking utterly dejected, and continued walking until it was completely dark. In the apocalypse, There was no sun or moon. Night was truly dark. Wasn't it supposed to be that zombies could see in the dark? Why couldn't she? Wasn't this the same as her vision when she was human? Clang.
Ugh.
Frustrated and groping her way through the darkness, the little zombie suddenly bumped into a wall of flesh. This hardness. It felt even harder than she was a zombie. Humph. It smelled delicious. She wanted to eat it. Thinking this, she opened her mouth to bite his arm. Noticing her movement, Jiang Wang chuckled and reached out to close her open chin. You'll eat anything. Zombies that come out at night are much more difficult to deal with than those during the day, making it unwise to move around. So their team found a safe place to rest temporarily, and he found her during their night watch. Unexpectedly, this little zombie was quite persistent, following them for dozens of kilometers. Her little legs could run quite fast. I gave you the nuclear crystal. Why are you following me? Ignoring the little zombie's accusation, he casually pinched her slightly chubby cheek, the texture unexpectedly soft, unlike the hardness of other zombies. You smell good. You look good. Understanding her meaning, Jiang Wang chuckled. So, you're following me? Aren't you afraid of being sold out? Don't forget, I can kill zombies. He paused, bent down to meet her gaze, and tapped her head, giving off a strangely dangerous feeling. A head as small as yours. I could sweat it all away. His tone was menacing, sending a chill down the spine of the zombie. The little zombie froze, her eyes widening, then, as if remembering something, quickly regained her boldness. You're pretty, and I'm pretty too. She's pretty, he's pretty, and pretty zombies don't hurt each other.
Ha.
Seeing the little zombie's silly yet seemingly proud demeanor, Jiang Wang couldn't help but laugh again. As he drew closer, the faint scent of pine wafted from him, a subtle and pleasant aroma. He reached out and brushed aside the hair that almost covered her eyes, looked at her closely, and nodded seriously. You're right, you are indeed beautiful. I don't kill beautiful zombies, but am going to a human base which isn't suitable for you.
Just stop here.
Don't follow me anymore, little thing. Be good. Had seen this area before. It was full of low-level zombies. With her level, she could easily roam freely here. He finished speaking and casually ruffled her hair. She looked very young, almost like a little potato. Even though she was already a sophomore in college, she still looked like 16 or 17, so he spoke to her completely, like a child. After speaking, he didn't wait for the little zombie to say anything more and turned to leave. Leaving only the little zombie behind, calling out. The other zombies nearby were startled by her calls, but the man's back remained unmoved. Finally, Luo Li sat stiffly on the ground, feeling utterly dejected. She tried everything, feigning pitifulness, weakness, cuteness, and in the end, he decisively left her behind. Her heart felt so cold. Sobbed, but he was right. The human base wasn't a place for a zombie like her. Ding. Affection plus 10. Current affection value 15. Hearing this notification, her mood instantly brightened considerably. Kai, how long will it take for my body to soften up a bit? Have I done enough exercise today? At this intensity, will I soon be able to blend into the crowd and pretend to be human? Pretending to be human is definitely beneficial for her missions. After the host ate that crystal core to level up, and based on today's standards, it'll probably take half a month? Little Cabbage estimated, then said. If the host levels up quickly, it will be even faster, because zombies evolve with each level up, and their bodies change after evolution. What kind of changes? Becoming more and more human-like. Understood. Luo Li nodded. She went to fight monsters. However, the closer she got to the human base, the fewer zombies with crystal cores there were because the area around the base had been cleared. If she wanted to use crystal cores to level up, she would have to go further away. After thinking for a moment, she hurried towards the place where Jiang Wang had just left, carefully following his scent. Jiang Wang, who had just returned to his resting place, saw the little zombie tiptoeing after him from afar. I'm leaving now. I'll come back to play with you later. Seeing this, he frowned, about to say something, when the little zombie spoke first. After saying that, she turned and left without looking back. Jiang Wang, little thing. Seeing that she seemed to be heading back, he paused for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. He leaned lazily against the wall, weapon in hand, and closed his eyes to rest. He finally had a smart little thing. He hoped she wouldn't mess things up, otherwise it would be a shame. After all, compared to those stupid creatures who only knew how to eat, this little one was clearly much rarer. Luo Li, focused on leveling up and building her career, was unaware of his thoughts. Looking at the 15% favorability rating on the system screen and the original owner's 0% progress bar, she knew she had a long way to go. Hee, let's go. How are we going to use this? Eat it raw? She asked, looking at the crystal core in her hand as they walked. The little cabbage, feeling stumped, looked up some information. Host, try gathering your body's power in your hands and then absorbing it? Okay. I tried, but it doesn't seem to work. Then, host, you can eat it raw. Kai, wash it for me. That big guy looked pretty ugly. Just thinking about it made it hard to eat. In no time, little cabbage had washed it clean. The dirty little zombie, only her hands and face were clean, held the crystal core and gnawed on it bite by bite. Crunch, crunch. It was tasteless, hard, and tough on her teeth, but luckily she had good teeth. After finishing, she didn't feel anything particularly noticeable. The little zombie stiffly waved her hand and searched for a target in the zombie horde ahead. A glint of light flashed in their eyes, and one of the zombies stopped in its tracks, frozen in place. The next instant, the little zombie's figure flashed past, and when she looked again, she was holding an orange crystal core in her hand. Behind her, the zombie collapsed to the ground, its head shattered. Dual abilities are really useful. Kai, this isn't the same color. Is it edible? I guess so. Let's try it first. The above is a conversation between two newbies venturing into the apocalypse. Okay, I'll try. It tastes awful. The little zombie looked disgusted, but still obediently finished it. 10 days later, Luo Li's efforts paid off. Her limbs had become much more coordinated and flexible, and she looked much like a normal person. That is, if she didn't speak. For some reason, everything was fine except for speaking. Her tongue was so uncooperative, only producing ho-ho-ho sounds. But it didn't matter. She could pretend to be mute. At this moment, she was dressed in a black Lolita outfit, looking even more like a delicate doll. The clothes were picked up from the mall these past few days. There was no other way. Her current face was just too perfect for this style. Girls should boldly try out different versions of themselves. She was very satisfied with herself now. Qingyu, what's wrong? A petite figure flashed by in the distance, and Su Qingyu stopped abruptly, her eyes wide with surprise. But in the blink of an eye, the figure had vanished, as if it had all been an illusion. The boy traveling with her noticed something amiss and immediately seized the opportunity to offer a caring word. It's nothing. Su Qingyu shook her head, giving him a soft smile in response, her face slightly pale, inwardly reassuring herself. It couldn't be her. She was already dead. Then let's go. Hearing her say this, the boy nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Soon, their group turned into the alley and went to another side. And the very next moment they left, that petite figure appeared where Su Qingyu had just stood. Finally found her. Looking in the direction Su Qingyu had disappeared, Luo Li spoke softly, her bright black eyes now filled with coldness. Her delicate, childlike face was unbelievably beautiful. When facing bad people, she was like a wicked, beautiful doll. Host, Jiang Wang and the others are here too, little cabbage reminded her, perched on her shoulder. Okay. Hearing this, Luo Li recovered her composure and reverted to her usual innocent and harmless demeanor. At first glance, she looked like a well-behaved student, the kind who would still help count the money even if sold out, no doubt about it. You guys go over there, Wang Ji, and I will handle this side.
All right.
The group split into two teams, quickly gathering supplies. Luo Li appeared at this moment, hiding in a small courtyard in an urban village, the very place where Jiang Wang and his team were about to gather supplies. Their previous base, although one of the first built after the apocalypse, had been hastily prepared, and the site selection and construction conditions were inadequate. With the increasing number of zombies, their base was no longer safe. Therefore, the base's ability users decided to relocate the base, and they had already chosen a new location. Now they were preparing the supplies for relocation, and Jiang Wang's first team naturally took on this important task. On the other side, Su Qingyu and her team had the same task, gathering supplies. These small courtyards usually have storage areas, similar to warehouses. Jiang Wang and his group knew their way around. After checking the area to make sure it was safe, they went straight to an iron gate. The gate was clearly reinforced with an iron gate and a security door, but that was no big deal for them. Zhou Cheng raised his hand, activated his supernatural ability, and in no time, 2 holes appeared where the doorknob should be. Thump! The moment the door opened, a muffled thud startled the 2 men. They quickly caught the things on the ground to avoid making a bigger noise. After putting the things down, Zhou Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up, he saw a little girl, filthy and disheveled, huddled in a corner, watching them warily. She was holding a machete as a weapon. She looked like she had been hiding here for a long time, and she was terribly thin. "Little sister, don't be afraid. We're not bad people." Recovering his composure, Zhou Cheng quickly reassured her. They hadn't known anyone was hiding here. This area was practically a ghost town. It was clear that the little girl had had a very difficult time hiding here alone. The entire room had only one small vent in the ceiling. Jiang Wang, seeing the little girl's familiar face, raised an eyebrow slightly. Luo Li had put on makeup and deliberately adorned herself, her body filthy. She even had Xiao Baikai help decorate the courtyard. Water and food were laid out beside her, but not much, clearly indicating she was seeking refuge. Now, she looked exactly like a survivor who had been hiding here for days. Since she didn't show any signs of being a zombie, Zhou Cheng naturally had no suspicions. Seeing Zhou Cheng move closer, the girl quickly raised her knife, still wary. In chaotic times, vigilance is a normal reaction. Don't move, we'll stand here, don't be afraid. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng quickly stopped and reassured her, glancing at his partner. Brother Wang, say something. Unlike Jiang Wang, who had a scar on his face and looked slightly fierce, making him more intimidating, Jiang Wang was different. Pretty and pleasing to the eye, she's the kind of girl most approachable. Looking at this pitiful little girl, it really breaks my heart. She probably isn't even an adult yet. When they came in, they already saw the bloody wounds left in the yard. Sigh, so pitiful. We are ability users from the first base. Jiang Wang spoke up upon hearing this. If you need help, perhaps we can help you. He glanced meaningfully at her limited supplies. Their base had indeed rescued many ordinary people. They shouldn't need her. Judging from her efforts, this must be her purpose, right? Hearing his words, the little girl's emotions clearly fluctuated, especially upon hearing the words, ability user's base. She seemed to know that this was indeed a place that could help her. But her gaze remained wary, fixed on them, as if waiting for something. Look, this is our base's insignia. You should recognize it, right? We wouldn't lie. Zhou Cheng realized what was happening and quickly took out his own identification, then pulled Jiang Wang to take out his as well. After carefully examining the items to confirm their authenticity, he noticed she relaxed a bit and gradually calmed down. Little sister, what's your name? Zhou Cheng asked as she put down the knife. Luo Li glanced at him, then at Jiang Wang, pointed to her mouth, and waved her hand. Zhou Cheng was taken aback, then quickly apologized, somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He was wondering why she hadn't said anything. It turned out she didn't know how to speak. He felt even more sorry for her. Seeing Zhou Cheng's distressed expression, Jiang Wang, who knew the truth, remained silent. But he was also surprised. He hadn't expected this little one to grow so quickly in just 10 days. In the end, Luo Li handed over some food as a form of exchange to enter the base, and then followed them. After all, in this chaotic world, the base wasn't a charity. Ordinary people had to hand over useful items to receive protection. Zhou Cheng, seeing her pitiful state, let her keep the rest. Survival was incredibly difficult for ordinary people in this situation, and she was young and mute, Without something to protect her, she probably wouldn't last more than a few days. Seeing the two people in front of her, Luo Li instinctively followed behind Jiang Wang. As she approached, she could clearly see a fleeting smile in the man's eyes. "Brother Wang, then you take her with you." Zhou Cheng, seeing this, also spoke up. Hearing his clear, gentle voice, Luo Li looked up at him, just in time to meet his gaze. The man gave her a faint smile, which quickly vanished, replaced by his usual coldness. Well, his change of expression was even faster than hers. The two of them, along with Luo Li, collected supplies without slowing down the process. In fact, Luo Li found things even faster than they did. Without them even asking, she placed the supplies she found in front of Jiang Wang herself, because she had seen Zhou Cheng hand them over to him. Amazing! Zhou Cheng chuckled and praised her. He used to have a younger sister about Luo Li's age, and seeing Luo Li now, he couldn't help but project that image onto her. Hearing the praise, Luo Li smiled shyly, looking even more obedient, more like a well-behaved underage child. "That's enough, let's go." Watching the interaction between the two, Jiang Wang subtly raised an eyebrow and spoke. "Okay." Checking the time, Zhou Cheng nodded, and the two of them, along with Luo Li, went to find the other teammates. Luo Li, carrying a small black bear backpack containing her belongings, followed obediently behind. "Cheng, Brother Wang, who is she?" Their team worked well together. When they arrived, the others had already returned to the agreed-upon location and were puzzled to see Luo Li. "We found her as a refugee in those low houses. Her whole family perished. She was the only one left hiding in a small storeroom, so we brought her back." Zhou Cheng gave a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, the others glanced at her, then nodded, not suspecting anything further. Looking at Luo Li's appearance, the others, like Zhou Cheng, mistook her for a minor. "Don't worry, you'll be safe once we get back to the base." Seeing her timidly cowering behind Jiang Wang and the others, someone offered a comforting reassurance. Luo Li nodded obediently. After all, no one would have imagined that zombies had evolved to the point of being almost indistinguishable from humans. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Cheng quickly waved to his teammates, pointed to his mouth, and waved again. The others paused for a moment, glanced at Luo Li again, and then nodded. "Let's go." Jiang Wang spoke up at the right moment, then took out an iron rod from his spatial storage and handed it to Luo Li. This wasn't a safe zone. They'd still need to do some work back home, so she needed it for self-defense. Luo Li obediently grasped the iron rod, holding it close to her chest, very compliant. "Let's go." Hearing this, the others also gripped their weapons, ready to retreat. As superhumans, they instinctively protected the vulnerable, ordinary people. Luo Li didn't cause them any trouble. Although her face was pale with fear, she still gripped her weapon tightly. In this moment of crisis, she even dared to boldly wield an iron bar to help them. "Thank you. Make sure you're well hidden." Seeing Luo Li help him, Zhou Cheng smiled and thanked her. Jiang Wang glanced at Luo Li, inwardly marveling at the little thing's acting skills. Fortunately, this time their car wasn't parked too far away, and the group quickly found its location. Jiang Wang, walking behind, shoved her inside, then followed closely behind, slamming the door shut behind him. The modified Wuling van had 8 seats, and with Luo Li, it was a perfect full load. As the car sped away, the zombies behind were left far behind. Luo Li glanced back, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She'd infiltrated the human population. Jiang Wang understood her meaning, amused, and reached out to cover her face with a towel. "Dry it, don't open your mouth." It turned out that her face had gotten some zombie blood on it during the chaos. Although he knew this little thing could easily eat a zombie alive, Jiang Wang still played along, pretending to be human. But without a mirror, the little zombie couldn't see her own face. Hearing his words, she obediently wiped it haphazardly with the towel, but when she turned her head, some blood was still on her face. Jiang Wang frowned slightly, reached out and pinched her cheek, wiping it with the towel before throwing the dirty towel away. Dongzi, in the front passenger seat, turned around and saw this scene, unable to help but laugh. "Hee hee, don't say it, Brother Wang. You two look kind of like father and daughter." He was just joking because Jiang Wang's actions really did resemble taking care of a child. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the two people in the back both reply with a frowning emoji. Jiang Wang: "I'm a bit more mature than her, but not to the point of acting like a father, right?" Luo Li: "Father and daughter? No, no, no. We're supposed to be dating." Just kidding, huh?" Dongzi, seeing their expressions, paused for a moment, then laughed awkwardly and touched his nose. But actually, he felt that looking at them like this, they actually looked even more alike. Their expressions were practically identical. But thinking of his brother Wang's personality, he didn't dare say anything more. This time, Zhou Cheng was driving, and putting everything else aside, his driving skills were truly amazing. He drove like a dragon, weaving left and right, and even Luo Li, a little zombie, felt like she almost threw up. "Brother Cheng, next time you should give up your seat." Xiao, who did missions with him every day, and Dongzi, who was always in the passenger seat, also felt it was hard to bear. The others were the same. Their faces were even worse than when they were fighting zombies. Only Jiang Wang remained calm. "It's necessary for the journey. You'll get used to it. Little girl, have some water to calm down." Hearing Dongzi's words, Zhou Cheng, who was in front, smiled and tossed a bottle of water to Luo Li. The others glanced at it but said nothing. "I can't get used to it at all." Only Dongzi was still silently complaining. Luo Li blinked, holding the water bottle, then turned to look at Jiang Wang. Seeing him nod, she put the bottle away. "Okay, good guy, I'll remember that. I'll protect you from now on." Soon, the group returned to the base. Zhou Cheng asked Luo Li for her handwritten name and then had someone help her register. The base was currently relocating, so registration wasn't strict or troublesome and was completed quickly. "It's registered, but there's no place to stay right now. The other area is full," Zhou Cheng said, holding the base identification he brought back, looking at Luo Li apologetically. Their base wasn't large to begin with. The area allocated for ordinary people was already full, and the area for those with superpowers was also full. However, our group will be moving to the new base tomorrow or the day after. I'll have someone arrange accommodation for you then. Even so, Luo Li's accommodation for the next 2 days was still a problem. Seeing the bewildered Luo Li, the men present exchanged glances, while she silently reached out and tugged at Jiang Wang's sleeve. Noticing the little girl's movements, Jiang Wang turned to look at her, meeting her pitiful, pleading expression. For some reason, his heart skipped a beat. "She'll stay with me," he said quietly, sighing. Currently, there are no individual houses at the base. He'd been assigned a small one-bedroom apartment, but it was still better than the single rooms his teammates had. Hearing his words, Zhou Cheng and the others nodded. This arrangement was indeed the most suitable for now. "Okay, then Xiao Li, you'll stay with your brother Jiang Wang for now." After learning Luo Li's name, they came up with this way of addressing her. Calling her little girl all the time wasn't good. She already had a name. Luo Li obediently nodded. After saying goodbye to the others, everyone went back to rest, with Luo Li following closely behind Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang turned to look at her, then took her backpack from him. It was a large, bear-shaped backpack, full of things, and quite heavy. He glanced back at her small frame, his brow furrowing slightly. "Keep up to me." Hearing his words, the little zombie tilted her head back and obediently quickened her pace. After returning to his place and putting her things down, Jiang Wang turned back and pinched her chubby little face. Her arms and legs were so thin, she was practically skin and bones. Only her face still had some flesh. "Why did you have to come here? Little thing, what do you want?" "Hee. To keep you company." The little zombie's eyes were full of sincerity, but Jiang Wang saw through it immediately. It was a lie. However, he liked hearing it. Although that's what he thought, he still raised his hand and covered her mouth. "Don't shout, the soundproofing is terrible." So that's why she was pretending to be mute. It turns out speaking would be impossible. The little zombie responded muffledly, nodding her head, but her eyes still shone brightly as she looked at him. Seeing that she was obedient, Jiang Wang released her, tentatively squeezing her arm. It was soft and warm. She was actually more like a normal person than him. How did you evolve so quickly? Did you encounter something good? Watching the scene, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. However, he only asked casually, not intending to actually get her to reveal her secret. The little zombie had no intention of hiding anything from him. Hearing his question, she obediently pulled out the items. A handful of various crystal cores was shoved into his hand. Ha ha. It was this food, she ate a lot of it. Remembering his instructions, she spoke very softly, almost in a breath. Seeing her completely unguarded attitude, Jiang Wang was touched, but he raised an eyebrow at her words. He returned her things and took out a handful of crystal cores from his spatial storage to absorb. He tried it, but clearly felt nothing. Turning his head, he saw the little zombie intently watching his actions. Seeing him stop, she quickly opened her mouth. I ate over 100. Meaning, maybe he didn't eat enough. Under the little zombie's watchful gaze, Jiang Wang pulled out a whole bunch of crystal cores to try, 100 or so. But it proved to be completely ineffective. Seeing the little zombie's bewildered expression, he smiled and withdrew his hands. Never mind, it's no use. Maybe your constitution is different. He had already tried, so that was the only explanation. This little thing was indeed a bit special. Hearing this, the little zombie nodded, also thinking it must be because of her system boost. But after pinching his arm, she frowned. You're already quite human-like, it's definitely useless. Although his arm was a bit stiff and cold, he still had a pulse, just a slow one. Isn't that better than her? Although she had body temperature and a heartbeat, these were all illusions maintained by the system. Little Cabbage said she still needed to work hard to obtain crystal cores. To truly become a normal human, she needed to fight monsters. Because only when zombies reach their highest evolution level will they be completely equivalent to normal humans, but they won't die. Luo Li is currently stuck. Low-level crystal cores are useless to her now. Even the system's help in maximizing her energy isn't working. She has to wait until the zombies level up again. Okay. Hearing her words, Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled in response. To be honest, this little thing's words are quite pleasant to hear. You sleep inside. There are new bedding in the closet. After saying this, Jiang Wang put away the crystal cores, looked at her, pointed to the room, and made arrangements. He's a grown man. He wouldn't let a little girl sleep on the sofa. Luo Li looked at him, thought for a moment, and then obediently nodded. Back in her room, she started organizing her things. Seeing the several dresses that had suddenly appeared next to her, Jiang Wang was taken aback for a moment, but then didn't find it strange. So it's dual abilities, not bad. He had only seen her teleport and the space she just revealed, so he assumed she had both abilities. But in reality, Luo Li's space was part of the system, yet it was perfectly adequate as an ability. After tidying her clothes, Luo Li came out with a towel, looking at him expectantly, then glancing at the bathroom. Can I take a bath here?
Yes.
Jiang Wang responded, turning to go to the bathroom. He placed his hand in the bathtub. A faint blue and red light flashed, and soon the tub filled with warm water. All right, go wash. The dirty little thing definitely needed a wash. Hearing his words, the little zombie went into the bathroom, closed the door, and took a rare shower without using the system space since arriving. Host, he has all elemental abilities. Little Cabbage excitedly chimed in at the same time. The host was taking a shower, but since they were both girls, it didn't matter. It felt the adult was so strong. The strongest zombie king, and an all-elemental zombie king at that. All-elemental? Luo Li listened to Cabbage's words, a little confused.
Yes.
All-elemental. Wind, fire, lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, including mutated abilities. All of them. He's so strong. Little Cabbage's eyes were sparkling, and Luo Li, after hearing this, showed the same expression, but with a hint of envy in her eyes. But it didn't matter. She didn't think she was that bad.
Be the most confident one.
After washing, she was a clean and pretty little girl again. The girl wore a layered white ruffled dress, her black hair flowing down with curled ends, looking clean, playful, and adorably lively. Jiang Wang paused for a moment, then nodded. She looks better after washing. Being dirty always makes her look like a little beggar, but clean makes her look like a pampered little princess. This little thing must have had a good life before. She always has a spoiled air about her. Heh? The little zombie seemed displeased by his words. Don't yell, it ruins your image. Sigh, he really is useless with his words. Luo Li. Thank you, sir. But in the end, she didn't say anything more, silently went back to her room, covered herself with the blanket, and went to sleep. After lying there for a while, she turned over and opened her big eyes to look at Jiang Wang on the sofa outside. Suddenly meeting her gaze, Jiang Wang thought she was bothered by the door incident and silently shrugged. I couldn't help it. This space was cleared from a mess. When I arrived, the rooms were already missing doors and I live alone, so I'm not picky. I can't sleep. After pretending to be human for so long, I almost forgot that zombies don't need to sleep at all. She's very excited right now. So, what do you want to do? Can we go out? Hungry? We can't eat people in the base. Let's wait until we go out tomorrow. Have some crystal cores to tide you over. Never mind, I'm not hungry. After saying that, she lay back down and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Jiang Wang. Sure enough, kids are hard to handle. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Su Qingyu returned from her mission, the figure she saw outside today kept replaying in her mind. It really was so similar, but she had personally witnessed that person being devoured, leaving only half a body. Even if she was infected and fortunate enough to become a zombie, it was impossible for her to appear completely intact. Thinking of this, her brows furrowed even deeper, but that figure inexplicably troubled her, making it impossible for her to feel at ease, and she tossed and turned in bed. If Luo Li knew her current symptoms, she would definitely say, "How normal. You've done too many bad things, you're so guilty, and you still want to sleep?" The next day, Luo Li got up early. She obediently followed Jiang Wang to the base's canteen to get food. To pretend to be someone else, you have to act convincingly, and eating definitely has to be an act. Brother Wang, you're here? Come on, there's a seat here. Zhou Cheng and the others were also eating in the canteen, and they waved to Jiang Wang and the others as soon as they saw them. Jiang Wang habitually lifted his foot, but suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Luo Li, and then decisively waved his hand in that direction. No, let's go back to eat. It's not convenient for her to be here. This is the canteen for people with special abilities. Ordinary people don't eat here. Leaving Luo Li here would indeed be a bit awkward. They had already attracted a lot of attention as soon as they entered. Zhou Cheng and the others automatically interpreted Jiang Wang's words as such and thought they made sense, so they didn't say anything. Okay, we'll call you when we go on a mission later. Jiang Wang replied, then led Luo Li out of the cafeteria. As they reached the door, they bumped into a group of men and women. Upon seeing one of the women, Luo Li suddenly smiled at her. Seeing that familiar face, Su Qingyu's pupils constricted sharply. She turned abruptly to look at Luo Li and the others' backs, her heart clenching, a wave of panic washing over her. How could this be? She couldn't help but exclaim in terror. However, Luo Li remained calm, a smile of having found her prey on her face, showing no intention of hiding whatsoever. While this analogy might be somewhat inappropriate, who has ever seen a murderer afraid of a victim? She was a deadly hunter. Only the prey should be terrified. You know her? Noticing her expression, Jiang Wang slightly raised his eyes. Luo Li nodded, only explaining to him after they got home. That's the person who killed me and my family. I'll get my revenge. The little zombie spoke, a deep, uncontrollable hatred flashing in her dark eyes, as if she had remembered something she couldn't let go of. Looking at her, Jiang Wang paused, his thin lips pursing slightly. He inexplicably disliked her expression. She should be smiling, her eyes shining, carefree and joyful. Need help? Suddenly, he felt a strong urge to get rid of those things that made her unhappy. But in the end, he suppressed his emotions and spoke calmly. Luo Li shook her head and patted her small chest. I can do it myself. Hearing this, Jiangwang nodded, saying nothing more, but instead took out some crystal cores from his spatial storage for her.
Eat.
Zombies can only eat two kinds of food, raw meat and crystal cores. Anything else is indigestible and can be fatal. This was also why he hadn't stayed in the cafeteria but had taken her away. However, the little zombie looked at him with some doubt and pushed his crystal core back. Cough cough.
I can eat now.
Her evolution first focused on her physical appearance and digestive system, and now these are just like a normal person's, as are her 5 senses. The other systems that helped her manipulate things, heartbeat, blood, etc., also function like normal people. Except for the imperfection in her speech.
Hearing this, he was surprised.
So amazing? Because he himself had only recently become immune to food. The little zombie nodded repeatedly, eating spoonfuls of porridge, her little face bulging, seemingly enjoying it. But Jiangwang couldn't help but frown, looking at her with some concern. He was about to reach out to stop her when he saw her swallow the food. He quickly reached out and grasped her arm, checking it with his own strength. Seeing that she indeed had no discomfort, he was relieved.
Eat.
After the two finished eating, Zhou Cheng and the others arrived. The base has arranged for our team to relocate tomorrow, and today's mission is to continue preparing supplies. Okay. Jiangwang nodded after hearing Zhou Cheng's words. Then, Xiao Li, we'll go out and do our mission first. You stay home today. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng turned to Luo Li and spoke to her, but Luo Li quickly shook her head. Then she picked up something from the side and demonstrated how she could store it in her spatial dimension and then release it again. After arriving at the base, she understood. Being an ordinary person wouldn't work. At this time, ordinary people had no status whatsoever. She should just be a superpowered individual. Spatial superpowered individuals seemed quite rare. Xiao Li, are you a spatial superpowered individual? Seeing her actions, everyone understood what she wanted to express. She didn't want to stay at home. She wanted to help, and she had a spatial dimension. However, they were still very surprised because they had previously only thought she was an ordinary person. Seeing their reaction, Luo Li silently turned to look at Jiangwang. Receiving her signal, Jiangwang paused and sighed inwardly. Then, like an old father, he began to smooth things over for this little one. We only discovered her last night. She had a fever a few days ago, but she'd been hiding there, and after losing communication, she hadn't received any outside information and didn't know anything about it, so we didn't notice before.
I see.
That's great. Congratulations, Xiao Li, Dongzi said with a smile. The others were also happy, because this meant their team now had 2 spatial ability users. Spatial ability is a mutated ability, and currently, spatial ability users are still very rare. Their base originally only had 6, and now, including Luo Li, there are only 7. Then I'll go help Xiao Li change her registration. Ability users get points, Zhou Cheng quickly said. In the base, points can be exchanged for many useful things, just like the old RMB, they're very important. Okay, go quickly. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words. It's just that the base hasn't developed any equipment to detect supernatural abilities yet. They almost overlooked a rare individual with such abilities. After Zhou Cheng took Luo Li to change her identity registration, obtained her points card, and reassigned her to Jiangwang's supernatural ability squad, the group finally set off. Their first squad was already strong with Jiangwang, and now they've added a space ability user. Looks like they're going to dominate the top spot. Sigh, why didn't we take that area's mission yesterday? If we had, wouldn't our team have picked up that space ability user? It's our fault for not having Zhou Cheng's luck. He just casually went on a mission and picked up Jiangwang, and now he's picked up a space ability user. Envious. I'm tired of saying that. Adults don't make choices. If they could, they'd want both Jiangwang and that new little ability user. When Su Qingyu's team came to pick up their mission, they overheard the others' discussion. Are you talking about the woman with Jiangwang? She paused, suddenly asking. Su Qingyu, the beauty of the base's 6th ability user team, usually maintained a good public image, so the others nodded in response. Yes, but she doesn't look very old. Not exactly a woman, just a young, tender girl. But thinking of that girl's face, the speaker glanced at Su Qingyu and suddenly felt that this flower of the sixth team wasn't so beautiful after all. She was only pretty to begin with, her outstanding quality being the gentle demeanor she feigned. Now, she seemed even less appealing. Noticing the familiar change in gaze, Su Qingyu stiffened abruptly, her hands clenching slightly. It was like this again. Whenever she shone brightly in one area, Luo Li's appearance always made her pale in comparison. Thank you. Jealousy surged within her, but she still smiled gently and thanked her. She'd figured it out. Even if it really was her, so what? Since she could kill them once, she could kill them a second time. Becoming a superhuman? Her luck was as good as ever. So good it made her want to destroy it. Qingyu, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Seeing her standing still, her teammate urged her on. Coming. Su Qingyu was among the first batch of superhumans to discover her abilities. Hers was a wood-type ability, allowing her to control plants and possess healing abilities. Among superhumans, she belonged to a very important category. This was why she was able to rally her classmates to help her back then, when a zombie outbreak meant that most people were useless, ordinary people. She, the first to unleash her abilities, was seen as the strongest by ordinary people. Because of her promised protection, the people at school chose to help her kill the original owner's family. But what kind of person was Su Qingyu? You could never truly believe anything she promised. In the end, only a handful of awakened superhumans managed to escape from that school. As for the other ordinary people, in this chaotic world, they were nothing more than useless burdens, only good for shielding them from zombies. And Luo Li was no exception. They were all just stepping stones for her. Ugh. Far outside the base, Luo Li suddenly felt a lump in her nose, like she wanted to sneeze, but she couldn't. Rubbing her nose as if realizing something, she looked back and then down again. Her hands were itching. She really wanted to try smashing someone's head. That guy surnamed Su, he's been practically glued to her face this morning. Will he actually come knocking? Will he give her a chance? Why is she so cowardly? Can't she just go out for a walk alone? If she's so capable, why doesn't she come out and have a one-on-one fight in the mid-lane? The little zombie's mind was churning, but she couldn't speak. She was so frustrated. Silly girl. Jiang Wang, seeing her head down, looking like she was thinking of something, with a bitter and resentful expression, couldn't help but chuckle and tap her head. Luo Li, annoyed, glared at him back. Ha ha. The other teammates couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Luo Li's delicate, doll-like face made that expression so adorable. It was the kind of feeling that made them want to have a daughter. Zhou Cheng and Dongzi, turning around and seeing this, also smiled. The atmosphere in their team was really good. Get your gear ready. However, as the car passed the base's safe zone, they instantly became serious. The place they were going to this time was farther and more dangerous than yesterday. Each grabbed their weapon, and Luo Li handled a real gun for the first time. Do you know how to use it? Jiang Wang asked, handing the equipment to Luo Li. The novice Luo Li honestly shook her head. I'll demonstrate for you in a bit. Watch carefully. She nodded obediently. Corpses lay everywhere, hordes of them gnawing on flesh. Unlike the temporary peace of the base, this was a zombie paradise. As the car sped along the highway, the zombies on the road looked over, then began to chase after it with stiff steps at their fastest speed. Some were ridiculously rotten, each step tearing off small pieces of flesh, a disgusting blackish-green color. Their eyes, with only the white showing, were even more terrifying. They stared at the car like hungry wolves eyeing prey. Ha ha, ha. The dense cacophony of zombie sounds was chilling, but for Luo Li, it was different. She almost wanted to join in the screaming. Everyone stay close. Don't separate. Shao Li, you go to the middle. After getting out of the car and gripping their weapons, Zhou Cheng gave the order. This place was much more dangerous than yesterday's, so they needed to work together. The rest of them possessed offensive abilities, and after getting out of the car, they surrounded Luo Li in the middle. Luo Li was obedient, not causing any trouble, silently gripping the assault rifle assigned to her. Seeing the others already starting to headshot, remembering the techniques Jiang Wang had just taught her, she also turned her gun towards the nearest zombie. Bang! With a sound, a hole appeared in the zombie's head, and it fell to the ground. The others glanced at Luo Li. The other zombies stepped on its corpse, crowding forward. Bang!
Bang. Bang.
Gunfire erupted all around. The zombies in front fell, and more followed. Without hesitation, the group quickly retreated and ran towards their destination. Let's go. Li, your aim is amazing. Taking advantage of a lull, Dongzi finally had a chance to exclaim in amazement. The zombie's vital point is their head. Just blow it off. They hadn't expected Luo Li to be so accurate on her first time holding a gun. They had all noticed that her targets were basically all one-shot kills. Luo Li gave a cute, slightly bewildered smile. She hadn't expected herself to be so skilled. Understanding the meaning of her expression, Zhou Cheng and the others laughed. Our Li is talented. You can't compare, Zhou Cheng casually remarked, adding a disdainful comment to Dongzi. Hey, Qingji, you can't be so mean. Though they were joking, their hands never stopped moving. With limited ammunition, they put away their guns after passing areas teeming with zombies and switched to melee weapons. Luo Li grabbed her big iron club again, smashing it into dirty heads one by one. Even though she hadn't blown off heads, the weapon still needed to be sharp. She'd go find a spiked club. Following the route, they searched for a while and finally found a department store. Luo Li followed Jiang Wang inside, and the group headed straight for the food section. But upon seeing the scene inside, everyone looked disappointed, their brows furrowing. Looks like the supplies here have already been taken. We'll have to go deeper. Zhou Cheng said, his brows furrowing even more, because the deeper they went, the more dangerous it was. Let's go. Jiang Wang nodded and led the way. They were already here. There was no other way. Just after they left, Su Qingyu's 6th squad arrived, their faces also grave upon seeing the empty supermarket. Finally, like Luo Li and her group, they chose to continue walking inside. It's Zhou Cheng's car. After leaving the supermarket and turning into 2 alleys, the 6th squad spotted the familiar Wuling minivan. Looks like they've also taken on a mission here. I wonder if we'll run into them later. Hearing her teammates' words, Su Qingyu's expression faltered, her eyes unreadable. Meanwhile, Luo Li and her group weren't faring much better. After leaving the department store, they searched several small supermarkets and convenience stores, but unsurprisingly, they found nothing. Frustrated, they checked the surrounding restaurants, hoping to find something in their warehouses. Fortunately, they found some supplies in these scattered shops, so they weren't completely empty-handed. The restaurant kitchen warehouse had some rice and flour, but most of the vegetables were rotten. However, some potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes were still usable. Luo Li ignored everything else and took everything edible she could find. Compared to them, the 6th squad, walking behind, fared even worse. After searching for a long time without success, the squad leader couldn't help but curse under his breath. Who was it that stole everything, leaving nothing behind? Let's go a little further in. If it's really no use, we'll retreat, he decided after a moment's thought. This was truly bad luck. This area was clearly untouched before, yet there was absolutely nothing there. They even wasted so much ammunition clearing a path. It's fortunate that the path here seemed to have been cleared beforehand, making it easier to traverse. Otherwise, their losses would have been even greater. Meanwhile, seeing their meager gains, Luo Li and her team secretly used their zombie abilities to clear a path directly to a large shopping mall at the far end. That wasn't easy. Seeing the supermarket overflowing with supplies, Dongzi and the others shed bitter tears. Luo Li and Jiang Wang each took charge of one side, storing all the supplies from the shelves into their spatial storage. Host, there's a warehouse inside, Xiao Baikai reminded them as they reached a corner. Luo Li reached out, seeing the tightly locked iron door, and turned back to pull Zhou Cheng over. So the warehouse was here. Xiao Li has sharp eyes. Zhou Cheng smiled and placed his hand on the door, quickly opening it successfully. The warehouse was overflowing with supplies. Boxes of drinks, bags of rice and flour, filling the entire two-story, 500-square-meter warehouse. With a wave of her hand, Luo Li instantly stored everything into her spatial dimension. Wang. Zhou Cheng, who was about to call Jiang Wang over as he opened the door, choked on his words.
Wow.
Xiao Li, your spatial dimension is huge. This seems to hold even more than Brother Wang's level 3 spatial dimension. Luo Li. Oh no. I forgot to estimate. Lying is hard to cover up, and stuffing things up always leads to problems. But it's okay, she'll play dumb. Hearing Zhou Cheng's surprised words, she just looked at him blankly, her face full of innocence. Seeing her like this, the surprised Zhou Cheng instantly reverted to his fatherly demeanor, starting to worry and give instructions. That's a good thing, but Xiao Li, remember, only reveal it to our teammates. Don't reveal it to anyone else, okay? Luo Li only has spatial abilities and no other offensive capabilities, which has its drawbacks. If she reveals the uniqueness of her spatial ability, it might cause trouble, and if she can't defend herself. After all, at this time, things are much more difficult for women than for men. Although they are all at the base, there might inevitably be places where they can't keep an eye on her. So it's best not to expose herself. Seeing Zhou Cheng's worried gaze, Luo Li obediently nodded and raised her hand to seal her mouth. Good girl. Zhou Cheng laughed heartily, praising her like a father comforting a child. The other teammates who rushed over after hearing the commotion smiled at the scene. It's cleared out outside. Shall we go? Okay. Luo Li didn't say anything, obediently following behind Jiang Wang step by step. When no one was paying attention, Jiang Wang ruffled her hair. You're lucky I had good taste. Luckily, the teammates he picked were all decent people with good values. Otherwise, this little thing would probably be in endless trouble. Although he knew that a zombie like her couldn't possibly be wronged, it would still be very annoying. Luo Li, she was in the wrong. Help! Brother Zhou Cheng, please help us. Luo Li and her group had just emerged from the deepest area when they encountered the 6th squad, who were fleeing a horde of zombies. Without Luo Li and Jiang Wang, 2 special individuals clearing a path, the 6th squad couldn't follow them inside. However, they had found a small supermarket in the middle area and collected a considerable amount of supplies. But for some reason, Su Qingyu was acting strangely today, constantly making mistakes. They had just encountered several evolved crystal core zombies and were trying to sneak away to avoid them. But unexpectedly, Su Qingyu had held them back again. They had barely managed to fight their way out of the zombie horde, and their abilities and ammunition were almost depleted. They almost thought they were going to die here today, but unexpectedly they ran into Zhou Cheng and his group. Seeing this, they immediately cried out in joyful dismay for help. Luo Li directly met the gaze of the particularly disheveled Su Qingyu. They were already head-on, with no way to avoid it, so Zhou Cheng and the others were forced to help. What happened? Zhou Cheng asked as they retreated in coordination. He needed to at least find out what was going on. He couldn't just suffer in complete ignorance. The 6th squad leader shook his head and sighed. A teammate made a mistake. Captain? A boy nearby heard him and opened his mouth as if to explain, but his attention was drawn to the situation on the other side. Xiao Li, Dongzi and the others were coordinating perfectly, retreating in an orderly fashion with Luo Li, but suddenly, a vine sprouted from the ground and locked onto Luo Li's foot, causing her to fall. Seeing the zombies about to bury her, Dongzi cried out in alarm. With his exclamation, the others nearby also saw the green vine that had locked Luo Li's foot. Before rushing to help, almost instinctively, they glanced at Su Qingyu, catching a glimpse of her sinister, smiling expression. Jiang Wang quickly reached Luo Li's side, severing the vines with a single strike and pulling her back. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Freed, Luo Li pulled out an assault rifle from her spatial storage, scanned the surrounding zombies, and without hesitation, fired 6 shots at Su Qingyu. Instantly, Su Qingyu had gaping wounds in her arms, legs, shoulders, and stomach. She collapsed instantly, and the next instant, a gun was pressed against her head. The speed was so fast that no one could react, No one expected that she, who had just been killing zombies, would suddenly turn her gun on Su Qingyu and decisively return fire. Even Su Qingyu herself was still immersed in the fantasy of Luo Li being bitten to death by zombies, completely oblivious to the situation. Her first reaction upon regaining her senses was to frantically use her superpower to heal herself, leaving no room for anything else. At the same time, Jiang Wang used his superpower to control the remaining zombies, and Zhou Cheng and the others quickly coordinated to eliminate the evolved zombies. The crisis was averted. "What are you doing?" Just then, the boy who had tried to explain for Su Qingyu suddenly rushed forward and shouted at Luo Li. One of Luo Li's teammates stepped forward to stop him, pushing the boy back. "You guys should tell me what you're trying to do first." Everyone saw the vine that just bound Xiao Li. "She's the only wood type here." Luo Li was someone they'd taken in. She's the only girl in their team. Although they haven't known each other for very long, they all cherish her. Once she's in their team, she's someone they're protecting. "What's going on?" The sixth squad leader, who had just stepped forward, was also grabbed by the arm by Zhou Cheng. "Do you even need to ask? Your teammate tried to kill one of our members, Lao Lu."
Tell me, what do you mean by this?
Zhou Cheng was still smiling as usual, but this time, his smile no longer concealed the fierce look on his face. Instead, it made him seem even more threatening, inexplicably ruthless. "You?"
How dare you?
Su Qingyu, one of the parties involved, stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that Luo Li dared to directly retaliate against her. But the pain in her body told her clearly that this was real, and her breathing grew weaker and weaker. However, Luo Li merely smiled faintly at her, the gun barrel leaving a deep gash on Su Qingyu's forehead. "Why wouldn't she dare? Don't be ridiculous, sister." Her finger was on the trigger. With just a slight movement, bang, Su Qingyu would be instantly free. "Wait!" Seeing her movement, a voice suddenly rang out. The captain of the sixth squad pushed Zhou Cheng aside, rushed over, and grabbed Luo Li's hand, speaking hurriedly. "This might just be a misunderstanding, and you don't have the authority to execute the base's ability users." Luo Li tilted her head, raising an eyebrow as if questioning him, glancing meaningfully at the wound on Su Qingyu's abdomen. "Her wound has zombie blood. She's already infected by zombies. Are you sure you don't want to treat it?" Jiang Wang stepped forward, standing in front of Luo Li, speaking. He was, after all, Luo Li's perfect mouthpiece. He always knew what she was trying to say. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, everyone realized the problem. Su Qingyu was covered in blood from the earlier fight with the zombies. And every shot Luo Li fired was aimed at areas stained with zombie blood. The zombie virus is highly contagious. Even a tiny amount is fatal. She was infected.
What?
Even Su Qingyu only just realized it. Seeing the state of her wounds, she trembled uncontrollably. No wonder she couldn't heal these wounds even with her powers. "Captain, save me, save me." Suddenly, she was acutely aware of the terror of death and cried out frantically, while her body grew increasingly stiff. "Captain."
Ho.
Ho. Ho, Zhao.
Zichen.
Save. Bang. A gunshot rang out, silencing the annoying noise. Luo Li calmly withdrew her gun. The gun was pointed at Su Qingyu's already diseased neck, her eyes seeming to say she was helping to deal with the threat. The entire sixth squad was speechless. They glanced at Su Qingyu's lifeless body, then at Zhou Cheng and his group, who were ready to act at any moment, before finally looking away. She'd already mutated. There was no way to save her. Watching Su Qingyu transform into a zombie with superpowers was out of the question. This was the best outcome. "Let's go." Thinking this, the sixth squad leader gave Luo Li a deep look before calling out to his teammates to leave. In the apocalypse, the evil and ruthlessness of humanity were amplified infinitely. When she was alive and useful, Su Qingyu was a protected, precious, and rare wood-type superpowered individual. But when she died from the infection, she was just another rotting corpse on the roadside, the most common type of trash in this apocalypse. Yes, trash. Even the Zhao something or other Su Qingyu called out to at the end, her most loyal suitor, didn't linger over her body. He only glanced at it with pity. You just saved us, so we're even. Su Qingyu died at the hands of zombies. The sixth team leader was also clever. He understood Jiang Wang and the others' meaning. After walking a short distance, he suddenly stopped and spoke. This meant they would keep quiet and attribute Su Qingyu's death to the zombies. Luo Li and the others were satisfied with the sixth team's self-discipline.
Good.
Hearing this, Zhou Cheng and the others responded with a more genuine smile. Having reached a consensus, neither side said anything more and went their separate ways to carry out their tasks. Su Qingyu's murderous intent towards Luo Li was stronger than imagined. Having only met her once, she already sensed the danger. Seizing the opportunity, she couldn't help but strike instantly. But, unfortunately, Luo Li's murderous intent toward her was the same. Didn't Luo Li notice Su Qingyu's actions? Of course she did. She deliberately feigned weakness. Otherwise, how could she have a legitimate way to counterattack? Su Qingyu attacked first, so it's only natural for her to retaliate, right? Thanks, Su Qingyu, for offering herself up as the target. What's wrong with me? Unseen by others, a gray mist emerged from Su Qingyu's body. Why aren't you dead? Upon seeing Luo Li, it instantly became agitated, a hideous ghost face materializing from the mist as it charged towards Luo Li. But the next instant, Luo Li grabbed it in her hand, gently squeezing it with the system's power. Before it could even struggle, it was reduced to ashes. Original owner's mission progress. 50% after dealing with the situation, Luo Li faced Jiang Wang and the others with a docile expression. There can't be a next time. Jiang Wang found her deliberately ingratiating act amusing, but he didn't show it. His voice was soft, and the others didn't hear him clearly, but seeing his cold expression, Zhou Qing quickly tugged at him before turning to Luo Li, his voice as gentle as possible. Shao Li did the right thing just now. At this time, detecting anyone who wants to harm you and eliminating future threats is the best solution. But next time, we need to be more vigilant and not put ourselves in danger, okay? Zhou Cheng's tone was very patient with the young girl, as if afraid that a harsh tone would frighten her. The others nodded in agreement. It wasn't that they blamed her, but there were dangers everywhere outside, and they might not be able to protect her completely. They could only let her be more independent and vigilant. That really scared me. Luckily, Brother Wang reacted quickly, Dongzi said, still shaken. As for Luo Li's rather ruthless retaliation, they didn't sense anything amiss. No one who survives the apocalypse is simple. The evil of human nature is on full display now. It's either you kill me, or I kill you. Protecting oneself is not wrong, and killing someone who wants to harm you is perfectly normal. Seeing everyone's worried expressions, Luo Li nodded earnestly, indicating that she understood. She also gave Jiang Wang a sweet smile. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved and started looking for a car to go back. The journey was smooth. We've collected quite a few supplies this time. Brother Wang, please divide up the portion that needs to be handed over to the base. Keep the rest in your storage space for now, and we can distribute them later. Back in the car, Zhou Qing spoke. Jiang Wang nodded lightly. Luo Li glanced at him, noticing that he rarely spoke outside. What were they doing at the base? Survival. They paid the price for every benefit they received from the base. If there was any extra, that was their own skill, and of course they'd keep it. They weren't fools. Not just them, the other teams with spatial storage were the same. Everyone risked their lives collecting supplies for their own survival, who would do it just for the base. Of course, the base was well aware of this, and everyone understood. Shao Li, just leave your spatial storage for now. We'll talk about it later. Luo Li nodded obediently. Back at the base, Jiang Wang and Zhou Qing handed over the supplies. After returning home, he leaned lazily against the wall, arms crossed, looking at the little zombie. Got her goal achieved? Is she about to run away? Thinking about it now, this little thing's purpose in entering the base was probably just to find that woman. Now that things are settled, is she going to leave? Thinking about it, a strange feeling of unease crept in. The little zombie in blue overalls stood obediently in front of him, looking like she was being scolded by a teacher. Ha! I'm not running away. What goal achieved? It's only half and half. His favorability rating here is only 40%. Even if it really was achieved, she didn't run away, okay? Haha.
Haha.
It's a promise. I came to keep you company. Really? Hearing her words, Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes showing a hint of pleasure, but still a little hesitation. Ha! Of course. I'll trust you for now. What's for dinner? How about self-heating hot pot? Due to supply issues, the cafeteria can't cook much, but luckily they found some good stuff at the supermarket today. The little zombie's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Okay, keep an eye on them. Zhou Cheng and the others will be here soon.
Got it.
Zhou Cheng and the others didn't delay. They arrived in a few minutes.
Ah, Mom.
After 2 months, I can finally eat hot pot again, even if it's self-heating. After a few bites, Gongzi in the group couldn't help but exclaim. His pause in the middle of the meal successfully made everyone else pause as well. Yes, it had only been 2 months, but for them, it felt like 2 long years. 2 months had brought about earth-shattering changes. Losing loved ones, losing friends, experiencing life and death, and weathering countless storms. Every day was a struggle, filled with hardship and danger, each step a struggle. But now, the zombies outside were growing stronger, making every step forward far more difficult than now. Thinking of this, everyone's expression sombered. Hurry up and eat. We've finally gotten to enjoy this delicious food. Don't ruin your mood. Finally, Zhou Chen was the first to recover and speak up. Yeah, this hot pot is really delicious. Dongzi said with a laugh. Hey, Gongzi, how's yours? I want to try some. Get away. You eat yours. Gongzi protectively raised his hand to shield the hot pot. Haha. Seeing the two of them, the others' emotions were quickly lifted. Yes, there's no need to be melancholic. Just live each day to the fullest with a smile. Looking at them, Luo Li turned to Jiang Wang. The two exchanged a glance and silently continued eating. The next day, they set off. This was the 3rd batch of people to be evacuated from the base. 2 batches had already gone. Zhou Cheng's squad was responsible for evacuating about 20 civilians. Dongzi drove the large bus carrying the people, with their first squad in front and behind. Zhou Cheng, as the leader, led the way. Pay attention to the surroundings, stay alert. Luo Li and Jiang Wang were also inside the bus, listening to Zhou Cheng's instructions over the walkie-talkie from the front vehicle. Roger, Jiang Wang replied, then put down the walkie-talkie. He and Luo Li each gripped their weapons, standing guard on either side, looking out the window. Because they had to consider the civilians, they had to be much more careful. Moreover, the people they were evacuating were not ordinary people, they were all figures of some importance, and although they were ordinary citizens, they were all related to high-ranking officials at the base. Safe ahead, Gongzi, you guys behind, be careful. Roger that. Safe behind too. Go ahead. Unexpectedly, the journey today has been unusually peaceful. Apart from the occasional small group of zombies, there haven't been any unusual occurrences. But the distance from the base to the new location is at least 3 days' journey, so they can't let their guard down. Little girl, I've never seen you at the base before. Are you new here? With so many people, sitting idly on the bus isn't practical. Some people, seeing Luo Li's young age, started making conversation. Luo Li glanced at the woman. She was a well-off woman. Although she was willing to sit on the bus, it was easy to see the disdain in her eyes. Seeing that the woman's question was still polite, Luo Li nodded awkwardly and then continued to pay attention to her surroundings. What kind of ability do you have? My son has lightning ability, and he's already at level 2. The woman's tone was proud, as if she wanted to show off. Luo Li glanced at her, but didn't speak. Oh no, she can't speak. She's mute now. However, everyone else visibly reacted to her words. Level 2 ability users were still rare. Those who could speak were among the top in the base. There was never a shortage of people eager to curry favor. Really? Big sister, who's your son? Is he Xiao Lei from Team 3? There weren't many level 2 ability users in the base, and only 2 with the lightning element. Yes, you know him? It's a coincidence we gave him that name. He happens to be a lightning element user. The plump woman smiled broadly, her tone brimming with undisguised pride. Lightning element users were highly offensive abilities, and at level 2, he was indeed very strong. Of course I know him. I always hear people talking about him in the base. He's powerful. Oh, he's not that powerful. Hearing this, the plump woman laughed even more heartily. Luo Li was inexplicably speechless. She turned to look at Jiang Wang. The base's only level 3 expert was still standing there. How could she possibly boast like that? Wasn't she embarrassed? Hey, young lady, why aren't you saying anything? However, just as Luo Li was about to remain silent, the woman turned the conversation back to her. She's not available. We have a mission. Please don't disturb her. Jiang Wang glanced at the woman indifferently, spoke coldly, and then looked back out the window. The woman clearly wanted to say something, but another woman who had spoken to her earlier pulled her back, and the two women leaned their heads together, whispering something. Afterwards, the plump woman looked at Luo Li with a strange expression. So she's mute, she muttered softly, but everyone heard her clearly. The woman in the yellow dress who had told her the situation instantly looked embarrassed. Even if she's mute, you can't just say that. No matter what, she's still a more powerful ability user than you. Believe it or not, you might have a chance to become mute too. Jiang Wang suddenly turned around, smiled at the other woman, and spoke calmly. The woman felt a sudden chill run through her, and then fell silent. She hadn't recognized him at first, but now, thanks to the reminder from those around her, she knew this man was the base's only level 3 superpowered individual. She was someone far more powerful than her son, someone she couldn't afford to mess with. But in her heart, she couldn't help but complain. What's with the arrogance? When her son gets promoted, he'll be just like everyone else. Seeing the plump woman calm down, Luo Li smiled sweetly at Jiang Wang. Perfect mouth double. She really loved him. Be careful. Jiang Wang glanced at her silently, but remembering she couldn't speak and therefore couldn't retaliate, he silently added a word of caution. Luo Li nodded obediently. Looking at her, she seemed increasingly easy to bully. Jiang Wang sighed inwardly. Let's take a break up ahead and let the people use the restroom. Hearing the voice on the walkie-talkie, Dongzi also stopped the car. Get out and rest for 10 minutes. If anyone needs to use the restroom, do so as soon as possible. They have been driving for 3 or 4 hours already. Luckily, there weren't many zombies around the gas station, so it was safe to rest temporarily. Luo Li and the others got out of the car first, cleared the gas station and surrounding area of zombies, and then let the others get out. They filled up all the cars with gas and stored most of the gasoline in their storage space. Luo Li had picked up some supplies at the supermarket yesterday, and there were some in containers. It'll be my turn to drive in a bit. Jiang Wang patted Dongzi on the shoulder and said, Okay. Hearing the howls of zombies not far away, the group didn't dare to linger. They quickly finished using the restroom and ran back to their cars. Especially the plump woman, who ran incredibly fast, as timid as could be. Hurry up, hurry up. Didn't you say it's harder to travel after dark? After getting in the car, she urged them again. Luo Li glanced at her indifferently and sat back in her seat. Hey, why aren't you keeping watch? What if there's danger and you don't notice? Seeing Luo Li's actions, the woman started nagging again. She's been standing there for hours. She needs a rest. Do you have a problem with that? What if she gets exhausted? Are you going to go down and kill zombies for her? Dongzi's temper wasn't as gentle with strangers as it was with his teammates. Hearing this, he directly retorted, not tolerating her at all. Xiao Li, you sit down. Don't worry about her. I'll keep watch. He pulled Luo Li down to sit. Luo Li sat for a while, then couldn't help but stand up and turn to look at the woman. She took out the knife tucked into her waistband, the sharp tip pointing at the woman's mouth, a blatant threat. Trying to bully her because she couldn't speak, huh? No problem, she could fight. Say another word, and I'll kill you. These two were both ruthless characters, and the woman finally gave up completely. Why are you talking so much?
Just listen to what they say.
Some people who understood the situation were also annoyed with the wealthy woman and directly criticized her. Typical talker who doesn't know what's going on. A girl who looked about Luo Li's age added quietly when someone spoke up. You. The woman was also angry at these words. She was about to say something when she turned her head and saw Luo Li playing with a knife. In the end, she silently shut her mouth. The woman in yellow next to her, seeing Luo Li and the other's attitude, also silently moved further away from the wealthy woman. Seeing the attitude of these people, the plump woman gritted her teeth and made a mental note of it. Today's journey went smoothly. They found a detached house to rest in before dark. 2 people per room to rest. Zombies will be rampant tonight, so be careful. If you notice anything unusual, notify us immediately. Understand? Zhou Cheng said coldly, looking at everyone. Understood. Everyone echoed, but one person didn't respond, looking around the house with disdain, seemingly picking on something. Anyone who knowingly invites zombies over will be thrown out to be fed by them. I mean it. Zhou Cheng added coldly, looking at the person. They knew why the base assigned this group to Themet was because these people with connections were the most difficult to deal with. The better they were treated, the more arrogant they became, so Zhou Cheng spoke coldly and without any leniency. Instantly, everyone's attention fell on the wealthy woman. Through Dongzi, Zhou Cheng and the others already knew what had happened in the car earlier that day. I heard it too. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't do anything wrong. Faced with so many cold stares, the plump woman felt uncomfortable and muttered something under her breath. After saying that, she grabbed her things and ran into the nearest room. Come down to meet at 6 tomorrow morning. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Cheng withdrew his gaze and coldly reminded her. Everyone agreed and went down to find their rooms to settle in and rest. The house was quite large, with more than a dozen rooms, enough for 2 people to work in pairs. There are 8 of us. Tonight, well split into pairs for the night watch. 2 teams for the first half of the night, and 2 teams for the second half. Be vigilant. Xiao Li, is it okay if you go with Brother Wang? Luo Li immediately nodded. Of course. Seeing that she had no objections, Zhou Cheng began to make arrangements. First, Dongzi and another teammate would take the night watch, then Luo Li and the others would take theirs. For the second half of the night, Zhou Cheng and Gongzi would take theirs first. The noise outside is at its loudest in the middle of the night, so Jiang Wang and Zhou Cheng as the main force are primarily responsible for the night. Okay, then Brother Wang, Xiao Li, you 2 rest for a bit, we'll switch later. Okay. Luo Li was assigned a room with a girl who had complained on the bus about being easy to talk when you're not in the situation. I just tidied up. Which side do you want to sleep on? Seeing Luo Li return, the girl awkwardly withdrew her hand and asked. This was a private residence, and each room only had 1 bed. Luo Li pointed to the outer side of the bed. She was on night watch, so sleeping on the outer side would be more convenient. Then I'll sleep on the inside, Lu Xiaojin said, then touched her hair a little shyly. I'm a bit of a restless sleeper. I like to hug things, so if you're disturbed, just push me away. Luo Li. She nodded silently, then walked to the bed and closed her eyes to rest. A bed is still the most comfortable place to lie down. Watching her movements, Lu Xiaojin opened her mouth, hesitated, and then took out 2 pieces of bread from her bag. Would you like some? After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly. She seemed to recall that Luo Li hadn't eaten anything on the way here. Hearing this, Luo Li opened her eyes, looked around, and then shook her head. After thinking for a moment, she took out the small blackboard she had prepared earlier from her spatial storage. She wrote a few words on it. I already ate, thank you. Lu Xiaojin read it aloud, then nodded, smiling sweetly. It's okay, I have more. My brother is a spatial ability user. These are all his personal gifts he brought back for me. Have one. Lu Xiaojin had only been there for 2 minutes that morning. They still had to assign tasks, so how could she eat so quickly? Thinking Luo Li was shy, she eagerly stuffed the bread into Luo Li's hand and smiled at her. Luo Li. Suddenly, She understood why Jiang Wang and the others always looked at her with that fear of her being sold out. This girl is too kind-hearted. However, in the end, she didn't refuse. She looked at the other girl, silently opened the packaging, took a couple of bites, and then, after thinking for a moment, took out some chocolates from her spatial storage and shared them with her. Don't owe favors. Don't be indebted to others. Start with yourself. Wow, chocolate. I'll just take one, let's trade. Seeing that she also had food, Lu Xiaojin was surprised for a moment, but quickly understood Luo Li's meaning and accepted one without hesitation. By the way, my name is Lu Xiaojin, what's yours? Luo Li. 2 more words were written in a flamboyant style on the blackboard. Luo Li, her mouth full of bread, said, "What a nice name." Hearing the other's words, Luo Li smiled politely, then quickly finished her food and closed her eyes to lie down. Lu Xiaojin was also obedient, quickly finishing her food and obediently climbing into bed to rest. Hands on her stomach, trying to sleep as soundly as possible. 10 minutes later, Luo Li silently pushed the heavy object on top of her back into bed. Downstairs, Dongzi and the other 2 on night watch were also munching on compressed biscuits, their eyes looking out the window. After they finished eating, one person stayed downstairs while the other went up to the roof to observe from both sides. Everything seemed normal outside. The surrounding area had been cleared, with only a few scattered zombies remaining in the distance. But simultaneously, unrest raged within the city, a dozen kilometers away.
Quick, move. Roy.
Lu Bai urged his teammates to evacuate as quickly as possible while anxiously calling for the woman behind them. "I'm fine, you guys get out of here." The woman, with her hair tied in a neat high ponytail and dressed in a sleek black bodysuit, decapitated a zombie with a single stroke without blinking. The next instant, Lu Bai stood beside her, pulling her back. "Move quickly." They were running at their maximum human speed, wishing they had 8 legs, but the zombies that roamed at night were significantly faster than during the day. Moreover, their vision was unimpeded, and they swarmed in from all directions in overwhelming numbers. They had no chance of escape. The road was blocked by a horde of zombies. Watching the relentless surge of zombies, despair crept into everyone's expressions, and Luo Li pursed her lips.
Whoosh.
She raised her hand and released her last signal flare. If this plea for help went unanswered, then they would have to accept their fate. But it was such a pity. She hadn't found her parents and Xiao Li yet. She longed to see them again. "Charge out the left exit. We can't just wait to die." At the same time, Lu Bai thought of his sister. He took out the last of his weapons and ammunition and distributed them to everyone, gritting his teeth as he spoke. They were at a crossroads, trapped in the middle, with nowhere to hide. Their only chance was to break through on their own. Okay. At the same time, Luo Li suddenly opened her eyes, stood up, and went to the window to look outside. She seemed to sense a familiar presence, but it was very far away. She glanced back at Lu Xiaojin on the bed, opened the window, and leaped from the 2nd floor, disappearing into the darkness in mere moments. What was that? Dongzi downstairs felt a blur before his eyes, rubbing them violently, but saw nothing. The next instant, his vision blurred again, as if something had flashed out of the house. In just half a minute, Luo Li had appeared 2 kilometers away, and Jiang Wang, following behind, was even faster. With a single turn of his head, he was already beside her. "What's wrong?" Before she finished speaking, the 2 noticed a signal light in the sky ahead. "Haha, sister." Luo Li quickened her pace, and as she approached, she confirmed it was indeed her original sister's aura. Perhaps due to her upgrade, her perception was far superior to before. A minute later, the 2 arrived in the city. However, the area was already overwhelmed by an endless horde of zombies. Seeing the situation in the city center, Luo Li's heart tightened. She immediately released her aura, issuing a retreat order to the zombies below. The zombies within her radius froze and retreated. Seeing the face below that bore a resemblance to Luo Li's, Jiang Wang also turned to look at the zombie horde. An even stronger suppressive force emanated from him, and the zombie horde below abruptly paused. Then, as if controlled, they began to retreat. What's going on? Why did they suddenly scatter? The few people below, who had been resigned to a desperate fight, were taken aback by this, somewhat puzzled. Never mind the reason, let's get out of here first. Luo Li frowned, starting to move and speaking. The others nodded immediately, taking the opportunity to leave the scene as quickly as possible. Watching the group below successfully find a vehicle and drive away, Luo Li and the others disappeared from the spot. Shortly afterward, the two figures appeared in their respective rooms. The cold wind she brought in made the person on the bed shiver. Knock knock. The door was knocked at that moment. Zhang Liang just saw a distress signal from the south, like from someone with superpowers. They must have encountered some emergency. Xiaoli, I hope we can go check it out. Dongzi and the others will stay here and keep watch. Luo Li nodded and followed, turning her head to meet Jiang Wang's gaze. The two exchanged a knowing glance and remained silent. Zhou Cheng and his team reacted quickly. The moment they saw the signal, Zhang Liang got out to call for backup. However, Luo Li and her two incredibly powerful zombies were even faster, having already finished their task and returned. When they were halfway there, they ran into Lu Bai's car. It's the first squad. Seeing the familiar car, Lu Bai spoke, his eyes filled with joy. Zombies are very active at night, and in just a short while, a large group of zombies had already caught up with them. Zhou Cheng executed a stylish drift U-turn. Luo Li gripped the car tightly, and once it was stable, she leaned out of the window, each taking turns with Jiang Wang to clear out the zombies behind them. Xiaoli. The woman in the other car turned and saw the familiar figure, letting out a startled cry.
Bang.
But a gunshot snapped her back to reality, and she immediately joined in clearing the danger behind them. The two teams worked together and finally managed to shake off the zombies behind them, achieving safety. Thanks. Looking at Zhou Cheng and the others standing alongside them, Lu Bai smiled and thanked them. No need for thanks. Just remember to give our teammates some points later. Zhou Cheng laughed, preferring concrete actions to empty words. Lu Bai chuckled as well. Sure, no problem. While talking, the group hurried back to their temporary lodgings. As soon as they returned to the house, Luo Li was suddenly scooped up and hugged tightly, her small body buried in someone's chest. The softness made Luo Li's face instantly turn bright red. The others around her looked bewildered. Jiang Wang frowned, took a step, and then stopped. Sister, finally found you. Where are Mom and Dad? Why are you all alone? Overwhelmed with emotion at the family reunion, Luo Li hugged Luo Li for a long time before finally letting go, tears streaming down her face as she looked her over. Seeing that Luo Li was perfectly all right, she finally relaxed and looked around, asking what was wrong. Thinking of her parents, Luo Li lowered her eyes and shook her head. Seeing her expression, Luo Yi's heart skipped a beat, as if she had a bad feeling. What's wrong with your throat? She quickly noticed Luo Li's unusual behavior. Luo Li was about to take out the small blackboard to explain when she caught a glimpse of many more people around her. She finally shook her head slightly, indicating she would explain in detail to her sister later. Seeing her action, Luo Li noticed that many people had come downstairs, and the area was filled with spectators. The commotion Zhou Cheng and his group had caused when they went out was quite significant. Several ability users had left at once, reducing their protection force by half. Immediately, people ran down to inquire about the situation. Only when they saw Zhou Cheng and his group returning with a team of ability users from the base did they feel relieved. We just came to take a look. You all discuss it. Noticing the expressions of the ability users, those who understood the situation immediately spoke up. Soon, the group returned to their rooms, leaving only 2 ability user teams and Lu Xiaojin, who was excitedly sneaking around upon seeing her brother. Lu Bai and his team were ability users from the base's 9th squad, but this group, originally 7, now consisted of only 4, plus Luo Li. Well, Luo Li wasn't from their base. This is Luo Li, the superhuman we encountered during a mission. Luckily, we found her. Otherwise, we might have been wiped out. Lu Bai briefly explained their team situation and introduced Luo Li. She's a superhuman from the 2nd base. No, I'm from your base. Are you still hiring? Luo Li interjected, turning to Zhou Cheng. Having found her sister, she immediately switched teams without hesitation.
Yes.
Of course we are. Welcome, welcome. We're teammates now. I'll take you to register when we get back. Zhou Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then quickly agreed, extending his hand to shake hers. But Lu Bai stopped him. Sister Yi, we can't do this, can we? We've been through thick and thin together. How can you just abandon us? He looked as if he had suffered a great injustice. Lu Xiaojin felt that the cool and handsome brother she remembered had been completely shattered. Hearing him say this, Luo Li paused for a moment, recalling their experiences over the past 3 to 5 days. Well, it truly was a life-or-death bond. No doubt about it. How about this, you come to our team? We're all from the same base, so it'll be easy to see each other later. Before Luo Li could say anything, Lu Bai spoke up, his gaze intense. For some reason, Luo Li felt a burning sensation from that gaze and was momentarily speechless. Zhou Cheng, seeing Lu Bai's nervous expression, chuckled and didn't interrupt. Lu Bai had brought her back, and the 9th squad was indeed short-handed. He wasn't really stupid enough to try and steal her away. Seeing this, Luo Li glanced between her sister and Lu Bai, seemed to sense something, and then decisively nudged her sister gently. All right, considering our life-or-death friendship and the fact that you two are a good match, then we'll be teammates from now on. Please take care of me. Seeing Luo Li's gaze, Luo Li thought for a moment and readily agreed. Okay, let's look after each other. Seeing Roy agree, the members of the 9th squad were also very happy. Although they were still feeling the pain of losing their teammates these past 2 days, they all showed genuine smiles to Roy. They were happy for Roy's joining, but also saddened by the loss of their teammates. But they had to look to the future. And so, Roy stayed with the 9th squad. You just escaped death on a mission. Go and rest first. We'll keep watch tonight. Zhou Cheng spoke up, telling them to rest first. Luo Li took the opportunity to return to her room with Luo Li, while Lu Xiaojin went to find her brother. Xiao Li, what exactly happened? I rushed back to find you after receiving the news, but I couldn't get in touch with you. Her family was nowhere to be found at home or school. She searched for a long time before unexpectedly joining the second base. From Luo Li's little blackboard, Luo Li learned the whole story, but Luo Li concealed the fact that she had become a zombie. She changed it to say that she awakened her superpowers because of it, then unexpectedly joined the first base's superpower team, and only then sought revenge. There were indeed cases of ordinary people being bitten by zombies but not being assimilated, instead becoming superpowered, so Luo Li naturally didn't doubt it. But thinking about how much her younger sister had endured alone, her heart ached so much she could hardly breathe. It's because I'm late. She hugged Luo Li tightly, her body trembling slightly. Luo Li felt the dampness on her neck and gently patted Luo Yi's back to comfort her. After a long while, Luo Li finally calmed down and looked at Luo Li cautiously. And your throat? Luo Li waved her hand, indicating that she shouldn't worry about it. It's temporary, it'll get better, don't worry. A reassuring message appeared on the small blackboard. She became mute halfway through her life and didn't know sign language, so she had prepared the small blackboard early on and it proved quite useful. That's good. Seeing the words on the blackboard, Luo Li finally felt relieved. The two sisters huddled together, chatting about their recent situations. But Luo Li, having escaped death, was truly exhausted. While chatting, she leaned against the bed and fell asleep. Perhaps because of the sense of security from having her family around, she slept exceptionally soundly this time. Luo Li glanced at her, then secretly slipped out. She bumped into Lu Xiaojin, who was returning home. Thinking of her sister in the room, Luo Li made a shushing gesture. Lu Xiaojin obediently nodded, then tiptoed back to her room, climbed back into bed, and secretly glanced at Luo Li before closing her eyes with satisfaction. Her future sister-in-law was so beautiful, and her new best friend was super pretty too. She had just clearly seen her brother's gaze towards Luo Li wasn't innocent. Luo Yi's face was also a little red. She'd shipped this couple first. When Luo Li went downstairs, Dongzi and the others had just returned. Jiang Wang sat alone downstairs, the dim light from the living room casting a strange sense of loneliness on him. Just like how he, who was already alone, had finally managed to squeeze into the bustling crowd for a short while, only to be returned to solitude once everyone dispersed. "You're here." As if hearing the noise, he looked up and said calmly, "You stay downstairs. I'll come up and keep watch." With that, he stood up and walked upstairs without waiting for Luo Li to say anything. His gaze only glanced at her when he noticed her. As he passed by, Luo Li reached out and took his hand. The little zombie's eyes were filled with worry for him, as if she didn't understand why he was suddenly so sad. "I let go." Meeting her gaze, Jiang Wang remained silent for a long time, finally moving his hand slightly to speak. But the little zombie stubbornly didn't let go, her clear black eyes looking at him earnestly, like a child anxiously asking why. "You lied to me." The two remained locked in a tense standoff for a long time, until finally Jiang Wang couldn't hold back any longer, turning his head away and uttering a muffled sound, his voice filled with the resentment of being deceived. She claimed to have come to keep him company, but both times she came with ulterior motives. First, she sought revenge, and now she's looking for her sister. Judging from her demeanor, she had clearly planned to come to the base for these two reasons. In any case, her purpose wasn't with him. Of course, they had no prior connection, so it was perfectly normal that she wasn't doing it for him. But she couldn't lie. For some reason, he felt incredibly uncomfortable. Luo Li, however, was completely bewildered, utterly unable to grasp his thought process. She quickly tried to think it over, but her mind remained blank. Lying to him? She hadn't, had she? She was stunned. As if sensing her confusion, Jiang Wang choked back a sob, irritably turning to go upstairs. "Never mind, it's nothing, pretend I
Didn't say anything."
Even he didn't know what he was being dramatic about. She didn't need to pay so much attention to him. He wasn't anyone to her. Thinking of this, he paused again. He turned to look at her, seeing her still worried and confused, staring blankly at him. He sighed silently. He turned back and ruffled her hair. "Let's go. Together." Hearing this, Luo Li snapped out of her daze and obediently followed him. The two went up to the top floor, climbed out of the small window, and arrived at the rooftop terrace. Jiang Wang found a place to sit down and, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a small stick, idly twirling it. His presence kept the nearby zombies at bay. Luo Li thought for a moment, then nestled down beside him, calling out softly, "So, you think I lied somewhere?" After much deliberation, she decided it was best to ask. Her intuition told her that this might be the reason his affection level was stuck at 40%. Jiang Wang paused, turning to look at her. The little zombie stared at him for a long time, blinking blankly twice. Finally, Jiang Wang gave in and tilted his head to answer. "You said you came to keep me company, but that's clearly not it. You're here to make it easier to take revenge, to make it easier to find her sister." That was her original purpose, not the convincing lie she told him. She sweetly told him she came to keep him company. He knew she was lying, but he secretly believed her. Yeah, after being abandoned so many times, he just wanted to believe sweet words. He thought he wasn't that bad, so why couldn't he believe these things? After hearing his words, Luo Li finally understood what he meant, and she nodded. That was indeed my second purpose, but I didn't lie to you. I came to keep you company because we are the only two of our kind here, so of course we should keep each other company. After hearing her words, he suddenly paused, as if he had been enlightened. Looking at Luo Li's little face, he suddenly laughed, a bright and unrestrained smile. That's true. They can't stay with you for long, but I can. He knew their lifespans were endless. Having evolved to his level, they were already unkillable. Looking at the little zombie's obedient appearance, he pinched her soft little cheek. However, isn't your leveling up a little too slow? He was already unkillable, but she wasn't. Luo Li frowned. I've tried my best, but now I'm out of high-level crystal cores. She had tried her best too, but she couldn't do anything more. Hearing her words, Jiang Wang paused, then pinched her soft, comforting face again. Who said there wasn't? Luo Li looked puzzled, but he withdrew his hand, turned to look into the distance, and remained silent. This is quite mysterious, keeping everyone in suspense. Luo Li muttered to herself, annoyed, but said nothing more. The night was pitch black, with only a few scattered lights shining in the darkness. Two figures, one tall and one short, sat together, finding companionship. Ding, affection +8, current affection value 48%. The next day, the team set off again, including the members of the 9th Squad. They were among the first to depart for the new base, and their mission this time was to clear zombies and expand the base's safe zone. This mission was undoubtedly dangerous. They had encountered a group of high-level zombies, resulting in the loss of several teammates. Later, they even accidentally stumbled into a city of corpses and nearly suffered total annihilation. After this ordeal, they were definitely unable to continue the mission, so they decided to return to base to rest and regroup before making further plans. The two teams traveled together, which would make the journey safer. Miss, are you new here too? You're really beautiful. What kind of ability do you have? On the bus with Luo Yi and Luo Li, the plump woman started again. Before boarding the bus, Luo Yi had heard about this plump woman from Dongzi. This was how she always questioned people at first. She seemed quite friendly, but her true nature was that of a shrew. What kind of superpower you have is none of your business. If you're too idle, stand up and help us guard the area. Here's a knife, go chop down a couple of zombies. Luo Yi replied coldly, handing over the machete. The plump woman instantly fell silent again, not daring to take it.
Bang.
Luo Li, standing nearby, fired a shot from the window. A zombie running towards the bus exploded in the head and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the plump woman shrank even lower. The rest of the journey went smoothly. On the morning of the 4th day after leaving the base, they successfully arrived at the new base. Although there were some talkative people along the way, fortunately, none of them were the type to lose their minds. Aside from being annoying, no one held them back, and overall, the journey went smoothly. The new base was indeed very large, more than 10 times larger than the old place. The accommodations for the superpowered individuals were in a residential area. Based on their abilities, the first team members were all assigned houses in the villa area. Jiang Wang, based on his abilities, occupied a villa all to himself. Zhou Cheng and Liu Bai, as captains of their special abilities teams, also had their own houses. Luo Li was genuinely envious. She was then invited to stay with either Jiang Wang or Zhou Cheng. One was the base's strongest individual, and the other was the captain of the first team, her own captain. Luo Li naturally chose Jiang Wang. Zhou Cheng wasn't surprised and nodded with a smile. Then I'll have it all to myself. Captain, are you worried about your house being empty? You should find a wife soon. Dongzi and the others teased with laughter. Luo Yi also accepted her captain's invitation to stay, and Lu Xiaojin had already eagerly followed her brother. Sister Luo Yi, come with us. Jiang Wang and my brother's houses are next to each other, so we can be neighbors. Luo Yi secretly wanted to stay with her sister, but she wasn't familiar with Jiang Wang and didn't want her sister to do her a favor. After thinking for a moment, she nodded in agreement with Lu Xiaojin. Since they were next door anyway, she could go see Luo Li anytime. Liu Bai was her captain, so it was normal for him to take in a teammate. That's great. We're family now. Lu Xiaojin cheered immediately, while Liu Bai and Luo Yi, for some reason, felt their ears burn. Luo Li stood next to Jiang Wang, a maternal smile on her face. Jiang Wang looked at her and shook his head amused. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Cheng and the others were also smiling maternally at the two of them. Through Luo Yi, they already knew Luo Li's age. Although she looked young, she was already an adult. To be honest, when Wang Ji and Xiao Li stood together, they actually looked quite well matched. Before, they thought Xiao Li was too young and hadn't thought about it, but now the more they looked, the more they seemed like a good match. A cool, aloof, and handsome man, a delicate little princess standing together, they truly resembled a princess and her knight. With that level of attractiveness, they would have been a head-turner back then, a national CP couple. All right, since everything's arranged, everyone should go back and rest. There should be more arrangements at the base tomorrow. After waiting for a while, Zhou Cheng also spoke up. Okay, see you tomorrow. Everyone nodded and went their separate ways back to their new residences. You can choose your room first, I'm fine with anything. After leading Luo Li to the villa, Jiang Wang said. Luo Li didn't stand on ceremony, running inside to look around, then running upstairs to check. Jiang Wang watched the little figure running and jumping around the house, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Hee. I want the one upstairs. The one with the balcony. The next moment, Luo Li appeared upstairs, calling out to him. Okay. Jiang Wang nodded, followed her upstairs to take a look, and chose the one next to hers. Watching the little one move things around in her spatial storage, in no time, her room was filled with all sorts of girly trinkets, turning it into a delicate and pretty little haven. He wondered where she got all that stuff from. Just as he finished thinking that, he saw her run into his room, moving things around again, and soon the cold, quiet room was transformed, filled with a bit more life. Hee. Do you like it? After the little zombie finished, her eyes lit up, and she looked at him expectantly. Jiang Wang snapped out of his daze, looked at her, and nodded. The little zombie smiled even more broadly. Will it hurt a lot when you upgrade and evolve? Looking at her smiling face, he suddenly asked, as if he had thought of something. Luo Li was confused for a moment, then honestly shook her head. Hee. My constitution is special, I won't feel pain. With Kai's help, she didn't feel any pain during her evolution. Hearing her answer, his expression relaxed a bit, and then he spoke. Then if there were an opportunity for you to upgrade immediately, would you want it? Hee. Of course. Luo Li nodded without hesitation. She wanted to be the coolest kid. Okay. Hearing this, Jiang Wang was silent for a moment, then nodded and tapped her head. Open your mouth. Luo Li obediently opened her mouth, and then a drop of bright red blood spilled from his fingertip, dripping into her mouth. The slightly sweet and metallic taste made her freeze. Sensing the powerful energy within the blood, Little Cabbage quickly helped her convert and absorb it. Goodness, this tiny drop is equivalent to its host consuming tens of thousands of crystal cores. Is it painful? Seeing her stunned expression, he frowned, his eyes filled with undisguised worry. He had once experienced the pain of a drug injected into his body. The drug, once injected, would instantly erode every cell in his body, bringing with it indescribable agony. He had felt that sensation countless times. Even now, the thought of it made his face turn pale involuntarily. The shadow of fear deep within his heart meant he could never escape those memories. And when he awoke from the laboratory after his last experiment, he had already become what he was now. Those white coats holding syringes had become inhuman, grotesque figures. The outside world had changed completely. He hadn't experienced the pain of evolution, but he feared that the feeling was like what he had experienced. She couldn't bear it. It's nothing. Seeing his expression, Luo Li shook her head, snapping back to reality. Then she suddenly froze, her hand instinctively touching her throat. But before she could say anything, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she swayed, collapsing into his chest. Jiang Wang hurriedly caught her, using his power to check her progress and confirm that she was simply undergoing a stable evolution. He then breathed a sigh of relief. He carried Luo Li back to the room, quietly watching over her, his mind involuntarily replaying those unpleasant memories. Meanwhile, the unnoticed little cabbage beside him stared at him, its eyes suddenly widening. Luo Li, who had fallen into a deep sleep and whose consciousness had inexplicably returned to the system space, was also startled. She frowned deeply, intently studying the memories that Jiang Wang had suddenly conjured up. His memories were rather long, starting from a newborn baby. He wasn't loved by his biological parents. He was the product of a failed relationship. 5 days after his birth, the tiny infant was abandoned at the gates of an orphanage, where he spent what was arguably the warmest period of his early life. When he was 2.5, a childless couple adopted him. Hearing the orphanage director's words, He believed he would find happiness. He did indeed experience brief joy in his new family, but soon his adoptive parents had their own children. Just turned 3, he was sent back to the orphanage. Perhaps because of his striking good looks from a young age, he easily won over adoptive parents, and soon after he returned home, another couple adopted him. However, he was adopted as a substitute. The couple's biological child had gone missing, and they used him as a replacement. But it didn't matter. Children growing up in orphanages were already fortunate to have parents. He was obedient, striving to be outstanding and shine to please his adoptive parents. He thought that this would make his adoptive parents genuinely like him, instead of always looking at someone else through him. But a substitute is always a substitute. He could never replace the original. When his adoptive parents' biological child was found, he was abandoned back at the orphanage once again. By then, he was 10 years old. Many years had passed, and the new headmistress had long since changed. At this age, neither too old to work and earn money, nor too young to be easily adopted, he wasn't favored by the new headmistress. So, when the Research Institute offered a high price to select candidates, he was unhesitatingly pushed forward by the new director, thus becoming an experimental subject. That marked the beginning of his life suffering. That hellish place confined him for 12 long years. After countless experiments, he became the most outstanding experimental subject, the closest to success. As it turned out, after using countless experimental subjects and conducting countless experiments, they finally succeeded. They successfully created a superhuman being, so they didn't hesitate to begin a massive experiment. The zombie apocalypse caused by rain, the apocalyptic crisis, these were merely excuses to cover up humanity's evil deeds. They extracted virus samples from Jiangwang's body and released them into water resource systems across various regions, infecting humans and causing genetic evolution. This was the true cause of this human crisis. However, they also reaped the consequences of their own actions. After seeing Jiangwang's condition, they also believed they could become as powerful as him, achieving immortality. So, they secretly injected themselves with the virus. But in the end, those greedy people all failed. They couldn't withstand the virus and became inhuman monsters, zombies. Of course, today's superhumans are the successful products of this massive experiment. And zombies are the failed products of this human evolution. Well, not entirely a failure. Zombies, although no longer human, can indeed live forever if they aren't blown out of the head. The above is the memory the system accidentally extracted from Jiangwang's mind, containing everything related to him. Seeing the end, where Jiangwang blows those damned white coats out of the head after waking up, she felt a little satisfied. Do they think they're some kind of invincible god? Improving humanity.
Screw you.
Did you even ask humanity's opinion before you started? You changed things. Did you even ask? You collapsed. But haven't they developed a cure for the virus yet? Little Cabbage nodded. The small world's big data shows that this zombie crisis cannot be resolved. Ultimately, those with superpowers will coexist with zombies, while pure humans may gradually disappear, eventually leading to a new world dominated by those with superpowers and zombies. Host, the boss's blood energy is very concentrated. Kai just helped you focus on evolving your voice. And Little Bear, I've heard you say your body isn't quite right in this world, so Kai just helped you with a second evolution. Zombie evolution is equivalent to development. Adjusting it is no problem for her. Looking at Xiao Bite-Size's innocent face as she earnestly reported to her, Luo Li's face flushed slightly, but she honestly bent down to look at her body and nodded in satisfaction. Mwah, thank you Kai, love you. Her little system, she really loved it. Xiao Baikai covered her cheek, a little embarrassed by the kiss. Seeing that it was almost time, Luo Li lay back in her body, but because her body was still absorbing energy, she didn't wake up and took a nap.
Jiangwang stayed by her side the whole time. The next day,
at dawn, Luo Li finally woke up. Feeling completely refreshed, she stretched comfortably, turning her head to see Jiangwang looking at her with a smile in his eyes. You're awake? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Li habitually shook her head, then remembered something before speaking. I'm fine, don't worry. His sweet, soft voice matched her image perfectly, making her seem even more delicate. "Thank you, Brother Jiangwang." Just as he was thinking this, she smiled sweetly at him and called out softly. For some reason, Jiangwang felt a jolt in his heart from that smile, and he turned his head slightly, feeling a little awkward. "Well, they should be here soon to assemble. You should get ready first." Ding. Affection plus 10. Current affection value 58%. The system's announcement followed his hurried departure. Luo Li smiled, her eyes crinkling, and turned to go into the bathroom, then quickly came back out and ran to the next room to call for someone. "I want to take a shower," she called out, knocking on the door. A moment later, Jiangwang opened the door and silently entered her bathroom. Soon, the bathtub was filled with water at the perfect temperature. After he left, Luo Li happily took out her scented bath soap, humming a little tune, her joy evident. Hearing her soft humming, Jiangwang couldn't help but smile. She was right. Only they were kindred spirits. Only they were truly there for each other. He would hold her tightly, never allowing anyone to abandon him. And these were things she herself had said that they would accompany each other. He had taken it seriously. He was right. Luo Li had just finished bathing when Zhou Cheng and the others arrived. Luo Li tied her long, curly hair into a bun, wore a pair of overalls with a yellow top. With small sunglasses pinned to her hair, she actually looked kind of cute and cool despite her small frame. "The base has assigned us a mission to expand the safe zone, but we're not in a rush. We can rest for a couple of days first. What do you guys think?" Zhou Cheng explained the situation and turned to his teammates. "I'm fine with anything," Dongzi said first, indicating he'd go along with whatever the others suggested. "Captain, what are your plans?" Jiangwang didn't rush to offer his opinion, but first asked Zhou Cheng what he thought. "I think the sooner we clear out the base, the sooner it'll be stable. But we just got back from a mission, and we've been busy for a while now. It's time for the brothers to rest." "Then let's go." "What's a little while? We can rest when we get back. I heard there are quite a few guys with crystal cores here. Let's bring back a lot." Gongzi immediately spoke up. "The new base has changed its rules again. Like points, crystal cores can now be used as currency, and not just within the base. There's already a consensus outside that crystal cores are a form of currency. In other words, crystal cores are now money." Upon hearing this news, everyone is eager to hoard them. The new base's safe zone is already quite large, but it needs to be expanded further for even greater security. "How can we miss this?" Dongzi added. Luo Li and Jiang Wang also nodded at Zhou Cheng. Judging from Luo Li's attire, she was already prepared to set off. "All right, let's go." Seeing this, Zhou Cheng didn't hesitate and immediately spoke up. The group met up with the 9th squad as soon as they stepped outside. "Going out to fight monsters?" Lu Bai raised an eyebrow, looking at them. "What? Want to come along?" "Sure." The 9th squad had originally planned to rest, but they too were eager to set off due to the new information, because they heard that some zombies outside were starting to level up. If that was the case, if they went any later, the crystal cores might not be as easy to obtain. They had to hurry. "Xiaoli, how did you sleep last night?" Luo Yi had already put her arm around her younger sisters, and the two sisters began chatting intimately.
Good."
Luo Li's voice sounded hoarse and hesitant. "You can speak now." Luo Yi exclaimed in surprise, her face beaming with joy. The others, hearing the commotion, also looked over. Jiang Wang exchanged a glance with Luo Li, then, without batting an eye, began to speak on her behalf, reciting their prearranged script. Yes, last night while she was eating at home, her voice suddenly came back to normal. "I took her to see the old doctor at the base. The doctor said her previous inability to speak wasn't due to external factors. It was because she had suffered a profound shock, causing a stress response in her body. Now, she's felt some relief, so she can slowly start speaking again." Listening to his unchanging words, Luo Li looked at him and secretly smiled. Jiang Wang returned her a helpless look. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, the teammates present, who knew Luo Li's situation, had already formed an explanation in their minds. Because of the events involving her family, Xiao Li suffered a huge shock, which caused her to lose her voice. Now that she has found her older sister, her condition has eased, and she can finally speak again. In short, Luo Li has had a tough time. Thinking of the heartache in their eyes as they looked at Luo Li, Luo Li felt it even more intensely. She tried to hold back her tears, but couldn't, and hugged Luo Li tightly. Luo Li hadn't intended to make her cry, so she quickly patted her back to comfort her. This is a good thing. This way, Luo Li will get better soon. Seeing Luo Yi's expression, Lu Bai quickly offered words of comfort, his eyes filled with heartache. Luo Li nodded, her voice choked with emotion, releasing Luo Li and smiling at her. You're right, our Luo Li will get better and better from now on. She would definitely protect her. Unaware of Luo Yi's thoughts, Luo Li simply gave her a sweet, obedient smile. Looking at the two sisters, everyone inexplicably smiled as well. Let's go. We need to hurry and leave. I heard there are quite a few people going out on missions today. Don't be late and you'll miss out. Zhou Cheng smiled and quietly reminded them. Let's go. Hearing this, Luo Li nodded, pulling her sister along to catch up with the others. Jiang Wang looked at Luo Li's hand being held tightly by someone else, his eyes flickered, and his fingertips twitched slightly. For some reason, he also wanted to hold it.
Wow.
There are so many people out today. After setting off and arriving at the location, Dongzi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There were many people here, including ability users from their base, as well as many unfamiliar faces, possibly from other bases, or perhaps independent ability users scattered throughout. They were in small groups, all heading straight for the zombies with crystal cores. I heard someone say that zombie cores with the same supernatural ability attribute can help upgrade abilities. That might be why. Gongzi spoke up, and everyone's eyes lit up at his words, becoming even more eager. Whether the cores could be used as currency or absorbed to upgrade abilities, they were incredibly tempting. If that's the case, it's no wonder there are so many people. Looks like we can't stick together. Everyone, pair up and don't go too far. Come back here in 2 hours. This scene is quite rare. It feels like there are more people than zombies now. Okay, Luo Li, let's go together. The three of us. Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, everyone nodded. Luo Li had just approached Luo Li when Lu Bai called her away. Luo Li naturally ended up in a team with Jiang Wang. Normally, everyone avoids these high-level zombies, but now they're chasing after them one by one. The contrast is quite striking. However, she could also clearly feel that recently, both the ability users and the zombies had become much stronger than before. She seemed to smell a level 2 zombie, and her hands were itching to attack. Let's go. Seeing her expression, Jiang Wang seemed to understand her thoughts. After everyone had dispersed in their respective directions, he naturally grasped Luo Li's wrist and pulled her forward. His gaze lingered on her hand for a moment, but he remained cautious, not daring to push his luck, only holding her wrist. Luo Li felt the dampness of his palm and looked up at him, puzzled. His expression seemed normal, so why were his palms sweaty? Luo Li's feeling was correct. In the past few days, many ability users had felt their strength had increased significantly. Perhaps it was due to the missions they had been doing earlier, or perhaps it was the secondary effect of the rain, but in any case, their increased strength gave them more confidence. Most of the people present could now take down a crystal core zombie single-handedly. Even those with slightly weaker abilities could manage, with teamwork. Whoosh, the large and small figures that had left had already appeared several kilometers away from them. Luo Li swiftly weaved through the zombie horde, quickly gathering a considerable number of crystal cores. 2 of them were from level 2 zombies, and for some reason, they tasted somewhat sweet to her. Thinking this, she had Jiang Wang wash them with water before she started chewing them. They really are sweet, the little zombie exclaimed, its eyes widening in delight. They're quite delicious. Seeing her expression, Jiang Wang smiled faintly. Then let's go find some more. He reached out and took her hand, and the two quickly appeared where there were even more zombies. Looking at the scene, they showed no fear, only excitement. Wow. This barbecue place has so many barbecue ingredients. Luo Li's voice came from the street below. Her small backpack was already full of crystal cores, which she tossed back into her system space. Brother Wang, those mutated animals, they can't eat them, but we should be able to, right? Looking at the ingredients, she suddenly had a craving for grilled meat.
Sure.
Jiang Wang nodded, and in the next instant, he pulled out some mutated pig meat and some fresh vegetables from his space. My space can preserve food. I saved some ingredients when we first started collecting supplies. Want to try some? The little zombie nodded repeatedly. They quickly set up a table, lit the charcoal, and started grilling. This is so delicious. My sister-in-law is going to be so lucky. The little zombie ate her grilled meat with her head down, giving him a thumbs up and praising him sweetly. Hearing her seemingly casual words, Jiang Wang paused for a moment, then placed his freshly grilled meat next to her. He gave a faint reply, his gaze falling on her, who was silently eating. Sister-in-law? He had never thought about this before. But as things stood, among people like him, there was only one who could be the sister-in-law. You want a sister-in-law? Thinking about it, he suddenly spoke in a low voice, as if something had come to mind. His expression was normal, as if he had asked casually, seemingly intentional, yet also unintentional. Hearing this, she paused for a moment, then began to laugh it off. If you have someone you like, then of course I want one. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes, not quite satisfied with her answer. But you promised me you would always be with me. If you have a sister-in-law, how will you be with me? For some reason, Luo Li felt a sense of danger listening to his words. The next moment, he suddenly stood up, encircling her from behind in a kind of embrace, but without actually touching her. The little zombie's ears turned bright red, and her open mouth fell silent. Jiang Wang, seeing her reaction, chuckled softly, his handsome face becoming even more radiant. He withdrew the 2 tissues from his hand. I'll get the napkins. As soon as he finished speaking, she became visibly more uncomfortable. Who would go around behind you to get napkins? You still haven't answered me. Jiang Wang didn't intend to let her off the hook. He gently pinched her cheek and wiped it for her, speaking softly. The faint, sweet scent of flower petals emanating from her mingled with the crisp, pine-like scent of his, swirling between them. An inexplicable, ambiguous atmosphere rose between them. It's getting late. Shouldn't we go back? Otherwise, my sister and the others will be worried. Luo Li stood up abruptly, awkwardly changing the subject. Put these away first. We'll eat when we get back. With that, she gathered her things and quickly ran off. Jiang Wang, standing where he was, stared blankly at his empty hand for a moment, then smiled. Cowardly, yet mischievous. However, this experience had truly stirred something within him. She was the one who said it. Only they were kindred spirits. Then, of course, only they were the most compatible. Ding, favorability +5, current favorability value 63. Watching its host run away, and then looking at the rising favorability rating, Little Cabbage scratched its head. Ding, favorability rating. Thump, it's already reached 70. Jiang Wang took a step and quickly caught up with her. Not long after they appeared, Luo Li and the others found them. Li, where did you go? I couldn't find you. Inside. Luo Li pointed to the inner city, admitting that pretending to speak in such a hoarse and difficult voice was quite challenging. However, her substitute quickly stepped in. We just went in to take a look and came out. How was your haul? Hearing Jiang Wang mention this, everyone present beamed with joy. The haul was pretty good. It's still early. Let's discuss going back in for another look. How was your look when you went in? There were quite a few people there and more zombies with crystal cores than outside. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, everyone was delighted. Then let's hurry up and go. I just tried it, and the news about upgrading abilities is true. The crystal cores of the same attribute can really be absorbed and converted into ability power. Zhou Qin quickly chimed in with a smile, his eyes gleaming with joy. Okay. After entering the inner city, everyone got busy again. Although Luo Li was still teaming up with Jiang Wang, she was noticeably less lively than before. Running away won't solve anything, Jiang Wang pointedly reminded her. Besides, you are the one who promised me first. Are you going to go back on your word? His voice carried a hint of hurt. Luo Li's heart skipped a beat. She glanced around, making sure no one she knew was there, before carefully organizing her thoughts and speaking softly. I won't go back on my word. Jiang Wang nodded, staring at her. Then why are you hiding? It's all because of what you just did. She blurted out. She didn't finish her sentence. What's it to me? Jiang Wang frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled. Luo Li. It's your fault, you scheming wolf. No, I'm not blaming you. At least you know I won't break my promise, okay? After saying that, Luo Li really ran away. She didn't want to play along with this scheming wolf anymore. Fine, I remember, and you remember too. But before she ran off, his words clearly reached her ears. That evening, back at the base, Luo Li stared blankly at Jiang Wang, who was incredibly attentive, proactively preparing warm water and food for her. Wow, boss has finally figured it out. Little Cabbage flew beside her, flapping its wings excitedly. Luo Li, get some rest, good night. Before going to sleep, Jiang Wang unusually said goodnight to her. For the next while, he truly became a gentle and considerate older brother, taking excellent care of Luo Li. But for some reason, Luo Li felt inexplicably uneasy. Her lower back was in danger. What do you want to eat today? That day, as soon as she came downstairs, she heard Jiang Wang ask her, Porridge, please. After 2 weeks of continuous missions, the team finally had a day off, so Zhou Cheng and the others didn't come this morning. And now, Luo Li's voice was completely healed. Okay. After breakfast, Luo Li and Jiang Wang went for a walk around the base. After 2 weeks, the old base had been completely relocated. During this period, many new superhumans were recruited, and many ordinary people were also taken in. The base now has almost twice the personnel of before. Furthermore, a market has reappeared within the base, in the residential area where many people bring their belongings to exchange for other items. And through the large-scale collection of crystal cores and subsequent upgrades, the superhumans at the base have all become 1 level stronger than before. However, the zombies outside are also a concern. Many level 2 zombies have appeared, and their movement speed is now much faster than before. Missions now require even greater vigilance and caution. Luo Li hadn't been to the market before, so she wanted to check it out today, but she didn't expect to encounter a dispute as soon as they entered. No, you can't leave. You haven't paid yet. A thin, middle-aged woman was pulling at a plump figure. That plump figure looked quite familiar. Do you know who I am? I've already been generous by asking for your help. You still want money? Zhao's mother shook off the thin woman's hand, shouting arrogantly. But we already agreed beforehand I'd alter your clothes, and you'd give me something else. The thin woman was clearly startled by Zhao's mother's imposing manner, but still tried to defend herself in a low voice. When did I say that? Where's the evidence? Do you have any evidence? And after just a few stitches, you still want something else? Tisk, so unreasonable. Dealing with this woman is really troublesome. The person standing next to Luo Li clicked their tongue in surprise. You know her? What's going on here? The others, hearing this, were also surprised and quickly asked. Luo Li also perked up her ears. Heh? Jiang Wang couldn't help but chuckle at her gossipy, innocent look. It turned out that because there weren't many space-age ability users in the base these days, it was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain supplies. Although Zhao's mother had her son helping her get supplies, none of them fit properly. Having been used to a life of luxury, with all her clothes custom-made, she only came to this thin woman for alterations because she'd heard she was skilled. She'd promised to exchange items beforehand, which is why the woman helped her. But then, true to her nature, Zhao's mother went back on her word at the last minute. In short, she was bullying her. Besides, this isn't the first time. That woman's son is supposedly a very powerful ability user in the base. She's done a lot of things because of him. Let's go. After everyone finished speaking, Luo Li waved to Jiang Wang. She remembered who the plump woman was, the wealthy-looking woman in the vehicle during the transfer. Her son has lightning-type abilities. She's supposedly quite powerful. Where are we going? To find base management, Luo Li said, pulling Jiang Wang along as they quickened their pace. These days, everything at the base is becoming increasingly standardized. Things like this are all managed by someone. After hearing Luo Li and the others' words, it wasn't long before people from the base arrived. The unreasonable and arrogant Zhao's mother was taken away for processing. Before her son rescued her, she was bound to receive a lesson and punishment. With the evolution of zombies and the progress of superhumans, now, even ordinary people are starting to awaken their supernatural abilities in the second batch. Recently, several superhumans have emerged among the ordinary people in the base. The base is currently focusing its attention on the ordinary people. This Zhao mother is definitely stirring up trouble. You don't like her? Jiang Wang asked. Luo Li gave him a look that said, "Your question is really strange. Who would like someone like her?" Jiang Wang was speechless and touched his nose. "You're getting more and more rude to me now. You weren't like this before." He remembered how obedient she was at the beginning. Really? Luo Li was a little unsure, but she probably wasn't, right? Yeah, a little spoiled. Luo Li was stunned, her face turning red again. Well, he's flirting indirectly again. Who taught him this? Soon, the outcome for Zhao's mother was announced. Not only did she have to return double what she had obtained through tantrums, but she also had to apologize in person. She also had to pay the price for violating base rules. It was rumored that her son had turned in a considerable number of crystal cores, which was how she was released. After this incident, the mother and son became notorious within the base, but not for a good reason. It was all her own fault, and it just so happened that the base was beginning to tighten its regulations. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If they didn't set rules for her, who would they target? A few days later, TSK, she clearly brought this on herself, and she's still not happy about being punished. She even dared to go to the market repeatedly to cause trouble, disrupting people's clothing alteration business. Now look what's happened. Not only is her son successful, but their son and daughter are successful too. One is lightning type, the other is dual type metal and fire. Now, she's really in for it. She's made an enemy of them. She's just an ordinary person herself, but she thinks she's superior just because she has a son with superpowers. Who doesn't have one these days? Seeing so many young people undergoing a second awakening has boosted the confidence of ordinary people considerably. After all, the probability of a second awakening is higher than the first, and anyone could be the next powerhouse. When Luo Li and the others returned from their mission, they learned the follow-up to Zhao's mother's situation from passers-by. "Shao Li, come over for dinner tonight. I have something to announce." Luo Li and Jiang Wang had just returned home when Luo Yi came over, smiling as she spoke to her. "What's up, sister? Why are you being so secretive?" Hearing Luo Li's words, Luo Yi blushed slightly and waved her hand. "Oh, you'll find out later. You guys just got back, rest first. See you later." With that, Luo Yi immediately ran off. Luo Li followed her gaze and could still see Lu Bai waiting for her outside the door, grinning foolishly. The two houses were only a few steps apart, yet he even offered to pick her up. Thinking about it, she suddenly understood. She was going to have a brother-in-law. Looking at her, then glancing at the two outside, Jiang Wang began to ponder. After leaving Luo Li's place, Luo Yi and the others went to meet Zhou Cheng and his friends, inviting all their close acquaintances over that evening. Lu Bai also possessed spatial abilities, and he brought out his stored resources to celebrate with everyone. Everyone gathered together, chatting and laughing. In the apocalypse, such a relaxed and joyful scene was truly rare. Ahem. When everyone had almost finished eating and drinking, Luo Yi and Lu Bai exchanged a glance. Lu Bai cleared his throat and raised his glass. "The reason I called everyone over tonight is that Luo Yi and I have something to tell you all." "Ah, what is it?" Actually, everyone had already noticed the hints between them, but they still played along, showing curiosity. Everyone present, including Luo Li and Jiang Wang, focused their attention on the two of them. Facing everyone's gaze, Lu Bai turned to Luo Yi, took her hand tightly, and the two stood together, their fingers intertwined, both blushing. "Luo Yi and I are together now. We called everyone over today to celebrate. Tomorrow, we plan to go to the base to register our marriage." Wow. Congratulations. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Dongzi and Gongzi, the two members of the atmosphere building team, were the first to shout. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Luo Li and Lu Xiaojin exchanged a glance and followed suit, shouting loudly. Seeing the two lively girls, Lu Bai and the others blushed even more. But everyone was genuinely happy for them. After the congratulations and dinner, Luo Li and the other girls went upstairs first. A group of men were downstairs drinking and chatting. Lu Bai, you're fast. I remember you were the second youngest here. You've really left us far behind. In their two teams, Jiang Wang was the youngest on the men's side, while Lu Bai was second to last. Not fast at all. Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Lu Bai, his face flushed with drunkenness, waved his hand with a silly grin. Right now, danger lurks everywhere. No one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. So we need to be bolder, not miss out, and not let ourselves regret it. Cherish every moment. Now that he'd met the person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with, he naturally had to seize the opportunity. Hearing Lu Bai's words, everyone present paused. Yes, that's true. Let's cherish the present. Come on, cheers.
Cheers.
Jiang Wang raised his hand and clinked glasses with everyone, glancing upstairs out of the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, upstairs, Luo Li was saying something similar to Lu Bai's. You two aren't young anymore. If you meet the right person, you should seize the opportunity. We should cherish every day we have now and make the most of the moment. As she spoke, Luo Li reached out and ruffled Luo Li's hair. Looking back, our little Li is already a young lady. No matter what choice you make, your sister will always be your strongest support. Hearing Luo Yi's words, Luo Li smiled and nodded. Okay. If he dares to bully me again, I'll come to you sisters for support. Hearing Luo Li's words, Luo Li was taken aback, then laughed. All right, if he dares to bully you, even if I can't beat him, I won't let him get away with it. It's okay. Let's call my brother and Zhou Chang and the others. We'll all stand up for Xiao Li, Lu Xiaojin said with a smile from the side. Upon hearing this, they all laughed. Actually, everyone had noticed the budding romance between Luo Li and Lu Bai and also sensed something was going on between Luo Li and Jiang Wang. Everyone saw it all and offered their blessings. Today, everyone had a very happy gathering. At the end, everyone left behind a lot of crystal cores as wedding gifts. Luo Li also gave Luo Li a bunch of crystal cores as a dowry. Although having a grand wedding is difficult now, they wouldn't miss out on anything they should have. Returning from next door, Luo Li noticed something odd about Jiang Wang's gaze. But when she turned to look at him, he seemed perfectly normal, making her water and leaving her a late-night snack of crystal cores as usual. Good night. He said goodnight to her gently, just as always. Okay, good night. Just as Luo Li was about to think she was imagining things, he suddenly stopped, seemingly about to return to his room. I just heard you, he said abruptly, huh? Luo Li was taken aback. He tapped his ear. My body is a little different. I can hear your voice even from far away. He could hear anything he was focusing on even from a distance. I won't bully you. You manage the household. I'll listen to you. Luo Li was stunned for a moment, before realizing he was responding to what she had just said to her sister. Seeing his earnest, yet unknowingly alluring demeanor, Luo Li felt a surge of embarrassment and annoyance. You? How did you know I was talking about you? The words had barely left her lips when she wanted to sew her mouth shut. Are there other corpses? Sure enough, his brow furrowed instantly, his expression turning dangerous. No. Luo Li stammered, shaking her head repeatedly. He bent down slightly, confirming there was no other person's scent on her, and his expression relaxed. That's right, he was always the one with her. No one else had a chance. His gaze softened, and he transformed back into a harmless, easily bullied figure, his eyes fixed on her. Just looking at him like this, he was the epitome of a handsome younger brother who could easily melt anyone's heart. Then let's go register. The faint scent of pine resin wafted close to her, and his slightly seductive voice made Luo Li momentarily stunned. Going in? Is progressing so quickly? She didn't refuse, and the Corpse King was quite pleased. No rush. They all say we need to seize the opportunity. With that, he pulled Luo Li out, and the two of them managed to get the certificate before the base closed for the day. This speed was even faster than their sister and brother-in-law's. Holding the certificate, equivalent to a marriage certificate, he couldn't stop smiling. Back home, he could finally hold her tightly in his arms and lift her high in his arms without any hesitation. "You're so light, you need to fatten her up a bit." "No, I'm already fine." Luo Li quickly refused. Little Potato's height shouldn't be too heavy. "Okay. Then eat a little more of this." A drop of tempting blood spilled from his fingertip, dabbing it onto her lips, adding a touch of crimson, enticing to taste. When he used his strength to test her, he could sense that although she could maintain this normal human appearance, her actual body wasn't fully evolved like his. She needed to be fed a few more times. "I'm sleepy," Luo Li mumbled, obediently licking the blood away. "It's all right. I'll stay by your side." Holding the soft little zombie, he soothed her gently, his eyes dark yet restrained. Soon after, she fell into a deep sleep against his shoulder. Jiang Wang gently placed her on the bed, holding her close. The little zombie in his arms was fragrant and soft, looking exceptionally well-behaved. Yes, she was indeed very obedient. This time, Luo Li slept for 2 days. When she woke up, she could clearly feel the changes in her body. Her strength was far greater than before. Her skin had evolved too. Although it still felt soft to the touch, it was impossible to cut with a knife. So cool. Looking at her condition, she exclaimed with delight, her eyes shining as she looked at Jiang Wang. "It'll get even cooler in the future. Should I tell them to come over later and have dinner together?" Yes, his little zombie had woken up, and he couldn't wait to announce it to the world. "Okay." Luo Li nodded with a smile. That evening, everyone gathered again. You guys are really something. I'm tired of saying I'm envious." Dongzi and the others shouted. "They're constantly torturing us single people. You guys should hurry up too, then we can be the guests." Seeing that her sister had also found her other half, Luo Li was happy for her and smiled as she spoke. "Fine. You all wait. I'll definitely be there before Gongzi. Gongzi. You'll see when the time comes. Such a push and pull, you wish. We're all single dogs together. Haha." After a lively commotion, only 2 people remained in the house. But they didn't feel lonely because they relied on each other and kept each other company. "I'll take you to take a bath." She was very happy today, and Luo Li had drunk a little. She realized that alcohol could affect zombies. After the party, she was a little tipsy. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, she just snuggled into his neck and hummed softly. The warm, ticklish sensation made him stiffen slightly, and he steadily picked her up and carried her upstairs. But the little zombie, now drunk and confused, was no longer as obedient as before. She was a mischievous little rascal, causing trouble everywhere. Of course, she also received a severe punishment. The next day, Luo Li, her back aching terribly, lingered in bed, whimpering. Her hunch was right. It really strained her back. And the Zombie King's energy was exceptionally high. This little zombie couldn't keep up. "Get up and eat something." He somehow managed to turn the level 2 crystal core into a liquid, which she could drink. "I don't want to eat." He was too wicked. If she ate to regain her strength, she'd suffer. She wasn't going to fall for it. "Be good, listen to me just a little." He leaned closer, holding a bowl and spoon. His hands were beautiful, his skin as pale as his own, his knuckles long and defined, his nails neatly manicured, the tips and joints a delicate pink. Luo Li glanced at them and suddenly felt as if she'd been burned, quickly looking away. Noticing her odd behavior, he paused, then chuckled softly, as if remembering something. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Her voice was muffled by the blanket. Her mind was filled with images of his beautiful hands, how they stirred her. "All right, eat your food. I won't tease you. I'll take you out in a bit." In the end, he pulled her out. "Okay, I'll trust you for now." In the end, it turned out A man who's just tasted the sweetness of love is still untrustworthy. For several days in a row, Little Cabbage, confined to a small, dark room, had learned to entertain herself. Ding, affection points plus. Ding, affection points plus, huh? Why am I stuck at 99 again? A soft, childlike voice asked, filled with confusion. That's because he's afraid of the Corpse King this time. He's terrified of being abandoned. In this life, Luo Li and Jiang Wang spent an extremely long time together. Human faces age, but theirs don't. So, at the age of 40, they left the human base to begin their life together. Of course, two people in love are never alone. Until the world changed, those two figures, one large and one small, nestled together and disappeared from this world. World 6, the end system space. Points plus 1,000, luck value plus 30, merit value plus 30. Points, 13,000 plus 1,000, 14,000 points. Luck value, 170 plus 30, 200 points. Merit value, 130 plus 30, 160 points. See you in the next world. Hongguang Brigade, Educated Youth Compound. Humph, 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 humph. Luo Li hummed a little tune, prepared her malted milk powder in her military canteen, shook it, and then opened the lid to check. A milky aroma wafted out. Satisfied, she nodded and put the canteen away. Ignoring the burning gazes behind her, she quickly put the remaining malted milk powder on the table back in the cabinet, locked it, and hung the key around her neck. Gulp. A sound of swallowing came from behind her as she moved, but Luo Li ignored it. However, the person behind her quickly stepped forward, blocking her way. Educated Youth Luo, are you going to deliver water to Educated Youth Zhao? Let me help you. Luo Xiaolan smiled at Luo Li, but her eyes couldn't help but linger on the canteen, her greed obvious. Without waiting for Luo Li's reply, she reached out to grab the canteen. No need. Luo Li turned and raised her hand to avoid him, speaking calmly to the other person. Then, ignoring the other person's reaction, she headed straight for her work area. What are you pretending for? Everyone knows she's trying to get close to Zhao Jiqing. Seeing her unusual reaction today, Luo Xiaolan was stunned for a long time before reacting, then cursed under her breath, her eyes filled with disdain. After saying that, she couldn't help but glance back at Luo Li's closet before walking out the door. But once outside, seeing the man in the yard, her expression instantly changed, becoming shy and hesitant, like a lovesick young girl. Hey, Zhao Jiqing, you haven't gone out yet? Luo Jiqing seemed to have gone out to deliver something to you. Hearing Luo Xiaolan's words, a flash of disgust crossed Zhao Dongming's eyes. He responded indifferently and also walked outside. It was time for work. Luo Xiaolan followed closely behind, intentionally or unintentionally getting closer to Zhao Dongming. Luo Li was unaware of what happened at the Educated Youth Compound after she left, and even if she did, it wouldn't matter. This is the world of a period drama novel. Every novel has a villainous female supporting character who serves as a stepping stone for the main couple's love, and the original owner of this body was that villainous female supporting character. The original owner's family was quite well off. Her brother had achieved some success in the army, and her parents held important positions with substantial monthly salaries and subsidies. Originally, with such family conditions, the original owner could have been arranged a job in the city and wouldn't have needed to go to the countryside. However, they encountered the most severe crackdown period, when the authorities required each household to send at least one child to the countryside to support rural development. And it was precisely because of the original owner's family circumstances that they attracted the attention of many people with ulterior motives who had many objections to her not going to the countryside. To prevent malicious reports, the original owner's parents had no choice but to send her to the countryside. But being their pampered daughter, they couldn't bear to let her suffer, so they secretly prepared many supplies for the original owner. However, all of these were taken by the original owner and given to the male and female protagonists. The original owner grew up spoiled by her family, experiencing little of humanity, and in this era of constant travel, she had little contact with the outside world. the naive and wealthy young woman, after arriving in this place. She fell instantly in love with the kind, tall, and handsome male lead who was the first to help her with her luggage. From then on, she became hopelessly infatuated, a hopelessly infatuated woman. She gave him food, drinks, and money. She would selflessly offer anything he needed. But in the end, she got nothing, gave him everything, and received no praise, her reputation becoming utterly tarnished. Finally, she discovered the male lead liked the female lead and began a series of relentless attacks against her. Ultimately, she brought about her own demise, even dragging her family down with her after the male and female leads matured. A typical stepping stone, a vicious female supporting character. But this was all within the context of the original owner of the story. Dissatisfied with the plot's mindless portrayal of her, the original owner awakened. However, she discovered she couldn't escape the plot's power. Instead, she was consciously controlled, making a series of foolish decisions that ultimately harmed her family. Therefore, the original owner harbored immense resentment, ultimately summoning the system. The original owner's wish: to escape the plot, protect her family, and live a happy and joyful life. Ouch, Kai, that really hurts a bit. Simply because she hadn't intended to bring Zhao Dongming water, she experienced a strange, sharp pain. The plot's control is truly something else. Seeing that no one was around, she silently raised her hand and gave the middle finger to the sky. We'll say it again. If you can do it, you can. If not, we'll find someone else. Exactly. After using system energy to isolate Luo Li from the control, Little Cabbage also raised her little middle finger to the sky. This pair, one big and one small, are both eccentric and incredibly brave, which is why only they dare to take on the original owner's mission. Host, does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. That's good. They've arrived at a suitable time, neither too early nor too late. The original owner has only been in the countryside for 10 days. But because of love at first sight, she's already been swooning over Zhao Dongming for 10 days. In these 10 days, she's brought him food and drink. Worried that Zhao Dongming might be too tired from work, she makes him a cup of malted milk powder every day before work to help him recover. But at first, she was still very reserved. The young girl was shy, so she always had Luo Xiaolan pass the messages on. However, it's unclear what Luo Xiaolan said, but the more things the original owner sent, the more Zhao Dongming disliked her, yet he always accepted them. The first thing Luo Li did upon arriving was to throw away the water bottle and thermos she had been using to bring Zhao Dongming water and food. They were too dirty. But just in case, she had Kai bring back 2 identical ones. Now, the water bottle she's holding is new and clean. When Luo Li arrived at the work site, the team leader was assigning tasks. Team leader. Upon seeing him, Luo Li immediately greeted him obediently.
Yes.
Turning his head and seeing Luo Li, the team leader felt a headache coming on. He responded with a sound of surprise and couldn't help but raise his hand to his forehead. He truly couldn't understand what his superiors were thinking. Why send such a delicate young girl here? She couldn't do anything. This batch of new educated youth had only been here for 10 days. On her first day in the fields, she fainted from the sun. On the second day, before she was even fully recovered, she went back to the fields and vomited. On the third day, she had a fever, and just as she recovered on the 6th day, she sprained her ankle. It was truly outrageous, and it scared him. Noticing his gaze, Luo Li felt a little embarrassed, but still maintained her obedient demeanor. Before the original owner went to the countryside, her family had instructed her that the villagers were all hardworking people and that she should take care of herself while being obedient and not causing trouble for others. Without the influence of her romantic infatuation, the original owner was indeed very obedient. She genuinely wanted to work hard and not cause trouble for the team, but she hadn't expected her health to be so poor. She'd been healthy for the previous 18 years. Team leader, what work do you need me for today? Today's task was harvesting sweet potatoes. The team leader looked around the field, then at Luo Li, hesitant to speak directly. How about You help Zhao Dongming and the others pick sweet potato vines? The previous times, the original owner had wanted to go to Zhao Dongming's side. Love had got the better of her. She wanted to work with Zhao Dongming, but her body wouldn't cooperate. But now Luo Li was truly grateful that her health hadn't let everyone misunderstand. Are you still short of people picking sweet potatoes? I see they're digging over there. I'll go help pick the sweet potatoes and bag them. The team leader followed her gaze and saw that she was pointing in the direction of his son, Xia Yanchu. The girl in front of him was indeed a warrior. Thinking that his son was at least reliable and could take care of people, the brigade leader hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Okay. Well, Luo Jiqing, let's do what we can. We appreciate your willingness to help with the construction. After much hesitation, the brigade leader couldn't help but earnestly instruct her. What brigade leader would urge a member to slack off like that? But he was unlucky to have such a delicate member. He didn't dare complain. He'd rather she slack off than let her exhaust herself. The previous times, it was truly frightening to watch. She'd faint suddenly. Just as she stood up, she'd collapse to the ground with a thud. Her face was pale, and she wouldn't wake up no matter how much he called her. It was terrifying. All right. Having received the brigade leader's words, Luo Li, like a cheerful little swallow, happily walked towards Xia Yanchu. She rummaged through her small bundle and put on the gloves her family had prepared for her. Comrade Xia, the brigade leader wants me to work with you. Xia Yanchu was responsible for a plot of land. He had just bent down to dig out a whole bunch of sweet potatoes when a soft voice reached his ear. Looking up, he saw a young girl in front of him wearing a pink shirt and black pants, her jet black hair tied in a side braid. Her face was fair and delicate, her features exquisite and petite. A pair of large, watery peach blossom eyes gazed directly at you, inexplicably making you feel as if you were part of her entire world. A faint smile played on her lips, making her exceptionally charming and captivating at first glance. Xia Yanchu was also momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered and looked away, glancing in the direction of the brigade leader. Seeing his father nodding at him, he responded as well. Let me help you pick up the sweet potatoes and bag them. Seeing that he seemed like a man of few words and quiet nature, Luo Li took the initiative. Just pack them up and leave them. He had already cleared the sweet potato vines in this area. Besides digging, the only work was picking them up, so he didn't say much more. Okay. Luo Li obediently replied, her clear voice exceptionally pleasant. The little girl found a burlap sack nearby, squatted down, and began breaking off the stems from the sweet potatoes, placing them one by one into the sack. Watching her movements, Xia Yanchu picked up a broken sickle blade that was nearby. Use this. The sweet potatoes couldn't be broken open to expose the flesh, otherwise they wouldn't keep well, so breaking off the stems by hand was quite strenuous. Her hands would hurt after doing so much, and wearing gloves wouldn't help either. Thank you. Luo Li took the sack and gave him a sweet smile. Up close, her appearance was even clearer, and Xia Yanchu seemed taken aback by the smile, quickly turning his gaze away. Ding, favorability +10. Woohoo, little cabbage fluttered its little hands beside him, adding 2 more layers of insulation for its host, breaking free from the constraints of the plot. The brigade leader, worried his son hadn't grasped his meaning, made a special trip over after arranging everything for the other members and quietly gave Xia Yanchu some instructions. This young lady isn't well, so keep a close eye on her. If anything seems wrong, call me immediately. Hearing his father's words, Xia Yanchu glanced at Luo Li and nodded. He knew, in fact, that the incident a few days ago had caused quite a stir. Almost everyone knew about it. All right, as long as you understand. I'm going to find your mother. Seeing his son understand, the brigade leader was relieved and planned to go help his wife. Okay. Xia Yanchu responded, turning back to see Luo Li had filled a bag halfway and was about to pull it open, so he helped her pull it. And at that moment, the harmonious scene between the two was observed by others. The educated youth were working right next to Xia Yanchu. Seeing Luo Li walk towards them after speaking with the brigade leader, Zhao Dongming instinctively showed disgust. Luo Xiaolan noticed his reaction and chuckled inwardly, glancing at the water bottle in Luo Li's hand. She assumed Luo Li hadn't asked her to deliver water today because she wanted to do it herself, especially since the original owner had hinted at wanting to try it a couple of days ago. Seeing Zhao Dongming's expression, she chuckled inwardly, thinking that when Luo Li was embarrassed by the rejection, she would say something to take the water bottle and drink it herself. After all, it was malted milk powder, such a rare treat. She had only secretly tasted it once in her life, after helping Luo Li deliver things. Besides, this meant she had shared the same water bottle with Zhao Dongming. Luo Xiaolan, her face slightly flushed, was thinking when she saw Luo Li, without even glancing at them, head straight for the next room. Seeing this, she froze, her expression stiffening. What's wrong with this Luo-educated youth? Why isn't she working with us? After a moment's thought, she began to speak shrewishly, showcasing her talent. This, translated, implied that Luo Li was forming a clique and was not part of the group. But did she think Luo Li was deaf? Xia Yanchu, hearing the commotion next door, also frowned. At this time, everything was about the collective. Being accused of forming a clique would definitely have repercussions. You mean you have a problem with the brigade leader's arrangements? As soon as Luo Li opened her mouth, Xia Yanchu spoke, saying exactly the same things she wanted to say. What a perfect match. Then she could only brush up on her tea ceremony skills. She quickly followed up with an explanation. I'm not feeling well. That's why the brigade leader arranged for me to come. I heard Xiaolan mention it before, and I was afraid I'd implicate you all again. I didn't mean to. There's no limit to how much tea she can seduce. But what she said was true. The original owner's poor relationship with the educated youth was largely due to Luo Xiaolan. Sure enough, everyone's expression changed upon hearing Luo Li's words, and they all turned to give Luo Xiaolan a strange look. Everyone knew about Luo Li's previous situation in the fields. They were all shocked at the time. Luo Li fell ill, their task wasn't completed, and dealing with her condition delayed their work, thus affecting their earning of work points. They were bound to be implicated. But everyone had seen Luo Li's condition, so no one said anything. However, Luo Xiaolan said to them, the rest of them are all new educated youth sent to the countryside at the same time. It's everyone's first time doing farm work, so why aren't they as seriously ill? And when she came back, she saw that Luo Li was eating well and looked perfectly healthy. Could she be faking it? It was because of Luo Xiaolan's words that they began to suspect Luo Li was genuinely faking her illness, and that's why they started to blame her for being a burden. A real illness is understandable, but faking it is definitely suspicious, especially since Luo Li's condition at the time was indeed exaggerated. She seemed far too weak. But their thoughts were one thing, and Luo Xiaolan secretly telling Luo Li was another. And weren't they all led to these thoughts by Luo Xiaolan? Wasn't she just saying one thing to your face and another behind your back? Thinking this through, their gazes towards Luo Xiaolan instantly changed. You're lying. Luo Jiqing, how could you slander me? Luo Xiaolan also noticed the change in everyone's expressions. A flash of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Even if she did it, so what? Could Luo Li produce any evidence? There were only the two of them at the time. As long as she denied it, no one could do anything to her. At this point, all they had to do was shift the blame onto Luo Li. I didn't. Okay, I was just making things up. Xiaolan, don't be angry. Hearing Luo Xiaolan's words, Luo Li's eyes widened slightly as if she wanted to explain, but then, meeting Luo Xiaolan's gaze, she seemed to realize something and timidly change her story. If she had directly refuted and argued, that would have been fine. This wanting to explain, yet not daring to, only made people suspect something was amiss, solidifying their own suspicions. Immediately, everyone moved away from Luo Xiaolan. Looking at Luo Li's expression, some even suspected that Luo Xiaolan might have been secretly bullying her. We don't think you've implicated us. Someone hesitated before finally speaking to Luo Li. Luo Li's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. Really? Seeing her surprised and delighted reaction, the person paused for a moment, then nodded hesitantly, thinking to themselves, suddenly I feel so guilty. I misunderstood her before. I deserve to die. Thinking this, their gazes towards Luo Xiaolan became even more complicated. Luo Xiaolan was truly speechless. However, no one paid her any more attention. They all had work to do. Only Zhao Dongming glanced at Luo Li briefly, then, true to his usual self, calmly looked away. Zhao Jiqing. Luo Xiaolan was afraid Zhao Dongming had also misunderstood her, but he completely ignored her. Huff. Luo Li's small frame really wasn't up to it. She had only packed less than 5 bags when she was already sweating profusely, her face pale, and feeling herself about to collapse. She quickly stopped. You rest for a bit, I can do it. Knowing her condition, Xia Yanqiu naturally took the things from her hands and said, Okay, I'll be right back. Luo Li didn't hesitate and found a place to sit down. Passers-by saw her drenched in sweat, her face pale, but said nothing. This young educated youth is still energetic, it's just that her health isn't good. They might dislike someone who deliberately slacks off, but they couldn't dislike someone who, despite being unwell, still perseveres. That was the only conclusion they could draw about Luo Li's situation. She's a hard-working girl, just physically weak. The blazing sun beat down on the man, his strong forearm muscles taut as he moved bags of sweet potatoes away. Then he gripped the shovel handle, flipping over the potatoes and pulling out a bunch with each turn, accurately picking out any loose ones, not wasting a single one. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, which he casually wiped away. He was a skilled worker. Comrade Xia, have some water and rest for a while. I'm better now, I'll pick these up. Luo Li, having recovered, took the opportunity to offer him the prepared water, speaking gently, her eyes filled with apology. She ignored Zhao Dongming, who was deliberately feigning exhaustion beside her. Others are moving things, turning over the ground, and they don't complain about being tired. You're picking up a few vines, doing women's work. What's tiring about you? But then, a dull ache came over her. Although Xiaobeikai's isolation was quick, she still felt a momentary discomfort, her face turning slightly pale. No need. Looking at the water bottle in the girl's hand, Xia Yanqiu politely declined and continued working diligently. But noticing she hadn't moved, he looked up and saw her pale face, as if she wasn't feeling well. He frowned. If you're not feeling well, you can go back and rest. I'll explain to the team leader. His tone carried a hint of worry. Luo Li cursed the plot master 1,000 times in her heart, but didn't show it on her face. Hearing this, she gently shook her head. It's okay, I'll rest after I finish. Xiaobeikai had already checked her. She was perfectly healthy, with no problems whatsoever. The reason for her frailty was the result of the original owner's resistance to the plot after awakening. The more she tried to break free, the more trapped she became. The original owner couldn't break free, and her body remained under control, but she was also affected by the frailty. Luo Li, after breaking free, suffered even more intense pain as punishment. No, it shouldn't be called punishment. It was more like the killing intent it felt towards the out-of-control puppet. Luo Li silently cursed the damn plot 1,000 times in her heart, while Little Cabbage bombarded her with dozens of messages, asking its main god for help. Seeing her insistence, Xia Yanqiu didn't say anything more. Seeing that she was still holding the water bottle, he hesitated for a moment before taking it. Thank you. It was clear she was a bit stubborn. It seemed he had no choice but to accept it. But actually, Luo Li was about to take it back when he didn't accept it, but she didn't expect him to take it. Her gloves, which she had just taken off, hadn't been put back on yet. As their hands met, they lightly touched, and both paused slightly. He opened the kettle and was startled by the milky scent inside. Turning to look at Luo Li, meeting her smiling eyes as she looked at him, his ears inexplicably turned red. But noticing the gazes around him, he didn't say much, turning aside to block their view, and calmly took a sip through the kettle. He handed the item back, but then suddenly realized something, his hand stiffening as he tried to pull it back. But Luo Li had already naturally taken the kettle back. Her cool fingertips brushed against the back of his fingers, making his ears turn even redder. Ding, favorability +5. Ah, that's great, host. The little cabbage's cheers weren't just for the system notification. They realized that physical contact with Xia Yanchu could directly interrupt the control of the plot. Yes, he was the master of these small worlds. The small worlds couldn't control him. He was the perfect solution. Luo Li felt her weakness vanish, replaced by a surge of energy. Didn't Shui Luo say she was preparing it for you, Zhao Qing? Why did she give it to Comrade Xia? Having learned from her previous experience, Luo Xiaolan muttered in a low voice this time, only letting Zhao Dongming hear her. Sure enough, Zhao Dongming's expression darkened the next moment. Luo Xiaolan, on the other hand, looked satisfied. Xia Yanchu was very handsome, tall, and imposing with deep-set, striking features, a ruggedly handsome man who exuded a strong sense of security just by standing next to him. Zhao Dongming, however, was the complete opposite. He was tall and thin, a refined and gentle type, and a city-educated youth very popular with girls. Luo Xiaolan liked Zhao Dongming's type, but to Luo Li, he was simply a puppy. After Luo Xiaolan finished speaking, she deliberately moved closer to Zhao Dongming while working, but Luo Li didn't even spare them a second glance. Wow, Brother Xia, you're amazing. Watching Xia Yanchu easily lift the full sack, she praised him softly with bright eyes. He paused, his ears turning even redder, feeling somewhat awkward. When he returned and saw her casually drinking from the water bottle, he stiffened even more. Although he knew he hadn't touched the bottle, seeing her like that still made his ears burn inexplicably. Ding, favorability +3. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongming was struggling to carry a bundle of sweet potato vines, panting heavily afterward, not even as strong as Luo Xiaolan. Wasn't he just a puppy? After the weakness and discomfort subsided, Luo Li's movements became faster. But Xia Yanchu's movements became even faster. Although she wanted to help more in the end, he did most of the work. He was truly capable, carrying a little burden and still becoming the first person to finish the task today. Xia Yanchu, as always, earned a full 10 work points, while Luo Li's abilities were questionable. Realistically, she only earned 3. But this was still much better than before. At least she had some work points, whereas the previous 10 days had been 0. After all, she had only been in the field for less than 10 minutes before needing to rest, so it was obvious she hadn't earned any points. Thank you so much for troubling me today, Brother Xia. Luo Li was adept at seizing opportunities. By increasing her favorability, she changed her form of address to build rapport. It's nothing. Xia Yanchu hadn't interacted with other women besides his family, and hearing Luo Li's words, he didn't know what else to say, so he could only offer a curt reply. Luo Li didn't linger. She greeted him and then went back. Because of Xia Yanchu, she was the first to return from the educated youth settlement, and now no one was home. Feeling a bit hungry, she thought for a moment, then found some bok choy, made some noodles, and cooked them for herself. Although the original owner had rice and noodles, she simply didn't know how to make dough. She had tried before, but either there was too much water or too much dough. It was really. Later, she just gave up. She didn't really want porridge right now. She had eaten too much in the apocalypse. At least, she had some stored in her space, so she could cook something ready-made. After eating, she cleaned everything up thoroughly, leaving no trace. Host, this noodle soup is delicious. Luo Li shared some with little Cabbage, who was now happily eating from its little bowl. Thanks for the compliment, Cabbage. Just as she finished speaking, she felt a sudden ache. That uncomfortable feeling returned, along with a dull, aching pain. Looks like this medicine has a time limit. I'll have to find a chance to apply it more often. She needed to apply it to prolong her life. Seeing its host's condition, little Cabbage didn't seem to enjoy the noodles as much anymore and obediently nodded. It tried adding more insulating layers, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Looks like it can only rely on the big boss. Luo Li wasn't feeling well, so she boiled some water, took a shower, and went back to rest. Luo Jiqing, are you hungry? Shall I cook for you? A little over an hour later, Luo Xiaolan returned and went straight to Luo Li, smelling of sweat. She acted as if nothing had happened that day. After arriving, the original owner ate with everyone twice, but the conditions were too harsh and being pampered, she couldn't get used to the food. After that, she cooked for herself, but she couldn't cook. When Luo Xiaolan found out, she took over the cooking. The original owner felt it wasn't right to just let others do the work, so she always gave Luo Xiaolan extra rice and flour. Over time, their relationship improved considerably, and Luo Xiaolan started freeloading off the original owner every day. The person who was as thin and dark as a stick when she first arrived had now become quite plump. TSK, she couldn't think about it. Thinking too much made her want to yell at someone. Another piece of trash who eats her fill and then curses. But in her current weak and exhausted state, she didn't dare yell. If she couldn't win, she'd be in big trouble. She'd wait until she could extend her life first. Luo Jiqing, why didn't you bring water to Zhao Jiqing today? Before Luo Li could speak, Luo Xiaolan asked again. When did I bring him water? Isn't it always you who brings him water? There was no one else present, and Luo Li was too lazy to pretend. Well, she wouldn't admit it. If she did, someone would misunderstand, and that would be difficult. Besides, it had always been Luo Xiaolan who brought water to Zhao Dongming. Even though it was the original owner who asked, the original owner wasn't willing. Damn the plot. But the things… she had to be the bad guy. She felt bad that these two scumbags got away with it. She had to find a chance to get them back. Even if it meant feeding them to the dogs, she didn't want them to get it so easily. Hearing this, Luo Xiaolan paused, looking at Luo Li with a hint of surprise, not understanding why the usually easily fooled Luo Li would suddenly act this way, but she quickly recovered. Luo Jiqing, are you angry with me? I didn't mean it, and didn't we agree that neither of us would tell anyone? How could you? I was just in a hurry. Luo Li looked at her coldly, as if watching a monkey perform. This look, like watching a clown, made Luo Xiaolan instantly feel humiliated. Her face stiffened and turned ugly, her false pretense shattered. That's more like it. What are you pretending for? Do you think your terrible acting is good? Your behavior is really ugly, okay? Seeing her like this, Luo Li finally showed a satisfied expression. A fair assessment. Also, I've already eaten, and I don't need you anymore. It'll save you the energy to gossip about me after you've eaten. I don't like keeping dogs. That soft, gentle tone. Every word pierced her heart. Luo Xiaolan's fingernails almost dug into her flesh, but she still managed a stiff smile. What are you saying, Luo Jiqing? I don't understand. Did someone say something to you? You misunderstood me. Don't pretend. It's too fake. Those 4 simple words shattered Luo Xiaolan's stiff smile instantly. Her face twisted in a grimace, but she couldn't understand why Luo Li had suddenly changed her attitude. Before, Luo Li had been an easily manipulated fool. Luo, are you alright? The other 2 female educated youths from the same dormitory had just returned and noticed Luo Li lying weakly on the bed before even entering the room. But the next moment, they looked up and saw Luo Xiaolan's still present, ferocious expression, and both of them were stunned. Even though Luo Xiaolan quickly composed herself, they still saw it clearly. Recalling what happened today, their disgust for Luo Xiaolan grew even stronger. This Luo Xiaolan was definitely problematic. They had really misjudged her before. I'm fine, just a little tired. I'll be fine after a rest. Facing the 2 female educated youths, Luo Li's attitude was completely different. She smiled gently and spoke softly. This small appearance and soft voice inexplicably softened their hearts. Seeing this, their gazes towards Luo Li also softened with worry. Are you hungry? We'll cook today and bring you some when it's ready. It's all right, no need. I've already eaten. Thank you, Qiulan and Qioni. These 2 female educated youths were sisters from neighboring villages. Their families, wanting them to support each other, used connections to arrange for them to live in the same place. Qiulan was the one who told Luo Li earlier that she didn't feel she was a burden. Hearing Luo Li say this, they let it go, but remembering Luo Xiaolan's gaze earlier, they glanced at her again. Noticing their expressions, Luo Xiaolan fidgeted with her clothes and stormed out of the dormitory. Seeing her reaction, The two sisters hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Luo Li. Educated youth Luo, you should spend less time with her in the future. You can't judge a person by just one aspect. Hearing Qioni's words, Luo Li paused, then nodded obediently. Okay, I understand, Qioni. Being the one who speaks the truth and kindly reminds others isn't easy. It often doesn't end well. So she appreciated the other party's kindness. Seeing Luo Li's reaction, the two sisters smiled as well. Since she seemed to have taken their words to heart, they didn't say anything more. After resting for a while, they went to prepare dinner. What they had just said to Luo Li was actually a reminder to themselves. You can't judge a person by just one side. Look how easygoing Luo Li is. She's nothing like Luo Xiaolan described bad-tempered, a liar, a cheater, and prone to yelling. In the future, they shouldn't blindly listen to others. They should understand the situation themselves before making a decision. What happened? The person outside had also seen Luo Xiaolan's unwell expression and, seeing the two sisters come out, casually asked. Qiulan and the other sister didn't hide anything and recounted what they had seen inside the house, telling the truth without embellishment. But the way everyone looked at Luo Xiaolan had changed. Seeing this, Luo Xiaolan clenched her hands, unable to explain herself, and no one paid her any attention. The next day, Luo Li went to work as usual, carrying her water bottle and small cloth bag, which contained eggs she had boiled herself. As she left, she saw Zhao Dongming waiting at the courtyard gate. Upon seeing her, he looked hesitant. Luo Li simply ignored him. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Dongming acted hastily and spoke up. It's my fault. I shouldn't have believed you were that kind of person just because I listened to one side of the story. In fact, Luo Li was the prettiest girl in the educated youth settlement. When he first met her, he had a good impression of her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to help her carry her luggage. However, later, Luo Li lied and pretended to be sick, formed cliques, acted superior and excluded everyone, and even treated Luo Xiaolan like a maid, humiliating and ordering her around. All of this gradually made him dislike her. But after what happened yesterday, he realized that he might have misunderstood Luo Li. So, he wanted to find an opportunity to explain to Luo Li. If what had happened before was all a lie, he felt that he might not be unable to accept Luo Li's continued kindness towards him. Thinking about it, his face flushed slightly, adding a touch of red to his refined and handsome face. He couldn't bring himself to say he was ugly. However, Luo Li still felt incredibly nauseous, goosebumps rising on her skin, and she almost vomited. She left late, and everyone at the educated youth settlement was out. She had Xiao Baikai check to make sure no one was around, and then she felt relieved. You misunderstood me, and you even accepted things? How shameless. Enduring the oppressive tone of the drama-loving guy was already unbearable, and this thing had to come out and annoy her. Now was the time to speak up. If you really feel sorry, I think you should return everything. That would show true sincerity. 10 days, you took 10 eggs from me, 1/20th of a can of malted milk powder, and a bag of fruit candies. Are you planning to return them now? I don't need you to return the things. I'll give you a discount. Just give me 5 yuan. Candies are 1 cent each, a bag of 303 yuan. Eggs are 50 cents a pound, let's say 2 pounds, 1 yuan. Seems like there aren't that many. Oh well, whatever, I'll just ask for more. There's also a can of malted milk powder that costs over 10 yuan. It should be worth at least 1 yuan, right? Whatever. You? Zhao Dongming was completely taken aback by Luo Li's words. His face flushed red, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Give it back now, or I'll tell everyone you stole my things. That candy, I remember everyone saw me pack it in my luggage that day, right? I even shared some with everyone. After that, no one saw me give it to anyone. How did it suddenly end up with you? Tell me, if I say you stole it, will everyone believe me or not? Luo Li didn't care about his babbling. She knew he had money on him now, exactly 5 yuan. Little Cabbage told her. She was truly grateful that the original owner was so shy. She always did things secretly, so no one knew. Oh, except for Luo Xiaolan, whom no one believed anymore. Getting caught stealing at this time is a serious matter. It'll almost certainly land you in jail, and once your reputation is ruined, everything will be over. So, upon hearing Luo Li's words, Zhao Dongming's face instantly turned pale. Those were all things you insisted on giving me. Finally, he lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. Do you have any proof? Are we that close? We're complete strangers. Why would I give you things? Who would believe that? You want Luo Xiaolan to explain for you? I advise you not to. After all, I've never let anyone see me ask her to get your things. You'll get yourself into a mess. Do you think she'll even care about you? Besides, I can say you two stole my things together. Since the things are actually in your hands, you can't prove your innocence. As she finished speaking, she seemed to see a figure walk by out of the corner of her eye and immediately opened her mouth. Help! Thief! Before she could finish shouting, Zhao Dongming quickly stopped her, stuffing a wad of cash into her hand exactly 5 yuan. You're just as vicious as Xiaolan said. A liar! I hope you don't regret this. Seeing Luo Li calmly put the money away, he gritted his teeth. Luo Li rolled her eyes at him. You two are a perfect match, a wolf in sheep's clothing, both beasts. After saying that, Luo Li ignored him and walked away leisurely. Zhao Dongming, who had been scolded again, looked extremely ugly, but when he turned around and saw the person at the alley entrance ahead, he could only clench his fists, endure it, and pretend nothing had happened. Did he do something wrong? Why is he so cowardly? Luo Li counted the money, walking along while complaining to Xiao Baikai. Even she herself hadn't expected to get the money back so easily. But as long as the result was good, happy, maybe? Xiao Baikai didn't understand either. Forget it, I can't be bothered. Thinking this, Luo Li looked up, paused slightly after seeing the person ahead, and then her eyes curved into a smile. Thank you, Brother Xia, what a coincidence. The little girl's soft voice was all about sweetness and obedience. Hey! Just as she turned the corner following his steps, before taking more than a few steps, she selectively ignored a crooked pebble on the ground, stepped on it, and lurched forward, falling straight towards him. Xia Yanchu turned around at the sound, his heart tightening at the sight. He hurriedly raised his hand to steady her. But the delicate little girl had already caught him firmly, her soft hand inadvertently brushing against his waist, making him stiffen abruptly. But she quickly regained her balance and released his grip. In a daze, he seemed to hear a low, comfortable sigh. Teach, thank you. The little girl's face was already flushed, with a hint of apology, completely undetectable, as if she had done it on purpose. Thinking to herself, got it. Woohoo. So, good. Be careful next time. After a moment of silence, Xia Yanchu gently reminded her. But his pounding heart betrayed his true feelings. Okay. The girl acted as if nothing had happened, as if the gentle touch and sigh had been an illusion. Ding, favorability plus 10. Hearing this voice, Luo Li's smile deepened. He was so innocent. She liked him so much. Zhao Dongming, catching up, saw the smile on her face. He hadn't seen the fall earlier due to the blind spot around the corner. Seeing Luo Li's fickle, indecisive nature, his disgust intensified. But Luo Li ignored him completely. Did she need to care about a beast's feelings? No. She only needed to pay attention to her future boyfriend. Noticing the girl's gaze fixed on him, Xia Yanchu's ears turned even redder. But glancing at Zhao Dongming's expression, he too turned cold, seemingly displeased. Seeing this, Zhao Dongming silently quickened his pace. What's the point of this good-for-nothing studying? You should get to work in the fields and earn more work points for the family. As they walked, a sharp shout came from the yard ahead, seemingly accompanied by the sound of slapping. But you promised me you'd let me finish my studies. Another woman's choked voice came from the yard. Nian, nian, nian. We agreed you'd finish junior high, but you've already finished. How much? More, do you want to study? How can the family afford to support you? Old Wang's daughter at the west end of the village didn't even finish elementary school, but she still earns work points for the team. You've studied more than her, but what can you do? Which good-for-nothing in the village has studied as much as you? You should be content. You brat. Get back to the fields with me. Further enraged, The old woman poked the girl's forehead and shoved her out the door. The girl stumbled as she rushed out, right in front of Luo Li, her face showing a weak, pitiful expression, tears welling up, making one feel sorry for her. However, Luo Li only glanced at her, then ignored her completely, cursing inwardly. Just as she finished cursing, she felt a fluctuation in the surrounding atmosphere. She quickly took 2 steps closer, following Xia Yanchu closely. Noticing Luo Li's reaction, Zhang Wanwan was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such an outcome. In her past life, this Luo-educated youth had rushed to help her when she was wronged at home. What's going on? What else could it be? She doesn't like you and doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Yes, Zhang Wanwan is the female lead of this world. Thinking back to the original plot, Luo Li was truly speechless. The gigolo male lead, a freeloader, didn't strive for self-improvement after being reborn. Instead, he loved playing the weak, dependent heroine. Thinking about it, she cursed the plot 100 times over. In the original plot, the original owner encountered the same situation today. Feeling sorry for the heroine, she rushed to her aid. But the heroine's family insisted, and she still couldn't continue her studies. The original owner of this body felt sorry for the female lead, helping her find materials so she could study on her own and frequently sending her nice things, including clothes and shoes. Then, with her help, the female lead successfully completed her self-study and, through the original owner's brother, obtained her junior high school diploma and found a good job. Because of her frequent contact with the original owner, the female lead often visited the educated youth settlement, and she and the male lead fell for each other, becoming very much in love. In the end, the original owner felt betrayed by both of them, which led her to turn evil and attack the female lead and her group, only to be tricked and killed by them. It's truly speechless. The original owner was a complete sucker, purely there to selflessly give food, drink, clothes, money, and even get herself killed. The protagonist's future is shattered, a complete victim. Surrounded by ingrates, how can she not wake up? It's so frustrating. Forget about awakening self-awareness and changing my life. I could at least come out and kill these ungrateful wretches. Just as she finished thinking this, because she hadn't intervened to help the female lead and thus altered a crucial plotline, she felt a jolt, like she'd been electrocuted. Fortunately, with Xia Yanchu and the system by her side, the pain vanished instantly, but she still gritted her teeth. "Try messing with me again," she said angrily, looking up at the sky. "Just because I haven't shown my teeth doesn't mean I'm safe. What's wrong?" Her voice was very low, and Xia Yanchu didn't hear her clearly. Turning around, he saw her looking at the sky, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Noticing her slightly pale face, his eyes showed undisguised worry. "Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing the other's worried voice, Luo Li snapped out of her reverie and shook her head. "I can't explain things to you clearly," she thought, suddenly feeling inexplicably unwell. Seeing the once lively girl suddenly become somber, Xia Yanchu felt a strange tightness in his chest. "If you need help, just tell me. Don't try to tough it out if you're feeling unwell." Looking at her, he thought for a moment before uttering the longest sentence he'd spoken in days. His father was the brigade leader, and he had an obligation to help look after the commune members. "Okay." Luo Li forced a smile, returning his gesture with a nod. She wouldn't fight head-on. She'd be tough. Kai, could you check the protagonist's luck value in this world for me?" "Sure." Little Cabbage, who was looking at Luo Li with concern, immediately nodded in agreement. "Host, the male lead's luck value is 130 and the female lead's is 120. Hearing Little Cabbage's words, Luo Li clenched her fist. "So, with such a measly plot, you're already taking your cheap son and daughter on a wild ride?"
"Fine."
Kai, I remember you said my luck value and merit value can be used to assist in missions when necessary, right?
"Yes."
The host can activate assistance to complete missions in the small world. Leaving the world won't deduct the host's original luck value and merit value. Actually, these two values are like two cheat codes, so they're hard to accumulate. Whether in the mission world or in the host's future retirement world, they're useful. Luo Li. Activate. A vicious female supporting character. Huh? Fine. We'll make sure you're satisfied. Alright, the host's current luck value is 200 and merit value is 160, the highest here besides the big boss. However, the big boss's values are hidden, so the host is still the most powerful. Hearing Xia Beikai's words, Luo Li nodded, trying to curse the male and female leads and the plot in her mind. Sure enough, there were still fluctuations around her. Probably due to her role, she was still limited. But she knew that once her luck and merit values increased, she could directly suppress the protagonist and even seize opportunities, etc. Since she's a villainous female supporting character, then she'll do what villainous female supporting characters are supposed to do. Selfless dedication. That's not being a villainous female supporting character. That's cannon fodder. Everyone goes crazy sometimes. I can't take it anymore, Captain. Thinking to herself, they had already arrived at their work area. Yesterday's work was finished, so Luo Li needed to find a captain for further arrangements today. Seeing Luo Li's slightly pale face, the brigade leader hesitated, wanting to say something, but then glancing at his son. After a moment's thought, he pointed Luo Li towards him. You should go to Yen Chu's place. See what he arranges. He had seen how she worked yesterday. The girl had a lot of energy, which pleased him. As for her health, he couldn't blame her. With Xia Yanchu looking after her, he could relax. As for work points, her family seemed well off, so he didn't need to worry about her food rations. Thinking this, he waved for Luo Li to go, just making sure she didn't get into any more trouble. Okay, brigade leader, Luo Li replied with a smile, following behind Xia Yanchu. Today was also for digging sweet potatoes, but the area had been reassigned. Xia Yanchu hadn't had time to cut the vines yet, so this work fell to her. She cleared the sweet potato vines in front, while he dug, packed, and carried them behind.
To be honest, he was really fast.
But she couldn't keep up. Her small frame wasn't cut out for hard work, and after a while, she consciously found a place to rest. It was really hot under the blazing sun. She'd have to get herself a hat later. She couldn't stand it. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, shielding her from the sun. Looking up, she saw Xia Yanchu, who had just returned from carrying sweet potatoes, but before she could react, he was already gone. However, there were 2 more candies on the small cloth bag in front of her. After thinking for a moment, she guessed they were a return gift for the malted milk powder from yesterday. After all, he didn't seem like the type to take advantage of others. She put the candies away, her eyes crinkling with a smile. She sat down to rest for a moment before picking up her tools again and getting back to work. Thank you. I love candy the most, she whispered as he passed by.
Emma.
He responded softly, then fell silent, but Luo Li noticed his ears seemed a little red. Seeing this, her smile widened, and she continued working. Her appearance didn't escape his notice. Her fair face was flushed from the bright sun. Tiny beads of sweat dotted her forehead, a few stray hairs fell loose, and a smile graced her lips. She looked incredibly beautiful. He paused for a moment, then quickly looked away. And so, several days passed in a flurry of activity. During these few days, the male and female leads remained relatively quiet. Although the female lead tried to make her presence known, she ignored her completely and Luo Xiaolan didn't cause any trouble. While handing her water, tools, and sweet potatoes, she secretly made some subtle physical contact with Xia Yanchu. Her goodwill grew, and she successfully extended her life. Maintained her relationship. Overall, she had a fairly comfortable few days. Shaoli, we're off today. We're planning to go shopping. Do you want to come along? Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the original owner and her companions had been in the countryside for over half a month, and finally, they had their first day off. Yes, I'm going to the post office to mail a letter and check if there are any packages for me. Hearing Chioni's words, Luo Li nodded repeatedly. After being in the countryside for so long, it was time to write back to her parents and brother to report on her situation. She had written 2 letters last night. One letter was for her brother in the army, and another for her parents. Okay, let's pack up. We'll leave in a bit. The village tractor is going out today too. Luo Li responded, glancing back at Luo Xiaolan indifferently without saying anything more. However, while packing and locking the cabinet, she secretly had Kai put all her things into her spatial storage. For no other reason than that Luo Xiaolan seemed rather shifty-eyed today, constantly staring at her cabinet. Annoying. It's not the theft itself that's worrisome, it's the constant eye-catching. But speaking of which, Luo Xiaolan's figure really is a bit like a balloon. She gained some weight while freeloading off the original owner. These past few days, Luo Li hasn't paid her any attention, and she hasn't been eating well, so she's gone back to being thin and darker than before. The change is really fast. Luo Jiqing. Noticing Luo Li's gaze, Luo Xiaolan suddenly called out hesitantly, looking at Luo Li with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Hiss. Stop. I'm not Zhao Dongming. Don't look at me like that, it's disgusting. Luo Li instantly got goosebumps and said coldly. Qiulan and the others beside her turned around and glanced at Luo Xiaolan, frowning. Actually, they had also noticed that these past few days, when Luo Xiaolan ate with them, she always had a dark expression, as if she was disgusted. It's understandable, though. After all, she'd gotten all sorts of good stuff from Luo Li before. A huge difference in treatment would be a bad habit. Judging from her expression, could it be that she's regretting it and wants to go and trick Luo Li again? Xiao Li. Qiu and I thought, a little worried. Luo Li looked at her blankly, understood her meaning, and instantly gave her a don't worry look. I'm only blind once. I won't associate with ingrates.
Buffed.
Hearing Luo Li's blunt words, Qiulan and the others couldn't help but laugh, but when they turned around and saw Luo Xiaolan, they forcibly suppressed their laughter. Luo Xiaolan's face turned pale and then flushed, as ugly as a palette of colors. But no one wanted to pay her any attention. Luo Jiqing, it was all my fault before, please don't be angry. I apologize to you, okay? Actually, Qiulan and the others guessed correctly. Luo Xiaolan was regretting it. She had only just realized that only by befriending Luo Li could she live the good life she had never imagined before having eggs to eat and, every few days, pure rice noodles. She shouldn't have broken ties with Luo Li so quickly. She regretted it. She was a flexible person. Even after being so bluntly slapped in the face by Luo Li, she still had the audacity to want to reconcile with her. But what was she thinking? Was she insulting Luo Li? Did she think she was some rare treasure? Wanting to reconcile? No, get out of here. We were never really on good terms, were we? It was all scheming, all manipulation.
Pa.
Excuse me, you disgust me. Unable to bear it any longer, Luo Li frowned, holding her things. She wanted to leave this filthy place and find a pure land. Young Luo. Seeing Luo Xiaolan trying to get closer, Luo Li quickly dodged and ran to Qiulan and the others. I'm all packed, let's go. If this weren't a society governed by law, she would have definitely turned around and kicked her. It was so disgusting. Let's go. Qiulan and the others also gave Luo Xiaolan a complicated look before leaving with Luo Li watching their retreating figures. Luo Xiaolan clenched her fists and gritted her
teeth.
Turning her head, she saw Luo Li's closet and, thinking of what was inside, she subconsciously swallowed. She had been eating sweet potatoes for the past few days, and her mouth was almost tasteless. At the courtyard gate, Luo Li turned around and saw the scene. After thinking for a moment, she had Xiao Kaibai put everything back. After they left, Luo Xiaolan went outside and carefully looked around to make sure they had gone far, and then checked if the other young educated youths were still there. Luckily, most of the educated youth had gone to the city today, and the rest had all left. She was alone here. After confirming it was safe, she carefully returned to her room and closed the door. Looking at Luo Li's closet, she hesitated for a moment, then went back to the bed and took her hairpin thin one made of a single wire. She had spent time with Luo Li before, and she knew very well that Luo Li was essentially a naive, spoiled young lady who didn't understand anything. She had secretly taken things from the closet before when she cooked for Luo Li, but Luo Li had never noticed. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Thinking this, She slowly approached Luo Li's closet, took out the hairpin, and fiddled with the lock. After a moment, she opened it. The contents of the closet came into her view. 2 small bags of rice and flour, half a bag of sugar, half a bag of biscuits, and malted milk powder, all good stuff. Seeing this, Luo Xiaolan felt even more envious and resentful, wondering why people had such different fates. Luo Li's family had thoughtfully prepared so much for her when she went to the countryside, but Luo Xiaolan had nothing. Thinking this, her hand reached for the bag of candy. She didn't dare take the others because there were so few, but the candy was plentiful. She grabbed 2 pieces, hesitated for a moment, then reached for a few more. As she moved, the bag shifted, revealing something hidden behind it. Luo Xiaolan's eyes widened suddenly as she stared at the small cloth bag inside, which looked like it contained money. Seeing this, she hurriedly looked around to make sure it was safe before carefully taking out the small cloth bag hidden at the very back. Untying the rope, she saw it was filled with scattered money. There was also a hard object underneath. She rummaged through it and found a watch. She recognized the watch. It was an 18th birthday gift from Luo Li's brother, a gift she had received with pride when she mentioned it. Thinking back to that moment, Luo Xiaolan's jealousy intensified. Looking at the large denomination bills inside, her eyes burned with envy. Her heart pounded. After much hesitation, she finally took out a few bills and put them in her pocket. It's okay. She has no proof. No one will know. No one will know. She reassured herself softly, her eyes still glued to the cloth bag. Finally, driven by greed, she took all the money out of the bag, including the watch. Bang! What are you doing? Just as she frantically tried to stuff everything into her pockets, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a group of people appeared in the doorway. It was Luo Li, who had returned. Besides her, several other educated youths from the same courtyard, villagers, and several militiamen were also there, with the brigade leader and Xia Yanchu following behind. Seeing the scene, Luo Xiaolan was instantly terrified, her face turning deathly pale. Caught red-handed, she had no way to defend herself. You stole my things. Luo Li quickly ran forward and snatched the things back from her hands. The small cloth bag contained several dozen yuan and the watch, which she examined thoroughly, filled with lingering fear. It wasn't cheap. Seeing this, the militiamen and the brigade leaders' faces darkened, becoming extremely serious. I didn't. Luo Xiaolan panicked, her face turning deathly pale as she looked at the brigade leader and the militiamen. But everyone had clearly seen her trying to stuff things into her pockets, and the lock on the cabinet had been pried open. She had no way to explain. Take her away. Without waiting for her to say anything more, the militiamen simply dragged her away. In the chaos, Luo Xiaolan met Luo Li's gaze and cried out, Luo Jiqing, please explain to them. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. She knew what she would face if she was taken away. Her father had been arrested in the same way, and this skill was something her father had taught her. She cried out repeatedly, hoping that if Luo Li would explain for her, she would still have a chance to redeem herself. But Luo Li just frowned, looking at her with disappointment in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Luo Xiaolan's heart sank. He looked quite respectable, but I never expected him to be a thief. The villagers and educated youth nearby sighed in disbelief, while Zhao Dongming's face darkened considerably. You did the right thing this time. Next time, if you notice anything unusual, come and call for help immediately. Everyone here is helpful and will come right away. Don't act impulsively and try to handle things alone. Also, it's best to keep these valuables on your person. Only after the man left did the team leader frown and offer these words of advice. Unexpectedly, this young lady comes from a surprisingly wealthy family. Once today's events get out, everyone will probably know. He might be able to prevent it once, but he can't prevent it from happening again. That's all he could say. Yes, I'll remember, Captain. Thank you all so much for today. Luo Li's face was also a little pale. Hearing this, she quickly nodded her thanks, clutching her belongings tightly with lingering fear. After leaving home, She walked a short distance before lying and saying she had to leave Chiolan and the others, then rushed back. Turning around, she frantically ran to the brigade leader's house, shouting. She saw a thief in the educated youth compound. That's how she attracted such a large group of people. Judging from her appearance, Xia Yanchu had even called the village militia just in case. As it turned out, the people in their brigade were quite upright, unlike some village leaders who, fearing damage to the village's reputation, deliberately covered up the incident and downplayed it. Moreover, the villagers were very enthusiastic. Hearing the commotion, they all came running, some even carrying weapons. Seeing this, Luo Li glanced at the cabinet, grabbed the bag of candy, and gave everyone 2 pieces. When I came back, I saw a sneaky figure in the yard from afar. I was startled and didn't even have time to see clearly before I rushed to call for help. Thank you all so much today, otherwise my things would probably have been stolen. Thank you all for making the trip, Luo Li said, her eyes full of gratitude. It's nothing, no need to thank me. Luo Qingqing, you're too kind. Next time you need anything, just let me know. That's how it is when you take a favor. They only made the trip out of a sense of justice. They didn't even lay a finger on anything, and they didn't expect to get candy too. Now they like Luo Li even more. Hearing their words, Luo Li smiled gently. Everyone had seen the things. It wouldn't be right for her not to show some appreciation. She knew how to win people over. Seeing that the matter had been resolved and the person had been taken away, everyone dispersed and went home. The other educated youths present also went back to their rooms to check their belongings, only feeling relieved after confirming that nothing was missing. But a wave of fear washed over them. They hadn't expected to be living with a thief for so long. Seeing this, the captain called out and went ahead. Seeing the worried look in his son's eyes as he looked at the young girl, he considerately didn't call him back immediately.
Thank you, Brother Xia.
Luo Li called out to them, then turned and rummaged through another cabinet, taking out some eggs and handing them to Xia Yanchu. Brother Xia, there were too many people just now.
Please take these back.
Thank you so much for your timely help, Captain. Xia Yanchu naturally refused, but Luo Li insisted. Just take them. It's my token of appreciation. Otherwise, I'd feel bad troubling you all. Everything in her cabinet was either opened or half empty, making it inconvenient to give away, so she could only take some eggs. Hearing her say this, Xia Yanchu couldn't bear to refuse, but he still didn't accept them. The team leader can't accept things from the members. Today's incident is within his responsibility. Luo Li paused upon hearing this, then heard him speak again. You just said you were planning to go to the post office today? The team needs to buy some things, and I'm going there in a bit. I can give you a ride. The village tractor has already left. If you want to go, you'll have to walk.
Okay.
Seeing his slightly awkward expression and slightly reddened ears, Luo Li smiled and nodded. He's finally getting it. The team leader had just returned home when Xia Yanchu came back on his bicycle. Where are you going? He asked, his face full of confusion. The post office, Xia Yanchu replied casually, then rode off on her bicycle. Oh, huh? Why go to the post office for no reason? The elderly couple left at home exchanged puzzled glances. Oh, I remember now, when Luo Jiqing came to call for people, didn't she mention that she was planning to go to the post office today, but forgot to bring something? Hearing his wife's words, the brigade leader suddenly understood, and the couple grinned simultaneously. That kid, he's finally figured it out. Just then, Xia Yanchu turned around and came back, went inside to get something, and then stopped in front of the elderly couple as if remembering something. Luo Jiqing wanted to give me some things as a thank you gift, but I didn't accept them. You can't take things from commie members. Xia Yanchu said matter-of-factly. What she said made sense. It was her intention, so she still needed to inform them. The brigade leader. Okay, I understand you're trying to win over the young lady. Thinking that they would be going out alone together soon, Luo Li changed her clothes. She tied her hair into a fishtail braid, leaving only a few wisps of hair framing her face, revealing her delicate features and making her appear even more radiant and lively.
Thank you, Brother Xia.
They had agreed to meet at the village entrance. When Luo Li appeared, Xia Yanchu noticed her even more eye-catching outfit after her change, and his face flushed again. "Thank you, Brother Xia. Yes, let's go." He only spoke after she called again as she approached. Luo Li nodded, sat sideways on the back of the bicycle, and, worried about the balance, secretly grabbed the hem of his shirt behind him. Feeling the movement behind him, he stiffened for a moment, but didn't say anything, only the sound of his own heart pounding in his ears. After arriving in the city, Luo Li first mailed both letters. At the post office, she saw a large package had indeed arrived. "Brother Xia, where are we going to buy things?" Seeing Xia Yanchu helping to tie the items to the front bumper of the car, Luo Li asked. Xia Yanchu paused, then calmly pointed in a direction. "The Supply and Marketing Cooperative." "Okay, I was just thinking of buying some things there too." The two chatted as they walked, the warm light casting long shadows. The man was tall and handsome, the woman bright and beautiful. They were an exceptionally pleasing and well-matched couple, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. This scene, however, deeply stung the eyes of some. Zhao Dongming, who had arrived a step later than Luo Li and the others, watched the two figures and clenched his hands tightly. For some reason, he felt it shouldn't be like this. She should focus on the person she liked. It should be him. And all those items in the display case would end up in his hands. And Xia Yanchu, who should have been an unknown, unseen figure. He felt he had lost so much. Hiss! Amid his thoughts, Luo Li in front of him suddenly gasped softly, rubbing her head. "Damn it, I haven't even survived today. I shouldn't have been so reserved and only tugged at her clothes."
Wah.
"Does your head hurt again?" "Wait a minute," Xia Yanchu asked worriedly, then quickly spoke, turning to see him stop the car and run into a nearby shop. "Have some water." He returned shortly with a glass of warm water. Over the past few days, he had noticed her condition. She was genuinely unwell, often experiencing sudden discomfort like this. He had urged her to see a doctor, but she refused, saying it was a habit, a normal occurrence. Strangely, after he gave her water, she felt much better. He didn't actually know if drinking water could truly relieve headaches, but seeing her feel better, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you," Luo Li said softly, taking the water and touching his fingertips to his. Noticing her small gesture again, Xia Yanchu's handsome face instantly flushed red. He awkwardly withdrew his fingers and turned his head away. Noticing his reaction, Luo Li secretly smiled. The current plot has been completely ruined by her. Luo Xiaolan, an important supporting female character, has been prematurely killed off, and the female lead is being ignored. As for the male lead, without her resources and money to pursue other schemes, he can't secretly make money, and the main plot can't even get going. And the backlash from this has greatly increased her pain. That last touch was truly a soul-crushing pain, even affecting Xiao Baikai. Moreover, Xia Yanchu has become so self-aware, she has to act quickly, not just stop at small touches. She needs to prolong his life. "Kai, are you alright?" While he was returning the cup to the shop, Luo Li asked worriedly. The slightly charred little cabbage also surfaced, shaking its head weakly.
Kai is fine.
It was just an unexpected attack, nothing serious. Hearing this, Luo Li breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing its appearance, she paused, trying to suppress her laughter, but ultimately couldn't help but laugh. To onlookers, it looked like she was looking towards the shop, secretly chuckling. "Sorry, looking at that little black, frizzy head, I really couldn't help it." Little cabbage. Laughing, Luo Li turned her head, her gaze inadvertently sweeping behind her. Her smile instantly froze, and she turned back with a look of displeasure. "What's wrong?" Xia Yanchu, who had come out, also noticed her reaction. Following her gaze, he saw Zhao Dongming with a strange expression. "It's nothing, let's go quickly." Luo Li shook her head, tugging at his sleeve. Noticing her affectionate gestures, Xia Yanchu blushed and nodded, snapping out of his reverie. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative was, as always, packed with people. Luo Li, protected by Xia Yanchu, managed to squeeze in. Because it was so crowded, she inevitably had to lean against him, as if she were a small child being tightly embraced by him the whole way. "Big sister, please help me get." Upon reaching the counter, Luo Li stepped out of his embrace, her face flushed, and turned to the woman at the counter to tell her what she wanted. Xia Yanchu clearly saw all her expressions. He showed the same unease, yet also a hint of secret joy. The same was true when they left. On the way back, they spoke noticeably less, but the atmosphere between them inexplicably drew closer. Luo Li sat quietly in the back seat, looking down to notice the sunlight casting long shadows of the two of them. A tall shadow sat ahead, while a petite figure leaned against him, making it appear as if she were embracing him. Seeing this, Luo Li subtly moved closer, making the resemblance even stronger. Xia Yanchu, who also noticed the shadow, felt his heart pound even faster after seeing her small movement, and the blush on his ears still lingered. Upon arriving at the village entrance, the two got off the vehicle, and Xia Yanchu helped her push her luggage and escorted her to the educated youth settlement.
"Brother Xia, see you tomorrow."
"See you tomorrow." Watching her figure disappear through the doorway, Xia Yanchu finally left. On the way back, his mind was filled with the scene at the supply and marketing cooperative and those two long shadows. Even after falling asleep late at night, the image of her flushed cheeks was still clearly etched in his mind. The next morning, Xia Yanchu, somewhat embarrassed, got up early to wash his pants. Having toiled in the fields all day, he hadn't dared to meet Luo Li's gaze directly. Seeing his condition, Luo Li was bewildered. But looking at the person blocking her way, she was also impatient. "Luo Jiqing, why didn't you help me?" Zhang Wanwan knew that Luo Li must have heard the commotion of her being scolded at home. Not only that, Luo Li must have heard it every time she passed by before, but she had never paid any attention. In her past life, Luo Li was clearly not like this.
"Who are you?"
Stopped by a hand gesture, Luo Li had no choice but to halt. "My name is Zhang Wanwan. I'm the daughter who lives here." Zhang Wanwan quickly introduced herself to Luo Li's question. However, Luo Li merely glanced at her indifferently before turning away. "Oh, I don't know you."
That was all she said.
Zhang Wanwan was visibly taken aback, but quickly recovered and blocked Luo Li's path again. "I don't know you. I'm not familiar with you, so I have no obligation to help you. Do you understand?" Luo Li's impatience was at its peak. "Why? You should help me." Zhang Wanwan didn't understand, and in her mind, that was indeed how it should be. Luo Li was supposed to help her. Why so many whys? What do you mean should? Who do you think you are? Am I your father or your mother? Why should I help you? Do you think everyone is like you, seriously ill? Even if I were your mother, I wouldn't necessarily pay attention to you. This was the truth. Her own parents were both at home, and they didn't seem to care about her. After saying that, Luo Li didn't bother with this kind of mentally challenged person and simply left. Zhang Wanwan, on the other hand, was filled with disbelief. What did she just say? Why was she so aggressive? In Zhang Wanwan's past life memories, the kind and compassionate Luo Li was nothing like this. This woman was nothing like Luo Li Hiss. Following her thoughts, Luo Li, who hadn't gone far, gasped sharply. Gritting her teeth, she held her breath and returned to the educated youth settlement, only to learn that Zhao Dongming and his group were planning to go up the mountain to collect firewood during their break from work. Without hesitation, she followed. While gathering firewood with Qiulan and the others, she kept an eye on Zhao Dongming's movements. Seeing him walk alone in one direction, she immediately followed. Having Xiaokai help delay Zhao Dongming for a moment, she ran ahead, stuffing any good finds into her pockets. "Ginseng, huh? Want your cheapskate son to pick it up and sell for money?
Dream on."
I'll dig.
"I'll dig."
"I won't even let the seedlings go. Damn it.
"I'll make you pay."
Kaikai scan and see if there's anything missing. Okay, the host is showing only good stuff. Okay, she'll leave nothing behind. To hell with the plot. Xiaobai was also furious, flying around and collecting even faster than Luo Li. With Luo Li's luck, they could find quite a few good things. There was even a bag of jewelry and gold bars that someone had secretly hidden near the grave. Without hesitation, Luo Li and the others took it all. When Zhao Dongming followed his intuition and searched the area, he found nothing. This made him feel once again that he had missed something important. Brother Xie. On the other side, Luo Li, laden with her belongings and heading back to find Xiaolan and the others, also ran into Xie Yanchu, who was just heading up the mountain. The weather had been good for the past 2 weeks, and there were plenty of dry branches on the mountain. Many people had come to collect firewood and dry leaves today. Luo Li hadn't expected to run into Xie Yanchu so coincidentally. She called out, but before she could approach, she noticed him avert his gaze, looking slightly flustered. He gave her a perfunctory reply, seemingly trying to avoid her. Something about him seemed off. Brother Xie, what's wrong? Luo Li asked, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. He wasn't like this yesterday. Why was he avoiding her like the plague today? Nothing. Sensing the confusion in her voice, Xie Yanchu suddenly realized that he had been behaving very strangely. But, remembering his dreams from the previous night, he felt embarrassed and unsure how to face her. At the same time, he cursed himself for his own lewdness and shamelessness. Such a beautiful girl. How could he? Okay, Brother Xie, are you also here to gather firewood? Can I come with you? I can't gather much by myself. Although he tried his best to appear normal, Luo Li sensed something was amiss. He looked guilty no matter how she looked at him. His increasingly red ears were particularly noticeable. Okay. Looking at Luo Li's empty basket, Xie Yanchu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Xie Yanchu had grown up here and was clearly much more familiar with the mountains than the educated youth. Luo Li followed him, picking up quite a few wild fruits he had gathered to eat. Seeing him find a tree with most of its branches and leaves turning yellow and climb it quickly, Luo Li found a place to wait patiently. Be careful. Don't go near here, Xie Yanchu reminded her from the tree. Okay. Luo Li nestled to one side, watching him chop firewood in the tree. Feeling a bit bored, she looked down at the ants on the ground. Ants were making their way across the ground. It looked like rain was coming soon. Just then, she suddenly felt something dark move near her feet. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she saw a row of tiny claws touching her shoe, trying to climb up. Startled, her body stiffened instantly. Her face paled, and she turned her head as if to confirm, looking in that direction again. Ah! A gasp startled her, and she jumped up, seeing the person beside her. She clung tightly to his neck, burying her head against his chest. It touched my foot. Her small body trembled, her face deathly pale, her body numb, and her voice already trembling with tears. Soft hands clung tightly to his neck, a soft, fragrant embrace filling Xie Yanchu's body. But instinctively, he caught her and protected her, glancing back at where she had just been sitting. He used a woodcutter's knife to kill the centipede and tossed it far away. He raised his hand, hesitated for a long time, and finally gently patted her back to comfort her. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I've thrown it away. Hearing his words, her sobs subsided considerably. She cautiously and fearfully raised her head, stealing a glance in the direction she had just been. Only after confirming that nothing was left did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then, she noticed her movement and realized she was in his arms. Her pale face instantly flushed red, 2 tear tracks still clinging to her cheeks, her eyes wet and frantic as she looked at him. Looking pitiful yet charming, her current appearance perfectly matched the memory of his dream from the previous night. Xie Yanchu's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily averted his gaze. Noticing her movement, he snapped back to reality and released her, setting her down. Slightly disheveled, or perhaps trying to cover it up, he turned and began gathering firewood. Silently, he filled her small basket before settling in for himself. Looking at Luo Li, who was trying to help him in the distance, he spoke. It'll be done soon. You're not wearing gloves. Don't hurt your hands. He then stepped forward, pulled Luo Li aside, and found a clean spot, sure there were no insects, for her to wait. He quickly gathered the firewood into 2 baskets and kept Luo Li's small basket in his hand, never intending to return it to her. I'll take you back. Hearing his words, Luo Li obediently nodded. The two found a side path and circled back to the educated youth settlement. Looking at her obedient and well-behaved demeanor, he felt even more remorse and anger at his own despicable actions. But from these reactions, he understood his own feelings more clearly than ever. Looking at Luo Li behind him, he remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. But did she like him? Educated youth Luo. Lost in thought, they walked in silence, exchanging glances. Just when Luo Li thought they were about to part quietly, he suddenly stopped and called her name. In the end, he decided to be bold. He turned to look at her, opened his mouth, then hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Do you have someone you like? After a long silence, Luo Li heard his voice again. His hand, which had been hanging limply, clenched slightly, as if he had mustered all his courage. Luo Li nodded earnestly.
Yes.
The words had barely left his lips when he suddenly froze, his newly gathered courage vanishing instantly. He's asking me a question. Her soft voice echoed in his ears, a soft whisper. But to him, it was deafening. His heart pounded, his eyes seemingly overwhelmed with immense joy. However, the next instant, a soft warmth touched his lips. Even after the warmth faded, he remained stunned, unable to process what had happened. His mind went blank as he stared blankly at the bright and pretty girl before him, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes filled with laughter. When he finally came to his senses, his face flushed crimson, his clenched hands trembling slightly. Then you. So, Comrade Xie Yanchu, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? His heart pounded, and he stammered, the words already spoken before he could utter them. A moment of stunned silence. He chuckled and nodded, his excited stammering barely contained. I'm willing, then. Comrade Luo Li, would you be Xie Yanchu's girlfriend? Although she beat him to it, as a man, he naturally couldn't miss any of the rituals and formalities for the girl he admired. Luo Li is willing to be Xie Yanchu's girlfriend. After saying this, they smiled at each other. His large hand cautiously and tentatively took her soft, warm hand in his. The remaining journey from the foot of the mountain to the educated youth settlement seemed significantly longer. The two walked together, neither daring to go too fast, as if afraid of missing out on this precious moment. Because of a minor haircut, after helping Luo Li collect good items, Little Cabbage was called back to the Time-Space Bureau for a checkup. The test results showed it was perfectly healthy. It knew it was a minor issue. Little Cabbage is amazing. When it returned that evening and saw the data, its eyes widened in surprise. Last night, it noticed that the boss's favorability towards its host had inexplicably increased significantly overnight. And then, in the short time it had been back today, it had skyrocketed again. It had increased by 20 points, currently reaching 80%. Host, what did you do? The data is 80%. Because of this data, the original owner's wish fulfillment rate had also increased considerably. Hugs, kisses, holding hands. Luo Li, lying in bed, was already a little drowsy. Hearing this, she responded and was about to drift off to sleep, but, remembering something, she suddenly became more awake. Kai, find me an insect repellent talisman. Goodness gracious, she was truly terrified today. She wasn't afraid of snakes or rats, and was immune to ghosts, zombies, and wild beasts, but cockroaches and centipedes from the south were truly her most feared creatures. Pitch black, all legs, and they would crawl on people. Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. Okay. Little Cabbage didn't know what was going on, but upon hearing this, she obediently retrieved an insect repellent talisman from her host's pile of talismans. Holding the talisman, Luo Li finally fell into a deep sleep, feeling at ease. The next day, seeing her son washing his pants again, the captain leisurely sipped his tea. Young man, so hot-tempered. You should have found a wife a long time ago. I told you to listen to your mother and go on blind dates, but you wouldn't listen. The captain, now married, spoke with obvious pride. I told you, I'll only marry the girl I like. He just turned 22, and his parents had been nagging him about it for 4 years, intentionally or unintentionally. Well, there was no way around it. These days, too many 18-year-olds were getting married immediately. Seeing other people's marriages every day, the old couple were itching to have a grandchild. Thinking of Luo Li, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. That naive, first love-struck look was now on him. The brigade leader, seeing this, stroked his chin. Something was wrong. Based on his experience, this little rascal was definitely hiding something from them. Mom, I'll boil some eggs to take to the fields. Mom, where are the biscuits I bought last time? Hearing Xia Yanchu's words, his suspicions reached their peak. But when he got to the fields and saw his son constantly fawning over Luo Li, he instantly understood. After settling things with the other villagers, he ran off to find his wife. His mother. You'll probably have a daughter-in-law soon. Mother Xia had noticed Xia Yanchu and Luo Li's relationship a few days ago, and she'd just discovered it earlier. Now, seeing this, she was grinning from ear to ear. I know, you don't need to tell me. Hearing her husband's words, she replied dismissively, her eyes glancing at Luo Li every now and then. Oh my, this girl is really pretty. That simpleton. TSK, so simple-minded. He's so silly, he doesn't seem to be a good match for the girl. The captain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Li obediently drank the sweet soup Xia Yanchu had made and ate biscuits and eggs. She quickly peeled 2 smooth eggs and handed them to him. I'll eat what you cooked, and you eat what I cooked. It wasn't a coincidence. They had both prepared food for each other. Xia Yanchu obediently took the peeled eggs, his ears still uncontrollably turning red. Is it good? Delicious. Seeing his obedient nod, Luo Li's eyes crinkled with laughter. Then, she noticed that he was working much faster than usual. At first, she didn't understand, but after they finished work early in the afternoon, he took her to the river to enjoy the scenery, and she understood. The two sat side by side on the grass by the roadside, watching the scenery below. The river rippled, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the reeds swayed softly. It was very pleasant. There are wild duck eggs in there. Do you want to try? Wild ducks often roost in the reeds by the river, and sometimes, if you're lucky, you can collect some wild duck eggs to take home. Xia Yanchu often came over, and he hadn't collected any wild duck eggs for a few days, so today was a good opportunity to bring her along to try. It was his first time dating, and he wasn't sure what he should do, but he followed his heart. He wanted to give her the best, and he wanted to show her something different, something that would make her happy. Okay. Luo Li nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with anticipation. She had never tried picking wild duck eggs before. Below, Xia Yanchu took her hand again, his heart still pounding uncontrollably. Be careful, he reminded her. Look, over there, white ones. Aren't they wild duck eggs? Luo Li responded, lowering her voice, pointing excitedly to a spot.
Yes.
Xia Yanchu turned and nodded. He hadn't expected their luck to be so good today. They found them so soon after coming down. Seeing the joy on Luo Li's face, he smiled too. But he was even more surprised later. He often came here, and it had only been a few days. But this time, they found far more wild duck eggs than ever before. His clothes were almost overflowing. We should have brought a basket. Looking at the huge nest of wild duck eggs in front of her, and then at his clothes already full, Luo Li said, regretfully. It proved that having good luck was truly amazing. This constant stream of surprises was simply too wonderful. It's okay, wait a moment. Xia Yanchu smiled, told her, and turned to search in the nearby bushes. A moment later, he pulled out a slightly worn small basket. This is one I hid here before. Sometimes when I catch fish, I use it to catch them, he explained with a smile, looking at Luo Li. Now it came in handy. He didn't want to see the regret in her eyes earlier. He preferred to see her happy. That's great. Seeing her face light up again, Xia Yanchu's ears turned red. Luo Li gathered some grass from the side and placed it at the bottom of the basket. Together, they put the duck eggs inside. It was quite a large basket and they filled it with quite a few. Just as they finished filling it, Luo Li noticed something jump near the shallow water. Looking closer, she saw a nest of shrimp clinging to the riverbank, with small fish below them. And shrimp, she whispered, afraid of scaring the shrimp away, but her slightly widened eyes betrayed her surprise and excitement. Xia Yanchu reacted quickly. Hearing Luo Li's words, he immediately picked up the duck eggs he had just collected and placed them by the grass. Walking to where Luo Li was, he quickly dipped the basket down when the shrimp weren't looking, then scooped it up, revealing a whole nest of small shrimp. The basket was too shallow, and the shrimp kept jumping, so he covered them with some damp grass. Luo Li's eyes truly shone as she looked at him. Faced with the little girl's eager and admiring gaze, Xia Yanchu felt very uncomfortable, but also very happy. Then he put the duck eggs back in the basket and moved the shrimp aside to prevent them from being crushed. This time, they didn't continue strolling, afraid they might not be able to get back. Are you taking these back to the educated youth settlement? Or, I can cook them and bring them to you later. Looking at his abundant haul, he still asked, You can cook? Luo Li's gaze was as if she had discovered some incredible treasure. Xia Yanchu nodded. Yes, my mother taught me to cook a long time ago. His father could too, because his mother said that men who can't cook aren't popular with women. Then I'll be so lucky to have delicious food all the time. The girl's tone seemed to carry a hint of pride. Listening to his own heartbeat, Xia Yanchu's lips curled into a smile, and he nodded gently. Luo Li didn't take the duck eggs. She let Xia Yanchu take them all back. Although she was a good cook, she preferred to enjoy being fed from time to time. You're back. Oh, you've brought so much stuff. Come, come. Tonight I'll show you your father's cooking skills. At the Xia family home, the brigade leader was pleasantly surprised to see Xia Yanchu bring back so much food. Looking at the lively shrimp, he had already mentally prepared a small drink for himself that evening. No need. I can do it myself. This is what Luo Jiqing and I brought together. Xia Yanchu dodged his father's attempt to take the food and went to the water vat to prepare it himself. After understanding his words, the elderly couple in the family exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. All right, then you do a good job. To win a young girl's heart, you must first win her stomach. Hearing his parents' laughter and teasing, the blush on Xia Yanchu's face, brought back from Luo Li, was now even harder to fade. After he delivered the prepared dishes to Luo Li, she received the same teasing in return. Why are you looking at me like that? Want to eat some together? Besides the duck eggs and shrimp he had made, he had also prepared a bowl of noodles for Luo Li. Their educated youth settlement was considered relatively large, and the accommodations weren't too crowded. There were 4 people in one room, but now that Luo Xiaolan wasn't there, only Luo Li and the 2 sisters, Qiu Lan and Qiu and I, were in the room. Seeing the sisters' teasing gazes, even the thick-skinned Luo Li felt embarrassed by their stares. No, we've already eaten. It wouldn't be good if Comrade Xia found out we were starving you. Qiu and I said with a smile, her tone mischievous and pointed. Luo Li blushed, knowing she was referring to Xia Yanchu's words when he brought her food, telling her to eat more and not go hungry. Then, I'm not going to bother with you guys. I'll eat by myself. Seeing Luo Li's embarrassed and annoyed expression, the 2 sisters laughed even harder, their eyes filled with curiosity. Okay, but what's going on between you and Comrade Xia? Tell us, your sisters. We didn't notice before. How come you're suddenly dating today? Seeing their expectant and curious eyes, Luo Li turned her head away. What else could it be? If you like someone, you date them. Luo Li gave a vague reply and then buried her head in her food, her face slightly flushed, as if afraid they would ask for more details. Seeing her like this, Qiu Lan and the others raised their eyebrows, but didn't ask any further questions. Out of their sight, Xiao Baikai was munching on shrimp. Boss's cooking is really good. Delicious. The next day, the militia team and the police officers came over. Because Luo Li was involved in Luo Xiaolan's case, they needed to discuss some issues with her. Then, Luo Xiaolan's belongings were taken along the way. She was to be sent to a farm in the mining area for reform through labor. The conditions there were far harsher than here. Overwork and serious illness were commonplace. They arrived during work hours. The team leader, not wanting to attract too much attention for gossip, only asked Xia Yanchu to accompany Luo Li back to the educated youth settlement to talk with the police officers. What's wrong? Seeing Luo Li staring at Luo Xiaolan's empty bed, lost in thought for a long time, Xia Yanchu asked softly. Nothing. It was her own doing. No one forced her. She can't blame anyone for this outcome. Xia Yanchu assumed she was upset, so he offered some comfort. Besides, Luo Xiaolan's case was somewhat related to her father's criminal record. Their whole family came from a criminal background. They weren't wronged. Luo Li nodded and returned to the fields with him. After working in the fields for half a day, while Luo Li rested, Xia Yanchu suddenly stood beside her, hesitant to speak, his handsome face showing a hint of embarrassment. What's wrong? Seeing this, Luo Li looked up at him, amused. The man raised a hand and scratched his head. There's a movie showing in the next village tonight. Want to go together? Unlike yesterday when he simply took her away, this was the first time they had gone out like this since they started dating, and he felt a little awkward. A movie?
Sure.
Luo Li, of course, didn't refuse and readily agreed. She'd heard that movies were sometimes shown in the village back then, and it was quite lively. She really wanted to see it. Today she readily agreed, and Xia Yanchu's smile deepened considerably. Then let's finish work early. I'll pick you up later. Okay. As expected, they were the first to finish work again. Xia Yanchu easily earned 10 work points, and Luo Li earned 5, thanks to his help. But she really did try her best, though. Her abilities were limited, and her frail health was still a factor. However, these past 2 days had been so productive that she hadn't felt the plot's coercion. Anna-Marie, it was truly comfortable. Back at the educated youth settlement, after cooking some food, boiling water, taking a shower, and changing clothes, Luo Li found a sunny spot to dry her hair. Without a hairdryer, she had to leave it in the sun, using a towel to dry it as quickly as possible. Zhao Dongming and the other educated youth returned around this time. Seeing the figure in the courtyard, he froze, momentarily stunned. The woman sat sideways in the sunlight, the setting sun casting a warm glow on her. Her long, wet, black hair cascaded down, revealing a slender, pale neck, delicate and beautiful. The others were also momentarily captivated by the scene, quickly averting their gazes. Shaoli, you washed your hair? I want to wash mine too. Qiulan and the others approached first, speaking up. Many people in the village knew that a movie was being shown in the next village today, and the educated youth from the settlement planned to go early. Go ahead, I saved some water for you too. Really? Shaoli, you're so kind. Luo Li smiled as she dried her hair, glancing at the others beside her, then picked up a small stool and went back to her room with the 2 sisters.
Bang.
The door slammed shut. Luo, the educated youth, is so beautiful. I always thought she was pretty, but just now she looked like a beauty from a painting. Her slender figure was backlit, truly beautiful. Indeed, but she's not someone we can even dream of, and besides, she already has a boyfriend. Those at the educated youth settlement all knew Luo Li came from a well-off family, and they were all aware of their own limitations. Not to mention, Luo Li's relationship with Xia Yanchu was open and honest, and many people knew about it now. As for what just happened, they only offered a word of praise and admiration. But Zhao Dongming didn't see it that way. Thinking about Luo Li's conditions, recalling the scene just now, he felt he had missed out on far too much. Just like that day on the mountain, he followed his intuition, only to find emptiness. Looking at the dugout marks on the grave mound, he felt something had been stolen from him. But he didn't see anyone there, yet he felt something that should have been his had been taken away. It shouldn't be like this. Luo Li shouldn't be so perfect now. She should be following him around, a foolish, pitiful fauna, degraded by him into the mud. She shouldn't be so noble and beautiful, untouchable. And he, even less should he become increasingly ordinary, merging into the crowd of mediocre people. He was the one who should be noble, beautiful, outstanding, unattainable. Everything shouldn't be like this. Why are you banging so hard? What if you break it? Be gentle. Zhang's mother nagged as she watched Zhang Wanwan wash the clothes. Hearing this, Zhang Wanwan banged the clothes even harder. Mother, why won't you let me go to school? Erwa isn't as good at studying as I am. Like Xiao Dongming, witnessing this scene, she too felt a sense of unease, a feeling that she shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't be like this, an ordinary village girl, washing clothes, cooking, and doing chores every day. She was reborn. She was different from those ordinary people. She should become someone others could only look up to. She was unwilling to accept this, but with her own abilities, she couldn't rise above it all. She wanted to find someone who could help her climb the ladder of success, but Luo Li was nothing like what she had imagined. This greatly troubled her. Why didn't I let you go to school? You're the only girl in the family who's had the most education. Erwa just started school. How do you know he's not as good as you? That's your own brother. Can't you be a little more considerate of him? I think our Erwa is definitely smart. Stop talking nonsense and get back to work. Why can't you be like that one girl? She didn't get as much education as you. And don't blame your grandma for scolding you. What did you tell the family before? You asked them to support your schooling? But now that you're in school, you haven't kept any of your promises. If your grandma doesn't nag you, who will she nag? What did they say about the job I showed you yesterday? Will it work? Let me tell you, if you really don't want to work, you have to hurry up and find a job. Once you have a job, your grandma definitely won't scold you anymore. She'll even treat you better. Hearing her mother's words, Zhang Wanwan became even more furious and humiliated, pounding her clothes in frustration. If she had gotten a job, she wouldn't be throwing a tantrum today. It was precisely because she wasn't good enough that she was even more furious. She felt like everything was going wrong for her these days. TSK.
Slap.
Didn't you hear me? I told you to be gentler. Seeing her exert even more force, Zhang's mother slapped her across the face. She'd been telling her for ages, but this brat wouldn't listen and insisted on hitting her. But she was still her own daughter, so she didn't hit her hard, just patted her shoulder. All right, get back to work. Your grandma's taking the whole family to the movies later. Although Zhang's mother softened her tone, Zhang Wanwan clutched her arm, resentful. To her, Zhang's mother's actions were nothing short of favoritism. Favoring her younger brother, not letting her go to school, just to leave money for him. But why couldn't she consider the family's circumstances, see reality for herself? A large family of over 10 people needs to feed. How much work must they do to make ends meet? Under the current conditions, raising a child to junior high school is already incredibly difficult. Besides, her younger brother is indeed young. At least she finished her education, while he's just starting out. I heard those educated youth from the village go out at night too. They're all city kids, quite different from us. All educated. Hey, Wanwan, if you really want to learn, you could ask the educated youth. I heard that Luo and Zhao, two of them, both graduated from high school. Hey, that Xie from the brigade leader's family is quite something. He even managed to date that Luo educated youth. He's got potential. But the boy is handsome and the girl is beautiful. They really do match. Mother Zhang continued her work, oblivious to her daughter's expression, simply muttering to herself as she chatted idly. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Wanwan paused for a moment, then her eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. That's right, Luo Jiqing wasn't the only capable city person in the village. That Zhao Jiqing, I heard his family was quite well off, and he was also very handsome. If only she could get close to him. Thinking about it, a blush suddenly appeared on her face. Having made up her mind, after washing clothes with Mother Zhang and returning home, she deliberately dressed herself up a bit. Luo Li was unaware of the female lead's thoughts. At this moment, she was sitting on the back of Xie Yanchu's seat, humming an unknown tune. Was it nice? She hummed, then sought Xie Yanchu's opinion. It was nice. Looking at the small hands wrapped around his waist, his heart was far from calm, and he answered blankly. Seeing his expression, Luo Li burst out laughing, leaning lightly against his back to shield him from the cool night breeze. The clean scent of soap wafted from his nose. Thump, thump. Feeling the warmth against his waist and behind him, Xia Yanchu could only hear the rapid pounding of his own heart. His cheeks were burning hot, thankfully concealed by the night. "Your heart is beating so fast." But the little girl was still playfully stirring things up. Wearing only a thin autumn coat, she could clearly feel the strong, defined muscles of his waist with the slightest movement of her fingertips. She moved her head, blinked twice, and mischievously ran her fingers over the muscles, gently tracing their lines. The next instant, his breath caught in his throat as his long, slender hand suddenly pressed down on hers. "Be good, don't make a fuss." His voice was noticeably hoarse. Sensing danger, Luo Li's fingers twitched, and she instantly cowered. But his large hand still held her firmly, preventing her escape, merely stopping her from moving further. "We're almost there." Looking ahead, he spoke in a hoarse voice. The flashlight beam didn't shine very far, but there were already lights ahead, and the sounds of noise grew clearer as they approached. Luo Li quietly withdrew her hand, reverting to her obedient demeanor. Noticing her movement, Xia Yanchu didn't stop her. It hadn't started yet, but they weren't early either. They were in a large open space, with several hanging lamps and a large screen in front, and some benches around. The front seats were already crowded, and those in the back had less desirable viewing positions. Besides, there was a huge old tree in front of the curtain. After assessing the situation, Xia Yanchu pulled Luo Li to the tree. He swept her up in his arms and placed her directly on a large branch. It was an old tree. The branch itself was thicker than her. There was no problem with the two of them sitting there. He could easily fit a few more. Xia Yanchu sat down beside her, reaching out to protect her. Besides, there were many branches behind them. This position was safe. "It's all right, don't be afraid. It's safe behind you," he said softly, noticing Luo Li's gaze. Luo Li responded softly. She knew it was safe, which was why she was watching him. The shadow of the large tree concealed them, creating a secluded space where no one would notice them. Xia Yanchu sensed something was off about her tone, but before he could react, the familiar sweet scent was already close. Soft, warm lips landed on his. 2 quick kisses, so fast he was caught off guard. When he came to his senses, only a warm touch remained on his lips. The spot where she had kissed him grew increasingly hot. "So sweet," she whispered in his ear, her voice gentle and affectionate, tinged with laughter. Looking at the girl before him, his heart pounded uncontrollably, his throat tightening. Below was a crowded scene, people hiding in the shade. If someone approached now, they would easily spot the two in the tree. Compared to their current simple and conservative demeanor, she was truly, truly bold. And wicked. Yet, ironically, it only fueled his attraction. The mischievous girl's smile froze on her lips as someone gripped her slender neck, taking revenge on her. A raw yet aggressive kiss followed, carrying his clean, pleasant scent. After a long pause, he restrained himself, releasing her, his voice hoarse as he panted to calm himself. "Next time, don't be naughty, you'll regret it." He would try his best to be rational and restrained, but she truly made him lose control. Luo Li's face was already flushed from the kisses, her lips swollen, and she nodded submissively. Under the moonlight, her delicate face was flushed, a strand of hair falling loosely, her tender red lips slightly swollen, glistening with moisture, her eyes wet. She possessed a captivating charm, like a delicate flower that made one want to tease it even more. Her voice was soft and sweet, making his breath catch in his throat again. She looked so innocent and adorable, but Xia Yanchu knew she was bold and mischievous, driving him crazy. His throat bobbed again, but this time he only restrainedly raised his hand to wipe the moisture from her lips. His eyes were dark, his gaze struggling to leave her face. Luo Li glanced up at his disheveled state and saw a hint of lust. Her slender white fingertips twitched slightly. Who could understand? Black, tousled hair, white shirt, striking features, a husky voice, thin lips bearing the marks of kassesh was truly both alluring and sensual. She was also struggling to restrain herself. Beside them, Little Cabbage, silently swallowing their dog food, nibbled on its little paw, its eyes sparkling. Why not kiss her a little more? It's so beautiful. It wants to see more. Sobbing, quiet, quiet. It's starting. After a moment of calm, a shout came from below, and the movie began. The educated youth who followed them, along with the villagers, gradually arrived, and soon a large crowd had gathered under the big tree. Some even climbed up the tree, but the best spots were already claimed by Luo Li and her companion. Noticing it was a young couple, no one paid them much attention, their focus quickly shifting to the movie playing on the screen below. While out of sight of others, Xia Yanchu held Luo Li's hand tightly. Turning her head and seeing his serious expression, Luo Li couldn't help but smile. Xiao Li. Just then, Qiulan, who was squeezed below, noticed them and raised her hand to greet them quietly. Luo Li smiled, let go of her hand, and waved back. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a corner below and suddenly paused. There, she saw the female lead, who seemed to have dressed up specially, frequently glancing in Zhao Dongming's direction, trying to find an opportunity to get closer. Of course, besides her, several other young girls beside her were also paying attention to Zhao Dongming. He had a pretty boy look, with a refined, cultured air that Zhao Dongming deliberately displayed. He looked like a peacock, certainly capable of attracting naive young girls. Luo Li leaned back lazily, trying to find a comfortable position to watch the show, but unexpectedly landed comfortably in the arms of the person beside her. What's wrong? Seeing Luo Li looking over, Xia Yanchu lowered his voice. Luo Li lowered her head and whispered in his ear, "Let's eat some melon seeds." With that, she sat up straight and continued looking in the direction she had been looking. After finding Zhao Dongming's location, Zhang Wanwan immediately squeezed in. Just as she shifted slightly to avoid being next to someone, she accidentally sat in Zhao Dongming's lap. Zhao the educated youth. Her face instantly flushed red as she looked up at Zhao Dongming, shy and timid. Suddenly, someone landed in his lap, and Zhao Dongming was also startled. When he saw the girl's somewhat dark face, he visibly stiffened, a flash of disgust crossing his face. Actually, Zhang Wanwan's features weren't bad, but these days, most children raised in the countryside were the same. Running around in the fields every day, their skin was inevitably dark and rough. Because she had gone to school, her skin was actually much fairer than many of the village girls, but it still couldn't compare to the city girls. And Zhao Dongming had only recently been sent to the countryside. His impressions were mostly of pretty city girls, and with Luo Li present at the educated youth settlement. In comparison, Zhang Wanwan appeared utterly ordinary, especially since she had chosen a yellow dress that made her look even darker and magnified her flaws. Furthermore, without the original owner's help to transform her, she was truly plain in every way. She was completely different from her past self, who, after the original owner's assistance, had become well-dressed, had fair skin, and possessed an air of sophistication. Now, she exuded a rustic air, her cunning immature, and her actions gave off a crude sense of calculation, making her unappealing. But Zhao Dongming was adept at putting on a show. Even though he disliked her, he still smiled gently at Zhang Wanwan and helped her up. "Be careful," he said, his voice gentle and warm. Luo Li felt a chill run down her spine from this insincere behavior. However, seeing Zhao Dongming's actions, Zhang Wanwan thought she had achieved her goal, and her face flushed with shyness, displaying a gentle and considerate demeanor. "Yes, thank you, Zhao Jiqing." The deliberately soft, coquettish voice sent chills down Zhao Dongming's spine. He nodded with a stiff smile, quickly turning his gaze back to the movie, afraid he might lose control and shatter his facade. Zhang Wanwan, equally bold, actually squeezed into a seat next to Zhao Dongming. She frequently tried to start conversations with him, her eyes revealing obvious cunning, her face beaming with delight. Unbeknownst to her, the more she acted this way, the stronger the disgust and rejection in Zhao Dongming's eyes became. In this world storyline, the male lead later becomes a business tycoon. Businessmen prioritize profit, and Zhao Dongming is no exception. He likes things and people that are useful to him. Cheap, Ordinary, useless things, especially those tinged with obvious scheming and calculation, are the least appealing to him. Seeing this, Luo Li had already looked away. She already knew the outcome. The main couple's relationship had collapsed. One step closer to the plot's complete breakdown. How wonderful. Thank you, plot master, for arranging such an important supporting female role for our original owner. You're making things even easier for me now. Of course, it's precisely because of this that it so tightly controls the original owner and Luo Li. However, seeing her gaze shift away from the two men, Xia Yanchu's expression softened slightly, and he subtly tightened his grip on Luo Li's hand. What's wrong? Sensing something was amiss, Luo Li turned her head and asked softly. I don't like you looking at him. Xia Yanchu opened his mouth, but ultimately answered honestly. Actually, he knew about her previous crush on Zhao Jiqing. Although the original owner hadn't openly shown it, he had overheard Zhao Dongming boasting about it once, as if he were bragging about his achievements. Back then, he hadn't felt anything. He didn't know Luo Li at the time. But now, he didn't like her paying attention to others. He felt a pang of jealousy. She was his now. Okay, I won't look anymore. I'll only look at you. Hearing her earnest, coaxing, and slightly flirtatious words, Xia Yanchu uncomfortably turned his head away, a slight smile involuntarily playing on his lips. Okay, you keep your word, he replied sullenly. Of course. Hearing her words, he suddenly remembered something, rummaged through his bag, and pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and peanuts and a handful of milk candies. Here. Luo Li didn't stand on ceremony, and like everyone else, she ate sunflower seeds while watching the movie, her feet dangling in the air, swinging freely. Seeing her struggling to peel peanuts, Xia Yanchu peeled some for her first, and then gave her a handful. Not far below, the brigade leader also secretly handed his wife a handful of peeled peanuts. This proved that a good family environment and positive influences are very important when choosing a partner. After the movie ended, Luo Li and the others didn't rush to leave. They waited until almost everyone had left before climbing down from the tree and riding their bicycles back home. Xiao Li, how often do you usually ride home? About every 2 weeks, why? Seeing his sudden question, Luo Li didn't think much of it and answered truthfully. It's okay, let's go to the city together next time we have a break. He wanted to take her to have her picture taken, and then find a chance to appear in the envelope she sent home. Okay. My parents said they'd like you to come home for a meal sometime. After hearing her agree, Xia Yanchu hesitated for a moment before speaking again. After learning that he and Luo Li were really dating, his parents were very happy and kept urging him to bring her home for a meal. Huh. This time, Luo Li was stunned. Meeting the parents. Although she was happy to, wasn't this too fast? Only the 3rd day of dating. No, it didn't seem fast either. In this era, where people get married as soon as they feel a connection, it wasn't considered fast. At least they were in a free choice relationship, so there was still a transition period. These days, there are many people who meet only once and become husband and wife on the second meeting. No rush. They just want to have dinner with you. We can talk about it when we're free, it's fine. Sensing her hesitation, Xia Yanchu quickly added. Okay, he was being impatient. But they'd already held hands, albeit accidentally, and hugged, and just now. After all that, shouldn't she take responsibility? Thinking about it, his ears suddenly turned red. Luo Li softly responded to his words. She pondered what preparations she should make. Thinking this, she suddenly felt the power of the plot force fluctuate again. Perhaps because the main character's storyline had also collapsed, this time the fluctuation was stronger than ever before. Without hesitation, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Xia Yanchu's waist. Her cool fingertips, through the gaps in his shirt buttons, landed on his abdominal muscles. Clearly, the fluctuation was blocked, and Xia Yanchu, held in her embrace, stiffened for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. On the way back, Luo Li quietly leaned against his back, listening to his strong heartbeat and the chirping of insects around them. Strangely, it gave her a sense of security. But for Xia Yanchu, the young man who had been single for 22 years, The journey was exceptionally difficult. The spot on his abdomen where she had touched felt like a prairie fire had been ignited. As night fell, her image inevitably intruded into his dreams once more. The next day, watching Xia Yanqiu silently washing his pants, the team leader stroked his chin. Wife, perhaps we should make him some herbal tea to cool him down later. He's got a lot of temper. We don't want him to make things worse. Hearing his parents' words, Xia Yanqiu felt like he was being burned alive, his handsome face flushed. But to be honest, it wasn't entirely Xia Yanqiu's fault. After all, this troublesome person always innocently stirred up trouble and then refused to put it out. What's wrong? When they arrived at the field, Luo Li noticed his pale face and was a little worried. Nothing. Xia Yanqiu shook his head and reached out to put a straw hat on her. The sun will be strong today. Wear it carefully.
Okay.
Luo Li nodded, adjusted her hat, and smiled at him when she noticed his gaze. Indeed, good-looking people can pull off anything. It was clearly an old-fashioned straw hat, the kind that would definitely lower one's appearance, but on her, it still made her look exceptionally sunny and beautiful, her sweet smile even more dazzling. After diligently working for a while, Luo Li found a place to sit down, obediently holding her water bottle to drink and rest. Zhang Wanwan happened to pass by at that moment, seemingly on her way to deliver water to Zhao Dongming. You just wait and see. If you don't help me, someone else will. You'll regret it sooner or later. Seeing Luo Li, she left with a cold snort. Go get treated if you're sick. Luo Li wasn't going to tolerate her at all. That guy Zhao Dongming? Could he really help her? That penniless guy trying so hard to act like a rich young master. She was lucky she didn't have to pay him.
You.
Hearing Luo Li's words, Zhang Wanwan's face darkened. She was about to say something, but when she saw Xia Yanqiu walking towards her with a cold face, she instantly deflated, snorted coldly, and walked away. Zhao Jiqing. Upon reaching Zhao Dongming, a shy smile instantly appeared on her face. Luo Li kept her promise and didn't look at him twice. What's wrong? Did she bully you? Noticing Luo Li's slightly off expression, Xia Yanqiu immediately came over, somewhat worried. She can't bully me. Don't let her delicate appearance fool you. When she gets into a fight, only others will be bullied. Unaffected by the plot, her fighting power is formidable. Seeing that she was indeed all right, Xia Yanqiu was relieved. Guagua. Suddenly I thought, with this theme and this setting, it might not be impossible for us to write a full-length novel on our own. Touching chin. JPG. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The team's work had finally reached a busy phase, and they could take a break. Luo Li received a reply from home. Looking at the full package and the large sum of money tucked inside, Luo Li felt a pang of emotion. It was warm and comforting. It was the feeling of having a family to rely on, someone to support her, that gave her a sense of security. She liked it very much. This was the family the original owner wanted to protect. Why is she here again? As she was packing her things, Luo Li suddenly heard Qiu Ni's mutterings. Looking outside, as expected, Zhang Wanwan was there to see Zhao Dongming again. She didn't know how Zhao Dongming had managed to fool her. Lately, she'd frequently seen Zhang Wanwan bringing him things.
Seeing
that the two seemed quite close, Zhang Wanwan had unilaterally declared they were dating, but Zhao Dongming had remained ambiguous. This situation felt familiar. Ugh, wasn't this exactly how the original owner was controlled and manipulated in the original plot? But now that the ungrateful female lead is suffering this treatment, it's strangely comforting. The Zhang family is strapped for cash. How much can Zhang Wanwan possibly subsidize? What if she can't even afford to subsidize later? Then we'll just have to wait and see the dogs fight. Dongming Ji, the weather will get colder soon. These are gloves I knitted for you. Try them on and see if they fit. Zhang Wanwan noticed Luo Li and the others and inexplicably gestured with her chin towards Luo Li, suddenly speaking in a high-pitched voice. Almost simultaneously, Luo Li and the Qiulan sisters touched their arms and looked away. It's definitely starting to get cold. I just shivered. Qiulan couldn't help but mutter, and Luo Li shook her head, amused. Luo Li, hearing the voice and seeing the figure appear outside the courtyard, Luo Li put down what she was carrying, picked up her small handbag, and went out. I'm going out. He turned and waved to Qiulan and the others.
Ian.
Seeing the little girl running towards him, Xia Yanchu's smile deepened. Slow down, no rush. Where should we go first? Sitting in the back seat, Luo Li naturally tugged at his sleeve and asked. Let's pick up the photos first, then wander around and grab something to eat. Okay. As the car drove away, their voices grew softer, but Zhao Dongming's gaze lingered. Brother Dongming. Zhang Wanwan also heard Luo Li and the others talking. Her eyes lit up, and she gripped her gloves tightly, mimicking Luo Li's soft voice as she called out. Shall we go for a walk in town too? It had been so long since they'd gone out together alone like this. Looking at the two of them just now, it was truly enviable. Hearing the voice and seeing the face before him, Zhao Dongming suddenly felt a chill. Without showing any emotion, he gently pulled his hand away from hers. He frowned, feigning reluctance. I really want to go with Wanwan, but I have things to do today. How about we reschedule for another day? Hearing his reply, Zhang Wanwan would be disappointed, but looking at Zhao Dongming's expression, she mentally reassured herself that it was all right. What is it? Do you need my help? She asked considerately. No need. It's too much trouble for you. Wanwan has already worked so hard making these gloves for me. He put the gloves away, deliberately softening his voice to coax her gently, his eyes filled with tenderness. This immediately made Zhang Wanwan blush, and she lowered her head, fidgeting shyly. Okay. Go back and rest early. I'll come find you after I'm done. Okay. Zhao Dongming said with a gentle smile, but after coaxing her away, his expression instantly changed. Looking at his hands, which had been pulled, he washed them repeatedly with disgust. Zhao Dongming, isn't this a bit inappropriate? A fellow educated youth in the same courtyard, seeing this, couldn't bear it any longer and couldn't help but speak up. What's wrong with it? She willingly offered herself up. Recently, Zhao Dongming had encountered several setbacks. He had finally found a way to get involved in the black market, but someone else had intercepted it. The team was setting up a literacy class and wanted to select teachers from the educated youth settlement, but someone else had already taken the spot, leaving him with no chance. Everything was going wrong. This feeling intensified his darker side. He no longer wanted to pretend at the educated youth settlement. These people were all mocking him behind his back, kicking him when he was down, stealing his opportunities. After leaving, Zhang Wanwan suddenly remembered that she hadn't given Zhao Dongming the eggs she had secretly brought, so she turned back. The conditions at the educated youth settlement were harsh. Dongming had a minor argument with his family and refused their help, so he relied on her for support. Unexpectedly, she witnessed this scene and overheard Zhao Dongming's conversation with someone else. Zhang Wanwan's face instantly darkened, but for some reason, she didn't make a sound and simply turned and left. On the other side, Luo Li and her companion had arrived in the city. They had come a few days earlier to have their photos taken, and now they could finally pick them up. After receiving the photos from the photo studio, she was quite satisfied with the results. Although they were simple black and white photos, the man and woman still looked handsome and beautiful, a very pleasing sight, and the more she looked, the more well-matched they seemed. The photographer's skills were quite good. 5 photos were developed. 1 large one was different, and the other 4 small ones were the same. 2 were sent to her parents and her brother respectively. She and Xia Yanchu each took one of the remaining photos. Let's sit down at the noodle shop up ahead, Luo Li said to Xia Yanchu, turning her head. After sitting down, she took out a prepared envelope from her small handbag, added a few words to the contents with a pen, and then put the photos inside. Xiao Li. Although he didn't read it carefully, he still saw his own name and Luo Li's introduction of him in the contents of her letter. This is my boyfriend, the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. It wasn't a long sentence, but it expressed her feelings. What's wrong? Luo Li put the letter away and then turned to look at him. Suddenly, she noticed that his face was red again, and his gaze was unusually intense, making her a little timid. Let's go home for dinner later. My dad caught some shrimp and crab this morning. He got up early that morning to go with his father to get them, and they even caught some wild game from the mountains. Ever since he took Luo Li there once, his mother had been talking about her even more frequently. She said she really liked her future daughter-in-law and wanted him to bring her home for meals more often. She said the young girl was alone at the educated youth settlement and probably wasn't as comfortable or well-fed as she was at home, so he should take good care of her. Yes, his mother thought the same as him. His little girl was thin and small and needed to be well cared for. Okay, then let's buy some more wine to take back later. The brigade leader likes to drink. Okay. Afterwards, the two went to the post office to mail a letter and bought some wine. They saw some elegant and pretty hair clips in the shop, and Luo Li bought one for Xia's mother as well. In the evening, laughter and cheerful voices filled the Xia family courtyard, with Xia's mother's hearty voice particularly loud. Shao Li, let them go. Our men can handle things. We'll sit inside and chat. Wow, Shao Li, you have great taste. Doesn't it look good on you? Very beautiful, huh? You little rascal. You have such a sweet tongue. Oh, this photo is great. The girl is so pretty. Yan Chu, this wooden board. Shao Li, we've prepared some local specialties at home. Tomorrow, have Yan Chu send some to your parents so they can try them. Okay. It must be said that Mr. and Mrs. Xia are very easy to get along with, open and straightforward, making them very comfortable to be around. Many of their interactions are also incredibly heartwarming. Soon after, Luo's parents and older brother received the news. They were all shocked to see the letter stating that their daughter, their younger sister, already had a boyfriend. Their daughter had only been in the countryside for a short time, and she already had a boyfriend. Although from her letter, they knew the young man came from a respectable family, but the family was still worried. So a month later, the Luo and Xia families arranged a meeting, listening to the conversation of several elders inside. Outside, Luo Li and Xia Yanchu stood together, staring at each other intently with her brother, Luo Yike. You. Luo Yike looked at Luo Li, opened his mouth, but seeing her shrinking head, he ultimately said nothing. Turning to look at Xia Yanchu, who was acting protectively, he frowned even more, glancing at Xia Yanchu's height, and raised an eyebrow. Wanna spar? Xia Yanchu. Okay. It wasn't a provocation, just a simple feeling. If a man couldn't even beat him, he couldn't protect his sister. Brother. Luo Li called out quickly. It's all right. Before her brother could speak, Xia Yanchu reassured him. As it turned out, it was indeed all right. Xia Yanchu had passed the test. He had won. You've trained before? Coming to his senses, Luo Yike was both amazed and somewhat incredulous. I grew up in the military region. The siblings were equally puzzled. To be honest, Luo Li really didn't know this. After Xia Yanchu's explanation, they learned that the battalion commander had been a soldier before, but later retired and returned to his hometown with his wife and children. Now that he's settled back, 8 or 9 years have passed. So much time has gone by that the villagers have gotten used to it, and few mention it anymore. What a pity, Luo Yike couldn't help but sigh. If they had discovered Xia Yanchu's talent earlier, he could definitely have made a name for himself. Now, any plans? Thinking this, his eyes lit up, and he asked again. But with him around, age for enlistment wasn't an issue. Ability was key. Xia Yanchu smiled and shook his head. All right. This time, Luo Yike genuinely felt a little regretful, but he didn't press the matter. Judging from Xia Yanchu's abilities, it was clear the battalion commander's abilities back then were quite impressive. His early discharge must have had some compelling reasons. Since Xia Yanchu had made his decision, he wouldn't force him. Actually, his guess wasn't wrong. The battalion commander was capable. He was discharged due to injury, and the severity of the injury necessitating discharge was certainly not to be underestimated. Years have passed, and he's fully recovered. Life has improved, and he's even become a brigade leader. There's nothing wrong with him. But those few years were actually the hardest time for his family. Back then, he made the choice to support them. So, he doesn't regret it. Moreover, living here has brought him tremendous joy. He's very happy now. Are you nervous? Hearing his surprise in a low voice, he shook his head slightly. I'm fine. No matter what, he's determined to bring her home. I am nervous, Luo Li said honestly, her brows furrowed. This immediately made him laugh, and he pinched her cheek. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Hearing his reassuring words, Luo Li smiled, her little face beaming. Okay, you'll protect me. Luo yike. Ouch. A sudden toothache. The elders who had just finished their conversation. Well, their worries were unnecessary. They'd safely pass the parents' and brothers' tests. The wedding arrangements, including the dowry and betrothal gifts, were all settled. The wedding date was set for 2 months later, during the Lunar New Year. Luo's parents and brother stayed for 2 days, but couldn't stay any longer before heading back. They still had work to do in the army. Xia Yanxu and Luo Li saw them off to the car. Seeing the little girl's reluctant expression, he felt a pang of sadness. After the new year, when we have time during the off-season, let's go back with Uncle Luo and the others to visit. Really?
Yes.
Hearing his words, her expression softened. That's great. It's actually very difficult for educated youth sent to the countryside to return to the city, but with him around, she could rest assured. After all, we have an elder in our family who's the brigade leader and can make decisions. Seeing her like this, Xia Yanxu smiled too. Oh, right, I also need to go to the scrap yard to buy some books to take back. The literacy class in the team is about to start. Watching the train disappear completely, Luo Li suddenly remembered this. Yes, she had snatched Zhao Dongming's opportunity, or rather, she had to. Fair competition. She won by merit. After all, she was a 21st century university graduate, while the original owner was a real high school graduate. How could she possibly lose to Zhao Dongming, a fake high school graduate who hadn't even finished the first year? Besides, Zhao Dongming hadn't beaten anyone else in the educated youth settlement either. It was ultimately a matter of ability. No rush. My dad said this might be delayed, but the higher-ups are planning to expand Hongguang Elementary School directly. They're looking for teachers now, and my dad has already registered you. Really?
Yes.
You guys are so kind. Come on, let's get some wine for the brigade leader. I'm afraid that won't work. He drank quite a bit recently. He's never been in good health, so Mom has to manage his intake. Then let's get some braised dishes. I remember they all like this. Okay. Also, get some pig's trotters. You like those? As soon as she finished speaking, his smile widened noticeably. She was secretly happy that she hadn't forgotten him. Besides, she also had a small cloth bag in her arms. Buy whatever you want, you're in charge. She opened it, glanced at it briefly, then quickly clutched it tightly and put it away, turning to see his surprised, wide-eyed expression. How come there's so much? This whole roll is worth tens of thousands of yuan. Did she find a hidden tycoon? There's still some at home. I did some business before, he said in a low voice, gesturing for silence to his lips. Back then, his father collapsed, and his mother was devastated. Things were very difficult for the family. If he hadn't taken some risky paths, he wouldn't have been able to support them. Fortunately, all that is in the past now, and he's made something of himself. Luo Li nodded repeatedly, but her eyes remained bright, looking at him as if she had discovered a great treasure. He had to admit, he enjoyed that look. His ears turned red, and he really liked her looking at him. I just wanted the 2 months to pass quickly. Meanwhile, a major incident occurred in the village. Zhao Dongming and Zhang Wanwan were found disheveled in a small, dilapidated house at the edge of the village. Zhao, how could you be like this? He looked like a respectable young man, but he's a hooligan. Everyone, stay away from him. Captain, let's call the militia. Hearing the crowd's words, Zhao Dongming was speechless. I didn't. She brought me some soup. I don't know why this happened. I drank the soup and woke up here. He clearly only drank a bowl of soup Zhang Wanwan brought him. He had no idea what happened, and when he woke up, he was here.
Zhang Wanwan.
Say something. Thinking this, he couldn't help but shout at Zhang Wanwan, who had been crying the whole time. Wah.
Wah.
But Zhang Wanwan didn't explain. Instead, she cried even harder. Seeing this, old Lady Zhang shoved Zhao Dongming, who had just been drained of his strength. "What are you yelling about? What do you mean? You're going to deny everything after this? Trying to pin the blame on our Wanwan?" "Oh, folks, everyone knows how well-behaved Wanwan is. This Xiao fellow deliberately took advantage of our girl and then denied it." Old Lady Zhang burst into loud wailing, her voice booming, giving the village had a real headache. She avoided mentioning the soup incident, but everyone in the village knew that Zhang Wanwan had been going to the educated youth settlement to find Zhao Dongming. This incident might really have been done by your good Wanwan. However, Zhao Dongming wasn't any better. He was just like a gigolo, always deceiving girls. They were both the same, so neither could accuse the other. Because of the soup, many observant people realized what was happening and looked at Zhang Wanwan and her family with strange expressions. Captain, old Mrs. Zhang, seeing the situation was getting out of hand, started wailing. All right, that's it." The captain was exasperated. "The deed is done.
You two can discuss it yourselves."
Wasn't this the reason the Zhang family made such a fuss? Besides, Zhao Dongming himself did have problems. A grown man like him, always taking advantage of young girls, now he'd fallen for it. It was unbearable to watch. Now, he couldn't interfere even if he wanted to, so he simply let it go and let them handle it themselves. Indeed, Zhao Dongming couldn't deny it now. Ultimately, the Zhang family gave Zhao Dongming two choices. 1, he could be arrested for hooliganism and imprisoned. 2, he could pay a hefty dowry of 200 yuan, claiming they were dating, and marry Zhang Wanwan directly. At this time, hooliganism was a capital offense, so Zhao Dongming naturally had to choose the second option, but he harbored a deep resentment towards the Zhang family, especially Zhang Wanwan's scheming. Their wedding was set for 2 weeks later. During this time, Zhao Dongming had to prepare an exorbitant dowry. If the Zhang family didn't receive the money by the deadline, they would send it to him. Tisk, tell me, what kind of mess is this? Even at dinner that evening, the brigade leader couldn't help but sigh to his family.
Eat.
Why worry about them so much? It's their own doing anyway. Mother Xia waved her hand, placing some food on Luo Li's plate, not wanting the team leader to dwell on these dirty matters and spoil her mood. Eat some of this. Noticing Luo Li's slightly dazed expression, Xia Yanchu added, Yes, you all eat too. Hearing this, Luo Li smiled and nodded at them. She sighed inwardly. Zhang Wanwan still wasn't smart enough. She hadn't even noticed Zhao Dongming's disguise after all this time. This whole charade was nothing more than an attempt to get Zhao Dongming's good terms, but it was a lose-lose situation. However, she was happy to see it happen. Dogs fighting each other. The more they fought, the more entertaining it was. In the days that followed, the Zhang family pressured Zhao Dongming almost daily, demanding money from him. Zhang Wanwan also used this situation to force Zhao Dongming to do many things. Along the way, Zhao Dongming's expression grew increasingly sinister and menacing. No one knew what method Zhao Dongming had used, but he actually managed to procure 200 yuan as a bride price before the wedding and deliver it to the Zhang family. He also rented the small, dilapidated house where he and Zhang Wanwan had their affair, renovated it, and turned it into their bridal chamber. In this ordinary rural village of the 1970s, such a high bride price was truly rare. This made the Zhang family walk with great pride, enjoying a period of time filled with praise and envy. And it was precisely because of this that Zhang Wanwan became even more convinced of Zhao Dongming's power and even more delighted that she had married a wealthy city man. I told you, if you don't help me, someone else will. The day before their wedding, Zhang Wanwan deliberately came to find Luo Li, leaving behind these words. Whatever makes you happy. Luo Li smiled in response, pressing down the impatient Xia Yanchu beside her, completely unaffected by this provocative boast. Zhao Dongming's disguise skills seemed to have become even more refined because of this scheming. He considerately avoided mentioning the past, only saying that he genuinely loved Zhang Wanwan. His gentle, warm, considerate, and filial demeanor truly delighted Zhang Wanwan and her family. But after the successful marriage and receiving their marriage certificate, his attitude instantly changed. On their wedding night, he laid a hand on Zhang Wanwan, his face contorted with rage and terror, devoid of any gentleness whatsoever. "You schemed against me.
Ha!
You bastard. You schemed against me. You ruined me, so I'll ruin you too. Didn't you want to marry me? You were after my money? You wanted my city status? Haha, are you satisfied now? You even drugged me. Are you that desperate for a man? But that's perfect. I have a few ES here. I promised someone I'd use you to pay off their debts. Be good. Use yourself to make money for me. Didn't you used to like men? You even drugged them for that? Now you can enjoy yourself to your heart's content." Zhang Wanwan, already dizzy from the beating, was even more terrified when she saw his ferocious face. She trembled and shook her head repeatedly. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have drugged you. I was wrong. Brother Dongming, please."
Don't.
Seemingly realizing the danger, she quickly apologized and begged for mercy. The next instant, Zhao Dongming grabbed her hair, blindfolded her, and dragged her out violently. He pulled her straight into the woods behind the hut, where several old bachelors were already waiting. Zhao Dongming had no money. Those exorbitant dowries were all borrowed from various old bachelors. Wasn't the Zhang family so audacious? Didn't Zhang Wanwan say she wouldn't marry without a 200 dowry? Well, he'd just get them that.
Ah.
Hearing the woman's painful screams from the woods, Zhao Dongming laughed with extreme ecstasy and madness. The reason the wedding room was chosen here was because fewer people came and no one would know what happened. So, the fact that people knew beforehand was clearly a scheme. He was a hypocrite to the extreme, a selfish man to the extreme. Since Zhang Wanwan dared to scheme against him, she should have expected her fate. Before marriage, he was controlled by the Zhang family for fear of being charged with indecent assault. But after getting married and registering his marriage, everything changed. They could no longer control him. Haha. The more painful the cries from inside the woods, the louder his laughter. After a long time, seeing that the old bachelors had all left, he went in and retrieved Zhang Wanwan. Zhang Wanwan endured many days of this living hell. She considered asking the Zhang family for help, but she had no evidence. The shrewd Zhao Dongming had blindfolded her when he let her in. She couldn't see and couldn't name anyone. It wasn't until Luo Li learned of this from the system that she found an opportunity to help her report it to the police. Once again in the woods, the group of old bachelors were all caught and taken away, and Zhang Wanwan surprisingly didn't implicate Zhao Dongming. Just as Zhao Dongming was filled with confusion and doubt, Zhang Wanwan drugged him, killing herself and Zhao Dongming together in the dilapidated shack. Then the group of old bachelors were also given execution notices, and they all died quickly. When the news reached Luo Li's ears, she felt nothing. This was how it should be. In the original plot, the original owner of this body, punished by the male and female leads conspiracy, died at the hands of those old bachelors. They were not innocent. Luo Li's actions were solely to avenge the original owner. Even if this time everything was alright, even if nothing had happened, for the original owner, it was all already experienced. It was everything she had truly endured. If Luo Li couldn't resist this time either, the original owner's fate would remain the same, and she would be trapped in an endless cycle because the world kept turning. They deserved their just deserts. After the male and female leads died, as expected, the plot completely collapsed. The power that the plot was suppressing also completely dissipated. However, with Luo Li and Xie Yanchu's luck holding them up, the world continued to function as usual. Only the protagonists needed to be replaced. A month later, it was Luo Li's wedding day. Luo Li's parents and older brother all came. Luo Li was getting married at the Educated Youth Settlement. Looking at her daughter in her red wedding dress, Luo Li's mother, after trying to hold back her tears, couldn't help but tear up and hugged Luo Li tightly. "Good child, you've grown up. Take good care of yourself from now on." She hesitated, then smiled through her tears and gave Luo Li her final words. "Okay." Luo Li smiled and earnestly agreed, wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Soon after, The sounds of the groom arriving to fetch the bride could be heard outside. This part of the wedding went smoothly, with everyone not making things too difficult for him. The process of picking up the bride and welcoming her home was uneventful. However, after the bride and groom had toasted each other, eaten, and returned to their bridal chamber, Xia Yanchu was suddenly surrounded. Come on, congratulations to the groom. Let's have a toast. A group of young men who had grown up with Xia Yanchu in the village raised their glasses to toast him. It seemed they were determined to get Xia Yanchu drunk.
Hey, one isn't enough. Come on, Yanchu, have another one with me.
Luo Li also picked up a glass, joining in the fun. Come on, Xia Yanchu laughed heartily as he accepted. From early this morning, his smile hadn't faded, as if he wanted everyone to know he had married the girl he loved. Great. Another one. Seeing Xia Yanchu down cup after cup, everyone got even more excited. Seeing this, the busy elders exchanged smiles. It was a joyous occasion, so let them have their fun. They all knew their limits.
Mother.
It's all right. Yanchu's alcohol tolerance is quite high. He could handle 10 more. Entering the bridal chamber, seeing Luo Li's worried expression, Xia's mother smiled reassuringly. Xia Yanchu had been with them since he was little. From the age of 5, when his father brought his comrades home for dinner, he started drinking. He had a very high alcohol tolerance. Those young men outside, even 10 more, wouldn't be a problem. Seeing Xia's mother say this, Luo Li felt reassured. Sure enough, in the end, a group of people outside were drunk and dragged home, slender and weak. Meanwhile, Xia Yanchu, reeking of alcohol, walked steadily back into the bridal chamber.
Wife.
Seeing Luo Li's figure in the room, his eyes shone even brighter, filled with amazement, and he couldn't help but call out. Although he had seen her beauty before, she looked different under the lamplight. Every movement was exceptionally captivating. With a soft gasp from Luo Li, her face flushed. The two tumbled onto the bed. The rest of their sounds were drowned out by him. Intermittent. Shortly after their marriage, Xia Yanchu kept his promise and went to the Luo family home with Luo Li. Luo's parents were very happy. The young couple stayed at the bride's home for over a month before returning to the village. 3 months after returning to the village, Luo Li, who always loved fish and shrimp, suddenly vomited upon smelling the fishy odor. After a hospital checkup, it was confirmed she was over 2 months pregnant. Xia Yanchu was stunned by the news and remained speechless for a long time. When he finally came to his senses, his eyes inexplicably reddened, looking at Luo Li with a mixture of joy and heartache. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? This little rascal is so restless. He was happy to hear the news, but he also felt sorry for Luo Li's discomfort during pregnancy. I'm fine. Seeing him like this, Luo Li's heart softened drastically, and she smiled reassuringly. Even so, he still couldn't let go of his worries. Every time she felt unwell, after taking care of her, he would bend down and touch her belly, disciplining the little rascal inside. For some reason, after a while, her pregnancy symptoms really improved. She had a good appetite, and all her previous discomfort disappeared. On the contrary, he began to experience similar morning sickness symptoms. Kai explained that this was medically known as sympathetic pregnancy, also called pregnancy-associated syndrome. It was mainly due to his excessive worry. The psychological impact caused the physiological reaction. But seeing that she wasn't uncomfortable, he was clearly much relieved. A few months later, their child was born safely and named Xia Xingyan. This small world also welcomed a new chosen one. Because of this world's past, Luo Li was even more cautious in raising Xia Yanchu. Fortunately, as expected, Xia Xingyan grew up with strong moral values and became an outstanding pillar of the nation. Later, Xia Xingyan met a girl with upright values and a compatible personality, and the two lived happily together. When 3 generations of the Xia family gathered together, their unwavering love was still admired by everyone. World 7. The End. Quack. Human-demon romance. Fantasy. Read according to my own settings. Young master. What do I look like to you? Human or immortal? Under a peach tree in full bloom, a young master in black robes with a jade-like face rested with his eyes closed. A snow-white fox peeked out from the tree and suddenly asked. The young master seemed to sigh and turned slightly. The little fox jumped down from the tree, its soft paws lightly touching his black robes. Young master, what do I look like to you? Human or immortal? It asked patiently, its bright fox eyes wide. It belonged to the rare spirit fox clan and was currently seeking a title. Spirit foxes could transform into human form at the age of 100. If the person seeking the title said it looked like a human, then it could transform into one. If they said it looked like an immortal, then it could become a fox immortal. Well, actually, it's just a little fox demon. And once they've chosen someone, they can't change. If they fail to obtain the title, they have to go back and wait another 100 years. Of course, vengeful fox spirits will also play tricks on those who caused their failure. Seeing that the person didn't move, it moved closer, about to speak, when in the next instant, its neck was grabbed and it was lifted to the ground. Watching the little fox struggle and kick its legs, he took out his demon-locking pouch from his waist and held it up for it to see. Little fox, recognize me. I'm a demon hunter. He had been pestered by this little fox for several days and finally couldn't help but speak, saying his first words to it in days. I know. So, do I look more like a human or a fairy? The little fox stared at him with innocent eyes, tilting its head cutely. Its lively and adorable appearance made it impossible to be angry. Li Yan sighed, pushing his forehead, and pushed the little fox away. Don't follow me anymore. Without further explanation, he picked up his sword and left. He ignored the little fox who was hiding behind him. Seeing that he had noticed her, Luo Li stopped hiding and followed at a distance. The original owner of this world was a little spirit fox who died young. The spirit fox clan is different from humans. They live for hundreds of years before reaching the age of 15, equivalent to a human coming of age. However, due to congenital deficiencies, the original owner only had less than 50 years to live and ultimately died with regrets. Its remaining wish was simple: to live and to become a fox spirit. To become a fox spirit as powerful as its mother and to avenge its mother. It was born from the wounds its mother sustained in a battle against their natural enemy, the wolf clan. From the moment of its birth, it was a little orphan fox, but it had heard its mother's story from its clan. In the clan's words, its mother was a powerful and beautiful fox spirit. She eagerly awaited its birth and hoped it would grow up safely. However, because it was a premature fox, the original owner was very weak. It tried its best to live longer, but ultimately failed to fulfill its mother's expectations. Before dying, it was filled with regret. Therefore, it left behind a wish. Because of the original owner's circumstances, Luo Li arrived very early and waited for over 50 years before finally growing up enough to leave the clan and claim a title. Therefore, it would absolutely not give up. Moreover, it didn't have a second chance to claim the title. Just then, the little fox suddenly twitched its nose, as if it had smelled something, and its eyes turned cold. Looking at Li Yan ahead, its tail twitched, and it made up its mind. And its idea was straightforward. It raised its paws, prepared itself, and in one swift motion, transformed into a fox shadow and dashed out. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, it snatched his demon-locking pouch and ran in another direction. It wasn't a demon anymore, just an ordinary little spirit fox. It wasn't afraid of this. Little fox. A furious shout came from behind, and the little fox ran even faster, its four paws never daring to stop. Li Yan quickly caught up, and seeing the large tree ahead, the little fox braked sharply and swerved to avoid it.
Ah!
Li Yan clutched his forehead, which hurt from not stopping in time. Wu, seeing him like this, the little fox also shrank its neck, its eyes filled with apology. Hiss! Li Yan hissed softly, his brows furrowed as he looked at the little fox ahead. The next instant, he charged forward, his hand aimed straight for the demon-sealing bag. Woof! Luo Li jumped in fright, reacting instantly and taking off running. The two chased each other for what seemed like an eternity, before finally stopping when it smelled the pungent, repulsive scent that made its body tremble. Without waiting for Li Yan to speak, it immediately placed the demon sealing bag on a patch of clean grass. Woof! It shrank its head and howled. Looks like nothing special, but you can run pretty fast. Seeing its pitiful state, he nearly choked on his breath. He only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the demon sealing bag was safe. What woof? You were talking quite fluently up ahead. He paused, as if sensing something, and turned to look ahead. A stench of blood wafted from not far ahead. He glanced at the little fox, gripped his long sword tightly, and cautiously walked forward. The little fox followed carefully behind him, its steps light, deliberately concealing its presence. The closer they got, the stronger the stench of blood became. Suddenly, something seemed to flash through the forest, quickly running forward. A whoa! A wolf's howl echoed through the forest, and Li Yan clearly sensed the aura of several demonic creatures fleeing ahead. He chased after them at top speed, but it was too late. The wolf shadows disappeared into the forest. The small village at the foot of the mountain had already become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Looking at the carnage before him, his eyes turned bloodshot with rage, and veins bulged on his forehead. Damn it! Regaining his composure, he used his hand to ignite a talisman, writing the news of the place and sending it into the sky, spreading the news as quickly as possible. This was the fastest way for demon hunters to communicate. A single communication talisman could instantly project a message to other demon hunters. However, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and the talismans weren't cheap. Before long, demon hunters from nearby areas arrived upon hearing the news. Looking at the scene in the village, they were all filled with rage. The entire village was littered with the corpses of villagers, all bearing the marks of being mauled by ferocious beasts. None had survived, and the children were nowhere to be found. There were claw marks everywhere, as well as signs of villagers fighting with wolves. Damn it, another wolf demon. This was already the umpteenth case in recent years. Ever since the wolf demon clan won the demon civil war 100 years ago, these wolf demons had become increasingly rampant. Just half a month ago, a similar tragedy had occurred in a village not far from here. The demon hunters had already begun an operation against the wolf demons. These wolf demons were cunning, their every move premeditated, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Although they had eliminated wolf demons several times before, those were always small groups. This time, they had come closest to a large pack of man-eating wolf demons in years. A step too late, they escaped. But there should still be traces of them nearby. Let's split up. Li Yan looked at the scene before him and spoke coldly. This time, they were determined to wipe out these menacing wolf demons. All right. Everyone agreed and went their separate ways. Luo Li, who had been secretly hiding, only reappeared after everyone had left, licking her paws and jumping onto Li Yan's shoulder. Young master, I can find them. Before Li Yan could shoo her away, she spoke first. To the southwest.
There are many of them there.
You need to find more people. Following the scent of the wolf demons they had just encountered, Little White Cabbage had already located the wolf demon's lair. Revenge, she wasn't yet capable of doing it herself, but she could use others. She wasn't sure if these wolves were her mother's killer. But they were all vicious wolves. Killing them first was the best course of action. The Spirit Fox clan, the word spirit signifies their nature. They are spiritual beings. Therefore, they don't possess the aura of demons. They smell like ordinary animals. If they intentionally hide, other demon hunters would have a hard time finding them. Why are you helping me? If he still couldn't see that this little fox had deliberately lured him here, he'd be a fool. I am a spirit fox. The little fox licked its paw again, speaking softly. It didn't open its mouth, but its voice reached his ears. Hearing this, Li Yan was startled. He picked up Luo Li and examined her closely, confirming her identity. It really is a fox. With that, he sent out a communication talisman, summoning more people. He had initially thought it was a weasel disguised as a fox, which was why it came to ask for an official title. After all, the Spirit Fox clan had vanished 100 years ago. No spirit fox had appeared in the human world for a full century. They all assumed that the spirit foxes had disappeared in the Great War between the demon races 100 years ago. After all, spirit foxes were already very rare, and after their defeat, they were maliciously hunted down and wiped out by wolf demons. Even the new generation of demon hunters today are unfamiliar with this type of fox. He himself only learned of it by secretly rummaging through ancient texts left by his
master.
Weasels, on the other hand, are notoriously cunning, transforming into all sorts of forms to seek recognition, always choosing those with appealing appearances that evoke goodwill. This little fox, however, was exactly that kind of creature, extremely attractive and likable. If I'm not a fox, what do you think I am? Hearing his words, the little fox suddenly widened its eyes, struggled for a moment, and then jumped back onto his shoulder. A weasel? It hated such creatures because their names contained the word wolf. Weasel. Nothing. Perhaps sensing the disgust in its eyes, he suddenly changed his words. After all, they still needed this little fox to lead the way. Thinking this, he also walked southwest. Ahead, everything seemed normal, with a scattered scent of demons making it difficult to discern directions. But after walking for a while, something was definitely wrong. Where the demonic scent lingered in other places, the aura here was exceptionally faint. As if deliberately concealed, he searched the vicinity and indeed found a cluster of spiritual plants used by demons to conceal their aura. Seeing this, when a large group of demon hunters arrived, he also presented the clues. I suspect they might have escaped in this direction. These places are full of things that conceal their aura, while the auras in other places are still very strong. They're probably intentionally misleading us. The little fox had quietly hidden itself again, so he could only carry it on his back. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Wipe out these beasts. Watching the group of demon hunters rushing forward menacingly, Luo Li quietly followed. Young master, stop. There's a trap here.
Wait.
After walking for a while, it suddenly sensed something was wrong and, seeing the claws hovering in the air, quickly warned him. Almost at the same moment it spoke, Li Yan also urgently shouted to stop. A barrier-breaking talisman was cast, revealing the true face before them. A bottomless abyss, the person at the front nearly falling off. Good heavens! Seeing this, those in the front row quickly retreated, filled with lingering fear. They glanced at Li Yan, utterly astonished. Truly worthy of being their generation's renowned genius demon hunter. This illusion was so realistic. So many of them hadn't sensed anything amiss before stepping in, yet he had detected something wrong. Luo Li looked at his paw and silently retracted it. Well, he was better than it. After resolving the problem, Li Yan calmly surveyed the area, but still couldn't find the little fox. Looks like this is the right path. Be careful, everyone. Looking at the scene before them, the group was even more certain they were on the correct path. They quickened their pace for the rest of the way, but also became more cautious, with Li Yan leading them through several traps along the way. The wolf demons, barely settled back in their lair, were caught red-handed by the arriving demon hunters. Without a word, they were slaughtered. During the fight, seeing the partially digested human flesh inside the wolf demons' bellies, their eyes turned bloodthirsty. Other demon hunters from various locations arrived one after another to provide support. Within half a month, the last wolf demon was also hunted down and eliminated by the combined efforts of the demon hunters. They left no man-eating demons alive, but all useful demon cores and other valuables were collected. Looking at the corpse of the last wolf demon, Luo Li calmly withdrew her gaze and groomed her fur. Thank you all for your help on this trip.
I'll take my leave now.
Seeing that things were settled, Li Yan didn't linger. He needed to continue his journey to eliminate more demons. The spoils were divided among everyone, and since everyone had received their share, no one tried to stop him. Farewell, fellow Taoist. If you have any news of fellow Taoist Li in the future, please inform us. Exorcising demons is our shared duty. Hearing their words, Li Yan nodded, clasped his hands in farewell. The young man was dressed in black, holding a long sword, his red hair ribbon fluttering in the wind. He was tall and upright, exuding righteousness. Just standing there, he gave off an aura that made demons afraid to approach. Luo Li paused, looking up at him, inexplicably feeling an insurmountable distance between them. But it only paused for a moment, then leaped onto his shoulder, its fluffy fox tail brushing against his neck. What was insurmountable? It was determined to cross it. Seeing the suddenly appearing little fox, Li Yan also paused, but didn't immediately pick it up. I thought you were already gone. I'm not leaving until you answer my question. The little fox's voice held a stubbornness that silenced him. The next instant, he grabbed it by the neck and placed it on the ground. He lifted it again and again, and the little fox grew angry, its little legs struggling. You bad guy. Don't you have any mercy for a woman? How could you treat me like this? It was so disrespectful to a fox. Hearing its accusation, Li Yan fell silent again. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a girl. Its voice was like a baby's, androgynous. He was being polite and hadn't bothered to examine its belly closely. Mercy for a woman was probably a term used by girls. Also, I can't help you. Go find someone else. He was a demon hunter. After a spirit fox was granted a title, whether human or immortal, they were essentially all demons. His identity and his duties limited him from creating a demon himself. Hearing his words, the little fox instantly stopped its fuss, its large fox eyes filling with tears, making it look even more pitiful. Really not allowed? Seeing its expression, Li Yan silently looked away. Yes. All right then. I guess I'll have to rely on you. The little fox's expression changed incredibly quickly. The words had barely left its lips when its tears dried, and it jumped directly into his arms. Seeing him hurriedly catch it, it immediately found a comfortable spot to snuggle up. When we ask for a title, we can't change our minds. If we fail, we have to wait another 100 years for a second chance. You refused, so I failed, and in the meantime, I can only rely on you. Don't even think about leaving me. I'll cry. You have to take responsibility for me. The childish voice was unmistakably, righteously indignant. It could tell he couldn't bear to see a fox cry. Li Yan choked up, his movement of putting it down paused, and he stiffly held it tighter. The soft, fluffy ball of fur felt strange to him, a man accustomed to wielding a cold sword. Really, I can only choose one person? He hesitated for a moment before speaking again. He hadn't read anything about it in the ancient texts. Weasels would go for anyone they saw. If one person ignored them, they'd wait for the next, until someone answered. Really? Why would I lie to you? The little fox opened its big eyes, full of sincerity. Li Yan fell silent, not saying anything more. But this time, Luo Li saw hesitation in his eyes. Hesitation is good. Hug it tight. The little fox is going to use your soft heart and hesitation to completely cling to you. You won't be able to shake it off. After traveling so long in the mountains, it was time to rest. With the clingy little fox in tow, he arrived at a small human town and found an inn to rest. Sir, would you like a meal or a room? One room, and bring some water. Li Yan tossed some silver to the waiter and went upstairs to his room. The little fox's gaze hadn't left the roast chicken on the table since they entered the inn. Only when led to the room did it reluctantly look away. Before Li Yan could speak, it ran to the table, curled up in a ball, and rubbed its little belly pitifully. Hungry? Li Yan, prepare some food and a roast chicken too. He turned and opened the door, calling downstairs. Yes, sir.
Coming.
The waiter replied loudly from downstairs. The little fox, having successfully eaten its roast chicken, happily squinted its eyes, lazily lying on the table, rubbing its round little belly. Comfortable, so delicious. The well-fed little fox looked like an adorable little pig. Watching this, Li Yan couldn't help but smile, reaching out to stroke its fox ears. The next instant, a snow-white paw slapped him away. Ouch, don't move. A soft, childlike voice came, but it didn't open its mouth, and the fox itself seemed to be getting sleepy. Sure enough, a little snore began to sound shortly after. The little fox had fallen asleep instantly. Li Yan, he had only just learned that foxes could snore when they were asleep. but it really did look adorable. However, he didn't look at it for long. The waiter had just brought water, and he got up and went into the inner room to bathe. After he left, the little fox stirred. Looking sleepily at the clothes hanging on the screen, the fox's ear tips suddenly turned pink. It silently curled up into a ball and rolled over. But soon, its limbs were sprawled out, the comfortable light from the window shining on it, its belly up, sleeping soundly. Little Cabbage was completely bewildered, looking at its host who seemed to be in a drunken stupor. It sniffed the chicken bones.
Who is it? Who is it?
Why does this roast chicken smell of alcohol? What about its host's image? But before it could salvage the situation, Lian had already finished bathing and came out, just in time to see this scene. His hair still had water droplets on it. He was a handsome man emerging from the bath. But after seeing the little fox's appearance clearly, he seemed to remember something, and his ears suddenly turned red. The next instant, a handkerchief was placed over its belly. After thinking for a moment, he kindly carried the little fox to the couch to make it more comfortable. In the more comfortable spot, the little fox slept even more disheveled. After Li Yan also fell asleep, Xiao Baikai secretly tried a few times to help it salvage its image, but then simply gave up. Ding, current favorability 20%. Oh well, enough is enough. Thank you for watching WorldManhwaRecap.